Chapter 591 News from Luke. When Soldak rushed to the police station, Andrew just put a large piece of roasted camel meat on the dining table. And then he and the ogre feasted on it. Aphrodite rarely dines with Andrew. She believes that the half-elf archer's youthful and beautiful face must have a lot to do with her daily diet. So she chooses to eat the same food as Samira. As a half-elf, Samira has resumed the eating habits of elves after becoming financially free. She likes to have an apple in the morning, a fish for lunch, and mostly fruit for dinner. As soon as Cerdak entered the restaurant, he saw Andrew and Gulitum grilling meat again early in the morning, while the two ladies sat across the table and gnawed apples. Luke sat quietly on the bench next to him. Cerdak didn't ask him if he had eaten. He cut a piece of camel meat with a knife and put it on the plate, and invited him to sit at the table. He himself poured a glass of water, sat next to Luke, and asked him, "What do you want from me? And why do you want you to come back from the mine?" Luke cut off a piece of camel meat, dipped it in the sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth, and said vaguely, "Duck, there are 2 kobold slaves over at the mine who discovered a sulfur cave upstream." Cerdak was slightly startled and said, "You mean the kobold slaves discovered a sulfur mine in the upper reaches of the lava river?" "That's right. And there are traces of salamanders in that mine," Luke replied, as he struggled to swallow a large piece of camel meat. Before Luke could finish speaking, the ogre Gulitum suddenly stood up. "Captain, let me do this. I'm the best at dealing with those big guys." The ogre wiped his greasy mouth with his big hand and said loudly. Perhaps he was so excited because his mind was filled with salamanders. "Sit down and eat your own," Cerdak ordered the ogre Gulitum. He turned to Luke and said, "Luke, are you coming back specifically to express your thoughts on this matter?" Luke wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and said, "We have conducted preliminary exploration at the entrance of the cave. The sulfur mine is very rich in resources. In addition to sulfur, there are also some crystal stones in the mine. I was worried that there were salamanders inside, so I didn't let the kobold slaves go too deep. But when I come back this time, you can go together to see if the mine can be developed. The sulfur reserves in the mine are extremely rich." It turned out that Luke was worried about the presence of salamanders in the mine, and did not dare to explore the sulfur mine easily. So he ran back to bring reinforcements. Cerdak wasn't sure what the connection was between this sulfur mine and the one he and Selena discovered. According to the location Luke mentioned, it was probably not the same mine. But since the kobold slaves going upstream along the lava river and discovering the sulfur mine showed that the sulfur ore that was easily collected near the sulfur river was probably mined. Otherwise, the kobold slaves would not have walked that far. Now that the sulfur ore trade is on track, and the large income brought by the sulfur mine supports the high expenditure on infrastructure in Wall Village, Soldak feels that normal sulfur mining must be maintained at the sulfur mine. Quantity. "Okay. We will set off tomorrow morning, and let's go to the mine together." Soldak then made a decision. Seeing that Cerdak readily agreed, Luke quickly stood up from the dining table and said to Cerdak, "In that case, I'll wait for you at the entrance of the village tomorrow morning." After saying that, Luke turned around and left the police station in a hurry. Aphrodite, who was sitting across the dining table, heard Cerdak say this and said with some dissatisfaction, "Didn't you say that after dealing with those bandits, you have to go to the city of Helensa?" The succubus Aphrodite's complexion has been getting better and better recently, and even when she frowns, she doesn't offend anyone, especially her eyes, which seem to have some kind of spirituality. Only then did Cerdak remember that he had to rush to Helensa city to handle the funds for the security squadron, and this matter could not be delayed. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Luke must have discovered something. I need to see it myself to understand." Then he said to Aphrodite, "Didn't I say last time? This time I allow you to go to the city of Helensa by yourself. I will draw a specific route for you. You can stay in the hotel near the square garden. Notify me when you arrive at the hotel in Helensa city. And if possible, summon me there. I need to go to the munitions department of the city hall and the guard camp to get the funds for the security squadron." Aphrodite didn't expect that Cerdak would agree so happily. With a smile on his face and a look of eagerness to try, he said cheerfully, "Okay, I'll pack up and leave now." Cerdak was a little hesitant, and he took a deep look at Aphrodite. "Don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble. I promise." Aphrodite promised quickly. Soldak nodded and said, "Okay. Be safe along the way. Avoid those magicians. And don't do anything extreme if there is a conflict. If you can't handle it, call me. I know." Aphrodite heard the concern in Soldak's words, and her charming eyes showed a hint of tenderness. Hey, Dak. It feels good to be cared about. For succubi who are born with devilish figures and angelic faces, charm is their innate ability. For a moment, Surdak suddenly felt that race or ethnicity was really not that important. In the sea of spiritual consciousness, the double-faced, four-armed demon statue that contained all the stars in his body suddenly opened his eyes. It felt like a holy beam of light entered his sea of consciousness, making him wake up instantly. Surdak said with clear eyes, "We are contract partners." "Right. Yes. We are contractual partners," Aphrodite said happily, squinting her eyes. After breakfast, Aphrodite dressed up as a young knight, rode an ancient Bolai horse, and went to the city of Helensa alone. The next day, Surdak led the security team and followed Luke to the sulfur mine. Accompanying them was a group of four-wheel trucks from Wall Village. They wanted to transport some of the sulfur or stored there and back. That afternoon, a cold north wind blew in the deserted land. The horse under Surdak neighed and refused to go any further. This desolate land is covered with more than a foot of volcanic ash. The wind blows over the volcanic ash, twisting up strands of ash and flying all over the sky with the wind. Even with a mask on, it seems to be pouring into the mouth and nose. Surdak was riding on horseback. The fierce north wind swept the volcanic ash and raised dust all over the sky. Countless ash poured into the body along the collar and cuffs, making the body very uncomfortable. The volcanic ash made people feel uncomfortable. "Dare to open your eyes." Surdak raised his hand and asked the entire team to stop temporarily. He asked 10 trucks to form a large circle, and when the wind and sand built up, they covered the truck boxes with tarpaulins. Although the tarpaulins of the carriages still could not completely block the north wind, the volcanic ash was blowing. But people hid in the truck compartment and did not have to face the biting cold wind directly. The strong wind made the tarpaulin rustle, and Surdak settled everyone before getting into the cargo box. It was impossible to even talk in this situation. Everyone had thick scarves covering their faces, curling up and waiting quietly for the wind to end. The temperature became very low, and the volcanic ash on the ground covered up all traces. And the volcanic ash was covered with a layer of crystal frost. The strong north wind took a day to subside. It took the team 4.5 days to reach the sulfur mine, which usually takes 2 days. Moreover, there was an ancient Bolai horse in the convoy that was blinded in one eye by the strong north wind. When Surdak arrived at Pudu Mountain, under this strong wind, large volcanic rocks were covered with volcanic ash again. Beneath these volcanic rocks, there are also hidden rivers of lava. If you are not careful, you will step through the volcanic rock layer. It may be better if there is a cavity below. If there is a river of lava below, the horse's hoof will be burned to ashes the moment it steps in. Fortunately, everyone did not encounter this situation. When they came to the sulfur mine, they saw 600 kobold slaves distributed on both sides of a long lava river from a distance. They were carefully approaching the scorching part of the river, and they were knock off the sulfur crystals from the rock wall and put them into the backpack behind you. The sulfur ores that are easiest to mine have been mined by kobold slaves. Now you have to hang your body with a rope on the river of lava to collect the sulfur ores. Mining has become extremely difficult. No wonder Luke rushed back to Wall Village himself and insisted on coming over by himself. Surdak pulled the towel off his face and asked Luke, "Where is the sulfur mine?" Luke pointed along the middle reaches of the lava river and said, "It's over there." Surdak squinted his eyes and saw that it was indeed not the same sulfur mine he had discovered. After settling down the four-wheeled carriage drivers and letting them take a break, Surdak led the members of the security team non-stop along the undulating volcanic rocks at the edge of the lava river, and soon climbed halfway up the mountain. Chapter 592. Kill now and sell now. The sky was shrouded by the billowing smoke ejected from Mount Pudu, and a large amount of volcanic ash formed thick clouds over Mount Pudu. Not only was there a large amount of volcanic ash floating in the sky, but the light around the entire Mount Pudu was extremely dark. There were hot rocks everywhere underfoot, choking smoke rising from some rock crevices, and the foul smell of sulfur everywhere. Both sides of the river of lava were filled with kobold slaves collecting sulfur mines. Luke found 2 kobold slaves to lead the way in the sulfur mine. The group was not bothered by the hot volcanic rocks on both sides. The kobold slaves were indifferent to the scorching heat. Volcanic rocks are very sensitive. When they walk on volcanic rocks, it seems that they are not feeling the heat with the soles of their feet, but with their keen breathing, they can feel how hot the rocks in front of them are. The climb up the volcanic rock is not easy. The lava river contains a large amount of hot magma. From time to time, the magma will explode from the bottom of the pool. A large amount of red magma will splash out, and wisps of green smoke will appear wherever it touches. Apart from these kobold slaves, Luke is not the most familiar with this river of lava, but the ogre ghoul item walking in the center of the team. I don't know what he was doing in this river of lava during this time. How long had he been squatting by the river? He clearly remembered the landing points of some rock walls, and introduced to Surdak several times the places where he hunted salamanders. Listening to the ogre ghoul item's talk, Surdak discovered that this ogre had really killed a lot of salamanders recently, and the source of these salamanders seemed to be this river of lava. Upstream, the two kobold slaves responsible for leading the way quickly led Surdak and his party to the entrance of the lava cave halfway up the mountain. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Surdak discovered that this lava cave was actually hidden behind the waterfall of the lava river. The lava river formed a huge lava on the stone cliff with a drop of more than 20 meters. Waterfall. Below the waterfall is a huge pool of magma. The two kobold slaves were not afraid of the magma splash from time to time by the lava waterfall, and leaned directly towards the side of the lava waterfall. Surdak's team endured the heat wave that hit their faces. The high temperature around them made Surdak feel as if the air he breathed into his lungs was on fire. The two kobold slaves were also suffering from the intense heat here, but they did not stop or go around. Instead, they walked close to the edge of the magma pool and towards the stone wall under the magma waterfall. Next to the magma waterfall were some cooled and stacked volcanic rocks. These layers of volcanic rocks are piled up one after another to create various shapes. The two kobold slaves passed through the gaps between the rock walls easily. Luke, who was following Surdak, had his lips roasted by the continuous high temperature. His dry, chestnut-colored hair was withered and curly. He poured the last sip of water from the water bag he carried into his stomach, trying to relieve the heat wave around him. But he still couldn't stand the temperature here, and seemed to stagger when walking. Surdak quickly poured the water from his water bag on Luke, which made him feel better. "Andrew, send Luke out," Surdak thought for a moment, worried that Luke would not be able to bear the rest of the journey. So he ordered the indigenous warriors. Andrew agreed, stopped, picked up the shaky Luke, and quickly took him away towards the edge of the lava river. The kobold slave leading the way continued towards the waterfall. The group of people walked forward close to the rock wall, and unexpectedly found a narrow gap between the lava waterfall and the rock wall. This narrow gap is blocked by the stacked volcanic rocks next to the waterfall. The mystery inside is completely invisible from the outside. Only by enduring the intense heat and the magma splashing around and reaching the innermost side of the stone wall can you see this narrow gap. The two kobold slaves continue to walk inside. One side is a stone wall, and the other side is magma falling from the sky. As long as this flow of magma splashes a little, the two kobold slaves will be roasted in an instant. However, this kind of magma looks very viscous. Apart from making the surrounding temperature very hot, there seems to be no danger of splashing out. Next to the rock wall, Surdak could still vaguely see some traces of sulfur mining. These two kobold slaves probably found this place originally to collect sulfur ore. The group of people who entered behind the waterfall finally saw the huge cave entrance hidden behind the waterfall. This cave entrance is almost 20 meters high and only 40 to 50 meters wide. There is an obvious huge stone platform extending outward from the entrance. Go out and dive into the pool of lava. There is no magma in the cave, but the heat wave makes the cave look like a huge oven, filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. There are eye-catching light yellow lines on the surrounding stone walls. Each yellow line is a condensed sulfur ore. And between some stone pillars inside the cave, there are actually clusters of bright red crystals. These red crystals are like balls of thorns, and those sword-shaped rubies are hexagonal crystals, and there are countless of them crisscrossing the cave. Surdak did not expect that the sulfur ore in this cave was only a few linear veins on the stone wall, and more of them were clusters of red crystals in front of him, in addition to being polished into jewelry. These red crystals are also a common magic materials. Magicians can use these rubies to create magic artifacts. A large piece of red crystal in the cave dazzled Surdak. The kobold slaves finally stopped at this time, and the two kobold slaves cautiously peeked into the cave, as if there was some terrifying existence inside. Surdak also looked very vigilantly into the depths of the cave. The magma waterfall at the entrance of the cave, and the light refracted by the red crystal clusters gave the cave some light. Samira pushed Surdak gently behind him, and pointed at a cluster of huge red crystals. Surdak suddenly noticed a short red tail swaying behind the red crystal. Hiss! A subtle sound came from over there. Surdak walked around a stone pillar, and finally found the salamander. It was hiding behind the red crystal cluster, sticking out a long tongue and licking the rock wall. Sulfur mines. The ogre Ghoul also saw the salamander. Without any hesitation, he took off the bone-crushing stick from his back and walked towards the salamander. The salamander heard the footsteps at the entrance of the cave, and its round body turned around flexibly. 3 pairs of blood-red eyes fell on the ogre. It opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and let out a low roar at the ogre, and then rushed towards the ogre. The salamander's body seemed to have dozens of light-colored rings. When it ran, these rings lit up one after another, and the hot fire element breath filled the air from its body. It did not wait for the ogre to rush to it. In front of him, the salamander's body suddenly stopped, then opened its bloody mouth and sprayed a stream of flames towards the ogre. Surdak knew that the ogre had hunted more than 20 salamanders continuously during this period and had rich combat experience. Sure enough, just as the salamander was spitting out a ton of fire, the ogre suddenly threw himself behind a stone pillar and escaped the flames. Then he walked around to the side of the salamander and relied on his physical strength. The bone-crushing stick in his hand was rounded and smashed towards the salamander's head, but his body was grabbing towards the salamander's tail. Just when the salamander shook its head to avoid the ogre's blow to the head, the ogre Ghoul had already grabbed the salamander's tail. He decisively discarded the bone-crushing stick in his hand and held the fire tightly with both hands. The lizard's tail, using itself as the axis, suddenly rounded the 7-8 meter long salamander and hit it against a rock. The salamander's head hit the rock, and rubble suddenly flew into the air. Even though the salamander had rough skin and thick flesh, such a violent fall made it faint for a moment. The ogre Ghoul didn't give the salamander a chance to breathe at all. With the huge force of the collision, he rounded the salamander again and smashed it against the other side of the stone wall. A live salamander was eating people. After the demon smashed it for more than 20 times, 4 of the eyeballs in the eye sockets were smashed, and the other 2 eyeballs flew out of the eye sockets and hung outside the eye sockets. The head of the salamander was almost shattered by the fall. At this time, the ogre began to confirm whether the salamander was completely dead. He found that the salamander had no vital signs at all, and then dragged the salamander's body back. Surdak knew that Ghoul had a way to deal with these salamanders, but he didn't expect that it would be so easy for Ghoul to kill a salamander. The 2 kobold slaves leading the way almost collapsed to the ground with fear, looking at the ogre in horror, fearing that the ogre would drop them to death. Ghoul chuckled and dragged the salamander corpse to Surdak. He knew that Surdak's skinning skills were much better than his. Surdak did not delay, and immediately put the skinning knife at the entrance of the cave. Peel off the skin of this salamander. By the time Andrew retrieved the lava cave, Surdak had completely cut off the head of the salamander and was putting the salamander materials into the magic sealing box by category. Such a big salamander filled all the boxes carried by Surdak in an instant. The ogre Ghoul was carrying 2 salamander spines in his hands, and the group no longer continued to explore the lava cave. We followed the original path back to the mining camp at the foot of the mountain. Luke was waiting anxiously in the camp at this time, and was relieved when he saw Surdak and his party returning to the camp. After leaving the sultry lava river, adding some salt water, and resting for a while, Luke's physical condition recovered immediately. He was worried that Surdak would not be able to stand the heat of the lava river. Unexpectedly, the group of people were in the lava cave. A salamander was caught at the entrance. Ghoul couldn't wait to grill salamander meat in the mining camp. Surdak, Luke, Andrew, and Samira walked into the camp's work shed. Only then did Surdak tell Luke the news that there was a large amount of red crystals in the lava cave. Luke asked Suldak with some worry, "Dak, are you saying that there is no sulfur ore in that lava mine? Only these red crystals?" Surdak nodded and said, "There are also some sulfur mines on the rock wall, but not many. I don't know if this kind of crystal is as valuable as the sulfur mine. In any case, let's collect the sulfur on both sides of the lava river first," Luke said. "It should also be a kind of magic material, and in the hands of jewelry merchants. These red crystals can also be made into jewelry, which will be marketable," Surdak said to Luke. Surdak also didn't know the value of these red crystals in the magic market, since the magic sealing box is filled with salamander meat, magic leather, hearts, gland sacs, and other materials. Surdak is worried that if he encounters another salamander again, the expensive magic materials on the salamander will no longer be available. After all, he would not be as wasteful as the ogre, and the group of people had not had a good rest when they arrived at the sulfur mine. This time, they retreated from the mine mainly, so that the team members could have a good rest. Surdak carried a marching tent with him. And right next to the camp, Luke directed a group of kobold slaves to set up the tent. There are now nearly 600 kobold slaves in the mining camp. Luke has built a large slave camp nearby. Luke has promoted 20 small leaders among these kobold slaves. As long as these kobold leaders are allowed to manage those kobold slaves, the mining camp became orderly. Surdak got into the tent and asked Samira and Andrew to guard outside the tent. Then he entered a meditative state, which made it much easier to call Aphrodite. Aphrodite, who was in the city of Helensa, immediately sent Surdak's call. Aphrodite set up a magic summoning circle in the hotel room, and then summoned Surdak to the city of Helensa. In the Garden Hotel. Is everything going well at the mine? Aphrodite, still dressed as a neutral young knight, stood by the window and asked Surdak, who came out of the summoning circle. It's okay. I just hunted a salamander. I don't have that many magic sealing boxes, so I plan to take the salamander meat to Helensa City and sell it while it's fresh. Surdak walked over. At the table, he took off his mask full of volcanic ash, poured himself a glass of water, and drank it. So, when you called me this time, you actually wanted me to summon you to Helensa City, and then you would bring the salamander meat here and sell it to the market? Aphrodite asked speechlessly. That's it. Without further ado, before the magic expires, I have to go to the Magic Guild to dispose of these salamander materials. We found a lava cave there. In addition to some red crystals, there are many. It may still be a salamander's nest. We will hunt salamanders next. I must build the magic market here. After saying that, Surdak dusted off the thick layer of volcanic ash on his body with his hands, then opened the door and walked out of the Garden Plaza Hotel, and Aphrodite quickly followed. The two called a magic caravan at the door and drove towards the Magic Guild. Chapter 593 Identification. Helensa Magic Guild. Surdak knocked on the door of Francis Magician's magic laboratory. The beautiful magic apprentice invited Surdak into the rest area, poured him a cup of black tea, and asked him to wait a moment. Francis Magician was make the magic scroll, and it will be over in a while. A complete piece of white rock rhinoceros skin hangs on the wall next to the rest area. White rock rhinoceros belongs to the second level peak period of Warcraft. The leather is the top grade among primary magic leathers, and is one of the best leather materials for making primary magic pattern structures. It has good magic conducting properties, has a high affinity for the earth element, and has very good plasticity. The texture of the leather is also very soft, so it is not too picky with magic knives. It is the favorite magic leather among inscribers. This piece of white rock rhinoceros skin was obviously made into a decoration by Francis. It looked more like a painting hanging on the wall, but there were no colorful patterns on it. There were several black lines along the areas of the white rock rhinoceros skin, with clear boundaries. It looks more like the best splitting plan for this leather by professional leather makers. Surdak can also be considered a junior skinner, although he has not carried out technical level appraisal. He has skinned a lot of high-grade leather. He took a casual look and found that the dividing lines on the leather were really worthy of careful consideration. Magician Francis walked out of the laboratory in a magic robe, smiled and asked Surdak, "Come here this time. Do you have anything good for me?" Surdak quickly stood up from the sofa in the rest area. Facing such a senior inscription master, he felt that he should still maintain due respect. He casually took out a magic sealing box from his magic belt bag and said, "Magic Francis, I will bring you fresh salamander meat this time, as well as the salamander's heart and poison sac." Magician Francis opened the lid of the magic sealing box and looked inside, only to find a thick and fat lizard tail inside, with tender white meat exposed on the cut surface. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but he didn't expect it. The lizard's tail actually trembled slightly, and it was obvious that part of the nervous tissue was not completely dead. Magician Francis looked at the lizard tail in the box in surprise and said, "Oh, this salamander tail is really fresh. It should have been put into the magic sealing box not long ago. It's not bad." Then he raised his head and asked Surdak curiously, "Did you kill that salamander? Ride a fast horse to the city of Helensa overnight, and deliver it to me specially?" Surdak smiled haha, and didn't explain much. He just said, "It is true that not long after the killing, I happened to go to the guard camp of Helensa City to handle some official business. So I rushed over directly." Magician Francis asked his female assistant to put the lizard tail into another magic sealing box, and then put the salamander heart and poison sac inside into a smaller pocket magic sealing box and carry it with her. Then he raised his head and asked Surdak, "Oh, Is there anything I can help you with? Cerdak immediately sat up straight and said, well, it won't take long. You will have to help me repair the magic pattern structure again. Magician Francis rubbed his forehead vigorously and said with some sigh, I'm so glad that your magic pattern structure is metal armor and won't be damaged so easily. Then he asked Cerdak, do all salamander fresh meat have to be sold? Cerdak nodded and said, the remaining ones are indeed for sale. Except for what else I left behind. Why not just digest it within the Magic Guild, Danphony, and go inform the magicians Karopsy, Bronxy and Zangarod that I have the salamanders they are looking forward to. If you want some meat, you can leave some for them. Francis told the female assistant behind him. Okay, teacher. The female magic apprentice immediately agreed, turned around and walked out of the laboratory. A whole salamander's fresh meat was snapped up by the magicians in the Magic Guild before it even left Magician Francis's laboratory. Cerdak knew that this ingredient, which was full of fire magic elements, was very popular among magicians. But he did not expect it to be so popular. You must know that such a mouthful of fresh Warcraft meat is not cheap. A pound of salamander meat requires 8 silver coins. Under normal circumstances, you could eat 20 silver coins of salamander meat in one meal. This is almost half a month's salary of ordinary civilians. For civilians, these high-end ingredients are out of reach. But for Cerdak, he didn't only have this one salamander meat in his hand. He also needed to find some stable supply points. He has asked Aphrodite to go to the high-end restaurants around the Magic Guild in Helensa City to sell these salamander meats. And there should be some gains. After leaving Magician Francis's laboratory, Soldak then found the appraiser Magician Nimitz, knocking on the wooden door of the old Magician Nimitz's room. The old magician was still sitting at a somewhat messy desk, using a magnifying glass and some magic potions to test a magic copper pot. Although the copper pot had an ordinary appearance, it was strange, but the inside of the jar was covered with magic patterns. The Nimitz magician kept looking inside along the mouth of the jar, and uttered sighs of admiration from time to time. Although the magic circle of this magical copper vessel from the Hex era has been damaged, as long as it is repaired by an inscriptionist who is proficient in water magic, it should still be usable. However, this is just a very ordinary magic water jar. It can slowly fill up with water under normal circumstances. It is a very low-level daily household magic vessel. The only valuable thing is that it can be regarded as an antique. Magician Nimitz sat across from the square table. The middle-aged nobleman said. After hearing this, the middle-aged noble immediately showed an expression of surprise on his face, and couldn't help but ask, you mean it still has collection value? Of course. Any Hex-era artifact has collection value. If the magic pattern array of this water jug is complete, its value will be even higher. After Nimitz finished speaking, he put the water in his hands. He pushed the can to the middle-aged noble and nodded slightly to him. The middle-aged nobleman picked up the water jug, thanked the Nimitz magician profusely, and then quickly left the room. Cerdak was sitting in the waiting area. There were 2 nobles in front of him. The assistant of the Nimitz magician brought one of the nobles to the square table. The noble handed over a very simple-looking book. The copper-covered book was placed in front of Magician Nimitz. Magician Nimitz lowered his head, carefully opened the book, picked up the magnifying glass, and read it carefully. After waiting for a while, Magician Nimitz raised his head and said to the noble, this book belongs to the preliminary cracking chapter of the rubbing version of magic instruments. It specifically explains the modern production techniques of more than a dozen kinds of magic caravan axles. These crafts are dwarf forging techniques, and most of the current wheel and axle forging techniques in the Green Empire evolved from them. It is a skill book with many mistakes, but it is not a legacy from the Hex era. Isn't it true? The treasure hunter told me that he found it from a ruins. The nobleman was a little disappointed and took out his handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Of course, the most obvious loophole is here. The goblins in the era of Hex technology can speak grim Imperial language. This book is written in Imperial language. Of course, it cannot be an antique book. Magician Nimitz laughed. After speaking, he pushed the book in front of the noble. The nobleman forced a smile, bowed slightly to the Nimitz magician, and then turned and left. Before leaving the room, he paid an appraisal fee to the magic assistant, and then left with a gloomy look. Cerdak sat quietly against the wall, and soon it was his turn. He touched the red crystal in his arms, walked to the opposite side of Nimitz's magician, and placed a red crystal that looked very complete with a hexagonal prism in front of Nimitz. Magician Nimitz glanced down at the red crystal, then raised his head and said to Soldak, in fact, for this kind of rough gemstone, You can go to a jeweler or gem craftsman, and they may identify it. More authoritative than me. Although he said this, he still took out a magnifying glass and looked at the red crystal carefully, then raised his head and said, "In my opinion, this is just an ordinary red crystal that can be used to make jewelry. But it is not a precious magic material." "You mean it has no value?" Serdek asked with some disappointment. "Of course not. At least it can be used to make jewelry. However, the fire element contained in this red crystal is very unstable and is not suitable as a gemstone for a wand. The range of magic applications is very small." Magician Nimitz put this red crystal pushed back to Serdek. Then he rubbed his fingers as if aware of it, took a serious look at the side of the red crystal, and then said to Soldek, "This kind of red crystal is rare in Roland Continent, because most of these crystals will be collected by dragons. Dragons once lived in Roland Continent, and they have long turned these crystals into their private collections. 800 years ago, this kind of crystal disappeared in the Roland Continent with the dragon clan. So this is really a rare red crystal, and I believe there will be nobles willing to use it to make ornaments. What makes it unique is that these types of crystals all have one thing in common. That is, they can grow. Do you see? What flows in these veins are some fire elements. This is its root. As long as it can with a stone base of this type of crystal ore, they will continue to grow like leeks. And of course their growth cycle is also very long. This type of red crystal was once one of the red dragon's favorite foods." The Nimitz magician smiled kindly at Soldek, and then motioned for him to take away the arm-thick, 2-foot-long red crystal. Serdek quickly thanked Magician Nimitz, and ran to the female assistant to pay the appraisal fee before walking out of Magician Nimitz's studio. He touched the red crystal in his arms. He didn't expect that a mine in his territory would contain such red crystals. And these red crystals were actually the red dragon's rations. He suddenly thought about whether there would be something in that volcanic cave. There is a ferocious dragon hidden. If we encounter a giant dragon during the next exploration, the strength of these people in the security team will not be able to withstand the breath of the dragon. Then I thought that the dragon clan had disappeared from Roland Continent for hundreds of years. The dragon descendants, who have a trace of dragon blood left in Roland Continent now, have even the last shadow of dragons degenerated. Roland Continent will not be able to do so at all. There are dragons. After walking out of the Magic Guild, I came to the restaurant. I had made an appointment with Aphrodite. I saw a circle of nobles sitting around Aphrodite from a distance. They all seemed to want to chat with Aphrodite. At this time, Aphrodite was clearly dressed as a neutral knight, which had completely covered up her original appearance. Unexpectedly, her current appearance was more attractive than her beautiful face. Serdek pushed open the door of the restaurant and waved to Aphrodite, who was sitting in the corner. Aphrodite, whose face was already stiff with smiles, let out a long breath of relief, quickly left her seat, and quickly walked out of the restaurant. Afterwards, the two got into a magic caravan, left the magic area of Helensa, and drove towards the guard camp on the side of the city hall square. Aphrodite sat opposite Serdek. Her somewhat feminine and handsome face was full of doubts. She was silent for a while, and then she asked Serdek with a puzzled look on her face, "Now you guys do nobles all like faces like this?" As she spoke, she pointed to her neutral face. Soldek shook his head and explained, "Maybe they just want to get to know you and have no other ideas." "Cut!" Aphrodite glanced at Serdek with some contempt and curled her lips. "By the way, what did you get from going to the Magic Guild this time?" Aphrodite asked again. Serdek took out the red crystal from his arms and lowered his voice and said to Aphrodite, "Maybe we found the red dragon treasure. The Nimitz magician said that these red crystals are not very valuable, but they are a red dragon's favorite food." Aphrodite looked at the red crystal on the table in surprise, and was shocked and speechless for a moment. "How are you doing there?" Serdek asked Aphrodite. "The restaurants around here have expressed great interest in salamander meat. If the quality and freshness can be guaranteed, the price can be higher. However, they have a very clear classification of the parts of salamander meat. Lizard tail and ribs are the most expensive," Aphrodite said. "That's good. It seems that you will have to stay in Helensa City for a while longer. Salamanders will be hunted out from the sulfur mine one after another. You can stay here and help me process the salamander meat," Serdek said to Aphrodite whispered. The magic caravan stopped at the gate of the guard camp. Serdek took Aphrodite into the guard camp. The knights of the guard camp in the hall greeted Serdek one after another. "Squadron Captain Serdek." "Baron Soldek." "Soldek. Long time no see." A knight from the guard camp rushed downstairs in a hurry. He ran down the stairs holding onto his hands, and almost collided with Soldek. He didn't know what urgent matter was causing him to be like this. Sorry. Oh my god. Serdak is back. It's Squadron Leader Soldak. The guard battalion knight covered his face with his hands, let out a cheer of joy, then took Soldak's hand and said to Serdak, Lieutenant Serdak, I was just about to go. Your police station asked you, but I didn't expect you to come back at this time. Please come with me quickly and save Dorn. Go and save Dorn. He is injured. They said that only you can save him. Chapter 594 Exploring the Mine. Lounge on the top floor of the Helensa guard camp. Serdak walked to the wall and washed the blood on his hands in the copper basin. He turned to Mrs. Dorn and the two maids who were responsible for taking care of the Dorn knights and ordered, When he wakes up, you can let him eat some liquid food. Remember to try not to get water on the wound. And don't move around to avoid tearing the wound. If everything goes well, after these 3 days, he should be able to get through this dangerous period. After 3 days, I will come back to check on his injury. Dorn was lying on the bed with an abdominal injury, his face a little pale. Serdak has blessed him with a blessed body. His complexion seems to be good. His breathing has become calmer, and his wounds are healing rapidly. The Dornish knight's wife was very young, with tears still hanging on her eyelashes, and she kept thanking Soldak profusely at this moment. When the Dornish knight was on duty near the Colosseum during the day, he was accidentally attacked by a sand wolf that escaped from the Colosseum. During the battle, the Dornish knight was knocked down by the sand wolf and tore open the Dornish knight's belly. Fortunately, he was attacked by other sand wolves. The knight who arrived at the guard camp in time saved him from death. After being carried back to the guard camp, he fell into a coma due to excessive injuries. The companions of the Dornish knights want to go to the village of Wall to seek help from Serdak. However, the Dornish knights were very lucky. Just when Soldak came to the guard camp to apply for funds to build a squadron, it can only be said that the Dornish knights were favored by the goddess of luck. The fellow knights in the same group as the Dornish knights stood at the door of the room and expressed their gratitude to Serdak, who came out of the room. It was the young knight who met Soldak at the top of the stairs just now. This time he ran back from the guard camp again out of breath, holding a beautiful wooden box in his hand. The young knight handed the wooden box to Serdak and said to him, Baron Serdak, wait a moment. This is for you. Serdak took the wooden box doubtfully. This wooden box looked very big, but it didn't weigh much. What is this? Serdak asked the young knight in confusion. According to the rules, I will pay you the reward, the young knight said with a smile. The people of Helensa are accustomed to opening gift boxes in front of the gift giver. Serdak also quickly opened the lid of the wooden box. Inside, there was actually a delicate specimen of the head of a blue-eyed deer, with huge antlers and inlays on the forehead. The blue crystals are all well preserved, and it seems that the head of the blue-eyed deer has been made into a very exquisite handicraft. Oh, it looks great, Serdak praised. Obviously the young knight knew his preference, so he specially sent a box of specimens of such monsters. The young knight was slightly relieved when he saw that Serdak accepted it readily, and he couldn't wait to run upstairs to see the Dornish knight. Serdak put the wooden box into his magic waist bag, then went downstairs and walked along the wooden corridor into Captain Sauron's office. It's almost time to change the guard. The knights in the guard camp have begun to leave one after another. The rooms on both sides of the corridor seem very quiet. Captain Sauron is also about to get up. The assistant next to him has taken off the armor from the wooden frame and is about to prepare. Help him put it on. Seeing Serdak walk in, Captain Sauron returned to his seat and said to Serdak, Someone else mentioned you just now, saying that you were asked to treat the injured knight just after you showed up in the guard camp? Serdak said, I just happened to meet him. What do you want to see me for? Captain Sauron asked Serdak. Serdak said very tactfully, As for the Paglos Mountain Guard Battalion Squadron, I am here this time to ask you to help me approve some funds for the formation of the Paglos Mountain Guard Battalion Squadron. He felt that Captain Sauron might not agree to this immediately, and there would always be a process of discussion and research. Unexpectedly, Captain Sauron took out a piece of cut parchment directly from the drawer. The content on it had already been filled in. Captain Sauron just signed his name on it and handed the parchment to him. He asked Soldak and said with a smile, I also said that it's already up to this time. Why haven't I seen you come to ask for money? This establishment fund can be used freely, but every expenditure needs to be listed in clear and detailed terms. The list must be handed in at the end of the year, but all the money must be spent before the end of the year. I don't care what name you use. I need reasonable documents. Yes, Captain Sauron. Soldak straightened his body and agreed readily. After saying this, Captain Sauron asked Serdek again. By the way, form the Paglos Mountain Guard Battalion Squadron. Where are you going to recruit knights? I haven't thought about this yet. I guess none of the knights in the guard camp are willing to go to the deserted land. I suggest you recruit those college students from the Knight Academy. Although their combat power is a bit weaker and they don't even have any combat experience. These college students also have some advantages. They have strong plasticity, and the most important thing is that they are very obedient. I haven't decided where to recruit knights specifically yet. The deserted land is too remote, and there may not be many options, Serdek said with a smile. He wanted to recruit some veterans. But plain wars have broken out frequently recently, and few soldiers have returned from the Warsaw Plain recently. After receiving the approval slip from Captain Sauron, Serdek walked out of the guard camp. Aphrodite was waiting outside. The two of them rushed to the munitions logistics department of the city hall. Various departments in the city hall also after get off work. A large number of white-collar workers from the city hall came out of the door. They chatted with each other and invited each other. It seemed that most of them had a rich nightlife. The logistics and military supplies department is the only place in the city hall that requires handovers. The military supplies department also collects various magic materials from the society. In addition, it involves matters such as exchanging military merits. Things are very complicated, so it is very busy every day. Night. Serdek walked into the hall of the city hall and saw that there were still many people lined up in the office hall of the military logistics department. Many members of the adventure group were sometimes willing to deliver some magic materials here, although the price was a little lower than the market price. But the logistics office accepts everything. Standing at the end of the queue waiting at the munitions office, Serdek and Aphrodite stood together. A member of the adventure group in front of the queue turned back and said to Aphrodite with a smile, Hey, Knight, you're so young. Why did you join the guard camp? Aphrodite turned her back to the man and rolled her eyes. But after turning around, she showed a shy smile belonging to the young knight on her face, and nodded politely to the member of the adventure group. The member of the adventure group looked at Aphrodite in amazement, opened his mouth, and continued to ask with great excitement, How about you consider joining our adventure group? Not only can you travel around the world, but you can also improve yourself. Your combat skills are much better than hanging around in the guard camp. Well, I think I still like to stay in the guard camp. Aphrodite suppressed the smile on her face and glanced at Serdek, who was standing aside. The member of the adventure group glanced at Serdek and noticed the noble badge on his chest. He said nothing more and just said lightly, Maybe you don't know how colorful the life in the adventure group is. One day you will realize that you made a wrong decision. The member of the adventure group was still thinking about how to persuade him tactfully, when his companion suddenly pushed his shoulder and whispered, Hey, stop talking. Look, that person over there is the new head of the intelligence agency, Viscount Darcy Christie. I heard that Marquis Bernard Christie intends to make her the next heir to the Christie family. Serdek was slightly startled. Following the direction of the adventure group member's finger, he happened to see the familiar slender figure with red hair tied into a ponytail. He was wearing a black lightsaber leopard skin with magic patterns on his waist, with two long crimson swords hanging between them. He led a group of subordinates through the hall and towards the service window of the munitions office. The crowds on the left and right voluntarily gave way. Baron Armand Bulwer, whom Soldak had only met once, was standing in the window of the munitions department hall. Darcy Christie seemed to say something to him, then turned and left, leaving only a gloomy look on her face. Baron Armand Bulwer looked. It wasn't until Darcy Christie walked out of the city hall door that Baron Armand Bulwer sullenly hammered the counter with his fist. The colleague next to him quickly pushed him and motioned for him to go to the container to take a rest. Soldak didn't expect to see such a scene. He turned around and saw the door to the city hall. Darcy Christie's back had long disappeared through the door. After receiving 500 gold coins from the quartermaster, Soldak suddenly discovered that the money given by the guard battalion was obviously not enough to form a guard battalion knight squadron. A squadron requires 60 war horses alone. The current price of Gubolai war horses on the market is at least 7 gold, and the price of Gubolai war horses about 3 years old is as high as 10 gold. A single 60 war horse, it will cost almost 600 gold coins. Fortunately, the guard camp logistics department can receive standard armor and weapons. As for the cost of settling the guard camp knights in the deserted land, Serdek may have to figure it out himself. Just walking out of the city hall, Serdek had already realized that he might have wronged Captain Sauron. Captain Sauron suggested that he try to select fresh graduates from the Knight Academy. It seems to make sense now. At least these young knights already have their own horses in the academy. If there is no need to prepare horses. These 500 coins, the gold coins, are only used as a resettlement fee. For the remote village of Wall, it is enough for any expenditure. Surdak is also planning to exchange some cheap whole wheat flour at the military supplies department. These cheap grains from the south of the empire are at least 20% lower than the price of local wheat in Helensa city. But the exchange for wheat flour is not today, because the time for Aphrodite's summons is coming soon. Surdak had to find a secret place and be ready to pass through the void gate at any time. Compared to a dark alley, Surdak still felt that the room in the Plaza Garden Hotel was more reliable. Surdak walked out of the void. The air was once again filled with a strong smell of sulfur, and a layer of fine volcanic ash floated in the air. He stood in the tent for a while, and couldn't help but touch the money bag at his waist. Suddenly, the money bag became bulging with 500 gold coins. This kind of summoning teleportation was really convenient and fast. Andrew heard the movement in the tent outside, opened the leather curtain of the tent, and saw Surdak standing inside. So he asked, "Is everything going well in Helensa city?" "Fortunately, all the salamander meat has been sold. Let's take a rest tonight, and let's continue exploring the lava mine tomorrow." Surdak opened the curtain and walked outside the camp. At this moment, it was sunset at the sulfur mine camp, and the sky at Pudu Mountain was covered with a thick layer of volcanic ash. Therefore, the sun could not be seen at sunset, and only a dark red cloud could be seen on the horizon. Samira stood on a raised volcanic rock, her face covered with a scarf. When she saw Surdak coming out of the tent, she asked, "About those red crystals, what are the results of the appraisal?" Surdak and Andrew stood under the volcanic rocks and said to Samira, "It's worse than we expected. These red crystals are not considered magic crystals, and can only be sold to jewelry craftsmen to make ordinary jewelry. But another news is that these crystal clusters have a certain regeneration ability, which means that even if we will collect them all, as long as the foundation of the spar cluster is left, these red crystals will slowly grow out." Samira's eyes widened, and she asked curiously, "How long will it take to grow?" "Well, I really didn't ask about this. 10 years or 100 years, Surdak said with some uncertainty. More than 600 kobold slaves in the camp are having dinner. They have either multi-grain porridge or multi-grain cakes every day. Vegetables such as cabbage, onions, and pumpkins are regularly transported from Wall Village. Only the ogres are there. This is the happiest time for the kobold slaves, because at this time, as long as the ogre ghoul item hunts something, the ogre will basically eat the meat, and the kobold slaves will drink the soup. There were some salamander bones boiling in the large iron pot, and a thick layer of fat floated on the milky white broth. The ogre only ate 2 pieces of salamander ribs this time, and some shaved meat. The bones, including a huge liver in the belly of the salamander, and the remaining broth are the extra meals given by the ogre to the kobold slaves. At this time, the kobolds will face the afterglow of the sunset and swim in the lava river, while dancing a simple tribal dance. As the team entered the lava mine again, this time Surdak brought a group of kobold slaves. He asked these kobold slaves to mine these red crystals at the entrance of the lava mine. It should be noted that the red crystals should not be damaged, the foundation of the cluster, so that the red crystal can continue to grow later. Surdak and the security team continued to explore deeper into the mine. This mine does not go straight into the hinterland of Pudu Mountain. It has a certain arc, and it is more like spiraling down around Pudu Mountain. There are red crystals everywhere along the way, and occasionally there are some lava flows, which makes this lava mine has always been dimly lit. I couldn't find a salamander even after walking very far, but the reserves of these red crystals were amazing. However, the several sulfur mines in the lava mine were only a thin line mixed in the stone wall, and this line seemed to something had dug it out, leaving only deep gaps. Surdak guessed that it was the salamanders that had done it. They had eaten almost all the sulfur in the cave before they followed the veins out of the lava mine and drilled into the river of lava. This lava mine is very wide, although you can always encounter some lava pools. The air inside is not stuffy. The Surdak team walked more than 10 kilometers inside, but still did not find the end of the lava mine. Instead, they found a sleeping salamander behind a cluster of red crystals. This salamander, the whole body was shining with a strong aura of fire element, and the dangerous aura exuding from it was far more dangerous than any salamander he had encountered before. The team hid behind a stone pillar. Surdak, Andrew, and Samira looked at each other, and found each other's judgment of the salamander in each other's eyes. This salamander shouldn't be a second-level magical beast. The aura exuding from its body is more like a third-level magical beast. Chapter 595 Red Dragon Treasure. The light inside the lava mine was a little dim, with only the firelight in the magma pool reflecting the light reflected from the red crystal stone clusters. The salamander was lying and sleeping behind the cluster of red crystals. It was filled with the rich aura of the fire element, and only a corner of its head was exposed. If you look closely, you will find that its skin is covered with some red crystal fragments. The stone is protruding, and the red crystal fragments seem to grow on its skin, even with sharp edges and corners. And there are a row of sharp red crystal blades growing on its spine and joints of its limbs, which looks ferocious and terrifying. Serdek used his eyes and gestures to signal Andrew to go around to the other side of the lava mine and cut off the salamander's retreat. At this time, Samira stepped on the cluster of red crystals and climbed up to a ledge on the top of the stone pillar. From here, she could just overlook the salamander. She held a painting of withering in her hand, pulled out 3 feather arrows, and put them on the back of the bow. The right arm that pulled the bow string clearly showed a trace of mana fluctuations, and Samira's light red color had a sharp color. Serdek retreated behind the stone pillar and blocked the exit of the cave. He waved his hand to the ogre. Gulaitum had already been unable to restrain his eagerness. He opened his mouth and touched with a big bone-crushing stick. Go up. The salamander seemed to have a premonition of the approaching crisis. It opened its eyes alertly and saw an arrow shooting towards it. At this time, it had no time to dodge, so it instinctively shrank back, and a simple dark red light appeared on its forehead. The magic circle. The moment the magic circle was activated, a light red hexagonal light shield appeared in front of Salamander. An arrow hit it, and the light shield only dimmed for a moment. Then, there was another crisp sound of ding, and the light shield became dim again. After flashing 4 times in succession, the red light shield shattered into a hexagonal hole in the middle. 2 arrows penetrated through the cracks in the light shield and penetrated deeply into the salamander's forehead. The red crystal on the salamander's forehead was also shot into pieces by these 2 arrows. The huge salamander let out a dull roar behind the red crystal cluster. As soon as it rushed out, he saw an ogre rounding up a bone-crushing stick and smashing it on its head. The salamander immediately swung the giant tail, allowed the body to flexibly change direction on the ground. The ogre hit the volcanic rock ground with a stick. Suddenly, gravel flew everywhere, and a depression the size of a basketball appeared on the ground. The giant tail of the salamander then swung over. The ogre took a full breath, twisted around and rounded the bone-crushing club, and fought hard with the giant tail of the salamander. A huge force shook out, and the red crystal clusters around the salamander exploded into pieces. The ogre held the bone-crushing stick and took 3 big steps back, almost knocking down the stone pillar behind him. The giant tail of the salamander was covered with cloth. It was covered with dense red scales, and when the ogre smashed it down with a stick, the whole piece burst open, and a liquid the color of butter came out. The salamander had 3 pairs of short legs. It was frustrated in front of the ogre, and immediately rushed towards the ogre with great ferocity. Gulaitum quickly moved to one side to avoid it, and the salamander's hard head hit it on the stone pillar. The stone pillar was immediately smashed into several pieces. After just a hard fight, the ogre realized that he was slightly less powerful than the salamander, so he did not confront it head-on. After avoiding the salamander's full-force collision, he jumped out from the left side of the salamander. The bone-crushing stick hit the salamander's giant tail and rear crotch again, and the aroused fine scales caused the salamander extremely painful. It flicked its tail suddenly, swept the ogre 10 meters away, and hit it hard on the stone wall. There was a dull, loud noise throughout the cave. Then the salamander took a few steps towards the ogre. Several runes seemed to light up on its neck, and its entire head instantly turned red. Heat came out of its nostrils and mouth. As the salamander suddenly opened its mouth, a violent stream of magma erupted from the mouth, and wherever the hot magma passed, there were traces of black smoke. The ogre Gulaitum didn't expect that this salamander was stronger than all the salamanders he had encountered before. With just a simple sweep, he hit himself against the rock wall, and all the bones in his body seemed to be scattered. The same frame. He rolled to one side as hard as he could. At this moment, Serdek held up a brand new dwarf chain shield in front of the ogre, but a ball of hot lava was blocked by the shield in Serdek's hand. The ogre breathed a sigh of relief from behind. Although he was in unbearable pain all over his body, he still struggled to sit up. He held up the bone-crushing stick in both hands and cooperated with Serdek to double-team this man from both sides. A salamander. When Salamander saw Surdak blocking the fire with a shield, he immediately turned around and ran towards the depths of the lava mine. Samira, who was standing on a high ledge, shot several arrows at the salamander's back. However, the salamander was huge and the skin on its back was thick, so these arrows did not cause fatal damage to it. It turned around suddenly, and the lizard tail hit the cluster of red crystals on the rock wall. The cluster of red crystals exploded violently, and the crystal fragments pushed the pursuing Surdak back instantly. Ghoul wanted to grab the giant tail of the salamander with both hands, but this salamander was much larger than the previous salamanders. The giant tail swung casually and forced the ogre back. This salamander was like a huge armored vehicle, rushing towards the depths of the cave. Andrew, who was blocked on the other side of the cave, ignited flames in his hands, holding a butcher's axe in his hand, jumping high towards the salamander and slashing towards the top of its head. The salamander looked at Andrew angrily, opened its mouth, and a fan-shaped flame spurted out from its mouth. Andrew relied on his own sensitivity and hid behind a stone pillar to avoid the salamander's flames. Salamander seemed to know that Andrew was very difficult to deal with, and did not intend to rush past him. He twisted his body suddenly and drilled deeper into the cave against the stone wall of the cave. Several more arrows landed on the salamander, and red crystal fragments on the giant salamander's skin suddenly flew everywhere. The salamander roared towards Samira. Andrew tried to intercept the salamander from the side, but was hit by the salamander's giant tail. Andrew swung the butcher's axe and directly cut off a piece of the salamander's rear tail. Surdak and the ogre caught up from behind, and the salamander actually burrowed towards a stone crack less than 1 meter wide in the cave wall. Unexpectedly, the body of the salamander could become very flat, and the huge body penetrated into the cracks of the stone without any hindrance. Andrew only took half a step slower, picked up the axe and chopped off a section of the giant salamander's tail. Surdak and Ghoul chased after them, not paying attention to how wide the stone crevice was, and crawled into the stone crevice in the direction in which the salamander was escaping. The rock walls on both sides of this crevice were filled with sulfur debris. Surdak was chasing after him, and the salamander was crawling very fast. When Surdak emerged from the other side of the stone crevice, he discovered that he had actually entered another open lava cave. The giant salamander slipped away faster, catching up with Surdak and his group before they could get out, plunged into the magma pool next to the cave. Surdak chased him closer, and there were only circles of slowly rippling ripples left in this magma pool. Ghoul slapped his forehead hard with his big hands in great remorse, and the ogre yelled unwillingly, "Damn it! He actually let it escape!" The space here is very large. The dome of the cave is at least 20 meters above the ground, and the surrounding stone walls look extremely smooth. "Captain, this seems to be different from the previous lava cave," Samira followed from behind and said. She stood next to a stone wall, and with her keen vision, she discovered some differences in the dark cave. The magma pool not far away emits a red light source, but the light is not enough to illuminate the entire cave after losing the refraction of the red crystal. At this time, Soldak took out the holy light torch from his magic pocket and slowly poured the power of holy light into the torch. The holy light torch in his hand emitted incandescent flames. The true appearance of this cave gradually appeared in front of the security team. This should be the belly of Pudu Mountain. No one would have thought that the belly of this volcano is not filled with magma, but such a huge cave. At the end of the cave is a huge and flat stone wall, and there are even dusty stone steps under the stone wall. There is no salamander nest here as expected, which is the most unacceptable to Ghoul. He would rather rush into a lava cave full of salamanders to fight for his life than see the cave in front of him empty. He thinks this should be a cave filled with salamanders. He squeezed through such a narrow stone crevice with the belief that he would catch more salamanders. But now, where have all those salamanders gone? Ghoul complained with a groan. Maybe the magma pool there is connected to somewhere else, Andrew said to Ghoul. The two of them fell behind. Surdak and Samira went up the stone steps. At the end of the stone steps was a platform. Surdak even saw shelves with braziers on both sides of the platform. "Captain, there seems to be a mural here." Samira stretched out her hand and groped the stone wall and said, "No, it doesn't seem to be a stone wall. It looks like a door." Samira's tone behind her was a bit high-pitched. She was a half-elf archer with a very strong heart. Apart from her unique obsession with gold coins, she rarely had such strong psychological fluctuations. Surdak walked forward holding the holy light torch, and at first glance, he saw the huge ring on the stone door. It was a bit exaggerated. It can be said that this ring with a diameter of more than 1 meter was definitely not designed for humans. The ring it is covered with light green patina, and the surface is even covered with dust. If you didn't look closer, it would almost blend into the stone wall. As Serdek got closer, those on the stone wall became more and more clear. A double-arched stone door was revealed on the stone wall. Serdek discovered that this stone door was almost exactly the same as the stone door painted on the wall of the Bradbury family showroom, except that the stone door here was larger than the stone door on the showroom wall. More than twice as big. This stone door must be at least 10 meters high. The stone door is covered with magic runes, based on the approximate location of the stone door in the showroom from his memory. Serdek held a holy light torch and looked for it. Sure enough, he saw a gemstone pedestal at the same position as the stone door, but its location was slightly higher and far away. The ground is nearly 5 meters above ground. "Ghoul item, lift me up," Serdek said to the ogre. Ghoul item quickly walked up and stood against the stone wall. He supported Serdek's thighs with both hands, first lifted him up and let him stand on his shoulders, and then held up Serdek with both hands. His feet lifted him to that position. Serdek saw a gem groove there. The shape of the groove matched the crystal key in his hand exactly. Serdek tried to put the repaired crystal key into the gem on the pedestal. At the same time, as if a bit of vitality was injected into this stone door, countless complicated runes on the stone door lit up one after another, and magical glows began to swim slowly along the veins of the stone wall. At the last moment, this stone door, a pattern of a huge dragon head vaguely appeared on it. As a loud rolling sound slowly came from the stone door, the huge stone door in front of me actually opened towards the inside. The door of a treasure house almost filled with sulfur. Gold coins and red crystals opened, and a golden light emitted from it. Those gold coins and sulfur were laid out in a thick layer on the rock floor. And these gold coins, sulfur and red crystals were in this cave, surrounded by a high cast iron throne. It was a chair that looked a bit exaggerated. Serdek felt that sitting on this chair full of reliefs would definitely not be too comfortable. In front of this cast iron chair, there was a huge red crystal. A broad-bladed sword was inserted into the red crystal, with only the gold handle exposed. "Could that be the sword of Quelcera?" Andrew, who was following Serdek, was simply shocked. Serdek walked into the red dragon treasure. The entire cave was very quiet, and there was no sound. There was not only a legendary sword embedded in the red crystal on the high platform, but also a pile of saddle seat covers made of thorium next to the legendary sword. However, Serdek could not imagine what kind of giant sword it would be. Only horses can carry such a giant metal saddle, and the shape of this saddle cover is weird. On the other side of the legendary sword is a dragon egg nearly 1 meter high, but the surface of the dragon egg looks like a cold stone. Serdek glanced at Andrew beside him, ignored the gold coins piled like hills on both sides, and walked directly towards the legendary sword in the middle. The ogre Gulaitum looked around. He stepped on the gold coins that kept flowing, and looked around the cave seriously, alert to sudden dangers. The half-elf archer Samira, who had always seemed very calm, was lying on the pile of gold coins. She spread her hands. Her gorgeous red eyes were a little out of focus, and she grabbed a handful of heavy gold coins with both hands. It flowed from the fingers and said to himself, "Oh my god! Am I dreaming?" Chapter 596 Motherly Love. On the magma stone platform in front of the cast iron throne are 3 treasures, each of which is priceless. For the Benar people, the sword of Quel'Thulla is more like a symbol. The warriors who once held Quel'Thulla have become heroes in people's mouth when a legendary weapon is placed in front of them. For the Bena swordsman, it will have an inexplicable attraction. In Serdek's eyes alone, Quelcera is just a legendary sword. His gaze even lingered on the magnificent red crystal stone. He was even more curious about the sword of Quelcera. How on earth was it inserted into the hard red crystal? And this red crystal did not break, wrapping the legendary sword like a huge piece of red gum, next to the set of exquisite saddle covers made of giant thorium. Serdek only thought that using thorium to plate a whole set of saddles was very exaggerated. He had not thought that these saddles were entirely made of thorium. What a luxury it would be. As for the dark gray dragon egg, Serdek didn't feel a breath of life from this egg. This lifeless dragon egg was more like a stone. Therefore, his eyes only paused on the 3 treasures for a while, then passed over them, and moved to the cast iron throne high on the stone platform. He looked at this cold chair and felt that it was impossible for anyone with normal thinking to sit on it. Instead, it was the pattern on the stone wall behind the chair that caught Serdek's attention. He held a holy light torch in his hand, and looked seriously at the reliefs on the stone wall that seemed to record countless histories. Looking at the various magic patterns and symbols filled on it, Serdak saw on a relief a warrior holding a knight's spear and standing on the back of a dragon, holding a big demon's head in his hand. The earth was almost dyed red with blood. Serdak was able to place himself on the battlefield of blood and sand. He even saw angels, demons, giant dragons, bone dragons, behemoths, cyclops, and headless death, knights, lich kings and other high-level monsters. Under their feet, countless humans, elves, dwarves, orcs collided with H.L. demons and undead races, with flags flying. He looked up at the top of the cave again. The top of the cave was dark, as if there was endless darkness hidden there. He was silent for a moment, and then he began to plan how to pull out the sword of Quelcera from the red crystal. At this moment, Serdak felt that his eyes might have been dazzled. The reliefs on the stone wall in front of him began to change continuously. The lines became vivid in front of his eyes, and his eyes seemed to have turned into endless void. Standing alone on the top of a cliff, a pair of deep and terrifying huge eyes stared at Serdak in the void. It spread its wings and flapped its wings continuously in the void. The shadow of a red dragon slowly flew over from a distance. Serdak knew in his heart that it was just a shadow, but the remaining aura gave people an incomparable sense of reality. The huge body was about 40 meters long. It was slender and stationary at the top of the cliff. It had a pair of red dragon wings tucked behind its back, and a long dragon tail with flowing fire. It has a pair of extremely wise eyes that sometimes look like a ball of flames and sometimes are extremely cold. Although it was a virtual image, when its eyes fell on Serdak, he could still clearly feel the surging pressure of the dragon. Serdak felt that his heart was almost squeezed out of his throat. "Come out, young knight. You are welcome to be our guest here." She put her head in front of Serdak. The illusory head was as big as a small house, and each of the flaming dragon scales was as big as a basin. Serdak felt that it was not talking about green imperial language, but I could understand the meaning of every sentence. Greed can blind people's eyes, hatred can corrode a pure heart, and fear can completely plunge people into the abyss of darkness. The red crystal with the legendary sword inserted in it appeared in front of Serdak again. Its eyes fell on the legendary sword, with a somewhat mixed expression on its face, as if it was remembering the past. The red dragon phantom said, "Every Benar person is extremely eager for the sword of Quelcera. I am glad that you did not hold it immediately and pull it out of the red crystal stone." "Are you Lord Johannes?" Serdak asked. The red dragon phantom did not answer Serdak's question and continued. "This legendary sword has gone through countless battles. Angus used it to kill at least hundreds of great demons, liches, and bone dragons. When the Elf King forged the sword of Quelcera, he was not there. This sword is blended with Krypton gold, so it does not have the property of never wear out. It has experienced so many battles. To all the people in the Empire, it is already very old. The entire sword is covered with various negative hidden wounds, so that it may collapse at any time, causing space to collapse. Before this, I sealed it into the red crystal. If you don't have enough strength to suppress the aura of destruction in it, please don't try to pull it out of the red crystal." Serdak's face turned pale instantly, looking at his own hands. He was secretly grateful. Fortunately, he did not pull up Quelcera immediately. According to the red dragon, the consequences of doing so would probably completely collapse the space here. The giant dragon turned its head and glanced at the endless void around it. "Everything here might cease to exist in an instant, but since you can see me, it means that you have restrained your greed, so you can still stand here intact and listen to me chatting with you." The giant dragon put its head in front of Serdak again, and a large number of thorium saddle covers appeared in front of Serdak with a whoosh. "This saddle cover is the dragon's thorium armor. Of course, most dragons don't like this thing. This set of armor is specially left for my poor little Yissel. If you have the chance, I hope you can help me to deliver these to it with your own hands." The lifeless dragon egg appeared in front of Serdak again. This time Serdak finally saw clearly that a big hole had been opened behind the dragon egg. As for the dragon egg, it is not a dragon egg. In fact, when you look back, you will find that it is just an egg SHL. The giant red dragon began to twist in the space in front of Serdak. In a moment, a lady wearing a red dress appeared in front of Serdak. The dragon disappeared, and she raised her proud chin, with an arrogant air that despised all life. He said to Serdak, "None of these belong to you." This red dragon said so much. It seems that this sentence is the key point. Serdak wanted to escape from this illusion quickly, but there was only such a lonely cliff under his feet. As long as he took a step in any direction around him, he might step into the abyss. The noble lady had 3 faint traces of dragon scales on her snow-white neck. She looked at Soldak with a hint of ridicule on her face. Of course. Since you can come here, it means you have been recognized by the Bradbury family. These are not the things I leave you. I wonder if you will be a little disappointed at this moment. Neither Quelsera nor the dragon egg was something he desperately desired before coming here. He didn't feel too lost, so his mood didn't fluctuate too much. After a pause, the noble lady said to Soldak again, "It seems that you are a very calm young man. So take a look at the gift I left for you. What I can give you is a precious friendship." The lady placed the dragon egg SHL in front of Soldak again and said, "If you are willing, drop your blood on the dragon egg. As long as the dragon egg is fully activated, the blood contract attached to the dragon egg will automatically take effect, and you will gain the friendship of a young red dragon." Soldak opened his mouth slightly. He felt that it would actually be good if he really gained the friendship of a young red dragon. At least there would be no harm. This contract is not a master-servant contract, but a blood contract of equality and symbiosis. This sentence sounded a little familiar to Soldak. He hesitated and stopped decisively. The lady continued, "This friendship will accompany you throughout your short life, but it will not go with you when you die, and you cannot let it do something against its will. If you want, just do what I said and drip your blood on the dragon egg. If you don't need such a partner, then please leave the way you came." After saying that, a stone step suddenly appeared behind the lone cliff, and a door covered with mandala flowers was revealed under the 13 stone steps. "Of course you can take away the gold coins here, as long as you can carry them, and you can also take away the sword of Quelsera, provided you are not afraid of death," the noble lady added. Soldak walked up to the dragon egg, hesitating whether to sign this contract and gain the friendship of a dragon. He pulled out the skinning knife from his thigh and glanced at his wrist. Soldak stretched out his hand flat, and the sharp knife cut open the skin of his wrist. Drops of blood with a sacred aura flowed into the almost torn hole. On the fossilized edge, L, where the blood flowed, clear runes suddenly appeared inside the dome, and the entire dragon edge, L, seemed to be reborn. The lady changed her posture. A faint smile appeared on her face, and she said to Soldak, "It seems that you have made a very good choice. My Israel cannot fully grow up without your help. This is one of the reasons why you can become its partner." Then her figure disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was standing side by side on the cliff with Soldak. A picture appeared in the void in front of me. The picture seemed to be that of Pudu Mountain a long time ago. At that time, the surrounding areas of Pudu Mountain were still covered with dense jungles. A red dragon was entrenched on the top of the mountain. There was a stone platform beside the magma pool on the top of the mountain. There is a dragon egg with countless veins in its SHL that is constantly beating. The red dragon lies beside the magma pool, looking at the dragon egg with love and affection, and his eyes are full of melancholy. "The only regret I have in this life is that I can't see Israel grow up and fly freely in the sky. He is so young and has to face the dangers of the outside world alone, and I can give him the protection is so limited." Soldak turned his head to look. The lady was still looking forward and continued, "When I broke through the 9th level of shackles, I felt that I was connected to the whole world. Even the strong body of the dragon could not carry this kind of power, and my body had become thousands of times in countless battles. My body was full of wounds, and I knew that my body could not bear this power. In addition, the racial war left countless hidden wounds on my body. After Angus died, the magic contract placed some curses on me, so I had to deal with the world and myself. Say goodnight to Israel." An atmosphere of sadness lingered over Soldak, who was a quiet listener at the moment. "But it's just a newly born little guy. It doesn't know anything yet, and it can't even live here." The lady came to the dragon egg, looked back at Soldak, and said firmly, "So I need someone who can help it grow. Someone who can fight side by side with it and never hurt it. His knight, if you can come here and see me say these words, it means that I have chosen you, and I need you to teach it some knowledge and the language of dragons." Soldak looked stunned. The lady continued, "Only if it learns dragon language, it will be able to communicate with other dragons in the future and live with other dragons. Maybe it can return to the kingdom of dragons one day in the future." Soldak's eyes widened and he blurted out, "Hey, Lord Johannes, I don't know the language of dragons." The noble lady still continued, "I know what you want to say. The so-called dragon language is actually not too difficult. It may require a little patience from you, but since you made the oath, I believe you can do it well." Oath? Soldak didn't feel that he had made any oath. "I have prepared 31 magic crystals, which contain 31 dragon language runes. All dragon languages are evolved from these 31 runes. All you need to do is to convert these 31 dragon language runes, and all evolution methods were learned and taught to my little Iser. Serdek didn't expect that this matter would become so troublesome. Was he going to become a dragon's enlightenment teacher? The lady looked at Suldek and said, "Maybe you are a little reluctant now. Look at the gift I gave you. Maybe you won't be so repelled by it." In fact, Serdek didn't really have much resistance in his heart. He just wanted to learn another foreign language. It was the language of dragons. It sounded very cool. Isn't it better than the language of birds? The lady reached out and touched her snow-white neck, as if pulling off a necklace, and stretched out her hand to hand it to Suldek. Serdek subconsciously reached out to take it, and a piece of bone that felt cold to the touch fell into Serdek's hand. The lady in front of him was illusory. Serdek's hand passed through the lady's empty palm. He lowered his head and glanced at the bones in his hand that were like a gold collar. It was densely covered with countless bloody runes. I can clearly feel the majestic power contained within. The lady's eyes fell on the collar-like bone, and she said calmly, "This is my throat bone. A bone with a dragon's life magic pattern. As long as you have enough carrying capacity, I can transplant it on your body. You will have the ability to learn dragon language. Dragon language is a very unique language and has a unique magic system. In the days to come, I believe it will bring you many benefits, but only if you must learn how to use it and teach these languages to my children by covenant." The solitary cliff beneath his feet slowly disappeared, and Serdek stood on the stone platform. Andrew, Samira, and Guidam all looked at him with concern. Serdek looked at the shadow in front of him and was speechless for a long time. Chapter 597 Dragon Blood Curse. The space in front of her was distorted again, and the woman turned into a huge red dragon. She slowly walked back to the stone wall, and finally turned into a miniature relief sculpture of war on the stone wall. Serdek held an exquisite keel collar in his hand. The scaly keel bones in front of the collar looked like a piece of armor specially designed to protect the Adam's apple. There was a big hole in the back of the dragon egg in front of me, as if a life had once burst out of it. The egg, I was now covered with blood that flowed from Serdek's wrist, and the blood made the runes inside the egg stand out. Andrew and Guidam stood beside Suldek with some worry. The Nanai indigenous warrior stared at Serdek and asked, "Captain, are you okay?" Serdek glanced at the dragon bone necklace in his hand and said, "I'm okay." He moved his wrist and cast the holy light technique on himself, and most of the wound on his wrist healed immediately. Andrew hurriedly came over, took out a roll of hemostatic bandage, and wrapped it around Suldek's wound. While bandaging, he said, "Guidam and I saw you cutting your own wrist with a dagger. We thought you had entered some illusion or been charmed by some weird magic. We tried to wake you up, but you didn't respond." Suldek asked Andrew, "Did you see a red dragon and a woman just now?" Andrew shook his head and said, "No, we only saw you standing in front of the dragon egg, motionless. Not long after, you cut your wrist open. By the time Guidam and I tried to stop it, it's too late. The blood has already flowed on the dragon egg." "No? Am I the only one who saw the phantom of the red dragon?" Serdek asked the ogre on the side. The ogre also shook his head, indicating that he had not seen anything, and then said with some regret, "Captain, this dragon egg is actually broken. It seems that it cannot hatch out a young dragon. I heard the elders in the tribe said, dragon eggs are the most delicious thing in the world. I just saw a woman who turned into a red dragon and asked me to sprinkle blood on the dragon egg. She told me that if I complete this contract, I can gain the friendship of a young red dragon. She also said that the sword of Quelsera is old. It was no longer useful. So she gave me this necklace and asked me to teach her children dragon language, and then disappeared." Suldek looked at his wrist that was wrapped with a hemostatic bandage, and felt that there seemed to be some changes in his body. He said to Andrew. Andrew reached out to touch the Quelsera stuck on the red crystal. Serdek quickly shouted, "Don't touch it, Andrew!" Andrew retracted his hand and looked at Suldek in surprise, his eyes full of question marks. "It's very dangerous. That red dragon told me. Maybe it's right," Serdek explained while rubbing his forehead with his fingers. "Anyway, these things belong to you. You have the final say." The Nanai indigenous warrior shrugged his shoulders. Serdek stood in front of the dragon egg, patted the indigenous warrior on the shoulder, and said seriously, "I know this explanation seems a bit far-fetched, but I would rather believe it is true." The dragon egg, in front of him seemed to be rejuvenated. And Serdak had some new feelings on the spiritual level. As if there was another bond in the dark. He could feel its existence. But he was not sure about it. Where? He closed his eyes. And he seemed to be able to see a new mountain, river, and jungle in the sea of spiritual consciousness. The perspective is very unique. Like a bald eagle flying in the sky. Flying quickly through this mountain forest. And then the spiritual connection is suddenly broken. And Serdak returns to the endless void in the sea of spiritual consciousness. In the middle, there is a bright starry sky above the head. And the power of countless holy lights slowly separates from the stars in the sky. There was darkness under his feet. And there seemed to be a huge dark purple ball of light directly under his feet, which was constantly devouring all matter in the surrounding darkness, and growing continuously. Serdak opened his eyes again. And he began to carefully look at the edge, in front of him. Through the bloody runes, he could see that the bottom layer of the edge, was actually covered with dozens of magic crystals. He reached out, and took out the top piece. A magic crystal that can store images and sounds. Inject a trace of sacred breath into the magic crystal. And magic power immediately begins to flow on the magic crystal. A trace of light beams emit from the magic crystal. And a light and shadow appears above the crystal. It is still the woman in the red dress. Her phantom was floating in the sky above the magic crystal. The image looked a little illusory. With a smile on her face. She stood in front of Serdak with her hands folded across her chest. The phantom made a voice. I'm glad you are willing to learn these dragon runes. Each rune is a key to unlocking the shackles. Only by studying dragon language in depth can you have a deeper understanding of the dragon language curse and try to unlock it. The blood curse on you. Oh, by the way, have you discovered that some dragon characteristics have grown somewhere on your body? This is why I signed a blood contract with you. After you get my wealth and my body, your destiny has some kind of close connection with me. So you will also be cursed by the contract of the world's laws. Usually we call it the dragon's blood curse. Only when you continue to learn and understand these dragon languages can you find some ways to lift the dragon's blood curse. Don't worry, young knight. Study hard. Before learning these dragon secrets, you must make sure you are in this treasure house. Once you take these magic crystals out of this treasure house. Otherwise I will leave several dragon breaths behind, which will instantly cleanse everything in this secret room, including you. Serdak quickly withdrew the power of the holy light. The magic crystal in his hand immediately dimmed, and the woman in red floating in the sky immediately dissipated. He began to look for abnormalities in his body, and felt a slight tingling and itching on the forearm of his right arm. He immediately unbuckled the wrist guard, took off the black iron wrist guard, rolled up his sleeves, and a red scale suddenly grew on the inside of his wrist. This red scale was only as big as the fingernail of his thumb. Serdak touched it, and found that the scale was full of horny texture. He scratched it with a peeling knife. It felt harder than a fingernail. He put the tip of the knife into the gap between the scales and the skin and tried to use the peeling knife to peel off the scales from his arm. After the knife cut off the bloody scale, before Serdak could breathe a sigh of relief, a brand new scale grew back in its original position at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, another scale grew next to it. A scale comes. Serdak's face immediately became a little ugly. It seemed that this was the dragon's blood curse spoken by the woman in red. Serdak frowned. He didn't even know where the young dragon who became Iser by Lord Johannes was. It was really troublesome that he actually had to learn dragon language in this secret room. After taking another look at the war reliefs on the stone wall, Serdak walked down from the stone platform. At this time, Samira was sitting on a pile of gold coins, emptying the leather bag she was carrying, and putting a lot of gold coins into her backpack. Serdak said to Andrew and Gulitem, "Other things are still stored here for the time being. We can take away some gold coins and crystals. The sulfur should not be very valuable. It is difficult to get rid of the red crystals. It is best to get more gold coins." Andrew looked back at the red crystal on the stone platform, licked his lips and asked, "Captain, are you going to take that Quelsera away?" Serdak patted his forehead and said, "I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. I should take this time bomb out and throw it away somewhere. Maybe it's safer to put it here. Don't touch it casually. It is no longer a sword. It is now a time bomb, which may explode at any time, and then form a spatial rift here, and it may destroy this place at any time." After saying that, he walked towards the giant red crystal on the stone platform. Andrew opened his mouth and looked at Soldak in confusion. "Captain, are we going to throw this legendary sword away casually? Otherwise, let's send it to Bena City and sell it anonymously at the auction house." Samira had already picked up the heavy backpack and asked Serdek. It seems that she heard the conversation between Soldak and Andrew, but she was just busy loading gold coins into her backpack and had no time to interrupt. Andrew quickly said, "I think it should be kept here. Hasn't it always been placed here?" Hearing what Andrew said, Serdek felt that he had really overinterpreted those words. The red dragon clearly meant that if he had the destructive power to suppress the sword of Quelsera, he could still take it. The one who picked up the sword of Quelsera. "Then let's stay here for now." Soldak then made a decision. Then Serdek suddenly realized that except for some gold coins in the treasure house, he seemed to be unable to take anything with him. The security team walked out of the secret room of the red dragon treasure. Serdek took down the crystal key, and the door to the secret room was closed again. Unexpectedly, the so-called red dragon treasure was actually hidden in Pussy Mountain, and the sword of Quelsera that had been widely circulated among the Badar people was actually hidden here. Serdek looked carefully, after glancing at the door of the secret room. After a while, he held up the holy light torch and led the security team back along the original path through the crack in the stone. The original lava cave was still covered with clusters of red crystals, which illuminated the entire lava cave in dark red. Serdek felt that these red crystals were not easy to exchange for money. The mining volume of red crystals should be controlled. Otherwise, once a large amount of red crystals flooded into the market, a large number of red crystals would be unsaleable in the market and would inevitably become cabbage prices. It would be better to stay in the mine and let it grow slowly. The team returned to the entrance of the lava mine. A group of kobold slaves had cleared out a small piece of the red crystal at the entrance of the cave. After taking the group of kobolds out of the lava mine, Serdek asked the kobold slaves to bring some volcanic rocks to recamouflage the cave entrance. The kobold slaves redistributed to both sides of the lava river and continued to mine the sulfur mines on both sides of the river. The ogre was a little disappointed that he failed to hunt a salamander this time, especially a large salamander with red crystal spots on its skin. This made Guidam even more unacceptable. The human demon thought that this lava mine should be a lizard's nest, but at the end of the exploration it turned out to be a dragon's lair, which was a bit different from what he imagined. After dinner, Guidam expressed to Serdek that he wanted to stay in the lava mine and beat the salamander to death with a stick if it dared to come out of the rock crack again. Serdek thought about it seriously and felt that someone was still needed to stay here to guard the lava mine. Although the ogre was not the best candidate, there was currently no one else available. Andrew and Samira could not be tied to the lava mine. At this time, the two of them have to maintain law and order in the entire deserted land. As for me, I will have to stay in Pudu Mountain to learn dragon language for a period of time in the future, and I will not be able to go anywhere. Soldak put the last piece of toasted wheat cake into his mouth, drank the last mouthful of broth, and then said to Luke, "Luke, clean up tonight. You, Andrew and Samira can return to Wall Village tomorrow. I will stay in the sulfur mine during this period and leave it to me to manage for the time being." In the autumn, Luke married a girl from a neighboring village as his wife. Serdek felt that he should stay in Wall Village as much as possible during this period. "Oh, I got it, Duck," Luke agreed with a smile. Serdek patted this young man who had always been hardworking, careful and steady, and said, "Returning to the village does not mean that you will be completely idle. During the next period of time, you will be responsible for the transportation of the sulfur mine from Wall Village to Pudu Mountain. Do not spread the matter about the red crystal mine for the time being. Currently these red crystals do not have the conditions to be mined. I know. Don't worry, Duck. I won't talk nonsense everywhere," Luke said immediately. "Andrew, Samira, during this period, Wall Village will be under your care. Aphrodite probably won't return to Wall Village in the near future. In addition to paying attention to the return of those desert bandits, you also need to pay attention to search for the remnants of the rebel forces in the north. And pay more attention to the magicians who enter the deserted land," Soldak said to Andrew and Samira beside him. "Okay, if any desert bandits dare to sneak in again, I will chase them into the desert and destroy the oases they rely on for survival," Andrew said angrily. "If anyone asks about me, just say that I went to Bena City," Serdek added. In the stone chamber of the red dragon treasure, the stone wall reliefs once again twisted into a huge whirlpool. A young red dragon put its head in. It looked around warily for a few times, then retracted its head with a puzzled look on its face. On the way, it saw that one of its gold coin piles seemed to be missing a little, and its eyes immediately widened. With eyes full of anger, he stretched his head over and sniffed for a long time. It let out a low roar. and the entire cave began to tremble violently. Then it noticed the edge that was about to turn into stone. A series of bloodlines exuded some kind of contract power from the edge involving his huge body. After all, this was its cradle during the egg-laying period. Apart from the edge apart from being full of vitality, it didn't see any changes. It stayed in this treasure house for a while, and then retracted its head. The stone wall with the war reliefs was like ripples of water. As the dragon retracted its head, it returned to its original form, the original appearance. Chapter 598 Dragon's Blood Curse 2. A large number of flames burst out from the top of the pustule in the darkness, and hot magma continued to flow down the entire mountain, forming dozens of lava rivers of different sizes. The lengths of these lava rivers vary. Some small rivers disappear only halfway up the mountain. Only a few larger lava rivers reach the foot of the mountain. Some lava rivers are covered with a thick stone crust, forming an underground river flowing underground. At the foot of the mountain, volcanic ash falls like snowflakes all year round. In many places at the foot of the mountain, the accumulated volcanic ash looks like giant hills. People living here not only need to wear masks that can filter the air, but also need to cover their heads with thin gauze to prevent the flying volcanic ash from flying into their eyes. The sulfur mine camp is stationed here with Luke. There are a total of 5 villagers in Wall. In addition to counting the collected sulfur mines, everyone cooks breakfast and dinner for 600 cobalt slaves every day. Usually, these villagers rarely go to the lava river mine to work as supervisors. They usually stay in the work shed in the sulfur camp. There is a gauze in the work shed to isolate the volcanic ash. When they stay in the work shed, they don't need to bring those people with them. Masks that are not easy to breathe. Of course, the biggest motivation for them to stay in the sulfur mine is the generous monthly remuneration paid by Serdek. Luke's departure made these 5 villagers feel a little disappointed. Luke was originally doing most of the inspection work in the sulfur camp, but now it had to be shared among the 5 of them. The cobalt slaves would walk back in a long line along the volcanic rocks of the lava river every day after the sky completely darkened. These kobolds have uniquely structured noses. Their noses are covered with rich gray hairs, which can effectively block the volcanic ash flying in the sky. Therefore, the environment here does not have much impact on them. Once too much volcanic ash falls on their faces, they will shake your head vigorously to get rid of all the volcanic ash. Kobold slaves like to fully step into the dry volcanic ash for a sand bath after dinner. The volcanic ash here contains strong alkaline substances, which can effectively kill fleas and lice hidden in their hair. With their hair, these kobold slaves are not afraid of overcold or overheated environments, and they live quite well in the sulfur mines. At night, a group of kobold slaves sat together. Some young and strong male kobolds were biting and wrestling in a circle paved with volcanic ash. This is a unique fighting method of the kobold clan. Not only does it have no rules, but it also allows the use of teeth and claws. After seeing off Luke, Andrew, and Samira, the ogre Guladum almost didn't stop at the sulfur mine camp, and settled directly into the lava mine cave with a pile of wheat cakes and a water bladder on his back. Serdek still needs to explain everything here at the sulfur camp before he can escape and enter the secret room of the red dragon treasure to learn dragon language. The effect of the dragon's blood spell was very obvious. In just one day, a 3rd scale had grown on Serdek's arm. Each scale had a very unique pattern. Serdek touched those protective scales. Armor. These scales reduce the body's touch, but enhance the body's own defense. There is a candle burning in the tent. Cyrus, Hickok's magic notes, stood on a stone slab. Celia Cooper held the handle of the black cage with both hands and almost stretched her head out, staring at the scales on Soldak's arm without saying a word. "This is the dragon's curse," Celia Cooper said with certainty. "I have read an introduction to this curse in a very old magic book. It is said that during the heyday of the dragon clan, the fertility of the dragons was still a very serious problem. The birth of each baby dragon was a huge problem for the dragon clan. A big thing is that the dragons cannot stay in their lairs all day to take care of the young dragons. So they will grab some humans, elves, orcs and dwarves from all corners of the world and let them become dragon servants to take care of these newly born young dragons. The dragons were worried that these servants would harm the young dragons, so they put a very special curse on these servants," Celia Cooper recalled. "This is the origin of the dragon's curse. This curse is actually a process of merging the dragon's blood with your own blood. So it is also called a blood curse by some dragons. It's very simple to say that the dragon's blood is integrated into your body. After your body is eroded by the dragon's blood, it will gradually transform into a dragon. Of course, This kind of evolution into a dragon will make your physique improve significantly in a short period of time. Ascension. And the body has the characteristics of a dragon. But this does not mean that you will become a giant dragon. First of all, due to your own carrying capacity, you cannot bear a large amount of dragon blood fusion. In addition, the blood in your body will reject dragon blood. There is not enough dragon blood to enhance fusion. He will become a servant of the dragon who has lost his mind. I guess you must have never seen the appearance of dragon servants. Those dragon servants look more like the evolved bodies of lizard warriors. Their combat power is also super strong. But their minds have completely degraded. They live completely by instinct and the orders of the dragon clan. On the blank page of the magic notebook, lines of magic weaving appeared. A fat dragon with 4 legs and 2 hands appeared on the page. The dragon was covered with countless scales and looked like a dragon. Monster. Serdak's vision went dark. At this moment, his heart was filled with resentment towards the female dragon. If he became like this, he might as well jump into the magma pool of Pussy Mountain. Is there any way to get rid of this blood curse? Soldak asked Celia Cooper. Celia Cooper shook her head and said, the dragons gradually withdrew from the Roland continent 1,000 years ago. The high-level priests in the temple were good at lifting curses, but they all disappeared. Maybe you can see records of this curse in some ancient books. But the solution is definitely not easy to find. It is said that the dragons left Roland continent and traveled through countless planes to return to the Dragon Kingdom. This is also related to this. Soldak asked Celia Cooper. Are you saying that all the tribes in Roland continent have spoken out against this blood curse? So the dragons left Roland continent and lived in other planes. That should be it. Celia Cooper replied. Okay. I'm a little tired. Let's go and sleep for a while. The stench of dragons is everywhere here. Serdak's face became a little ugly. In just 2 days, the dragon scales on his arms had turned into 3. And a new dragon scale was growing out little by little. He pulled down the linen sleeves and covered it with he held his forearm, and put on the black iron wristband again. Then he put away the magic notes, with a gloomy look. Serdak took out the dragon bone necklace from his magic pocket. The entire dragon bone necklace looked very delicate, with countless complicated runes engraved on it. He moved the necklace around his neck and found that the necklace was well designed and had layers to prevent assassins from cutting their throats. Even if it was worn around the neck, it will not affect the free twisting of the neck. This dragon bone necklace is made from a complete red dragon throat bone. Serdak doesn't know how it is made, but with his keen perception of magic, he can clearly sense the dragon bone. The necklace should be a piece of spiritual bone containing magic patterns. When he was learning sacrificial rituals from the indigenous tribes of Handanar County in the Warsaw Plain, the great wizard in Oyatila once told Soldak that magic patterns could be made from either magic patterned spirit bones or magic patterned leather. Colonial equipment. And how many magic patterned colonial equipment a warrior can possess depends entirely on the warrior's own carrying capacity. Countless runes appeared on the dragon bone necklace in his hand. Serdak felt that if he only used it as a necklace, he might have the ability to learn dragon language. But if he turned it into a magic pattern breeding outfit, then he might be able to master the meaning contained in this dragon bone. Of magical power. Looking at the only legacy left by Lord Johannes, Soldak felt as if he had some unknown connection with this dragon bone. Serdak sat in the tent meditating. He wanted to know if he could suppress this blood curse after his strength increased. Soon entering a meditative state, Serdak once again felt that the sacred aura condensed by the stars in his upper body became extremely majestic. Those sacred auras were like an endless ocean, suddenly attracted by some kind of power, forming monstrous streams. Huge waves were sweeping through every corner of the sea of spiritual consciousness, and the huge impact blasted open a dark door, allowing his perception of the outside world and control of power to reach a whole new level. When dawn arrived, Serdak opened his eyes, lifted the tent curtain, and walked out of the tent, facing the light of the morning sun. The colors of the world in front of me become more vivid. Even the volcanic ash flying around me can be felt without turning my head to look around. It even falls on my shoulders, like a broom-shaped volcanic ash. The collapse and shattering were so clear in Serdak's eyes, just like the moment a mountain collapsed. Serdak knew that he had advanced again in the tent in the sulfur mine. Speaking of which, it has only been more than a month since the last level promotion, and I have been promoted again to level 18. As long as you advance to another level, you will become a peak knight of the first rank and touch the ceiling of an intermediate knight of the first rank. Although he has understood the aura of power, he still has little understanding of the holy seals mastered by high-level knights. I heard from the teachers in the Knight Academy that if you want to break through from the Knight's path and become a second-level powerhouse, you must understand the Knight's holy seals. Rolling up his sleeves, he found that the fourth dragon scale had completely grown out of his arm. Serdek closed his eyes, raised his head, and exhaled a long breath. He tried his best to adjust his almost collapsed emotions. Obviously, the increase in strength could not curb the blood curse on his body. Soldak remembered that Master Johannes said that the contact method of the blood curse was hidden in those magic crystals. Standing on the volcanic rocks outside the tent, he immediately felt an urgency to enter the treasure chamber. He wanted to see if learning the dragon language in the magic crystal would work. In addition to helping you understand some dragon language magic, you may also be able to find a way to break the blood curse. Aphrodite was lying on the bed sideways in her silk pajamas, looking sleepily at Serdek standing by the window, with a faint smile on her lips. The long silk skirt made her plump body appear concave and convex, especially the neckline that squeezed out a large area of white skin. Her charming lavender eyes stared at Soldak, making this morning very charming, and the sunlight filtered through the gauze. The curtains shine into the hotel room, making the room feel warm and cozy. "Why did you summon me at this time?" Serdek was in a bad mood at this time, but when he saw the succubus in front of him, he felt slightly better. Aphrodite sat up from the bed and gathered up her loose long hair with both hands. Her chest was clearly printed on her silk pajamas. She asked with a smile, "I want to ask you, when can I leave here? I already have this small city. After shopping around, I want to look elsewhere." Her eyes turned around Soldak, and the corners of her mouth raised. "Where do you want to go?" Soldak stood by the window and looked at the street outside. "I haven't thought about it yet. Anyway, I just don't want to go back to Wall Village so soon," Aphrodite said to Soldak. She stood up, walked to the coffee table, and poured a cup of milk tea from the silver teapot. "How about going to Bena City?" Serdek asked. "Bena City? Okay." Aphrodite paused and said immediately. Soldak nodded and said, "I will go to the airport terminal later and buy an airship ticket to Bena City. Airships to Bena City are not available every day. If you are unlucky, maybe you can fly to Bena City. Wait for a week in Helensa City. It doesn't matter. It's actually pretty good here." Aphrodite walked up to Serdek, stared into his eyes and said, "I just feel that your mood has been fluctuating a lot these past 2 days. You must have encountered some kind of problem. At this time, you should come out of the fog and calm down before thinking about those troublesome things. It's nothing. I just signed another magic contract. It may be a bit troublesome, but I can handle it." Serdek said to Aphrodite, "We have an equal and symbiotic contract, and we must bear everything together." Aphrodite stretched out her hands and hugged Serdek tightly. Not understanding why Aphrodite became so emotional, Serdek patted her back gently, and then said softly, "I know. It's just a small situation. I will solve it." Walking downstairs, Soldak said hello to Mrs. Cohen with a smile. Facing the puzzled look on Mrs. Cohen's face, she walked out of the Garden Plaza Hotel, stopped a magic caravan on the street, and rushed straight to the airport terminal in Helensa City. Serdek walked through the void and returned to the sulfur mine. It was almost noon. He called the 5 villagers who stayed in the sulfur mine to the tent and explained to them the rotation tasks at the mine. He asked them to take turns to supervise the lava river mine every day and record the amount of sulfur ore mined every day. Cobalt slaves have 2 meals a day, vegetables and meat. Water spinach should be added to the multigrain porridge for breakfast, and there must be broth when eating multigrain pancakes for dinner. After giving these instructions, Serdek entered the lava mine again. Chapter 599, The Language of Runes. Enter the lava mine. The red crystals within a radius of nearly 100 meters near the entrance of the cave have been mined by cobalt slaves, leaving only the foundation of the red crystal clusters with faint dark red crystals. It was a bit hot inside the cave, and bursts of hot wind blew out from the bottom of the cave, carrying a very strong smell of sulfur. Serdek wore a mask on his face, which blocked a lot of the sulfur smell. So the lava mine was not stuffy. The cave is full of pits, and the ground made of volcanic rocks is not flat at all. I walked nearly 5 kilometers inside alone, but it was a little hot near the lava pool. These lava pools appear very stable, and the magma inside shows no signs of flowing out. He walked into the cave for a long time before he found the ogre dismembering the salamander deep in the mine. The scene was a bit messy. At this time, Gulaitum was squatting behind a stone pillar. In front of him were 2 salamander corpses. Both salamanders were 7 or 8 meters long. The heads of the salamanders had been chopped off, stacked next to the stone pillar. The two salamanders looked painful when they died. Their faces were ferocious, with almost all of their sharp teeth protruding outside. The bones in their lower jaws and eye sockets were all smashed, and there was a layer of volcanic ash on them. Gulaitum is holding a long and narrow skinning knife. He is pulling the leather of a salamander with one hand, and slowly dividing the leather and lizard meat along the white fascia. There were no red crystal particles on the leather of the two salamanders. They were no different from the salamanders Gulaitum had hunted before. But they were not the mutated salamanders they met the day before yesterday. The ogre's hand shook slightly, and the skinning knife cut a little off, poking a hole in the salamander's skin at the front leg. He calmly withdrew the skinning knife, rubbed the salamander leather with his hand twice, then tore off a little bit of white fascia from the salamander and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing hard while continuing to skin the salamander. Hearing footsteps behind him, the ogre immediately stopped what he was doing. He turned his head and glanced behind him, and found that Cerdak was coming over. He immediately threw the unpeeled salamander onto the volcanic rock ground with a look on his face. He said happily, "Captain, why are you here?" He kicked the salamander beside him and showed off to Soldak. "I just caught them. They came out of the rock crevice over there, and I blocked them. I was about to cook a big one. Pot of awful soup." The ogre was right. The blood stains on the two salamanders had not completely condensed. "It seems you can have a good meal." Cerdak looked at the two salamanders and said to Gulaitum with a smile, "I think I should walk further inside. There must be more salamanders inside." Gulaitum looked very excited. He looked into the depths of the lava mine and expressed his ambition to Cerdak. Cerdak used the holy light technique to heal the new wounds on the ogre, and warned him, "You must be careful when hunting alone. No one can help you when you are in danger, especially if you feel that you are unable to defeat the opponent. Trust your instincts. Withdraw in time, and wait for us to come back together to deal with them. As long as I don't meet that salamander, no other salamander is my opponent." The ogre Gulaitum leaned against the stone pillar, smiled, and said to Soldak, "Hey, Dark, you will let salamander escape again?" "Maybe." Cerdak took out his skinning knife and continued the work that the ogre had not finished. The skinning knife slowly traveled along the fascia, peeling off the salamander's skin almost without any hindrance. Gulaitum cut off a complete salamander leg for himself, and skillfully spread it on the volcanic rock floor. The scroll of fire gathering technique was opened, and the flames jumped out. The ogre skillfully placed the salamander's legs on the fire to burn, and then put all the salamander's internal organs into a large round belly iron pot. He muttered, "I must catch it this time. By the way, take all the salamander meat and leather with you." Cerdak couldn't stand the ogre's rough cooking techniques. After peeling off the skin of the salamander, he squatted next to the iron pot, rinsed the internal organs of the salamander with clean water, and began to turn over the intestines. Except for a section of the salamander's belly, Gier had almost nothing except the digested sulfur. "Are you so sure that you can catch the salamander in the cave?" Cerdak asked the ogre. "Of course. I can smell the meat on them," Gulaitum said confidently. "I had a cave barbecue with the ogre Gulaitum deep in the lava cave. And when Aphrodite complained, I took fresh salamander meat to the Magic Guild and high-ranking officials in Helensa city. After selling out all the salamander meat in the restaurant, Cerdak walked back into the secret treasure room along the rock crevice. Walking into the arched stone door, Cerdak felt as if he had stepped into another space, filled with the breath of a dragon. The fourth scale on his arm actually stopped growing at this moment. Of course, this may just be his psychology. Cerdak walked onto the stone platform. This time, he saw the Quelsera embedded in red crystal on the stone platform. The saddle cover made of thorium, and the dragon edge, filled with magic crystals. His heart was filled with excitement, although still a little excited, through constant psychological hints. "Those are not mine. Those are not mine. Those are not mine." Cerdak quickly calmed himself down, looked at the war reliefs on the stone wall, and felt the killing atmosphere on the battlefield. Cerdak felt that his blood was boiling again. He glanced at the cast iron chair and thought it might have been placed here by Duke Angus Bradbury. Taking out the first magic crystal from the edge, again. Cerdak felt that learning dragon language might be a long process. So he walked to the cast iron chair and sat down, feeling a chill spread through his body, which suddenly made Cerdak energetic. The magic crystal in his hand did not appear as a three-dimensional image as Cerdak expected. Instead, at the moment, he let go of the sea of spiritual consciousness. He felt a boom, and he seemed to be pulled into a virtual world. In the space, the aristocratic woman in a red dress stood in front of him with a calm face, her body exuding a powerful aura. Surdak mustered up the courage to look at her. There was a kind of indifference in the woman's eyes that despised all living things. And the same was true when she looked at Surdak. I'm glad you are willing to learn these dragon runes. Each rune is a key to unlocking the shackles. Only by studying dragon language in depth can you have a deeper understanding of the dragon language curse and try to unlock it. Once the blood curse on you brings these magic crystals out of this treasure house. Otherwise I will leave several dragon breaths behind, which will instantly cleanse everything in this secret room, including you. Following the same opening remarks as before, Surdak finally confirmed that the image in the magic crystal should have been prepared in advance. It's just that he didn't understand how he was pulled into the magic crystal. Of course, this would make him feel more familiar than looking at a small three-dimensional image. The woman stretched out a finger and wrote a huge rune nearly 100 meters high in the void in front of Surdak. She wrote very slowly and with great concentration, and even wanted to write every word in this rune. Details are slowed down countless times just so that Surdak can see clearly. The scene was also quite shocking, as if a huge building was rising up in front of Surdak, and the lines of the runes were stacked up little by little, and it was so clear in front of Surdak's eyes. The woman's voice sounded in Surdak's ears again. This is the first rune language. We call it L, according to the pronunciation of our dragon clan. Read it with me, L. You can feel it. Engraving it on magic leather will give people extra power, allowing you to hit targets more accurately and see farther. Surdak found that dragon language was not difficult to understand, but it was the weird sound coming from a woman's throat that Surdak couldn't imitate, as if the throat didn't have that unique frequency, so it couldn't make a sound. For Surdak, it was like clearly understanding the pronunciation, but being unable to make any sound. Surdak had a very similar experience with this kind of aphasia on the frontline battlefield in Handanar County in the Warsaw Plain. At that time, he could clearly understand what the other party was saying and clearly knew how to pronounce it. But I was speechless, as if my body had closed a door. He touched the dragon bone necklace on his neck. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if the dragon bone necklace was connected with the body and became a part of the body. Not only could the dragon bone necklace be felt with his fingers, the surface of the dragon bone necklace was very hard and has a frosted texture. At the same time, Surdak also realized that a finger felt itchy from the dragon bone necklace. Lord Johannes stood in front of Surdak and sounded the same scale again, but Surdak just couldn't read it out. The woman repeated the pronunciation of the rune again. A sacred aura passed through the dragon bone necklace, and Surdak naturally read out the next moment, L. The next step is drawing, a learning process that Surdak thinks should be very simple. In fact, until the spiritual power in Surdak's spiritual sea of consciousness was on the verge of exhaustion, he still did not draw the extremely simple rune. The symbol looked a bit like a simple bird head, or a fish swimming in the water. Surdak tiredly withdrew from the sea of spiritual consciousness and found himself sitting on a cold cast iron chair, still holding the magic crystal in his hand. His mental energy was about to be exhausted, so Surdak leaned on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. The surroundings of the cave were covered with gold coins, sulfur and red crystals. There was only a young knight sitting on the dark cast iron chair on the high stone platform. No matter what, Surdak finally learned the pronunciation of the first rune language. After he regained some mental strength and felt that he was no longer so tired, he rolled up his sleeves and looked at his arm. He found that the fourth scale on his arm showed no signs of continuing to grow. Surdak breathed a sigh of relief and looked at it. Learning the language of runes can indeed curb the growth of scales. Surdak didn't expect that he had to learn the first rune for 7 days before he finally succeeded in drawing one. This learning process is actually a bit slow. He studied quietly in the space in the sea of spiritual consciousness. It was not drawn casually. No matter how precise the drawing skills were, he could not complete the drawing of this rune until the 6th day. Only then did Surdak understand that to draw the language of runes, you need to control your mental power. Use your mental power to chase the lines in your memory and construct those simple lines. When the first rune successfully appeared in front of Surdak, the rune only lasted for 3 seconds in front of Surdak, and then it disillusioned into a magical aura and dissipated in the void. Although it only appeared for 3 seconds, Surdak could still feel that during those 3 seconds, his control over his body and his visual distance had improved significantly. However, as the runes disappeared, that wonderful feeling returned. Disappeared in an instant. After completing the learning of the first rune, Surdak left the treasure chamber and came to the lava cave to look for the ogre Gulaitum, who hunted salamanders. Cerdak found Gulaitem at the entrance of the lava cave. And this guy confirmed that his deduction was correct. Deep in this lava mine is a salamander's lair. But the lava cave inside is intricate and full of magma pools. A large group of salamanders live deep in the cave. And they usually feed on the sulfur in the cave. They feed on minerals. And they will not leave the deep cave easily. The main reason is that the cave outside is filled with red crystal clusters. If the salamanders want to pass through this cave, these sword-sharp red crystals will scratch their fragile abdomens. So a large number of salamanders are trapped deep in the cave. In just 7 days, the ogre Gulaitem actually hunted 11 salamanders. This was the harvest after he felt that he would not be able to eat them all if he hunted too many. So he stopped in time, in order to prevent the precious salamander meat from deteriorating. The ogre Gulaitem peeled out the salamander meat, and transported it to the lava waterfall at the entrance of the lava mine. He also placed some meat racks here to treat these fire lizards. The lizard meat was roasted, and the sulfur-scented magma waterfall roasted the dozens of salamander meat until they were golden in color. And they all looked so appetizing. When Cerdak found the entrance to the cave, the ogre was sprinkling salt and peppercorns on the 11 salamander heads. If he hadn't appeared in time, Gulaitem would probably have killed the salamander heads before they deteriorated. They also become grilled. Cerdak was a little worried about the sulfur mine. After all, Luke returned to Wall Village, and the 5 villagers left behind had little management experience. They didn't even know what to do in the event of a conflict with the kobold slaves. So Soldak hurried back to the sulfur mining camp. Gulaitem has been plentiful in prey recently, and the kobold slaves in the sulfur mines can drink delicious salamander bone soup almost every day. This big ogre has become a hero in the hearts of the kobold slaves. Returning to the sulfur mine, Cerdak found that these kobold slaves were very honest. The 5 villagers from Wall Village actually managed the camp in an orderly manner. Even the sulfur mines and red crystal mines were arranged very neatly, and according to the rules. There are piles of various sizes, and a stone slab is placed in front of each pile of sulfur ore, which records the quantity of sulfur ore. The management of sulfur ore in the camp is actually more disciplined than when Luke was there. Returned to sulfur camp just in time to catch the kobold slaves preparing for dinner. Cerdak discovered that 600 kobold slaves were praying to the sky in unison before having dinner. Cerdak was very surprised, and was about to ask the wall villager, who was making soup, where these kobold slaves were. Whatever he did, he saw the curtain of a stone house in the sulfur camp being gently opened, and a woman wearing a long black dress and a veil came out of the stone house. Although the woman had a mask on her face and a black gauze on her head, Soldak recognized the woman as Selena at a glance. Chapter 600 A Red Dragon. Selena got out from under the blanket, wrapped her arms around Soldak's shoulders from under her armpits, rested her head on his strong chest, and listened to the powerful pacing of his heart, just like a mermaid lying on her back, on the rocks, listening to the waves crashing against the rocks on the shore. The blanket slipped off her white shoulders. She blinked her big blue eyes and smiled, and her golden curly hair spread out. Although it is early winter, the tent is very warm. The temperature in Pudu Mountain has not been affected by the arrival of winter, although the outside of the tent is covered with a layer of dust-proof cloth to block dust. The dust inside the tent is still a bit choking. Selena stretched out her white lotus-like arm, picked up the kettle on the stone table, drank some water, touched the scales on Soldak's arm, and pressed her pointed chin against his strong chest and said, "I have been promoted to a dark priest now. Unfortunately, the several shadow words given by the goddess do not have a way to deal with curses. I heard that the lizard tribe in the wild swamp has a witchcraft that can make voodoo dolls. It is said that one's own curse can be transferred to the doll. Maybe we can find a great witch to lift this curse. Or there is a group of druids who believe in the power of nature living on the Green Sea in the Chintian Mountains in the south of the dwarf country. I heard that they also have some special methods to lift the curse." Cerdak stroked her soft blonde hair with his hand and asked her, "Where did you hear this?" Selena said with a smile, "Earl Hoyle likes some bards to write travel and adventure notes, and he will occasionally tell Miss Hoyle." Speaking of Miss Hoyle, Soldak remembered the party not long ago. Tax collector Bird took good care of Miss Hoyle, and her life seemed to be back on track. After all, the life of a countess with a considerable inheritance was still very good. "That Miss Hoyle is now a viscount and married to the Bird tax collector. By the way, have you met the Bird tax collector?" Soldak asked Selena. Selena replied, "Well, I met him in Wall Village. He probably doesn't know who I am." Cerdak asked Selena again, "How long will you live here? Until all kobold slaves believe in the dark goddess?" Selena squinted her eyes and smiled. But she didn't want to answer. "It's not good for you to leave Zigna alone at home," Soldak said. "Okay. Got it." Selena hugged Soldak tightly and whispered. Serdek sat up from the bed, put on a linen shirt, and said to Selena, "I'm going to the lava mine. If there's any emergency, go to the mine to find Gulaitem. He can find me." "Yeah," Selena agreed. She curled up into the blanket and prepared to sleep for a while longer. Serdek opened the curtain and walked out of the tent in the sulfur camp. Before heading to the treasure chamber, Serdek had to rush to the city of Helensa, because today was Aphrodite's sailing date. On the airport terminal of Helensa City, magic airships are parked on the platforms of the two towers. The bag-carrying coolies on the dock carried boxes of supplies from the airship and loaded them onto the four-wheeled carriages waiting outside the airport. Crew members in 2s and 3s stepped off the magic airship. They would stay in hotels in the city for a few days. Today, bars, casinos and brothels are all good places for them to spend time. Aphrodite, whose head was covered with a black gauze, held Serdak's arm with one hand and boarded the magic airship that was ready to set sail. She curiously looked at the crew on the deck and the tall ship's masts. The canvas hung across the mast and the huge net on the bow. The crew diligently took them to a first-floor cabin with a window. According to the crew member, when they started sailing, they could see the sea of clouds every day when they looked out of this window. Soldak took out a silver coin and threw it to the crew member who helped carry the luggage. He sent the crew member away and sat casually on a folding chair in the small cabin. Aphrodite excitedly sat on the lower bunk of the bunk bed. Her eyes fell on Serdek and asked him, "Next time I summon you, maybe it will be on this airship. Maybe it will be in Bay Notching. Where do you hope it will be?" "Of course, Venice City," Soldak said. At this time, civilians had already boarded the deck one after another, and the crew began to prepare to untie the cables from the bow and stern of the ship. 16 floating devices made a dull roar. He touched the wooden board on the cabin wall, glanced at Aphrodite, and said, "I hope you enjoy the journey." He casually threw a money bag to Aphrodite. The money bag fell on the bed. The mouth of the bag was open, and several gold coins rolled out. "Why did you give me so many gold coins?" Aphrodite looked at Soldak in surprise. Serdek pointed in the direction of the cabin door and said to Aphrodite, "Occasionally give some tips to the crew, and some of your daily needs will become very simple." The airship finally rose slowly amidst bursts of roaring sounds. When the tall tower on the airport terminal was quickly thrown to its feet, the entire city of Helensa slowly appeared in sight. The succubus Aphrodite and Serdek crowded together by the window, looking out the window at the rolling oak hills of the mountain city of Helensa. Snowflakes were flying in the sky and falling aimlessly on the mountains. This was the first time this year. First snow. The heavy snowfall means that the long winter is officially coming. The stone wall carved with war reliefs was filled with waves of water rippling outward, and a huge red-scaled dragon head stretched out from the outside of the stone wall. It was sniffing here and there in the cave, trying to find something to eat from the secret room. It had almost eaten up all the red crystals in the secret room, leaving only some red crystals mixed with gold. It wanted to get some food from the secret room. It's really troublesome for it to pick out the red crystals among those shiny golden coins. It's a bit too big and doesn't want to get into the cave. But it discovered that although the monsters outside could fill their stomachs, they still had to rely on the red crystal in the stone chamber to make them grow. Originally, this stone room was almost filled with red crystals, but now it eats them up bit by bit, and the remaining ones are mixed with gold. It doesn't want to swallow the gold. A dragon head the size of a rhinoceros lies on the pile of gold coins. Only here can it smell some familiar scent, which can calm its irritable mood. Its eyes were half closed, and a faint smoke came out of its nostrils. The stone door opposite, which had never been opened before, actually opened to the left and right amid the roar. Immediately afterwards, the red dragon saw a young knight coming in from outside. The red dragon was furious and wanted to swallow the knight in one bite. Serdek passed through the void gate, returned to the lava mine, passed through the cracks in the cave, and came to the door of the treasure chamber. He embedded the crystal key into the groove of the treasure door, and the stone door opened with a rumbling, friction sound. After entering the treasure chamber, Serdek saw a huge red dragon head in front of him. It was lying on a pile of gold coins, the scales full of texture, and the huge eyes burning with anger startled him. Serdek thought he was in an illusion. He walked into the treasure chamber, stood in front of the red dragon's head, and asked tentatively, "Are you Lord Johannes?" The red dragon stared at Serdek and opened its huge mouth. The huge mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and a ball of burning flame rolled in its throat. A terrifying dragon power made Serdak's hair stand on end. Only at this moment did Serdak realize that the red dragon in front of him wanted to swallow him whole. And he quickly took a few steps back. Just when the red dragon's head stretched towards Serdak, countless runes appeared on the dragon egg on the stone platform. Under the magical halo, the power of the contract took effect, and a faint hexagram array appeared under Serdak's feet. The red dragon only felt that there was a huge pulling force stopping it, preventing him from taking a bite. It fought angrily, trying to break free from this invisible restraint. It opened its mouth wider, squinted its eyes, and blew out a stream of fiery dragon breath from its throat. In its view, this breath of dragon breath was enough to completely melt the knight in front of it. But something incredible happened. The moment the hot dragon's breath came out of its mouth, it was completely extinguished without any fire. Serdak was holding the dwarf chain shield in his hand at this time, looking at the flames rolling in the red dragon's mouth. His feet couldn't help but tremble a little, but he still insisted on standing up straight, holding the shield in front of him, ready to wait for an opportunity and move, avoiding this breath of dragon at a very close distance. The red dragon opened its mouth and let out a long roar. But what came out of its mouth was not the hot flames, but some red crystal fragments between its teeth. Serdak felt like he was being sprayed all over his face by countless red crystal fragments. His eyes were in pain from the smoke. A hot wind blew in his face, and he could feel the heat in the air. One person and one dragon looked at each other. Serdak held the shield and stared at the red dragon. He suspected that this might be the red dragon's unique way of greeting him, and he probably wanted to give him a blow. But this breath of dragon really frightened him. The red dragon was also a little stunned at this moment. It didn't understand why it suddenly became silent at the critical moment. It stared at the knight in front of it with wide eyes, and suddenly felt that he seemed to be exuding a familiar smell. It sniffed hard in front of Serdak and stared at him with a puzzled expression. Once again, Serdak sniffed vigorously, opened his mouth, and let out a low growl. Serdak only felt that the dragon's head, which was as big as an adult rhino, was staring at him. When the red dragon took a deep breath at him, it brought up a strong wind that almost pulled him over. The red dragon's nose, the two huge nostrils, are like two huge wind tunnels, which can absorb everything around them. He stretched out his hand to wipe off the red crystal shards on his face. There were several minor cuts on his neck and face, and traces of blood flowed out and stained the dragon bone necklace. The familiar aura emanating from Serdak became even stronger, and the red dragon approached Serdak again in confusion. Serdak could feel the hostility of the red dragon in front of him gradually disappearing. He bravely put down the dwarf chain shield in his hand. After thinking about it, he tried to take out a red crystal from his magic belt bag. He put a whole red crystal into it, throw it into the red dragon's mouth, and watch it swallow the red crystal like a biscuit. A red dragon was eating red crystals in front of him, and the sound of chewing was like bursts of thunder. Serdak found that the outline of this red dragon looked much smaller, at least much smaller than the shadow he had seen before. So he asked tentatively, said, "Are you Israel?" The red dragon was still staring at Serdak with wide eyes, and let out a low roar at him. Serdak didn't know if the red dragon in front of him understood what he said. "Can you understand what I say?" Serdak took out another red crystal, and threw it into the red dragon's mouth. The red dragon actually ignored his question this time. He just swallowed the red crystal into his stomach with a few mouthfuls, and then looked at Serdak expectantly. Serdak took out all the red crystals in the magic waste bag in one breath, and fed them to the red dragon. This red dragon also refused to refuse anyone who came, and ate all the red crystals into its stomach. However, it turned a deaf ear to all of Serdak's questions, and did not even bother to roar in a low voice. When it saw Serdak again, unable to take out the red crystal, the red dragon curled his lips with his tongue with some unsatisfied desire, and twisted the dragon's head with a whoosh, followed by a long neck covered with thick scales. It shook its head casually in front of Serdak, like a cheerful era. Then, without waiting for Serdak's next question, the red dragon's head retracted from the stone wall of the war relief with a whoosh, and disappeared without a trace. The stone wall gradually returned to its original state under the ripples of the water. Only a stunned Serdak was left in the treasure chamber. He stepped onto the stone platform, crossed the cast iron chair, and stood in front of the stone wall with war reliefs. He stretched out a finger to touch the stone wall, and touched the cold rock between his fingers. Serdak discovered that this stone wall actually existed. But just 10 seconds ago, a dragon clearly passed through the stone wall, sprayed itself with saliva filled with crystal fragments, ate all the red crystals in its package, and then left without looking back. It's really puzzling. He walked around the treasure room again, and found no other abnormalities. And the dragon that suddenly appeared did not seem to be hostile. Serdek took out the second magic crystal from the dragon egg SHL and began to learn the second rune language. According to Master Johannes in the magic crystal, the dragon language evolved based on these 33 runes. If you want to learn the dragon language, it is like learning the 33 runes first, and having the first learning experience. The second rune is much easier to learn. But this ease is only relative. This time, Serdek learned the second rune language after only 6 days of learning. During this period, the red dragon never appeared. Serdek returned to the sulfur camp again. Selena was still preaching to the 600 kobold slaves in the camp. However, the sulfur camp was managed in an orderly manner. And during this period, the scales on his arms had increased to 6. Serdek did not dare to delay further in the sulfur camp. So he returned to the lava mine with some red crystals. Chapter 601. The Baron's Private Property. After finding the salamander nests hidden deep in the lava mines, the ogre Guladum has regarded the salamanders in these caves as yellow sheep raised in the sheepfold. Since these salamanders live in Serdek's territory, of course they are the private property of Baron Serdek. After Guladum figured this out, he stopped hunting the group of salamanders and dried the dried meat of the salamanders. The ogre believed that the living salamanders were more valuable than the dead ones. As for the salamander covered with crystal debris, it is one of the few mutated salamanders in the salamander group, and one of the strong contenders for the leader of the salamander group. But he seems to have been the leader of the salamander tribe was driven out of the tribe, so he could only wander around in the lava mines without a fixed nest. Once this fixed nest salamander climbs out of the cave, it is a very terrifying potential threat to the kobold slaves in the lava river mine. So Guladum has been looking for traces of the salamander recently, hoping to hunt the big guy. The ogre Guladum and the salamander did encounter each other twice in the cave. The other party was a level 3 monster, and that guy wasn't too afraid of Guladum. After the 2 battles, Guladmu didn't even take advantage of him. When Serdek met him, he was a little injured, although the wound healed quickly under the treatment of holy light. This actually aroused the ogre's stubborn temper that refused to admit defeat. He sharpened one end of some steel bars until they were extremely sharp, and inserted these steel bars into the rock crevices one by one, just waiting for the crystal-clear salamander to pass through these rock crevices. If the salamander did not want to be trapped in the cage woven with steel bars inside, the sharp steel bars will definitely pierce your intestines and pierce your stomach. These steel bars were brought to him from the village of Wall by a carriage transporting sulfur ore. These short steel bars are basically some remnants cut off from the main frame of the reservoir dam. The villagers like to use these steel bars to make sickles and machetes, pickaxes, chisels, and other tools. Some hunters in the village like to use these steel bars to make some short spear points and arrowheads to hunt the gray rock iguanas in the wilderness. There was still a lot left in the warehouse. Hearing that Guladum needed it, the coachman in the village brought a bundle to Guladum. Guladum found a whetstone and polished the steel bars until they were like a steel bar, just a sharp spear tip. In recent days, he has been wandering deep in the cave, using some sulfur as bait, trying to lure the crystallized salamander into the trap. However, the salamander seemed to have activated its rudimentary wisdom, and faced a large number of traps in the crevices of the rocks. Recently, they only want to hide in hot magma pools. Even if Guladum just appears, it will be like a frog by the river. With a pop sound, it will jump into the magma pool, swinging its giant tail and diving quickly. And the crystallized salamander has to battle wits and courage with the ogre Guladum every day, which is probably the source of the ogre's daily joy. Such a battle will not polish the ogre's fighting skills, but it will make him think more wisely when dealing with prey. Serdek brought some salamander meat jerky into the treasure chamber. This stuff was much more delicious than scones and marching rations, although he would occasionally be summoned by Aphrodite to the magic airship for a meal, dinner carefully prepared by the magic airship chef. But more often than not, he still has to squat alone in a secret room and eat baked wheat cakes. At this time, some salamander jerky is also a good choice. Just as Serdek was immersed in the sea of spiritual consciousness and studying the 4th rune now seriously, he has now figured out that learning the reading and writing of these runes is only the most basic. And this is only considered as understanding, knowing the most basic pronunciation of dragon language. Each dragon language sentence is composed of the arrangement of these runes. These runes also allowed Serdek to glimpse the secret of magic for the first time. Although this is somewhat different from the spells currently mastered by humans and the principle of casting magic arrays. This is magic in the original sense. It's just that every time he learns one more rune, the number of ways in which these runes can be arranged and combined increases exponentially. Cerdak is past the best age for learning. So when faced with the bombardment of these runes, he always does it. Only when your spirit is about to collapse will you withdraw from the sea of spiritual consciousness and rest. Continuous meditation again and again, unknowingly, continued to expand his spiritual consciousness. Although his strength training has stagnated as a result, the sea of spiritual consciousness has nearly doubled in size recently, and he can see a wider star field in the sea of spiritual consciousness. The red dragon once again passed through the stone wall of the war relief and came to the secret room. The faint power of the dragon instantly enveloped the entire treasure's secret room. There was a strong smell of sulfuric fireworks in the cave. This time, it seemed to be unable to control itself. When it turned its head, it hit a stone pillar in the secret room of the treasure. And immediately the half-length stone pillar was smashed into pieces and rolled down. In the secret room, it buried its head in a pile of gold sand full of gold coins, and used its less sensitive lips to feel the red crystals in the pile of gold sand. It urgently needed to eat some red crystals to restore the rapidly dissipating energy in its body. But those golden lights, the shiny gold coins, became the biggest obstacle to its eating. It shook the faucet impatiently and turned around to see Cerdak sitting on a cast iron chair. It moved closer to Cerdak and stared at Cerdak's body with a pair of giant eyes. Although there was an uneasy look in his eyes, comprehensive and confused, but did not make any offensive moves. It sniffed the scent of Cerdak seriously, and stared at the dragon bone necklace on Cerdak's neck with a pair of giant eyes. With the instinct of its strong body, it felt the connection with the person in front of it. Human beings are connected by a few vague threads of fate, and the violent emotions in their hearts suddenly calmed down. They breathed lightly for a few times, and a feeling of sleepiness surges deep in their bodies. The chin covered with thorny scales lay on the stone platform, and the huge dragon head leaned on the dragon saddle seat cover made of thorium. He slowly closed his eyes, and soon he started snoring. Cerdak woke up from the sea of spiritual consciousness. He felt slightly mentally exhausted, and he needed to eat something to replenish his strength. When he opened his eyes, a huge red dragon head covered with scales appeared in front of him. Cerdak was not frightened when he saw this red dragon this time. He walked down from the cast iron chair, walking as gently as possible, and walked to the dragon head covered with crystal red scales. It was the first time he observed this huge creature so close. Cerdak found that the scales on its body seemed to be almost invisible. It is arranged according to some mysterious order, and each scale contains countless magic patterns. The countless scales allow these magic patterns to be spliced into a huge magic pattern formation, forming the first natural barrier of its body. Those tough and huge scales are the second defensive barrier of its body. The neck of this red dragon is about 10 meters long. Near the war relief stone wall, you can already see the gorgeous shoulder and neck wishbones of this red dragon. The dragon's skin on his body seemed a little loose, and there was a row of sharp thorn-like dragon manes on his back. Cerdak found a wound on its neck as if it had been cut by a sharp blade, although it only cut off a few dragon scales. This wound also made Cerdak know clearly in his heart the world in which this red dragon lives. It is also full of crises. Almost as a habit, Cerdak stretched out his hand, and a ray of holy light surged out of his hand. And then this ball of holy light fell on the red dragon's injury. It seemed as if a beam of light shone into the red dragon's injury from top to bottom, quickly healing the wound on the red dragon's neck. The red dragon seemed to feel the pain, and let out a low roar in his sleep. And then the pear of the coconut was even bigger, and its giant eyes opened, glaring at Cerdak, who was standing in front of it. Cerdak did not retract his hand, but instead used the holy light spell again in front of it. The red dragon let out a low growl again, judging from the look in its eyes. It was obviously you heard me. Cerdak took a step back and stopped what he was doing. The angry red dragon also calmed down. It didn't even raise its head. It just lay on the stone platform, with most of its body on the other side of the relief stone wall. On one side, a pair of spiritual eyes stared at Cerdak curiously. Cerdak knew that it had the habit of eating red crystals. This time, he brought some red crystals from the sulfur mine, just for the red dragon. Of course, he had to take them out and feed them. Seeing the red crystal, the red dragon finally stopped lying lazily on the ground. It shook its big head gently, and took the initiative to come to Cerdak's side. Its big eyes stared at the red crystal in Cerdak's hand. The expression in those eyes is clearly, "Why don't you feed me?" With complete eye contact, he could clearly express his thoughts. Surdak no longer delayed and quickly threw the prepared red crystals into the red dragon's mouth one by one. When it chewed the red crystal, it made a crunching sound like chewing a carrot, as if to show its happy mood. But it just leaned the dragon's head towards Surdak, and each time its sharp teeth bit the red crystal, it broke into pieces, with crystal fragments flying everywhere, combined with the lava-like saliva in its mouth. It was very lethal for a while. Surdak took 2 steps back, pulled out a baguette-like salamander meat jerky from his magic waste bag, took out a peeling knife and cut off a piece of it, and threw it in his mouth to signal that he wanted to eat too. The red dragon chewed the red crystal, and stared at the salamander meat jerky in Soldak's hand. The baguette-like jerky looked more like a toothpick meat strip in the red dragon's eyes, but it still refused to let go. A pair of huge eyes staring at Soldak, full of expectation. Surdak shook a large piece of salamander meat jerky in his hand. Salamander meat is very dry. You probably won't like it. I'll bring more red crystals next time. As he spoke, he cut another piece with a skinning knife and stuffed it into his mouth. The red dragon stubbornly moved closer. The smoke from his mouth made Surdak cough repeatedly, and Surdak took 2 steps back again, raised the dried salamander meat, and said to the red dragon, "This is not very delicious. Do you think you want to try it? Salamander meat?" The red dragon continued to move towards Surdak's arms. Surdak had no choice but to throw the whole dried meat into the red dragon's mouth. After thinking about it, he pulled out all the dried meat from his pocket. After stuffing it into the red dragon's mouth, its salivating tongue rolled slightly, and all the dried meat was swallowed directly into the stomach without chewing. Surdak stood there with his mouth open and a look of understanding on his face. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated the red dragon's appetite. The food he prepared was more like a snack for it. But Surdak immediately discovered that this dragon really had such a large appetite that he couldn't afford to feed it even if he had a mind. Judging from its appearance, it is obvious that it does not know dragon language or imperial language. Soldak didn't know how far a red dragon could learn a language. Duke Angus Bradbury had been dead for at least 800 years. And Lord Johannes, the red dragon, also died not long after him. It seems that this red dragon should be about 800 years old. For a giant dragon with a lifespan of several thousand years, it is indeed a young red dragon that has just left its infancy. After it ate something, it saw that Surdak was no longer feeding him. So he continued to lie lazily on the stone platform and ignored Surdak. For this red dragon to be able to lie next to Surdak like this, it obviously has a certain amount of trust and affection for Surdak. Surdak has begun to realize that these dragon languages are probably going to be handed over to this dragon. This red dragon should be the Aesir mentioned by Lord Johannes. Surdak also had a headache. This red dragon looked like a free-range pig and seemed to know nothing except survival instinct. After looking at the scales on his arms, which were still at 6, Surdak left the treasure chamber again, returned to the sulfur camp, filled his magic belt with red crystals, and brought some salamander jerky with him. Selena returned to the treasure room with reluctant eyes. When he rushed back to the treasure room, the red dragon was no longer in the room. Surdak then calmed down and continued to study the runes. At this time, the 7th scale had grown on his arm. These thumb-sized scales had formed a small patch on his right arm. Each scale was glowing light blue, with only a hint of reddish color on the edge. While growing these scales, it was also the process of slowly merging the body with the dragon's blood. Surdak found that his body was undergoing some subtle strengthening. Both his strength, agility, and balance and coordination were significantly stronger. He took courage. I tried to use a skinning knife to make a cut on my arm. The skin actually formed a natural repulsive force. Moreover, because the knife did not apply any force, it only made a shallow white mark on the arm. At this time, a summoning signal came from Aphrodite. Surdak looked at the summoning circle that emerged under his feet. A gate of the void slowly appeared in front of him, and he stepped into the gate of the void with ease. The next second, Surdak appeared in the narrow cabin of the magic airship. Looking out the window, the magic airship was slowly descending. Aphrodite was already fully dressed and disguised herself as a young knight, looking at Soldak expectantly. "Beta City is coming soon. I thought about it. It's better if you take me out and find a reliable place to stay. It's safer than me wandering around." Aphrodite smiled at Surdak. "Okay. I've been to Beta City a few times, and I know there is a pretty good hotel in the city," Soldak said. His whole body was covered with volcanic ash, and he looked like a miner who had experienced a mining accident. So he went into the bathroom to clean up briefly. After all, he was a baron in front of outsiders, and nobles should look like nobles. Chapter 602 Magic Market. Bena City is the largest city in Osorno County. Its population once reached 3 million. After the Plain War broke out, Grand Duke Newman led the Bena army to participate in the Plain War. The lords of Bena province one after another. They led their own knights to participate in the war. Hundreds of thousands of young Bena warriors left their homeland and fought in various dimensions. The development of Bena City was greatly restricted. The airport terminal is a mixed bag. Adventure groups, mercenary groups, and lone gangs of demon hunters account for a large proportion of travelers. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Surdak hired a magic caravan at the entrance of the airport terminal. He told the coachman the address of the hotel, and then took Aphrodite into the carriage of the magic caravan. The coachman raised his whip, and the tip of the whip made a crisp sound in the air. The two ancient Bolin horses galloped forward, and the magic caravan quickly left the airport terminal. There is already a thin layer of snow outside Bena City in winter. As the war in the Maka Plain comes to an end, there are fewer material warehouses on both sides of Airport Terminal Avenue, and some temporary shacks have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, lined both sides of the road. A large number of traffickers gather outside Bena City. The men usually work odd jobs in the city and the airport terminal during the day, and at night they return to live in shacks outside the city. During the day, there were only a few women, children and old people left in this shack. And of course, there were also some lazy people who had not found odd jobs. The biggest problem with this kind of shack is that it is not very warm. When cooking, the bonfire can only be outside the shack. The magic caravan is driving all the way, and there are smoky bonfires everywhere along the way. Such a large-scale shack area outside the city, there has been a bit of a refugee camp trend. Aphrodite held the edge of the car window with both hands and looked out curiously, her black and purple eyes full of novelty. The last time she passed through Bena City, because he was worried that his identity would be revealed. Surdak did not even return to Helensa with the Helensa guard camp, but was trafficked through the hands of the slave trader Dejinsi. The Kobold slave's magic airship arrived at Helensa City first, and Aphrodite had no chance to appreciate the beautiful scenery of Bena City. Surdak is still staying in the large hotel from last time this time. Bena City is still very lively in winter. The courtyard in the middle of the Ring Hotel is filled with magic caravans from all over the place. The horses in the stables are almost full. Yes, the guest rooms in the noble area are very spacious. Surdak still chose the room he lived in last time. The layout of the room is very good. Surdak especially likes the terrace. A waiter in the hotel took the two to room 3215 on the third floor of the North District. Aphrodite followed Surdak's example and handed the waiter a silver coin as a tip, probably because he saw Aphrodite's eyes. The waiter stared at Aphrodite's face in a dazed and obsessed manner, and even forgot to say thank you. Succubi are born with the ability to enchant. Even if ordinary people accidentally see Aphrodite's eyes, they will easily fall into that situation. However, there is no need to pay too much attention to it. Just ignore him and let him stand where he is. After a while, you will naturally wake up from the charm. He himself didn't even know what happened a moment ago, but others would just think that the waiter stood there in a daze for a while. Aphrodite turned and walked into the room, leaving Surdak alone at the door. He waited for a short while, then coughed slightly and asked the waiter, "By the way, is there a magic market near you?" The waiter heard Surdak's voice and woke up. He saw a shining silver coin in his hand, and immediately replied to Surdak diligently, "Of course, Lord Baron. The magic market in Bena City is not far from our hotel. It is in Lord Lorte Square near the library in the middle of Seaton Street. It is the largest magic-free trading market in Bena City. It's usually very lively." Surdak nodded. The waiter immediately stopped and asked again, "Baron, do you have any other instructions?" Surdak smiled and shook his head. The waiter said, "If you need anything, please feel free to ask me," and then turned and left. Surdak closed the door and saw Aphrodite lying on the terrace, holding the fence with both hands and looking towards North Street. Her round buttocks were stretched very tightly by her breeches. He walked to the terrace and saw a familiar magic caravan parked in front of the steps of the townhouse. Mrs. Dorothy walked down the steps, bent down, and got into the carriage of the magic caravan. The handsome young man in a vest stood at the door to say goodbye. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Dorothy ran here quite frequently. He didn't pay much attention and asked Aphrodite, "Do you want to go to the magic market with me?" Aphrodite turned to look at him and said, "Forget it. It's easy for an intermediate magician to see through my identity. I don't want to get into trouble." Surdak said to Aphrodite, "Then I'll go to the magic market and have a look. By the way, how long can I stay in Bena City?" Aphrodite didn't look back and said directly, "This summoning can probably last until dark. But if you want to stay here, I can make up for the summoning again." "Oh, no need. There should be enough time." After finishing speaking, Cerdak turned and walked out of the room. Soldak wrote a letter of visit and sent it directly to Marquis Luther's house. Then we took the magic caravan to the magic free trading market. The magic caravan parked outside the wall of the free market. We saw some warriors wearing the badges of mercenary groups and adventure groups everywhere in the market, as well as some wearing various styles of magic robes. Magicians. These people crowd the entire magic free market. The magic market in Bena City is much more lively than Cerdak imagined. Among them were some travelers who wore conical hats and scarves and did not want to reveal their true colors. Cerdak followed the flow of people into the magic free market and strolled around in the market. Then he came to in front of a shop that sells Warcraft ingredients. This stall displays dried mora fish, canned devil antelope, raw dried meat from swamp giant crocodile, and some unnamed fresh meat. The business of the store was also very good. While Cerdak was standing at the door of the store observing, a group of magic apprentices came up and bought a dried mora fish. The mora fish is a first-level water monster and contains regarding the water element. Eating mora fish regularly can increase your affinity for the water system. However, the water element contained in fresh fish meat seems to be okay. After the fish is dried, not only the quality of the fish meat is greatly reduced, but also the water element contained in the fish meat is greatly reduced. The shop owner sent away the 3 magic apprentices and sold 5 boxes of canned magic antelopes to an adventure group before stopping to take a sip of water. He was wearing a suede fur coat, a leather apron, and a belt hanging loosely around his waist. There were several knives stuck on it, ranging from bone-picking knives to bone-cutting knives. There were all kinds of them, and his face was full of smiles. He has a red beard and looks very much in line with the image of a butcher. He looked at Soldak standing opposite, smiled, and asked Soldak cordially, "My lord, Baron, is there anything I can do for you?" Cerdak stood opposite the butcher's shop, looked at the butcher shop up and down, and asked, "Are you buying Warcraft meat here?" When the butcher shop owner saw business coming to his door, he quickly wiped his hands with an oilcloth, walked up to Soldak, and said very kindly, "Of course, I am in the business of Warcraft ingredients. I usually sell some dry goods, and I also purchase all kinds of Warcraft fresh meat and dry goods. A middleman like me makes the difference." He invited Soldak into the paving room and asked, "Lord Baron, do you have monster meat in your hand?" Cerdak looked at the store, which was only a dozen square meters, and was actually filled with large and small magic sealing boxes. If it weren't for the various Warcraft ingredients piled in the stalls outside, and when he walked into the room, he might have mistakenly thought that this was. It's a shop that sells magic sealing boxes. "How to purchase salamander meat?" Cerdak looked around before asking, "Can I check the quality?" The butcher shop owner hesitated and asked. Cerdak rummaged through his magic pocket, only to find a piece of dried salamander meat. The butcher shop owner took it, put it under his nose and smelled it, then took out a piece of magic crystal and put it close to the salamander dried meat. The entire colorless crystal was instantly dyed red. The butcher shop owner raised his head and said to Soldak, "These dried meats have a strong fire element, but you stored them too roughly. This precious second-level fire-type monster ingredient is definitely worth buying a magic sealing box to protect the quality of the dried meats. By the way, since you have, if you want to sell the salamander meat jerky, the more precious salamander tail, heart, and poison sac, I can also give you a good price." Cerdak didn't want to say more, so he said to the butcher shop owner, "Let me first tell you the purchase price of these dried meats." The butcher shop owner touched his beard and pondered for a moment before saying, "If you supply it for a long time, I can raise the price for you. It is 10 silver coins per pound of salamander meat jerky. But if you are just doing this business, I can only estimate the total value based on the total amount of salamander jerky, and it will probably not be less than 9 silver coins per pound." What if it's fresh salamander meat?" Of course Cerdak couldn't sell these dried meats. These dried meats were prepared by him for the Red Dragon. When the butcher shop owner talked about the magic sealing box, he asked about the salamanders, the price of fresh meat. Of course fresh meat is more expensive, 12 silver coins per pound. When you hunt salamanders in the future, remember to prepare a few more magic sealing boxes. Although that thing is a bit expensive, it is definitely worth the money. Like all the materials on this second-level fire-type monster are very valuable, and it is very worthy of your use of the magic sealing box. After the butcher shop owner finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to pull out a magic sealing box, and patted it hard twice with his big bear-like hands. Down. Serdek did not expect that the price of fresh salamander meat in Bena City was actually 12 silver coins per pound. He nodded to the butcher shop owner and said casually, "Got it!" The butcher shop owner asked expectantly, "Lord Baron, do you still sell your salamander jerky?" Serdek patted his forehead and said, "Forget about these dried meats. I'm going to feed myself. I'll bring some fresh salamander meat in a few days. By the way, how much can you eat at once?" Pounds of salamander meat? When the butcher shop owner heard that Serdek said that he was not going to sell salamander jerky, his mood suddenly hit rock bottom. Then he heard that Serdek said that he was going to bring a batch of fresh salamander meat. He immediately patted his chest in high spirits and said, "Of course, no amount of salamander meat is too much. 3 or 2 salamanders can be eaten." "Oh," Serdek nodded, agreed, and stood up to leave. Seeing that Serdek was about to leave, the butcher shop owner quickly took the opportunity to ask, "By the way, do you still sell the salamander heart and poison sack in your hand?" Serdek stopped and stood at the door of the butcher's shop. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Originally, I wanted to keep it for a familiar magician. Since you want it very much, tell me your price. The price is right. If so, I can sell it to you." The butcher shop owner didn't expect that by asking casually, he would have the opportunity to buy a rare fire magic material like a salamander heart. 1 magic crystal for a salamander heart. 3 gold coins for a poison sack. This is the most sincerity I can give, the butcher shop owner said through gritted teeth. And he paid the full price. The price is not bad. Serdek nodded. Magician Francis was not so generous. And the price he gave was less than half of the butcher's. Serdek turned around and walked to the square table, pulled out a magic sealing box from his magic belt bag, and placed it on the square table. "So you have a magic sealing box?" the butcher shop owner exclaimed loudly. Serdek glanced at him and casually opened the lid of the demon sealing box. This box was filled with salamander hearts that were still pulsing slightly, and a strong breath of fire elements instantly emanated from the box, filling the entire cabin. The butcher shop owner looked at the salamander heart in the box dumbfounded, with his mouth half opened and his eyes as wide as bells. Serdek casually pulled out another magic sealing box from his magic belt bag, and opened the lid, which also contained a pile of salamander poison sacks. The butcher shop owner took out his handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead vigorously. He slumped down on the chair. He took out a kettle from the side and drank a big gulp of it into the spout. On a winter afternoon, a thin layer of sweat appeared on the forehead of the butcher shop owner. The butcher shop owner put his hand on his chest, as if his heart could no longer bear the burden of his body. He asked Serdek with an exaggerated expression, "Goddess of Liberty, how many salamanders have you hunted? When did these salamanders they actually showed up in groups?" Without waiting for Serdek to answer, he grabbed Serdek's sleeves with both hands and begged in a pleading tone, "Baron, to be honest, I can't bear these salamander hearts by myself. Wait until I can collect the money." Serdek glanced at the butcher shop owner and said, "As soon as possible. I can only wait until the sun sets. I'll come right away." The butcher shop owner roared, rushed out of the door like a wild boar, and rushed to the next store. Chapter 603 Crystallized Salamander. When leaving the magic market, Serdek had 170 more gold coins in his pocket. Unexpectedly, in addition to the most valuable leather from the salamander, a piece of magic crystal in the skull, and the valuable salamander meat. Even the salamander heart and poison sac are valuable. After careful calculation, if the most sought-after salamander leather on the market is also included, one salamander can be worth at least 25 magic crystals. As long as one hunts a salamander, an adventuring group can make a lot of money. Thinking about the fact that there was a group of salamanders in the cave in his territory, Serdek suddenly felt that hunting salamanders was like digging sulfur mines to make more money. Walking into a deserted alley, Serdek saw the hexagram of the summoning circle floating under his feet, and a gate to the void appeared on the mottled wall. Serdek stepped in, and his sight changed again. Serdek returned to the treasure room. Facing the sudden appearance of Serdek, the red dragon stuck its head into the secret room of the treasure. It was startled. It widened its eyes and stared at the summoning circle with eagerness. A raging fire ignited in its throat, waiting for it to see. The person who came out of the void gate was Serdek. His eyes changed instantly, and the fire in his throat was swallowed into his stomach again. The red dragon brought its head to Serdak's side, blinking its eyes that were bigger than a coconut, and its scaly lips squirming slightly. Serdak reached out and patted its lips, and immediately took out some red crystals from the magic waste bag and stuffed them into its mouth. The red dragon immediately narrowed its eyes and showed an expression of enjoyment while chewing the red crystals. It's a pity that we can't see it wagging its tail. This time, Serdak did not stuff all the red crystals into the red dragon's mouth. He just fed half of the red crystals he carried to the red dragon, and then started his dragon training plan. He followed the tutorial in the magic crystal to teach the red dragon the pronunciation of these runic words. He stood in front of the red dragon and motioned to the red dragon to practice pronunciation with him. Serdak, who had a dragon bone necklace, could barely pronounce the scales of 6 runes according to the pronunciation of dragons. So this time, he was also holding the red crystal in his hand. He drew runes in front of the red dragon with one hand, and then chanted according to the pronunciation of the dragon. Owl. Serdak originally thought that this stupid-looking guy would take a long time to learn. But the red dragon blinked and set its sights on the red crystal in Serdak's hand. The huge dragon head came close to Serdak. Next to Ku. He opened his big mouth and let out a deep roar. Serdak felt a hot hurricane blowing towards him, and his face was once again covered with the remains of the red crystal. The pronunciation part of red dragon is not in the throat, but in the deep cavity deep in the neck. The vibration frequency is also very low. The sound is like rolling thunder exploding in the sky. But the sound it makes is also very recognizable, and the pitch is quite well controlled. Yai. Serdak was able to teach successfully in one try. Standing on the stone platform, Serdak was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this red dragon had such a strong learning ability. As the red dragon shouted this syllable, something in the treasure chamber seemed to be broken, and some faint contract power was poured into Serdak's body, making him feel as if his whole body had been purified by some magical power, followed by an unbearable itching pain on his arm. He quickly rolled up his sleeves, and saw that a mature scale on his arm actually fell off, leaving only a shallow scale pattern on his arm. The red dragon leaned close to Serdak and looked at him expectantly. Serdak quickly took out a salamander's dried meat and threw it into the red dragon's mouth. The red dragon still learned the second rune smoothly. This time, Serdak found that the red crystals and salamander meat jerky he carried with him were not enough. It seemed that he could only support the red dragon in learning one more rune. And Serdak has only learned 6 runes so far. The red dragon learns so quickly. As long as he teaches it again, he himself will have nothing to teach. For the current plan, he could only let red dragon consolidate what he had learned through practice. And he quickly speeded up learning the following runes. And now it seems that teaching the red dragon to learn runes can actually reduce the dragon's blood curse on the body. It seems that Lord Johannes is not lying. When he saw the ogre Gulitem again, Serdak found that the ogre had injured himself all over his body, and he was lying at the entrance of the lava cave silently recovering from his injuries. When Serdak approached and asked why, Serdak discovered that he and the ogre had underestimated the crystallized salamander from the beginning to the end. This time, if it hadn't been for the traps that the ogre had prepared in advance. As a result, after the ogre failed in the battle with the crystallized salamander, the ogre successfully escaped the pursuit of the crystallized salamander by relying on the traps placed in the rock crevices. Anyway, that's what it looks like. It seems to have suddenly enlightened. It can not only spray out walls of flames, but also drill in and out of magma pools. This battle is almost always carried out in the fire. Ogre Gulitmu said depressedly. Serdak didn't expect that Gulitem not only failed to capture the crystallized salamander, but almost caught him in it. Since this crystallized salamander has been promoted to a 3rd-level monster, it has probably awakened the primary wisdom. Besides, this crystallized salamander has experienced several recent battles and has continued to grow, Serdak said. The ogre treated the injury while analyzing. Apart from a few scratches, most of the ogre's body was covered in burns. Gulitem had eaten a lot of salamander meat in the past 6 months, and his body had resistance to flames. Although he looked miserable, the damage he suffered, most of them were skin injuries. And under Serdak's treatment, the injuries recovered very quickly. I will help you take revenge, Serdak said to Gulitem. The ogre thought about it seriously. It wanted to reject Serdak's proposal. After hesitating for a while, it finally agreed to Serdak's proposal. The 2 of us may be able to do it, but I'm worried that it will turn around and run away when it sees the 2 of us. And wait until I go to the sulfur mine camp to find a helper, Serdak said, without waiting for Gulitem to refuse. Serdak took Selena from the sulfur mine camp into the lava mine cave. seeing that there was a cave behind the magma waterfall. Selena was stunned when she came here for the first time. Gulaitum didn't expect that when Serdek said he was looking for help. He actually brought Selena. He had known Selena for so long, but he still didn't know what abilities Selena had. The ogre looked at her with confusion. Selena? Wearing a black dress and a black veil. Selena looks like a priest. Selena's shadow work can help us, Serdek said to Gulaitum. Chapter 604 Crystallized Salamander 2. The huge body hangs quietly in the depression of a rock wall. 6 sharp lizard claws are inserted deeply into the rock wall. A thick lizard tail swings slowly. In front of the crystallized salamander is a place with only it couldn't get through a stone crack 10 centimeters wide. It lies on the stone wall, and tries its best to stick its tongue into the crevices of the stone. The tip of its tongue is covered with sharp barbs, which can suck the sulfur, or hidden deep in the crevices, into its belly. Ever since it was kicked out of the tribe by the leader, it has been living in a state of uncertainty. There is very little sulfur that can be found in the lava mine. You need to get close to the waterfall of the lava river to find more sulfur. But it is too dangerous there. It has seen many of its kind who have left the group emerge from the lava waterfall and never come back. It has not returned. And it has been living in confusion before. Later, for unknown reasons, its body underwent some changes and became more powerful than before. It could even break rocks with its tail. It was also much longer than similar salamanders. It could even eat a small amount of red crystals. Also know how to think. This is a crystallized salamander that has awakened its primary wisdom. It is lying on the stone wall eating. But the sulfur ore in the cave is getting less and less. The sulfur ore here has been difficult to fill its stomach. It wants to find it. A richer habitat for sulfur mines. Through the wind blowing in from outside the cave, it smelled a hint of sulfur inside. It wanted to leave the lava mine and dive into the lava river at the entrance of the cave. However, it has always encountered a difficult big man in recent times. Carrying a stick. I hit it all over with bruises every time. But the next 2 times, it used the narrow space in the cave and several connected magma pools to teach the big guy a hard lesson. Although the crystallized salamander is still hungry every day, it does not rush to the outside of the lava mine, but looks for a better opportunity. It lay lazily on the stone wall, not wanting to move at all. It just stuck out its tongue and licked a trace of sulfur or in the deepest part of the rock crevice. Suddenly, it felt a faint smell around it. Its still body rushed forward suddenly, and its tail swung on a raised rock, immediately smashing the rock wall into pieces. At the same time, an ogre sprang out from behind the stone pillar on the side of the rock wall. He only ran 2 steps before jumping up and down, and swung the bone-crushing stick in his hand towards the crystallized salamander's head. The head was smashed, and the crystallized salamander just escaped the ogre's ambush. The crystallized salamander didn't even turn around, and its thick giant tail swept towards the ogre Gulaitum. The ogre had no way to avoid it in midair. He could only raise his hand to block the bone-crushing stick in front of him. And the crystallized salamander fought hard. There was a loud bang. The huge power contained in the crystallized salamander's giant tail knocked the bone-crushing stick into the air. The ogre in midair fell out with the bone-crushing stick, and his back hit the stone wall behind him hard. Go up and let out a muffled groan. Serdek discovered that the crystallized salamander, which he had not seen for a few days, had greatly increased in strength. Not only was his strength much greater, but his mind was also much more flexible than before. Gulaitum almost held his breath and slowly approached the crystallized salamander from the blind spot of the crystallized salamander's field of vision against the rock wall. However, when he was still 20 steps away from the crystallized salamander, he was still keenly aware of it. Although the crystallized salamander didn't know where the danger came from, but it still followed its body instinct to avoid it, almost perfectly avoiding the ogre's ambush. Not only that, after the crystallized salamander dodged the ogre's full blow, it used its physical advantage to fight the ogre with its giant tail, immediately turning the tide of the battle and using its strength advantage to defeat the ogre. Falling into passivity, it rushed to the edge of the magma pool first, and laid its body in the magma pool. Its 6 eyes were exposed outside the magma pool, and it moved around and looked around. Seeing the ogre landed on the rocky ground, it seemed to be a little injured, and it seemed that like the previous 2 battles, the ogre was still alone. The crystallized salamander suddenly showed its fierce look. It almost didn't hesitate at all, and opened a mouthful of flames. The flames spurted out from the huge mouth, and the flames sprayed out more than 60 yards away, sweeping directly at the ogre's feet. Gulaitum was already prepared and rolled on the spot with the bone-crushing stick, avoiding the crystallized fire. Lizard breathes fire. It's just that his movements were a little slower, and a large piece of flesh was burned by the flames on his shoulder. The ogre grinned. He also discovered that the strength of this salamander had improved again in the past 2 days. It seemed that it had completely controlled the power in its body. Such a third-level monster actually forced the ogre to this point. Embarrassed, the ogre Gulidum also felt unconvinced from the bottom of his heart, especially when he was injured again, which made him furious. The crystallized salamander discovered that the ogre's combat power was not that strong, and its confidence suddenly increased. It dragged its long tail and rushed towards Gulidum. The crystallized salamander's forehead, it is also a very hard place, especially the jagged protrusions above the 6 eyes. The bones here are very thick. This time it knocked the ogre away with its head, and then breathed out a mouthful of flames unexpectedly, roasting the ogre flying in midair. The ogre also let out a roar at this moment. He rushed towards the salamander slowly and quickly. When he was still more than 20 meters away from the salamander, the ogre actually jumped up from the ground, holding a bone-breaking club in both hands, raised high above his head. The shadow of an ogre ancestor appeared behind the ogre. At this moment, he and Gulidum were holding the bone-crushing stick at the same time, and worked together to smash the bone-crushing stick towards the crystallized salamander's head. The 6 thick short legs of the crystallized salamander exerted force at the same time and crashed into Gulidum like a cannonball. Boom! The ogre Gulidum and the crystallized salamander collided for the second time, and the bone-crushing stick was finally better. It almost smashed the crystallized salamander's skull to pieces. The bone-crushing stick was also covered with fine fragments. Crack! Gulidum was ejected by the force of the countershock and fell to the rocky ground in embarrassment again. Gulidum dared to fight against the crystallized salamander regardless of the cost, mainly because he had the blessing of God with the blessed body, which allowed him to recover extremely quickly no matter how severe the injury was. Therefore, Gulidum was more reckless this time than the previous 2 times. The crystallized salamander's skull shattered into pieces, as if countless flies were flying around above its head. Almost as soon as it hit the ogre, it spurted out a stream of hot magma at the ogre. A shield flew out diagonally and hit the crystallized salamander's head hard again. The crystallized salamander shook its head violently, and the sprayed magma spread in all directions in the air. But it allowed the ogre to escape. Tribulation. Cerdak stood by the magma pool behind Salamander holding the torch of holy light, holding a chain with his other hand. The end of the chain was connected to a thick shield. Just a few seconds ago, this shield smashed into the ground. The head of the crystallized salamander. The position where Cerdak stood just completely blocked the crystallized salamander's retreat. The crystallized salamander rushed toward the magma pool. It wanted to throw the human standing by the pool into the magma pool. But at this moment, a trace of inexplicable fear arose in its heart, and it suddenly stopped and looked at Cerdak warily. At this time, the dwarf chain shield in Cerdak's hand exuded a faint sacred aura, and some sacred runes appeared on the entire shield. A string of spells came from the depths of the cave, and 2 points of light red magic glow floated out from the depths of the cave. The crystallized salamander wanted to turn around and avoid it, but the 2 points of flame were like maggots on the tarsus. Just like in the cave, the moth is extremely flexible. If you look closely, you can see that the pattern on the moth's wings is exactly the hideous face of the nightmare. The 2 moths followed the crystallized salamander closely and instantly entered its body. Shadow word, pain. The crystallized salamander felt an inexplicable pain coming from all parts of its body. The pain was like 1,000 arrows piercing its heart. Its movement slowed down, and it let out a heart-rending roar, opening its big mouth and moving toward a fan-shaped flame spurted out from all around, and the fire covered almost all the places around its body. Cerdak held the dwarf chain shield in front of his chest and flew behind a stone pillar. The fierce flames rushed past his boots. Cerdak felt that the soles of his feet were instantly hot. The ogre had long suffered the secret loss of the crystallized salamander spitting flames from its mouth, and had hit its body in a pothole long ago. But the flames swept over it, and still burned it black. The pain that is constantly passing through the body makes the crystallized salamander become more and more irritable, and it is somewhat afraid of the magician hiding in the dark. At this time, the crystallized salamander found himself surrounded by 3 people, and finally thought of escaping from the battlefield. For this crystallized salamander, all it takes is jumping into the nearest magma pool to escape. However, this road happened to be blocked by Cerdak, and behind him was a magma pool. The crystallized salamander had almost no hesitation, put on a desperate posture, turned around and crashed towards Cerdak. Unexpectedly, this human knight wearing a set of exquisite armor did not dodge. Instead, he took a bow and raised his shield, intending to resist the collision of the crystallized salamander with his own strength. Not even the ogre could stop the full-force collision of the crystallized salamander. The crystallized salamander was very sure that this impact would knock Cerdak into the boiling magma pool. There was a trace of fire coming out of the corners of the crystallized salamander's mouth and nostrils, like a steam train, and with the sound of rumbling footsteps, it crashed into Cerdak's shield. Cerdak's dwarf chain shield first glowed with a layer of silver light. Under the impact of the crystallized salamander, the silver light instantly shattered. There is a layer of sacred shield attached to the dwarf chain shield. The moment the salamander touches the shield, the sacred shield erupts with concussive force. The crystallized salamander feels as if it has received a huge impact on its soul, causing it to stop in its tracks. The 6 eyes of the crystallized salamander fell on Cerdak at the same time, and when it opened its mouth, it was a ball of fire. Cerdak suddenly had 3 earth-colored shields spinning around his body. The flames in the mouth of the salamander were completely blocked by the earth shield. Cerdak withstood the impact of the crystallized salamander. The last line of defense was almost completely crushed by the salamanders. The crystallized salamander didn't know that Cerdak was at the end of its strength. When it saw that Cerdak had withstood the full-force collision intact, it immediately changed its direction and abandoned the magma pool behind Cerdak. The crystallized salamander turned around and tried to escape. Cerdak endured his physical discomfort, waved the holy light torch in his hand, and hit the crystallized salamander hard on its hind legs. The power of the holy light on the torch penetrated the body of the salamander, causing the crystallized salamander to let out a scream. Salamander was a little timid and just turned around and left, even forgetting to give Cerdak a sweep when he turned around. A second dark gray magical glow flew out from the depths of the cave, this time falling on the crystallized salamander. Shadow word, night. The crystallized salamander's field of vision instantly became dark, and its 6 eyes could only see things within 1 meter in front of it. At this time, the ogre slowly approached with a bone-crushing stick. The salamander was facing Gulaitum, and actually turned a blind eye to him, who was so close. Then, of course, the ogre didn't hesitate at all, rounded up the bone-crushing stick, and hit the crystallized salamander on the head. Ouch! As the crystallized salamander screamed, the din on the head became fragmented again. The crystallized salamander fell into dizziness. Its 6 thick short legs kept twitching, and the eyelids of the 3 pairs of eyes began to cover the eyes. Superior. Cerdak's holy light torch then hit the crystallized salamander. Even if he tried his best, it still had no effect on the thick-skinned salamander. So he pulled out the blood-red crescent and wanted to pierce the hard skin of the salamander's neck and abdomen with his sword. But the blood-red crescent failed to pierce. Cerdak injected the power of holy light into the blood-red crescent, cut open the crystallized salamander's hard skin. At this time, the ogre Gulaitum still did not stop, and the bone-crushing stick in his hand hit the crystallized salamander's skull again. This crystallized salamander was smashed to death by the ogre with 3 sticks in succession. After beating the crystallized salamander to death, the ogre sat on the rock ground exhausted, looking at the huge orange-red meat mountain in front of him. Gulaitum said with lingering fear, "Captain, we killed it!" Selena just walked out from the depths of the cave and squatted next to Cerdak to help. Cerdak stabbed the blood-red crescent moon into the salamander's abdomen, cut the leather along the edge of the ribs, removed the beating heart, and quickly put it into the magic sealing box, watching a large amount of blood from the salamander's body. As the water flowed out, Cerdak took out his skinning knife, and while the crystallized salamander continued to twitch, he began to peel off the skin bit by bit from the shoulder and neck, cutting off the head of the 3rd-level crystallized salamander, and cutting off the thick lizard tail more than 2 meters long. Cerdak was a little regretful. There was no magic pattern spirit bone on this salamander, and the life magic pattern on the skull was not there. After being smashed to pieces by the ogre, he could only peel off a relatively intact piece of leather, and also harvested a poison sac much larger than before. Chapter 605 Harvest. The ogre sat next to the stone wall of the lava mine. He skillfully took out the water bag and pulled out the cork. He carefully cleaned the wounds on his body with clean water and wrapped the wounds tightly with a hemostatic bandage. The broken pieces around him, the bone club, was badly damaged in this battle. This bone-crushing stick is his most convenient weapon, but it seems that it may not last long. He stroked by Huahua's belly. After this battle, his stomach growled with hunger. He took out a piece of salamander meat jerky and stuffed it into his mouth and started chewing it, while eating the salamander meat, while looking at Selena, who was squatting next to Cerdak. He was wary of the woman, who was silently reciting a spell deep in the cave. Apparently Selena's secret word had frightened him. He was a little confused about what kind of magic the crystallized salamander had been under, when it suddenly stopped motionless during the battle. Seeing that the crystallized salamander became extremely irritable and lost its instincts as a monster, Gulaitum didn't think it was because he had knocked the salamander stupid with a stick. He also saw those two moth-like spots. The magic glow confirmed that this was some magic cast by Selena. These unknown magics made the ogre feel a little awe in his heart. This was his first official observation of Selena. He looked directly at Selena with the eyes of a fighting partner. The long black dress showed off her plump figure. The face did not quite match the aesthetics of the ogre. But the ogre the devil thinks it's pretty good. Surdak glanced at the ogre, who was sitting against the wall, and was busy bandaging his wounds. He glanced at Selena from time to time. His big face seemed to be constipated. And he didn't know what was in his heart. What are you thinking about? However, Surdak did not intend to go into details. Anyway, this ogre had always lived a simple life. In his eyes, except for his companions and enemies, everything else was regarded as food. He opened the eye of truth before skinning. And now he is holding the skinning knife and splitting the crystallized salamander bit by bit along the smallest fascia. The leather of the third-level monster no longer looks like the leather of the second-level monster. It is so easy to separate, mainly because there are countless dense magic lines hidden on the entire piece of Warcraft leather. These magic lines are like a net covering the entire leather. The main reason why Warcraft leather has magic conductivity is that it has these magic threads hidden under the leather. The magic lines on the crystallized salamander leather are particularly dense, and the outer surface of the leather is also covered with some protruding red crystals. These fine red crystals seem to be completely grown inside the leather, causing a lot of trouble for peeling. We can only try our best to find the weakest points of these magic lines, and cut them apart to make the crystallized salamander's leather as complete as possible. When the entire piece of leather was peeled off, Surdak breathed a sigh of relief. Selena folded the salamander leather, and put it into the magic sealing box nearby. When Surdak used a skinning knife to peel the meat, he found that the entire salamander meat contained some fine red particles. But these red particles were not red crystal particles. When they were exposed to the air, they would slowly disappear. But when Surdak cut the fresh meat with a knife, these red particles as big as wheat grains were obviously there. Could it be that this salamander had acne inside its body? The ogre had already lit up a fire nearby, and the thigh of a crystallized salamander was strung on the barbecue grill. Some particles, like red crystal fragments, exploded under the flames of the magic scroll. The whole salamander thigh made a small crackling sound of puff puff puff. "Captain, what are these?" the ogre asked with a puzzled look on his face, as he looked at the continuously exploding salamander legs on the surface. Surdak didn't understand what was going on. He thought about it, and put the Cyrus. Hickok took out his magic notebook, and turned the notebook to the last page. Celia Cooper was meditating behind the iron cage. She felt the light, and slowly opened her eyes. She saw Surdak, Selena, and Gulaitum surrounding the magic notebook. She didn't know what was happening. "What?" he asked Surdak with a confused look on his face. "Surdak, what trouble have you encountered?" Surdak placed the magic note next to a piece of salamander meat, and asked Celia Cooper to observe the piece of salamander meat up close. Then he showed her the roasted salamander leg that was constantly exploding on the barbecue grill. Celia Cooper then shouted with a stunned look on her face, "You actually hunted a crystallized salamander!" Then she calmed down her shocked mood a little, and her face returned to a rigid expression, and said, "This kind of salamander is very rare among third-level monsters. It usually hides deep in the lava river, so it is not easy to catch it. Run out. Only magicians with the fire element barrier can find them from the magma pool. You can encounter a crystallized salamander in the cave. I have to say that your luck is really good. These red particles are condensed. The fire element particles in the body of the salamander can only crystallize the fire element in the body of the salamander. The aura of the fire element in the body of the salamander is too strong. This kind of fire element particles are rare tonics that fire magicians can't ask for. Therefore, this ingredients with fire element crystals are very popular among fire magicians." The ogre picked up the half-cooked salamander leg, but was blown to pieces by the fire element particles, and said with a look of disgust, "I also think those ordinary salamanders are more delicious." Celia Cooper stood behind the railing, looking at the ogre with disdain, and said, "You are not a fire magician. Of course you will not understand how much they desire the fire element. A fire magician is promoted after becoming a first-level intermediate magician. His next step is to work hard to improve his affinity with the fire element. Only by successfully evolving his body into a body of the fire element can he possibly open the door to the elemental world, and enter the elemental world, and the world of fire. The famous fire elements have signed a symbiotic partnership contract. Only by relying on those elemental elves as a bridge can they absorb more magic power, and have a chance of being promoted to a second-level powerhouse. This kind of salamander meat can be said to be the most desired supplement for fire element magicians. So after you pack these ingredients, I suggest you store them in the magic sealing box as soon as possible to prevent these fire element particles from continuing to dissipate. Celia Cooper said this last sentence to Soldak. Seeing that Celia Cooper was unwilling to say anything more, Soldak quickly expressed his thanks, closed his magic notebook, and put it into his magic pocket. Cerdak did not dare to neglect, and quickly took out the last 2 magic sealing boxes and collected all the materials for the crystallized salamander. When he moved the nearly 100-pound salamander head, he saw that the salamander's mouth was full of sharp fangs. Its lower jaw and eye sockets were full of sharp edges. Its 6 eyes were almost condensed into red crystals, and its skull was hard. To such an extent, I am afraid that a magical weapon of the level of the blood-red crescent would be impossible to split open anyway. Fortunately, Selena was there to help this time. Otherwise, he and the ogre combined might not be able to break this crystal. Salamander's opponent. Cerdak warned the ogre. Next time you encounter this kind of crystallized salamander, take the initiative to avoid it. After all, this is their home field. We will deal with them together when we are all here. Gulidum chuckled and replied in a naive voice. It's impossible to be so unlucky. There are only a few of these crystallized salamanders in the entire cave. By the time Cerdak had taken care of the crystallized salamander, the ogre had already eaten a salamander thigh with resentment, and then expressed that he would continue to live in the lava mine, where it was warm and there was meat to eat, and it could also prevent those salamanders in the lava mine from running around. Cerdak felt that it would be a good thing for the group of yellow sheep raised in the village if he did not return to the village. Cerdak and Selena walked out of the lava mine together and watched the hot lava waterfall pouring down from the cliff above. When viewed up close, the scene was quite spectacular. A group of kobold slaves stood on both sides of the river bank of the lava river. They were either climbing rocks, drilling into stone crevices, or digging channels in the volcanic rocks to mine the sulfur, or hanging on the inner wall of the lava river. The sulfur mines in the lower reaches of the river have been almost mined. Now almost all of these kobold slaves have reached the middle section of the lava river. After the sulfur mines here are completely mined, they will have to climb over the high lava waterfall cliffs to reach sulfur, or can only be mined upstream of the lava river. It is estimated that the sulfur mine camp will also be moved here by then. Otherwise, it will take dozens of kilometers just to travel between the camp and the mine every day. Selena held Soldak's arm tightly, wearing a thick mask on her face, looking at the kobold slaves working hard in the mine, and whispered, Dak, I want to go back to Wall Village. I'm a little worried about Zigna being left alone in the village. Cerdak turned to look at Selena and said, Are you going back? Have you developed all those kobold slaves into believers of the Dark Goddess? Selena nodded slightly and said with a proud look, Absolutely. They pray to the goddess every night before dinner, and the goddess's gospel comes to them every night. Cerdak asked in surprise. Does praying really do any good to them? Selena said firmly. Of course. At least it will give these kobolds a good dream. The goddess controls the night and dreams. As long as they get enough sleep, the physical energy they consume will be quickly replenished. And I also promised that as long as they believed in the goddess and had broth every week, they were getting broth every week, Soldak said. Selena seemed to have had her secret revealed. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she smiled. Cerdak and Selena walked downstream together, and asked curiously as they walked, Selena, the first ability given to you by the Dark Goddess is pain. So what is the second ability? Selena said, It's night. Seeing the astonishment on Cerdak's face, he obviously didn't quite understand. So he explained, You can put the enemy in the endless night. It doesn't deprive you of your eyesight. But although you have 5 senses, it feels like you are in a lightless night. Inside, can't you see anything? Soldak continued to ask. Do you want to feel it? Selena raised her head and asked Soldak with a smile, her eyes like crescent moons. Cerdak waved his hands repeatedly and said, Well, forget it. Every 3 days, the team from Wall Village will travel back and forth between the sulfur mines. Now a volcanic ash cement road is being laid between the sulfur mines and Wall Village. When this cement road is paved, the time between the 2 places can be shortened further. During her time in the sulfur mine, Selena has established the rules and regulations of the sulfur mine, which at least allows the 5 village supervisors in Wall Village to know what they have to do every day. Chapter 606 Expose Whereabouts. In front of a street food stall. Kegel. Coward bought a baked wheat cake piled with pea puree and cheese. The stall owner joked enthusiastically and sprinkled some vanilla crumbs on his scone. There was also free food in the iron bucket next to the stall. Red cabbage soup. But the stall does not provide portable containers. You can only drink these free soups unless you bring your own bucket or borrow a few public wooden bowls from the stall owner. A large portion of baked wheat cake with mashed peas. A quarter of a wheat cake, topped with a layer of mashed peas and a layer of cheese. Only costs 15 copper plates. If you want to add bacon or sausage, you have to pay the stall owner 10 more copper coins. This style of breakfast is very common in the winter in Venice City. If you eat breakfast as late as possible, you can save lunch and just have dinner to spend a long day. As a demon hunter, Kegel Coward's business this year was not good. Fortunately, he took a few orders at the beginning of the year and saved a little money. Since the summer, the news of the Red Dragon treasure has been spreading like a storm. Like a depth bomb. The peaceful Venice City was turned upside down. Almost all the most famous adventure groups and mercenary groups that had been dormant in Venice City took action. Taking the magic airship to Helensa City and heading to Pag. Search for the legendary dragon-slaying magic weapon in the Los Mountains. Kegel. Coward inexplicably became a member of the treasure-hunting army and went to Helensa City at his own expense. Before winter, he took a magic airship from Helensa City and rushed back to Venice City. Except for his luggage, he had nothing. Bring anything back. Without any income for nearly half a year. This pair of Kegel Coward's life had a huge impact. Since the rent has not been paid for half a year, the landlady has rented the house to a young couple. That night when he returned to Venice City, Kegel Coward stood outside the yard and saw the bedroom curtain shaking constantly. He thought a thief had entered the house. He kicked open the door that was locked from the inside and stepped on the dirty long leather. Shoes rushed into the room, just in time to see two white-striped chickens sticking together by the bedroom window, looking at Kegel with a look of horror on his face. Coward's uninvited guest. Then screams, fights, scolds, insults, and cries came from the house. The landlady's son happened to be a knight in the Venice City Guard camp. Kegel, after Coward beat the young couple severely, he lived in a guard camp prison for half a month before being released. A demon hunter like him, who has no real estate, cannot be regarded as a citizen of Venice City, but can only be regarded as a wanderer. Therefore, there are almost no human rights in Venice City. Now because he has a bad record of trespassing into private houses, the Housing Rental Union has put a big red cross on his name. He can't rent a house in Venice City at the moment. If he has friends or relatives who can seek refuge, he can only stay in a relatively cheap small hotel. The main reason why he did not leave Venice City was that only in such a big city could he receive some commission tasks for demon hunters. Unfortunately, winter had entered the off-season for commission tasks. Kegel Coward has never been able to receive a serious commission. Basically, he can only hide in the hotel. The gold coins in his pocket slowly turn into silver coins. He can only eat some cheap street food on the street every day. Fortunately, a sip of beetroot soup can warm your stomach. Kegel Coward was standing on the side of the road, bending down to scoop out a bowl of red cabbage soup from a steaming iron bucket. A magic caravan slowly passed by. The moment he raised his head, he happened to see a pair of ribbons in the car window. Charming black-purple eyes. He was slightly startled, and subconsciously flashed in his mind that the woman in the car was so beautiful, and she seemed to have been looking at him just now. Kegel Coward looked towards the magic caravan with the soup bowl in hand, and saw the woman looking at him again through the rear window. He wanted to catch up, but was stopped by the stall owner. The stall owner pointed at Kegel. Coward held a wooden bowl in his hand and said, "Leave the bowl!" Kegel Coward smiled apologetically, gulped down the red cabbage soup in the wooden bowl, then put the wooden bowl back on the wooden stand aside, turned around, and strode through the crowd towards the magic caravan. After chasing him, it was the time when there were the most people on the street. Kegel Coward ran a few steps forward among the crowd and watched the magic caravan disappear into the traffic. Over the next few days, Kegel Coward would wait in front of the scone stall in the morning. After filling his stomach, he would watch the magic caravans coming and going on the streets. Several times, the knights from the guard camp saw him standing on the street and wanted to cause trouble for him, but they had to give up because they had no reason. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Kegel Coward had exhausted the last bit of his patience. He spat into the flower pond on the roadside and wanted to visit the mercenary union to see if there were any tasks suitable for him. He walked along the street to the intersection, turned left along the sidewalk, and saw a carriage coming out of the alley on the left. A beautiful face was reflected in the glass window, except that the skin color was a little gray. Everything else is perfect. Coward's heart was boiling with excitement, and he could hardly breathe with excitement. He strode towards the magic caravan and chased it. Seeing that the magic caravan was about to disappear into the traffic, he quickly jumped onto a magic car parked on the roadside. Caravan threw a silver coin to the coachman and said to him hastily, "Follow the magic caravan in front." The coachman raised his whip, and the magic caravan quickly merged into the traffic flow. Aphrodite has been in a good mood these 2 days. Bina City is at least 10 times larger than Helensa City, and there are many places to hang out. Every day she would rent a magic caravan and leave the hotel in the morning, wandering aimlessly on the streets of Bina City. When she saw interesting buildings or novel places, she would stop the carriage and start her day from here. Journey. Aphrodite didn't even know the name of this small square. She just thought that the maze made of shrubs and low walls in the square seemed interesting. So she asked the coachman to stop, threw a silver coin to the coachman, held up her skirt, and walking into the square with brisk steps. In winter in Bina City, women always wear hoods when going out. There are many women like Aphrodite who wear a veil, so she does not look very special in the crowd. There are many people in the square, and many women stand outside the low shrub wall, waiting for the children to emerge from the maze. After getting out, everyone gathered together for a lively chat. The women were obviously not interested in this maze with shrubs and low walls. Only a group of children kept running in from the entrance. Aphrodite didn't go in. She just walked around the low shrub wall and took a look around. The sun was shining brightly at noon, but the gusts of north wind still made the temperature in the square a bit cold. Several children squatted behind the low wall. In front of them stood an older child, who was looking through the children's pockets one by one. Most of the children's pockets were empty. Only one boy was covering his pocket nervously. The older child looked over alertly. He bent down and opened the child's fingers, and took out a few candies from his pocket. 3 copper plates. "Give me back the big bad guy!" The boy found that the candy and money in his pocket had been snatched away by the older child, and he hugged the older child's leg desperately, and refused to let go. The older child reached out and grabbed the boy's blonde hair, kicked him on the chest, then smiled proudly and disappeared into the bushes. The boy fell under the low bush wall. The other children fled away in fright, leaving only the boy lying on the ground crying sadly. Aphrodite was startled slightly. She stopped and walked up, squatting in front of the boy who fell to the ground. Aphrodite put her hand on the boy's head, gently stroked his hair, and said to him comforting, "You are a boy. No matter what happens, you cannot cry like a girl. Crying has no effect except making you look more miserable. Come on! Stand up, and I will take you to get your candies and copper coins back." The boy wiped his tears and nose and quickly got up from the ground. His right face was slightly red and swollen, and there was a clear footprint on his chest. Aphrodite took the boy's hand and led him slowly into the low wall, saying to him as he walked, "Promise me that if something like this happens in the future, you will stand up bravely. You have to take back what you lost by yourself." Aphrodite just straddled 2 low shrub walls and found the older child squatting under the low wall to peel off candy wrappers from behind a row of low shrub walls. The older child raised his head and looked at Aphrodite in confusion. Luodi and the boy holding her hand thought that an adult from the family was coming. The eldest child was as nimble as a rabbit. He wanted to pass through the low bush wall, but when he saw Aphrodite's eyes, he was stunned. He stupidly took the candy and 3 pieces of candy in his pocket. He took out a copper plate and handed it to the boy. Aphrodite comforted the boy again, touched his head, and turned around to walk out of the maze surrounded by shrubs and low walls. The boy also grabbed the candy and ran away. Only the older child was left standing there in a daze. After a few seconds, the eldest child came to his senses, shook his head vigorously, turned around and ran away into the low bush wall. These were all hidden behind the flower bed by Kegel. Coward saw it. "Is that black magic charm?" Coward stared at Aphrodite with a puzzled look. He was not sure who Aphrodite was, but he knew the charm belonged to black magic. He guessed that he had met a black magician. This kind of black magician, the magician was a kind of secretive person in Bina City. So he hid behind the wall with fear on his face, and looked at Aphrodite with more curiosity. Chapter 607 North Street. Aphrodite was a little irritable. She didn't know what happened, But there was an inexplicable tale behind her. The hunter's tracking skills were poor and rough, which made Aphrodite mistakenly believe that the hunter was actually a bait. When she couldn't help but take action to deal with him, a lot of magicians would rush in from all directions, come out and capture her. After a whole day of various trials, Aphrodite finally discovered that the hunter was actually a lone wolf. Not knowing exactly where he had exposed himself, Aphrodite repeatedly considered his movements over the past few days, and thought that it was probably in the maze square that the hunter had discovered his identity. She stayed in the hotel room for 4 days. It seemed that the hunter was very patient. Soon after, he also moved into the hotel. However, because he did not have noble status, he could not live in this area on the north side. Every day I could only sit on the railing on the side of the courtyard with a water glass and chat with the waiters, grooms and tourists in the hotel. He can get along well with the people in the hotel, but he just can't enter the aristocratic area. Aphrodite sat quietly by the window, staring blankly at the street scene in the distance. It snowed heavily again in Venice City. This was the second snowfall she had received after arriving in Venice City. It was obvious that the snow was much heavier than the one she had just arrived in Venice City. In just half a day, all the roofs in the city turned silver. Aphrodite can't go anywhere, no matter where she is. As long as she quietly looks back at the corner, she will see the wretched figure of the hunter. She remembers Serdak's basic opinions on her trip, she demanded. So she resisted the urge to make the hunter disappear completely, and simply stayed in the room without going anywhere. The hunter took no further action, and did not report her whereabouts to the Magic Guild. There are not many carriages on North Street, and the most eye-catching one is a gorgeous magic-covered carriage that always appears before dusk and then leaves before dawn. This has been the case in the past few days. The hostess of the gorgeous magic caravan is a blonde lady who looks very young. She wears a different gorgeous dress every day. There are 2 maids behind her to take care of her, and a maid is responsible for carrying the long dress behind hemline. She has been staying overnight in a townhouse on North Street for the past few days. A handsome young man will wait at the door on time every day. The 2 of them walk into the townhouse intimately. Sometimes they don't like to have sex at night. Through the curtains, Aphrodite could even see clearly the young man's angular abdominal muscles. The blonde lady's skin is white as milk, and the large round bed in the room. The magic wall lamp would illuminate the room brightly. Aphrodite has always envied the skin color of human women. Everything about the succubus is perfect, but the skin is a little gray and not white enough. She heard some time ago that adequate sleep will make the skin fairer, but she tried it, and it didn't work. How good. In addition to waiting for the arrival of the blonde lady every day, and after the blonde lady left, the young man would do some physical exercises on the terrace of the townhouse loft every morning. Take a bath, have lunch, take a nap, and also enjoy an exquisite meal on the terrace. Afternoon tea. I would occasionally ask a swordsmanship instructor to practice some swordsmanship to spend the boring afternoon. I heard that humans like to keep some beautiful birds in cages, and Aphrodite felt that this handsome young man also looked like those beautiful birds. She would sit on the terrace almost every day these days, looking at the scenery of North Street boredly. She thought about summoning Soldak to Venice City and asking him to buy an airship ticket back to Helensa City. The outside world was indeed too dangerous, and it would be more comfortable to live in Wall Village. The only thing that gave her a headache was not knowing how to get rid of that annoying tail. So she was ready to leave this trouble to Serdak. Of course, sitting on the terrace and looking at the street view of Venice City is actually not too boring. She can always find something different every day, making every day seem meaningful. For example, she found out that there was another group with an invisible whereabouts. They had been following the blonde lady these days. They came here every afternoon before dinner to lay out their plans, and then evacuated one after another, until the next morning. But they seemed to be very careful, and their excellent tracking methods were almost completely different from the hunter who was following them. Aphrodite wasn't sure if she would be able to detect it if there was such a group of professional hunters following her. Almost every time they appear, they change into different identities. Pedestrians passing by North Street, vendors on the street, or coachmen driving magic caravans, drunkards wandering around the streets with bottles of wine, lights up at night the night watchman of the streetlights, the janitor clearing away the trash before dawn. If Aphrodite hadn't looked at people a little differently, she wouldn't have been able to detect these anomalies. In fact, the way the succubus family identifies humans does not pay attention to people's faces. They like to look at everyone's eyes. It is said that human eyes are connected to the soul, even if they are 2 identical twins. Their eyes are very different, Aphrodite sat on the terrace for 4 days. During these 4 days, she could see these people appearing on North Street with different identities almost every day, and they always targeted the blonde lady. When a lady appears in the loft, the target of their attention will be the blonde lady. In the boring days, Aphrodite began to slowly appreciate this dramatic scene. She was guessing when this group of people wanted to take action, just like she was guessing the hunter sitting on the railing in the courtyard of the hotel. "Sir, when will you take further action on yourself?" Aphrodite sat on the sofa, chanting magic spells gracefully. A burst of magical light spread in the room, and a void door appeared in the center of the 6-pointed star array. Cerdak walked out of it dirty and embarrassed. Aphrodite was startled by his wretched appearance. "Why are you in such a mess?" Aphrodite stood up in her nightgown, looked at Soldak seriously, and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that there were no serious injuries on his body. Cerdak was not polite, and took off the Earth Shield magic pattern armor that was covered in volcanic ash, and threw it casually on the floor. Explained to Aphrodite. "We hunted a crystallized salamander with ghoul item. That salamander was a little stronger than we expected." As he spoke, Cerdak took out his somewhat deformed dwarf chain shield, and waved it in front of Aphrodite's eyes. This shield was reacquired from the guard camp after the shield of blessing of Moses was damaged. But after participating in a single battle, Cerdak felt that he needed a stronger magic shield. He opened the bathroom door and walked in. The rooms in the aristocratic area of this hotel have uninterrupted hot water supply every day, and the bathtub in the bathroom is very nice. Cerdak has stayed in Pussy Mountain for so long and has another battle with a crystallized salamander. What he needs most at this time is just take a shower. Aphrodite clasped her hands on her chest and said to Cerdak in the bathroom through the door, "It's really tragic. It seems like the harvest is pretty good." Cerdak started to fill the bathtub with water and said, "It's okay. So far, those salamanders should be very valuable. I guess this one should be more valuable this time. I want to go to the magic market." He felt that something was wrong with Aphrodite's mood, so he turned to look at her curiously and asked, "By the way, how have you been living here recently? Is Bena City much more prosperous than Helensa?" "To be honest, I haven't been having a good time these past few days. If it weren't for waiting for you, maybe I would have left Bena City." Aphrodite pulled up a chair, sat at the door of the bathroom, and began to ask Cerdak was miserable. Hot water slowly poured into the bathtub. Cerdak turned around and asked in surprise, "What happened?" "I'm being targeted." Aphrodite pointed to the door helplessly and said, "It's in the inner courtyard right now. Every time I go out, he will be followed behind me, like a nasty tail." "You didn't do anything to him, right?" Cerdak asked worriedly. Aphrodite glared at Cerdak angrily. Soldak breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. I will arrange for you to leave as soon as possible. But are you sure he is following you? Are you questioning the counter-reconnaissance ability of a succubus?" Aphrodite glanced at Cerdak. "Well, not really. I'll take a shower first, and we'll talk later." When Soldak saw the bathtub filled with hot water, he walked to the door of the bathroom, smiled apologetically, and closed the door. Because it had been snowing all day, it got dark very early in Ciudad Pena. Soldak was wearing light leather armor and passed by the corridor inside the hotel. Sure enough, he found a demon hunter sitting on the stone railing in the inner courtyard. He looked disheveled. The worn leather armor and old quiver showed that the current situation is not very good. There is an iron cup on the railing, and the hot water in it is steaming slightly. Snowflakes flew into the inner courtyard, falling on the roofs of the neat rows of magic caravans, on the low shrub walls of the garden, and on the shoulders of the hunters. The hunter draped an old blanket around himself, not wanting to go back to his room. Cerdak called a waiter, gave the waiter a silver coin, and asked him to bring a bowl of hot soup and a dinner to the hunter. The waiter had a flattering smile on his face and praised Cerdak. "Lord Baron, you are such a generous man. The down-and-out wanderer has been sitting there for several days, looking at the North District every day, probably hoping that a noble like you will be able to give him a gift. A delicious meal." Cerdak smiled, patted the young waiter on the shoulder, and said softly to him, "Go quickly. Everyone has a low point in life, and we can't underestimate anyone because of this." Chapter 608 Snowy Night. Cerdak had no special idea in sending a dinner. He just wanted to express his admiration to the hunter, who was squatting in the snow and guarding Aphrodite. "You are so brave." The next thing he had to do was to take Aphrodite and leave the hotel while the heavy snow was falling. The room they rented happened to be facing the street. As long as no one was paying attention, The two of them jumped off the terrace and took a magic caravan to leave the area quickly. Soldak is a nobleman of the Green Empire. No hotel in Beta City can refuse to admit a nobleman. It is very easy for him to find a new hotel. When I opened the door, I happened to see Aphrodite standing on the terrace wearing a scarf. Her posture was a bit special. Her plump hips and hips were raised a bit high, and her whole body was hidden behind the fence, like a female leopard, lying on the tree and staring at the prey in the grass. He was about to leave here. Serdek didn't understand why Aphrodite still liked to look at the street scene of North Street. He curiously leaned over and followed Aphrodite's posture to look towards the street. The street has been covered with a thick layer of snow, and snowflakes are falling from the sky. The ruts in the street have been covered by a layer of new snow. A gorgeous magic caravan is parked in front of the townhouse. The handsome man, the young man, was wearing a pair of thin breeches, and his hair was meticulously combed. Standing at the door facing the wind and snow, the door of the magic caravan was opened by the coachman, and a maid jumped out. She stood beside the carriage and helped the blonde lady get out of the magic caravan. It was snowing so heavily, and the blonde lady wore an evening dress with all her shoulders exposed. She wore a glazed beast scarf, hugged the young man who came forward tightly, and then the blonde lady walked into the room holding the young man's arm. The two maids followed in holding up their long skirts. The coachman parked the magic caravan on the side of the road. Even without looking at that face, he knew that this noble lady was Mrs. Annabelle's best friend, Mrs. Dorothy. Soldak had played cards with her on the magic airship, and Soldak lived here. Lady Dorothy was seen several times going into the attic with the young man. He was actually not surprised to see Lady Dorothy appear here again in a magic caravan for a date with her lover. He just didn't understand why Aphrodite was so interested, and why she acted so exaggeratedly, hiding her entire body behind the fence of the terrace. So he asked Aphrodite in a low voice, "Hey, what are you looking at?" Snowy night. North Street. On the sidewalk, two night watchmen were about to light a street lamp. It was snowing so heavily. A fried fish stall at the intersection had not closed yet. There were actually people standing at the intersection of the street despite the heavy snow, waiting to buy fried fish. That kind of thing. Even the heavy snow could not hide the aroma of fried food, which spread far along North Street. Aphrodite originally wanted to prepare herself and wait for Serdek to come back from outside, then leave the hotel on a snowy night. But as soon as she walked to the terrace, she saw a magic caravan parked on the side of North Street that was completely black and had no family crest. Originally, she wanted to check which magic caravan could be rented on the street, and then she and Serdek rented a magic caravan and left here. But when she glanced at the coachman of the magic caravan from a distance, she felt familiar. It wasn't that there was anything special about the coachman. The coachman was wearing a very rustic fur coat. But seeing his eyes, Aphrodite suddenly remembered that he was clearly one of those people hiding around North Street. One of the hunters. This time he played the role of a coachman, and there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Aphrodite originally wanted to climb over the terrace and leave quietly from North Street. Seeing this scene, she was driven by strong curiosity and quietly crouched behind the balcony railing to observe her surroundings. 1, 2, 3. She counted the number of hidden hunters one by one, and found that all the hidden hunters were present tonight. It was snowing so heavily, and it was at night, and there were no other pedestrians on the street. There was a look in these people's eyes, a hint of fierceness, and a hint of excitement made her feel that tonight might be a little different. Serdek came over from the side and asked her what she was looking at. Aphrodite did not hesitate to tell Serdek what she had observed in the past few days. "You mean these people want to kidnap Mrs. Dorothy?" Serdek looked at Aphrodite in shock. This succubus probably doesn't know Mrs. Dorothy's surname. The suffix of her name is Newman. In the entire Bena province, the surname Newman is equivalent to the royal family. In the province of Bena, Grand Duke Newman's words were more powerful than His Majesty Charles, the Emperor of the Green Empire. What force is so unthinkable that they actually want to take action against Mrs. Dorothy? "Do you know that person?" She pointed to the room with thick curtains and asked in a low voice. "I played cards with her on the magic airship," Serdek admitted honestly. "Just playing cards?" Aphrodite smiled ambiguously. Serdek looked at her seriously. Aphrodite immediately changed her tone and said, "Are you friends? She seems to be in danger tonight. Do you want to remind her?" Serdek looked outside again. Everything was normal on the street. He doesn't have the eyes of a succubus that can see through the night. From such a distance, he can still see the facial expressions of people on the street. Soldak hesitated for a moment and then said, "I'm not very familiar with her. Let's take a closer look." Do you think these people are lurking in this area? Are they specifically responsible for protecting her? Aphrodite raised her eyebrows and immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. You are questioning a succubus's sense of danger. A thick layer of snow had fallen on the terrace, and it was a bit cold. A puff of white air came out of her mouth. Seeing Soldak looking intently at North Street, Aphrodite paused for a moment and then said, Actually, I also want to know what they want to do after they have been preparing for so long. After saying that, she calmly leaned towards Serdek. In the lighted room of the townhouse, golden acorns were burning in the fireplace. The room was not only warm, but also exuded a unique aroma of acorns. Lady Dorothy and the handsome young man were lying on a bed, on the fur of the Earth Fury bear. The two of them were holding goblets filled with golden cider. The handsome young man listened quietly to Lady Dorothy telling anecdotes about the House of Representatives. Above the snowy street, a group of hidden hunters surrounded the townhouse, waiting for the best opportunity. As everyone knows, on a terrace of the hotel opposite, Serdek and Aphrodite were squatting behind the fence and watching all this curiously. Kegel, Coward wolfed down a portion of the patty and sucked diligently at the grease that coated each finger. He took out a rotten handkerchief, wiped his mouth meticulously, and poured a pot of hot broth into his stomach, which immediately satisfied his empty stomach. The pie was delicious, and he also knew who sent it. Although the waiter said it was a baron, he was not a fool and did not think that someone would treat him to a meat dinner for no reason. He felt that the black magician must have noticed him, and the black magician should have sent this meat pie, probably to warn him not to meddle in his own business. He was not a demon hunter who would easily back down when he was threatened. Now that he had been discovered by the other party, it was still quite dangerous for such a prepared black magician. So he decided to report to the guard camp immediately. Chapter 609 Snowy Night 2. The carved wooden door of the guard camp hall in Bena City was pushed open from the outside. The cold wind carried snowflakes and blew into the hall. The two knights from the guard camp, who were on duty in the hall, quickly stood up from the stove in the corner and squinted at the door of the hall. Standing in Fengshui was a demon hunter wearing worn-out leather armor. He had a long dagger hanging on his waist and a hunting bow on his back. He strode into the hall from outside. The snow on his legs was almost frozen. It turned into thick scabs, and he stamped his feet on the floor hard, and the snow fell on the floor. The cold wind blew away the last bit of warmth in the hall, and even if there was a fire in the fireplace, there was still no warmth at all. There were a total of 5 knights on duty in the guard camp hall, and 3 of them were sleeping on makeshift wooden beds behind the bar. They were responsible for keeping watch for the rest of the night. The 2 guard camp knights stood up and asked the witcher at the door, What happened? I found a black magician in the hotel. Kegel Coward closed the wooden door and said to the 2 guard camp knights. The 2 guard camp knights looked at each other, walked to the side of the demon hunter Kegel Coward, took out a sheepskin booklet and a quill pen, began to understand the situation seriously, and told Kegel Coward. Coward's words were carefully recorded. The other 3 knights from the guard camp slowly walked out from behind the bar. The knight captain walked over with a sleeping look on his face and asked the knight on duty, What's going on again? This gentleman said that he found traces of a black magician at the Walled House Hotel. The knight on duty reported to the knight captain. The knight captain frowned and looked at Kegel Coward seriously for a long time before slowly asking, What is your name? Kegel Coward. Sir, he said, Are you a hunter? The knight captain glanced at the hunting bow carried behind him and asked, Yes, sir. Kegel Coward puffed up his chest and said. The knight captain nodded slightly and said to Kegel Coward, Wait a minute. I need to report this matter to my superiors. Kegel Coward glanced at the dark window and lowered his head in disappointment. The knight captain walked towards the 2nd floor, and the sound of leather shoes on the floor gradually disappeared. The 2 knights from the guard camp, who came out behind, were wearing leather armor and complained to Kegel Coward. Actually, you should have come earlier. At this time, it will be very difficult to capture, especially if the opponent is a magician. Division. The 2 knights from the guard camp, who were on duty at night, also came over at this time. One of them walked to the door, opened the wooden door, and took a look outside. The cold wind filled the room with snow flakes, and the knight quickly closed the door. At the Bennett guard camp, a battalion captain will stay on guard until late at night every night. The person on duty tonight at the guard camp headquarters happens to be Viscount Dan Kincaid, the captain of the 2nd Battalion. This Viscount originally ranked about 16th among the 19 captains of the Bena City Guard Battalion, but due to his outstanding performance in the Macaplane, he was appreciated by Grand Knight Glenn. the leader of the Benna City Guard Battalion. So he has attracted much attention in the guard camp recently. The night captain stood outside the office on the second floor and knocked on the door. Hearing someone in the room answer, he opened the door and walked in. The light in the room was very soft, and a construct knight was sitting at the desk, lowering his head while reviewing documents. The night captain took 3 steps forward, stood up straight and said, "Lord Viscount Kincaid, a hunter reported that he found a black magician in the Ring Tower Hotel." Viscount Kincaid frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Shouldn't the investigation of black magicians be reported to the Magic Union Law Enforcement Group? When did dealing with these black magicians become a matter for the security camp?" He was on duty tonight at the guard camp headquarters. He originally wanted to take a bus back to the temporary residence next to the guard camp if nothing happened after a while. His 5th wife was waiting there tonight, watching the snowy scenery, drinking some wine with his young wife, and having some more in-depth communication. But now it seems that these plans are all coming to nothing. Viscount Kincaid leaned back with some displeasure. After nightfall, the temperature in the room dropped quickly, and the hand holding the pen became stiff unconsciously. He rubbed his hands vigorously. The night captain didn't answer. What could he say? Viscount Kincaid glanced at the night captain in front and asked again, "Where is the person who reported the message?" "Just downstairs." The night captain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied quickly. Viscount Kincaid stood up, put on his thick leather coat, put on his gloves and said to the night captain, "Let's go see him." Viscount Kincaid walked out of the office, followed by a group of personal guards from the next room. These were a night squad that originally belonged to Viscount Kincaid. After Viscount Kincaid was promoted to captain of the 2nd Brigade of the Guard Battalion, a group of knights became Viscount Kincaid's personal bodyguards. Although these personal guards did not wear expensive magic pattern suits, they more or less had 1 or 2 magic pattern structures on their bodies. The weapons they were equipped with were also very sophisticated. The equipment of these knights made the night captain a little envious. A group of people came down from the 2nd floor with cheers. Viscount Kincaid was at the front. He immediately saw Kegel Coward standing in the hall. "Where is the black magician?" Viscount Kincaid couldn't help but ask as he stood at the top of the stairs. "In the room on the 3rd floor in the north area of the Walled House Hotel." Kegel Coward answered immediately, trying to stand up straight. Coming down the stairs was a knight dressed in magic patterns. The gold sword and shield badge on his chest showed that his status was very high in the guard camp. Viscount Kincaid looked at Kegel Coward seriously, and then ordered to the night captain beside him, "We are going to verify this matter now to see if it is true and credible. If it is really a black magician, we will try to notify the Magic Union Law Enforcement Group. Our security battalion should not interfere easily." The night captain immediately replied, "Yes, Captain." Viscount Kincaid asked again, "Have you figured out the specific route?" The night captain replied, "He just said he was willing to lead the way. It is estimated that it will be very difficult to capture him on this snowy night." Kincaid walked to the window, glanced at the dark night and the snowy sky through the window, turned to the night captain and asked, "Which squadron is on duty today? Let us inform you, and everyone will be ready to take action." The night captain immediately stood up straight and agreed, "Yes, Lord Viscount." After a while, the gate of the guard camp was pushed open by the guards. Viscount Kincaid led a group of guard camp knights on horseback and walked to the long street in the howling wind and snow. On the streets on a snowy night, heavy snow has completely covered the roads, and not even the night watchman can be seen on the empty streets. The street lamps on the streets emitted a faint light, and a group of guard battalion knights galloped past the lamps. A group of guard battalion knights followed the demon hunter Kegel. Coward rushed into the gate hotel, the sound of horse hooves being muffled by the wind and snow. The person in charge of the Welu Hotel came out of the warm hall with a smile on his face and asked a group of knights from the guard camp, "Master Knights, is there anything I can do for you?" Viscount Kincaid, surrounded by a group of knights from the guard camp, rode to the front. When the hotel manager saw the badge on Viscount Kincaid's chest, he immediately lowered his posture and said quickly, "Sir Viscount, what do you need? Take me to the north area of the hotel. Our informant provided clues and found the whereabouts of the black magician in the north area of the hotel. We will conduct a routine search," Kincaid said to the hotel manager with a straight face. He said without even looking at him. The hotel manager was slightly startled and quickly walked in front of the horse. Viscount Kincaid dismounted from his horse, held a saber in one hand, and walked towards the hotel. A group of personal guards followed him closely. The hotel manager quickly followed and explained to Viscount Kincaid, "Lord Viscount, The north area of our hotel belongs to the accommodation area for nobles. The north building is divided into 4 floors. Except for a small number of guards and entourage living on the first floor, there are accommodations for nobles on the second, third, and fourth floors. Which floor do you want to start checking? Come on! Our register here has the signatures of noble gentlemen. As he spoke, he waved to the waiter in front of the bar, motioning for him to bring the register. Is the North District an exclusive area for nobles? Viscount Kincaid was also slightly startled. Stopped and asked the hotel manager. The hotel manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and said quickly, "That's it. The identities of all the nobles have been verified. Take me to see it," Viscount Kincaid said. The hotel manager quickly led the way, and a group of people walked through the inner courtyard corridor and headed straight to the north area. Dozens of carriages were parked in the courtyard of the enclosed hotel. Although most of the carriages were covered with a thick layer of snow, Viscount Kincaid could still tell from those gorgeous magic carriages that the hotel manager must not have lied. There are some nobles staying in this hotel. Viscount Kincaid took the knights from the guard camp downstairs in the north area of the hotel. The hotel manager glared at Kegel Coward angrily, wishing to strangle him to death on the spot. He was such a troublemaker. Why didn't he freeze to death in the inner corridor in the past few days? Instead, he brought a group of guard camp knights to search the north area of the hotel, regardless of whether the search is fruitful or not. The impact of this search on Welu Hotel will be very large. The reason why those travelers choose Welu Hotel is nothing more than a few factors: the hotel's hardware facilities, the hotel's own services, and preferential prices. A hotel that was in constant trouble would never be accepted by the nobles. The hotel manager felt that his head was spinning several times in an instant. Which floor is the black magician you are following? Viscount Kincaid turned back to the demon hunter Kegel Coward and asked. Third floor, Kegel Coward said decisively. At this time, the hotel manager walked half a step slowly, and took the opportunity to take the registration book and winked at the waiter. The waiter stepped back with understanding and quietly communicated with other waiters in the hotel. Viscount Kincaid took a deep look at Kegel Coward. He waved to a group of guard camp knights behind him, gesturing for everyone to stay downstairs, with only a team of 5 personal knights. He climbed the stairs under the leadership of the hotel manager. Chapter 610 Meeting. Lord Viscount, there are currently only 3 guests living on the 3rd floor of the North District. They are Viscount Ezekiel from Osorno City, Baron Dorn from Aleoi City, and Sue from Helensa City. Baron Erdak, the hotel manager introduced in a low voice following behind. Upon hearing the name Soldak, Viscount Kincaid was slightly startled and then climbed up the stairs. Unfortunately, Viscount Ezekiel and Baron Dorn did not live in the hotel tonight. Perhaps they were temporarily staying with relatives and friends in Benez City due to the heavy snow. Outside room 3215 on the 3rd floor of the north area of the Ring Tower Hotel. Kincaid knocked on the door. A construct knight opened the door from the inside, looked at Viscount Kincaid at the door, and asked calmly, My Lord Viscount, what do you do for a living? Unexpectedly, after Kincaid saw Soldak, the expression on his face immediately became extremely friendly. He asked Soldak familiarly, Baron Soldak, why do you live here? Sir Viscount, I am staying here temporarily because I have to visit Marquis Luther for some private matters. Who are you? Soldak looked at Viscount Kincaid and couldn't remember where he had seen him. Viscount Kincaid put his hands on Soldak's shoulders, gave him a big hug, and then said in a rather emotional tone, I am Dan Kincaid from the Benez City Guard Camp. Let's participate in the Maca session together. During the war, it was you who treated my injuries in Wazimra City. Will you stay in this room? Yes, this is my room. Please come in, Soldak said, taking a step back and inviting them in. There was a clear sound of water splashing from the bathroom in the room, and a soft light shined into the living room through the crack in the bathroom door. This room has been occupied by Baron Soldak. Baron Soldak has not left the hotel in the past few days. The waiter standing aside confirmed in a low voice. Viscount Kincaid stood at the door, without even looking into the room, and said, I'm sorry to bother you today, but I'll come to visit you another day. After saying that, Kincaid led a group of men and left the north area of the hotel. Kegel Coward looked at Viscount Kincaid in confusion, not knowing what happened, and Viscount Kincaid walked out of the north area of the hotel with an angry look on his face. Viscount Kincaid stared at the demon hunter Kegel Coward with lightning eyes and said, I have sufficient evidence that you are framing a noble. Hearing what Viscount Kincaid said, the knights in the surrounding guard camp instantly drew their swords from their waists and placed them on Kegel Coward's neck. The waiters in the surrounding hotels turned pale with fright. Viscount Kincaid looked around with an arrogant expression, and then said, "This noble baron was once a hero in the war on the Maka Plain. Maybe some of you have been helped by him. He used his own power of holy light to heal every knight of the guard camp who was injured in the battle is the only knight in Bena province who has the power of the holy light." Speaking of this, the surrounding knights from the guard camp also said in astonishment, "Captain, is it really Knight Cerdak who lives upstairs?" Viscount Kincaid said with certainty, "Of course. I will never admit my mistake. Just a month ago during the Red Dragon treasure operation, I followed Grand Knight Glenn to Mount Paglos. Baron Soldak also said we have provided a lot of information and clues to our siege of the Dark Moon Gate and the members of the Black Magic Monastery. He is no longer a knight now. He is already a noble baron in the city of Helensa." Kegel Coward felt his eyes go dark. His legs felt a little weak, and he was spitting as if he was about to fall into a bottomless abyss. Viscount Kincaid pointed at Kegel Coward and shouted sternly, "Lock him up, and I will personally examine this homeless man." Kegel Coward shouted unwillingly, "But I clearly saw a black magician walking into that room. I have been staring here for 5 days. There is absolutely no mistake." A fist hit Kegel Coward's stomach hard, knocking out the bile in his stomach. Kegel Coward curled up and vomited the meat pies in his stomach mixed with gastric juice all over the floor. 2 knights from the guard camp held Kegel Coward tightly. "Take him away and lock him up. Damn it. Take him back to the guard camp. It's such a cold and snowy day." Viscount Kincaid cursed angrily. "Yes, Lord Viscount," the knight from the guard battalion replied. Viscount Kincaid got on his horse, faced the wind and snow in the inner corridor, and led a group of knights out of the hotel. Viscount Kincaid led the knights of the guard camp and did not return the way they came. Instead, they walked through the inner courtyard of the hotel and walked directly out of the arched door of the north area enclosure. A group of guard camp knights braved the wind and snow and arrived at the north street of the hotel. There was snow falling on the street, and a dark-colored carriage parked silently at the door of the townhouse. A group of hidden hunters stood silently on a roof covered with thick snow. They wore fur cloaks, as if they blended in with the snow in the dark night. Several agile hunters were guarding the front door, and those on the roof got into the attic through the transom window. There are people on the roofs of the intersections on the east and west sides of the street on guard duty, and reinforcements of knights can come from almost all directions. The coachman on the gorgeous caravan had already had his throat cut by an assassin. His body was sitting on the driver's seat, curled up, and soon it was covered with snow, making him look like a snowman. The 2 white horses in front of the magic caravan kicked uneasily on the stone slabs on the street and snorted constantly. There may be some slight sounds of fighting in the room, but on such a windy and snowy night with a howling north wind, all unusual sounds are buried in the wind and snow. A light suddenly came on in a room in the townhouse. A few seconds later, the light in that room suddenly went out again. With a bang, the glass window was smashed to pieces, and a mahogany chair with one leg missing was stolen from the second floor. Throw it down, and the sound of shattering glass windows can still be heard far away even on a snowy night. At the moment when this group of elusive hunters just started taking action, Viscount Kincaid led a group of guard battalion knights through the north gate of the enclosed hotel and appeared directly on North Street. An exquisite mahogany chair smashed through the glass window and landed on the street in a parabolic shape. It rolled a few times before Viscount Kincaid's eyes before being buried in the snow. The knights of the guard camp responded quickly and rushed forward to surround Captain Kincaid. At this time, the knights in the guard camp looked towards the townhouse across the North Street in surprise. They saw a dozen hunters in fur coats standing on the roof covered by heavy snow. Chapter 6:11 Night Battle. The wind and snow outside are getting bigger and bigger. Standing on the terrace, Soldak happened to see a group of hunters climbing onto the roof one after another, and a few skilled people sneaked into the attic of the townhouse. As soon as they started to take action, the team of the Bena City Guard Battalion came out of the Wailu Hotel in a mighty manner. Although it was difficult to see too far against the wind and snow at night, an exquisite mahogany chair fell to the street, making a crisp sound that attracted almost all the knights in the guard camp to look towards the loft opposite. On the roof, all the hunters hidden in the darkness were exposed to the sight of the knights from the guard camp. These hunters took off the long bows on their backs and pointed their bows and arrows at the knights from the guard camp on the street. The exquisite curtains inside the broken glass windows were sucked out by the howling wind and snow, and looked like a colorless flag fluttering in the wind at night. Several hunters guarding under the street lights were scattered around the dark magic caravan. They looked at the knights of the guard camp coming out of the hotel with stunned expressions, and they all assumed fighting postures. The battle in front of us is almost about to break out. Viscount Kincaid pulled out the sword from his waist, pointed at the loft in front and ordered, "Come in and kill the resistors on the spot." It was snowing heavily, and a thick layer of snow had fallen on the terrace. The knights of the guard camp barely paused, and the knights behind them spread out to the left and right sides of the street, like a large net spread out on North Street. Viscount Kincaid, surrounded by several personal guards, approached the townhouse. They even heard the sound of fighting in the house. A sharp police whistle sounded in the heavy snow. The hunters on the hidden roof untied their hunting bows, fully drew the bows in their hands, and pointed at the knights of the guard camp on the street. The sound of fighting in the room has intensified. Attendants kept falling out of the window, their limbs twisted and falling on the street. Blood was pouring from their bodies, and soon it was stained red on the snow. Some attendants did not die immediately. Their bodies he was twitching violently, and bursts of wailing came from his throat. A group of knights around Viscount Kincaid had already rushed to the door of the townhouse loft despite the rain of arrows shot from the roof, and started a hand-to-hand fight with the hunter guarding the dark carriage. The knights in the guard camp wear standard armor. Although it reduces some flexibility, it can protect the vital parts of the body and not be easily injured. The knight's long sword and waist knife collided with each other, and the sound of fighting broke out in an instant. The one who rushed to the front was a squadron leader from the guard camp. He wore a complete set of armor and cut down 2 hunters as soon as they fought. The power of the constructed armor gave him an almost overwhelming advantage. The knights of the guard battalion quickly completed the siege of the row loft. "These people are really unlucky." Cerdak stood on the edge of the terrace, peered down, and said to Aphrodite in the bedroom. After Aphrodite packed her bags, she walked out of the bedroom with her suitcase. She and Soldak stood on the terrace and looked at the rooftop of the North Street townhouse. The hunters seemed unintentional to fight. In the guard camp under the pressure of the knights, they retreated steadily, seeing that the magic caravan parked at the door was occupied by the knights of the guard camp. The shadow of the swordsman even appeared behind the knight who rushed at the front. Suddenly, the momentum of the knights of the guard camp was like a rainbow, and several hunters were already killed by the knights. They uniform. Aphrodite pursed her lips, looked back and said, "It seems that Mrs. Dorothy is fine, so we can go more safely." Cerdak took another look at the battle on North Street. The guard battalion knights had the upper hand. It would not take too long for the knights, who came for reinforcements, to arrive. This place was not far from the guard battalion headquarters. After adjusting his coat, Cerdak said, "Yes, we have to get out of here." As they spoke, the two walked through the living room, opened the door, and walked into the inner corridor of the enclosed building. "Where are we going? Should I go back to Helensa?" Aphrodite asked curiously. A gust of wind and snow blew in, and she stood there as if she didn't realize it. In the HL world, she often experienced extreme climates that were several times more severe than here. This bit of wind and snow was nothing to her. Soldak closed the door and prepared to check out during the day tomorrow. He turned to Aphrodite and said, "No, let's change to another hotel. We can't leave on the North Street side. Let's go out through the south door. Would you like to book a boat ticket in advance?" Aphrodite took 2 quick steps from behind, caught up and took Soldak's arm, asking him. Soldak said casually, "Let's see. I'll go see Marquis Luther first, and then go to the airport terminal to see what day's ferry tickets I can buy." The wind and snow were very heavy. In order to prevent the heavy snow from blocking the door, the hotel attendants were clearing the snow in the yard overnight. However, many people ran to the doorway of the north door of the hotel to watch the fighting on the North Street. On the contrary, there was almost nothing on the south side of the hotel. People, all air leakage areas in the stables were covered with cotton curtains, probably out of fear that the horses would get frostbite in the extremely cold weather. In the past, when Cerdak walked out of the hotel, a waiter would be attentive to the door. Tonight, although the lights in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel were on, no one came out. The two walked to the street. The wind and snow had completely covered the road. There were no carriages available for rent on the street. They had finished work early. The snow was too heavy, and there would be no business if they didn't stop work. Cerdak knew that there was another hotel 2 streets away, but it was not as big as this hotel. But that hotel was only targeted at the aristocratic class. He planned to stay in that hotel. The only disadvantage was that it was a short distance away. The hotel was too close, and he actually wanted to go further. The signboard of the tavern at the intersection was still lit with magic lights. When Soldak passed by the street, a magic caravan drove over and stopped at the entrance of the tavern. Several nobles got out of the car and waited in a very gentlemanly manner. At the side of the car, the noble ladies behind were helped out of the magic caravan, and a group of people hurried into the tavern in the wind and snow. The coachman hesitated for a moment at the door of the tavern despite the wind and snow. He was wondering whether he should wait for another business at the door of the tavern. However, the snow and wind in the sky had made his beard freeze into a block of ice. It was very thick, but still felt cold. The coachman touched a few silver coins in the bag. Today's income was not bad. There were no other carriages on the street. He wanted to go home early tonight. Snowflakes fell on his face, sharp as knives. The coachman raised the collar of his coat and retracted his chin into the collar. "Hey, wait a minute. Take us to the hotel in front." Soldak stood next to the carriage and handed a silver coin to the carriage driver. The coachman raised his face with difficulty, and the smile on his face seemed to be a little stiff. He said apologetically to Soldak, "Oh, I'm sorry. I think I should go home. The road there is not smooth." After saying that, he saw clearly that the person standing next to the carriage was a noble. In the past, when meeting nobles, they would first get into the carriage and talk whether they wanted to or not. The noble in front of him seemed very polite. The coachman quickly jumped out of the carriage, stood in front of Soldak, and bowed repeatedly. Soldak looked up at the wind and snow raging in the night sky. Now that he saw the magic caravan, he was unwilling to rush on his feet in the wind and snow. Although the carriage driver was a little reluctant, he still insisted on asking, "Which way are you going?" The coachman pointed to the south of the city and said humbly, "My family lives in Nanchung district over there." Soldak then said, "Is there a hotel along the way over there?" "Any hotel you are familiar with will do. Take us for a ride. This will not delay your return home." The coachman agreed smoothly. "I am willing to serve you, sir." After saying that, he opened his somewhat stiff legs, diligently opened the door of the magic caravan for Soldak and Aphrodite, and said, "Please sit tight. The road is a bit slippery tonight." The magic caravan moved slowly along the street towards the south of the city. The townhouse is a mess inside. A maid blocked the door and was slashed on the shoulder by the hunter. The sharp blade passed over the maid's heart, almost splitting her entire chest in half. The maid stared at the group of hunters rushing in with wide eyes, and didn't say a word before she died. The handsome young swordsman stood up naked from the big bed. When he saw the hunters pouring into the room, he immediately picked up a chair and smashed open the window closest to the bed. He threw the mahogany chair out. He had almost no protective gear on his body. He just temporarily took a decorative western rapier from the wall and put it in a defensive posture in front of Mrs. Dorothy. However, his eyes were full of fear. He wanted to protect Mrs. Dorothy and retreat to the window on the second floor, where it was possible to jump out of the window and escape. Mrs. Dorothy hugged the thick goose-down quilt and huddled in the corner of the big bed. She looked at the hunters pouring into the room in shock and anger. She calmed down and did not retreat to the window. She hugged the quilt like this, even if it was impossible to escape even by jumping out of the window. It was obvious that the other party was well prepared. With a straight face, she asked the group of thugs dressed as hunters, "Who are you? Who sent you here? Do you know who I am?" One of the hunters with a full beard walked to the front. There were no lights in the room. Only the faint firelight reflected from the fireplace. The hunter stared at the two people in the room with fierce expressions. The bearded hunter chuckled and threatened, "Of course, Mrs. Dorothy, I advise you to just stay calm. Otherwise our people will take action, and it will not be easy or serious." Before the two sides could continue to communicate, there was a fierce fight outside, and even the whistle of the knights from the guard camp came from the street. The sound was sharp and high, and could be heard far away even on such a windy and snowy night. Someone had already rushed in at the door and said breathlessly, "Boss, there is a situation outside. Do it!" The bearded hunter said without hesitation. The handsome young swordsman shivered from the cold in the room, but he didn't show any intention of surrendering. He protected Mrs. Dorothy and moved towards the window. The sound of fierce fighting in the street gave the two of them some hope again. Chapter 6:12 Dandelion Hotel. The cold wind blew in along the smashed window, and the young swordsman's hands and feet were cold. He stared at the hunter who broke into the room without saying a word, and pulled Mrs. Dorothy back towards the window step by step, under the firelight of the fireplace in the room. Hunting bows were quickly filled by the hunters. Mrs. Dorothy stood behind her young lover, loosened the goose-down quilt covering her body, stretched out her hands with determination, and pushed on the handsome young swordsman's back with all her strength. She tried to push him away. Go to the window and help him escape from here. Their target is me. Please leave quickly, Mrs. Dorothy said quickly as she stayed behind her handsome lover at the last second. The young swordsman jumped forward suddenly. But instead of rushing out with the help of Mrs. Dorothy, he insisted on pulling Mrs. Dorothy to escape with him. Whoosh whoosh. Several sharp arrows passed through the dim room with almost no resistance. The body of the handsome young swordsman was pierced by several sharp arrows. He fell on his back and fell heavily to the floor. There was a painful expression on his face, but he seemed to have some kind of spiritual relief. His bright eyes quickly dimmed, and his face his expression of half smile, half pain, and one of relief instantly froze. Several holes in his chest were bleeding out. A large amount of blood poured out of his mouth, and he died on the spot. Mrs. Dorothy threw herself at her lover like crazy, grabbing his hand that was gradually becoming cold. Her lake blue eyes filled with grief. A blanket was thrown over Mrs. Dorothy. You will suffer ruthless revenge from the Newman family. I swear, whether I live or die. Mrs. Dorothy stared at the bearded hunter. The two hunters seemed to be tying up a wild boar. They tied up Mrs. Dorothy's hands and feet tightly. They were worried that Mrs. Dorothy would freeze to death in the middle. So they added a blanket to her body, making it look like a huge luggage roll. A hunter carried her on his shoulders, and the fighting outside intensified. The knights of the guard camp had the advantage in numbers and equipment, and there were 2 construct knights in the team. So this group of hidden hunters could not stop the guards at all. Attack of the battalion knights. The bearded hunter walked to the window and saw that a group of knights had occupied the dark magic caravan. He gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinates. Let's retreat through the back door. This hunter team didn't even go to the front door. They walked from the living room to the back kitchen in a familiar way. Between the kitchen and the storage warehouse, there was a door connected to the back street. When they opened the door, they rushed to the back full of people. In the snowy alley, the bearded hunter didn't even look back, and led the team directly out of the townhouse from the alley at the back. Just beside the wall at the intersection of the street, a magic caravan seemed to be buried in the snowdrift. Without any hesitation, the group of hunters pulled away, opened the door, and boarded the magic caravan. A coachman emerged from the snowdrift. He frowned and said nothing. He raised his whip and hit a horse on the hindquarters. The magic caravan moved slowly, and then disappeared into the streets of the snowy night. The battlefield on North Street was very brutal. As many as 16 hunters fell under the swords of the knights of the guard camp. Some hunters took advantage of the snowy night to break out of the encirclement and disappeared into the vast snowy night. Viscount Kincaid stepped into the attic with a sullen face. As soon as he entered the door, he saw 6 guards scattered in the living room. Judging from the armor and clothing on their bodies, they were definitely not employed by such a small townhouse attic family. Affordable. The 2 maids were also killed on the spot, leaving the upstairs empty. There are obvious evacuation footprints behind this room, and a team of knights has already followed these traces. However, it is snowing heavily outside, and these traces will soon be covered by the heavy snow. On such a snowy night, for this group of guard camp knights who were not good at tracking, those who fled the scene were considered successful escapes. However, the knights of the guard camp, who were cleaning the battlefield on North Street, soon found a gorgeous magic caravan and the coachman dead on the seat. Seeing the family emblem on the magic caravan, Viscount Kincaid's furious heart instantly cooled. Half of it. Viscount Kincaid, who was still impatient at first, now turned livid, and he ordered a guard beside him. Had you rush back to the guard camp to ask for support and lead people to seal off this area. Tonight, not a single sparrow can fly out of this area. The guard knight immediately agreed. Yes, sir. Viscount Kincaid quickly walked to the pile of hunter corpses that were slowly freezing to death, and ordered the 2 knights who were carrying the corpses. Don't let them all die. Leave a few who can breathe. Go quickly find Knight Surdak at the Wailu Hotel and ask him to come over and help. These 2 knights wanted to say to the captain, if you take a closer look, their bodies are all hard. The knights in the guard camp started a fierce battle. The hunters who resisted almost all fought until the last moment, and almost all the survivors escaped. It is obviously too late to save them now. Viscount Kincaid punched the doorframe hard. The coachman drove the magic caravan and brought Surdak to the civilian area in the south of Bena City. Most of the hotels nearby are small hotels, but the coachman is quite familiar with this area. He zigzagged on the street and came to a small square. In the center of the square was a tall and towering tree. The huge crown almost covered the entire square. But at this time, the leaves on the tree had completely after falling. The dry branches were covered with snow, which looked snow-covered and extremely beautiful in the world of ice and snow. This square area houses restaurants, bakeries, tailors and florists. There is also a very unique hotel at the end of the square, with a dandelion painted on the plaque at the door. The carriage stopped at the door of the hotel, and the waiter in the hotel lobby immediately pushed the door out and stood in front of the magic caravan, waiting for Cerdak to get off the car, and then said respectfully to him, "Baron, what can I do for you? Are you at your service?" Aphrodite took Soldak's arm, walked out of the magic caravan, and stood in the wind and snow, looking around curiously. "Is there any room available in this hotel?" Soldak glanced into the hall. The furniture inside was simple and elegant, and the light in the hall was warm and soft. The waiter quickly pushed the door open, stood at the door and said respectfully, "Yes, there are many rooms in the noble area for you to choose from." Cerdak led Aphrodite up the steps. "Lord Baron, this Dandelion is the best and quietest hotel in our southern district. I hope you will be satisfied," the coachman said loudly to Soldak, and then drove away with his horsewhip. When they walked into the hall, a maid came over to help them dust the snow off their bodies. Without registering at the bar, the waiter took Cerdak directly to the 4th floor of the hotel. He held a candlestick with 3 candles and showed Cerdak directly to the rooms in the hotel. The 4th floor was exclusive to the nobles area, but it seemed that there were not many guests, and most of the rooms were empty. The waiter showed Soldak to 3 rooms. These rooms all look very nice, facing the street, and all have large and bright floor-to-ceiling windows and exquisite curtains. Although the room is not divided into a living room and a bedroom, the big bed is right next to the window. You can see the snow on the windowsill while lying on the bed. A beautiful marble-carved bathtub is also placed in the bedroom, next to the fireplace. This room seemed to be the most spacious. Soldak was not in the mood to choose any more, so he said to the waiter, "Just this one." "Okay, Lord Baron, I'm going to ask someone to light a fire in the fireplace in this room." The waiter said immediately, "If you need special services, you can go to the lobby to choose a service package." "Special service?" Cerdak glanced at Aphrodite. "For example, if you need a maid to put firewood in the fireplace and keep the room warm all night long, you can choose one on the 1st floor. The room on the top floor is a bit big. With such a heavy wind and snow, the room needs to be kept warm at all times," the waiter said with a smile. Aphrodite nudged Soldak, saying that she needed a warm room and someone to help her stay in front of the fireplace to add firewood. "Okay, let's go down and take a look," Soldak said. The waiter took Cerdak back to the lobby on the 1st floor. As expected, the succubus chose a maid with great interest. Cerdak customized a luxurious meal of burning acorns all night for her, which made AF Rudy was satisfied. Such a night would cost 8 silver coins, which was nearly twice as expensive as the Wailu Hotel. Just when Soldak took out the silver coins to pay, the door of the hotel was pushed open again, and several hunters wearing white fur coats walked into the room despite the wind and snow. One of the tall hunters was carrying a huge one behind him. These people walked in without even greeting the hotel waiter and walked directly towards the stairs. Aphrodite glanced at the hunters casually, and her face under the black veil was slightly startled. Chapter 6:13 Rescue. The waiter closed the hotel door, blocking out the wind and snow outside. The hunters walked up the stairs on the side of the hotel without saying a word, their faces gloomy and scary, as if they were in a very bad mood. "Please don't mess with me." The waiters guarding the hall on the 1st floor did not dare to come forward at all. The leader of the bearded hunter had particularly sharp eyes. His voice was hoarse and harsh. Before going upstairs, he ordered the waiter, "Prepare some food for us. Broth and wheat cakes. The portions should be larger. Don't give them to me. Get those sour apple pies, and don't have any jam." Several hunters left a messy line of footprints in the hall on the 1st floor, covering the ground with snow and water. This staircase is not in the same direction as the room where Cerdak is located, and leads to the buildings on the west side of the hotel. "Okay, I'll prepare it for you right away." The hotel manager agreed immediately, seeing the hunters walking up the stairs without looking back. The manager standing in front of the bar quickly waved to the young waiter beside him and whispered, "Go to the back and call the cook and ask her to heat up a large pot of broth. It's best to bring a few beef bones. Prepare a stack of baked wheat cakes, the kind that are baked crispy by the fireplace, and then a big vat of ale. That'll do it." "Okay, I'll go right away." The young waiter hurriedly walked towards the kitchen. The hotel manager stood behind the bar and smiled, spread his hands and said, "These Tanan hunters are really rude. They don't show restraint in everything they do. No waitress is willing to take their orders. And they even scare away other guests in the store. They are very picky about what they eat and don't eat sour food. Also, I just hope they don't live here for too long." Then he introduced to Soldak. "Our hotel is very suitable for couples to date, both in winter and summer. Every room is very atmospheric. And you can see the towering tree in the square. If you open the window in summer, just stretch out your hand and see the figs on the tree." The girl chosen by Aphrodite was a thin girl with long brown hair that looked a bit like dead grass. She was very small. She was carrying a bag from the kitchen and pursed her lips slightly. "The skin color is very white," the hotel manager said to the girl. "Leah, you go with the two guests." "Okay, Manager Maine." The girl's voice was very soft, with a strong Beta accent. The hotel manager smiled at Serdak and Aphrodite and said, "Leah is definitely a good girl who is very conscientious and responsible." The timid maid who was responsible for guarding the fireplace carried half a bag of acorns and wore a pair of cotton slippers. She followed the two of them to the room on the 4th floor. Leah put the half bag of acorns next to the fireplace, then squatted down and put the acorns in her hand. Some tree velvet were lumped together, and they were hit twice with 2 pieces of flint. A string of sparks splashed onto the tree velvet, and a flash of fire appeared in the room. Leah quickly placed a few prepared thin logs on it, and a small fire appeared in the fireplace. Leah picked up a flaming branch, walked to the table, and lit the candle on the table. She glanced at the snow outside the window, and began to place acorns in the fireplace. Serdak stood at the door of the room and asked Aphrodite, who was about to walk in, "Are you really going to ask a maid to help you look after the fireplace?" Aphrodite's eyes fell behind Leah, with a smile on her face, and asked Serdak, "Why not? I thought you would care about your privacy." Serdak followed Aphrodite into the room and said to Aphrodite. Aphrodite stopped, turned around and looked at Serdak, and whispered in his ear, "I do care, but they don't conflict. Don't forget that I am a succubus." Serdak looked at Aphrodite in astonishment. "Don't worry about this." Aphrodite took off the fur cloak on her body, took off the veil covering her face, fell lazily on the soft bed, posed in a very seductive pose, and said to Serdak asked, "Would you like to come up and lie down for a while?" Soldak stood at the table and drank a glass of water. The water in the teapot was still warm. He turned around and asked, "What?" Aphrodite rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "Forget it if you don't want to." Serdak rubbed his face vigorously, and then said to Aphrodite, "I want to go out. Wait for me." Aphrodite also got up from the bed, walked over to Leah, who was squatting in front of the fireplace, and said softly to her, "Leah, you are very sleepy, aren't you? You should take a nap. Just a little while. Go to sleep." A series of curses were spit out quickly in Aphrodite's mouth. Leah, who was squatting by the fire, had a dazed look in her eyes. She actually fell asleep by the fire with her hands on her knees. Aphrodite even put a thin blanket on her body. "Hey, you shouldn't have left me. We are fighting partners." The succubus followed Serdak and said with some dissatisfaction. The two came to the corridor. Serdak walked to the end of the corridor and asked Aphrodite, "You didn't ask me what I was going to do?" Aphrodite looked at Serdak like an idiot and said, "In addition to saving the noble lady who only played cards once, what else can be done?" After saying this, Aphrodite reached out and pushed open the door to the terrace. A cold wind blew in with snow flakes. Aphrodite walked up to the rooftop terrace and urged, "If you move faster, it shouldn't be too late. We'll delay sleep." Serdak followed him out, quickly closed the door, and said to Aphrodite, "I feel like you looked down on those hunters." The room Serdak stayed in was located in the east area of the hotel, and was not connected to the room where the group of hunters were. If you wanted to go to the west side of the hotel, apart from taking the stairs to bypass the lobby on the 1st floor, there was only the ridge between the rooftop terraces. On the terrace on the roof of the hotel, there was a lot of wind and snow on the roof. Aphrodite left her cloak in the room and was only wearing a long, close-fitting woolen skirt. However, she did not seem to be very cold. She held her hands on the eaves and jumped lightly, stepping directly on the tiles on the ridge, towards the west side of the hotel, walked towards the buildings. Serdak followed behind. Even with the power of the magic pattern structure, he still needed to be particularly careful as he braved the wind and snow and stepped on the rubble of the roof. The building on the west side of the hotel is the civilian accommodation area divided by the hotel. The rooms here are at least 5 times more than those in the east area. The rooms here are not spacious and comfortable. The largest area in the narrow room is a large bed. Next to the window, there is a simple desk. There is no fireplace in the room. There is no bathroom and no hot water supply. But the room is not cold. The building on the west side of the hotel does not face the street. From the adjacent window, you can only see the backyard of the hotel and the roof of the tailor shop next door. In this snowy weather, the civilian area is crowded with tenants. As the two pass through the long and narrow corridor, laughter, whispers, screams, gasps, and all kinds of strange sounds came from the rooms on both sides. Aphrodite came directly to the stairs on the second floor of the hotel and pulled Soldak into the shadows in the corner of the stairs. This shadow is just enough to see people coming up from the stairs. Not long after, a drunkard appeared at the top of the stairs with a bottle of wine in one hand and a prostitute in the other. He walked upstairs while talking nonsense, and the floorboards creaked softly under his heavy body. Then another young couple walked down the stairs. The young woman was more alert. When she turned to the stairs, she subconsciously glanced at the corner of the stairs. Aphrodite quickly put her arms around Soldak's neck, and the two huddled in a dark corner and pretended to be intimate. The young man curiously looked inside the corner, but was pulled away by his female companion. Aphrodite pressed against Soldak's chest, as if listening to his heartbeat. Not long after, a waiter came up from the stairs. He was carrying a steaming bucket in one hand and dragging a wooden tray with the other hand. There was not only a stack of baked wheat cakes, but also a large tray on it. Glass of ale. Aphrodite winked at Soldak, and the two of them followed the waiter quietly, watching him walk directly to the end of the corridor on the second floor. The waiter stood at the door and knocked. The door was opened. A hunter took the food from the waiter's hand, took out a stack of copper plates, and placed it in the waiter's hand. The waiter took the pile of copper coins, turned around, and left the same way. As he walked, he complained that these hunters were really stingy. They didn't even give a tip of a copper coin. Delivering food so late was completely in vain. The waiter felt deeply in his heart. Lots of resentment. When passing by the waiter, Soldak turned around and pretended to open the door and entered the room. After the waiter came down the stairs, he and Aphrodite walked to the door of the room at the end of the second floor of the corridor. Soldak asked he stepped forward to knock on the door, but was held back by Aphrodite. The succubus pulled off the veil on her face, and then arranged her hair, revealing her delicate face, and covering up the two short horns on her head. The close-fitting cashmere dress on her body was able to set off her uneven figure. Looking at the outline of the body, the succubus pulled hard on the collar to make it go down a little further. Then he stood in front of the door, calmed his breathing a little, and knocked on the door panel with the knuckle of his middle finger. Soldak hid in the corner of the wall. Cursing sounds came from the room. The people inside seemed very impatient. As footsteps came, a hunter wearing only soft leather armor appeared at the door. He opened the door. Pulling away, he saw the beautiful Aphrodite, and immediately swallowed the dirty words in his mouth. A smile appeared on his weathered face, and he smiled at Aphrodite and asked, "You beauty, who are you looking for?" Aphrodite looked at him with a half-smile, but said nothing. The next moment, a deep whirlpool seemed to appear in his eyes. The smile on the hunter's face had not disappeared. He stood stiffly in place as if possessed by a demon. Aphrodite's face showed a look of confusion. With a soft smile, she stretched out a finger. The black nail of her index finger grew an inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. The succubus pointed a finger between the hunter's eyebrows. The hunter's eyebrow suddenly seemed to have been hit by an arrow. A small blood hole appeared, but the blood hole was slightly covered with black blood stains. Soldak rushed out from the side, stretched out his hands to support the hunter's body before he fell, held the hunter's body with both hands, and walked into the room. Chapter 6:14. The heavy snow begins to clear. In the room, 3 hunters sat around a square table, devouring toasted wheat cakes and broth. The fur coats they were wearing were thrown haphazardly on the bed, and there was also a tightly tied luggage on the bed. The hunters had no intention of opening the luggage. The 3 of them probably relaxed their vigilance a little, and didn't feel anything strange at the door. They discussed the next plan while eating baked wheat cakes. The bearded hunter wiped off his beard and said to the other 2 hunters, "Tomorrow you two will go to the agreed refuge points and gather the escaped brothers together. This time we planned so carefully. I didn't expect this. The knights from the guard battalion actually hid in the enclosed hotel and caught us off guard. Even now, I still don't understand where we exposed our flaw. His brows were furrowed, and he kept chewing wheat cakes in his mouth. He took another big mouthful of broth, closed his eyes, and swallowed it with great satisfaction. The two hunters next to them were busy eating, as if they had been hungry for a long time, and didn't even bother to talk. The bearded hunter added, "Anyway, this mission is finally completed. As long as we transport this person out of the city tomorrow, we can return to Tarapa." The bearded hunter assigned tasks, while boosting the morale of his two companions. There was some warmth in the room, and frost immediately began to form on the windows. The bearded hunter loosened his belt and continued, "Tomorrow morning, a carriage transporting Sanchua will arrive here to meet you. Gru and I will take this person out of Bena City first. We will meet at the Poros ferry outside the city. If the city gate checks, it's too harsh, so just find a secluded hotel in the city to hide for a while. And don't take any chances." A hunter raised his head and asked angrily, "Boss, could it be Rival's group of people who betrayed us and exposed our whereabouts to the Bena guard camp?" The bearded hunter thought for a moment and then said, "Probably not. Although they have deep grudges with us in Tanan, they will never disregard the overall situation and ruin our kidnapping plan with this kind of action." The bearded man turned his head and glanced at the bed before saying, "This woman has been in charge of the Newman family's business and holds at least half of the Newman family's wealth. As long as she pries open her mouth, we will get a lot of wealth. I heard that last month. She spent 200,000 magic crystals at the auction in Bena City to buy a coordinate point on a small plane. The other party also gave a permanent one-way portal. After this operation is successful, as long as you can obtain the one-way portal of that plane, go there to practice." "Boss, don't we follow Lord MacDonald?" the hunter continued to ask. "Follow Lord MacDonald to break away from the rule of the Newman family and become completely independent from Bena province?" The bearded hunter sneered. He added, "David, wake up! Duke Newman is just stranded in Warsaw with the Bena army. He just doesn't want to give up the cake he swallowed. And he doesn't want to give up the wealth and resources of Handanar County. It's not like the main force of the Legion was bitten to death by the evil Ghost Legion and never came back in the Warsaw Plain. As long as the Bena Legion evacuates the Warsaw Plain in full, who in the Bena province can block the blade of the Legion's constructed swordsman?" The bearded hunter said with some disdain in his eyes. "Even if the Bena army cannot withdraw, who knows what the attitude of the other lords in Bena City is on this matter now? Although Lord MacDonald has won the support of several southern lords." "Support? But do you think other family lords in Bena City can so easily let the southern lords interfere in the affairs of Bena province? You mean the warlords who stayed in Bena province?" the hunter asked. The bearded hunter nodded slightly and said, "At that time, all Lord MacDonald's properties on the main plain of the Green Empire will be abandoned. The only thing he can do is to take all the people in the territory into the Gonbu Plain, and then completely cut off the portal from the main plain. I have no intention of becoming a native of the Gonbu Plain." The three of them were eating and chatting. After waiting for a while, they found that the companion who went to open the door had not returned yet. The bearded hunter shouted loudly, "Gru, what the hell are you doing at the door? Why don't you come to eat?" The hunter named Gru returned to the room stiffly. The bearded hunter instinctively realized that the situation was not good. He reached out and grabbed the hunting bow placed beside the bed. He saw Gru falling on his back. A constructor the knight, armed with sword and shield, blocked the door of the room. Surdak walked into the room first. The bearded hunter quickly filled the hunting bow in his hand, and 3 more arrows appeared in his other hand like magic. The 2 companions beside him quickly grabbed the sabers on the bed and rushed toward Surdak from the left and right sides. At this time, Aphrodite, who was standing behind Surdak, had completed the final spell. A huge eyeball appeared on her head. Surdak turned her body sideways to let the succubus Aphrodite stand behind her. After she said the last magic spell, a black 6-pointed star formation appeared under her feet. The huge eyeball above her head opened her eyes instantly and looked at the bearded hunter. The eyeball seemed to have some kind of magic power. The bearded hunter only after glancing at the eyeball. My eyes were attracted to it. It was as if his soul had been sucked out of him. His eyes were blank, and he stood shaky on the spot. He couldn't hold on for 3 seconds. His eyes rolled up, and he fell to the floor with a thud. The sabers in the hands of the other 2 hunters were already looking toward Soldak. The blood-red crescent in Surdak's hand met the saber chopped off from the hunter's hand on the left. With the blessing of the aura of power, the shadow of a 2-faced and 4-armed god and demon appeared behind Surdak. And this sword cut off, he picked up the scimitar. and the blood-red crescent moon swept across the hunter's chest with a bloody light. A line of blood shot out, and the leather armor on the hunter's chest opened a huge hole. The hunter didn't expect that Serdak's blood-red crescent was so sharp that it could cut off the saber in his hand. He lowered his head and glanced at the wound on his chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground without even being able to scream. The remaining hunter's knife was blocked by Soldak with a dwarf chain shield. A string of sparks flew from the dwarf chain shield, and a second crisp sound was heard in the room. The hunter saw that his sword failed to hurt the construct knight in front of him, and his companions fell in a pool of blood. He knew that there was a huge gap in strength between himself and the construct knight. The only person who had the ability to compete with the construct knight was hit by the opponent's magic without even making a move. Fell to the ground. He just made a casual cut, and then wanted to grab the window to escape. His body turned around in the middle of the road very flexibly, and he rushed towards the hotel window with a single step. Of course, Serdak couldn't let him go, so he threw the dwarf chain shield out. The chain shield drew an arc in the room and just hit the hunter's back. He screamed and threw himself on the square table. He caught up with him in a few steps and slashed the hunter on the back of the neck with his palm knife, probably because of the howling north wind outside the window. The fighting in the room did not alert anyone else. Aphrodite opened the luggage roll on the bed and happened to see the unconscious Mrs. Dorothy wrapped in the quilt. Her breathing was still steady, but the part above the shoulders was red from the cold, and there was no place completely wrapped by the blanket. There seems to be some frostbite. Serdak took a closer look and asked Aphrodite, "How is the situation?" Aphrodite checked her and then said to Serdak, "She shouldn't have any injuries. She just suffered a little cold. She just fainted now. Do you need me to wake her up?" Soldak did not want to wake Mrs. Dorothy at this time, so he said, "Let her sleep for a while." Aphrodite covered Lady Dorothy with the blanket again. Serdak then began to deal with the 4 hunters, and asked Aphrodite, "Is there any way you can keep them asleep?" "Certainly." Mrs. Dorothy woke up from her sleep. She had a nightmare last night, in which she experienced life and death. 1 meter of sunlight shone on the big bed. She slowly opened her eyes. She felt sore all over, and some parts of her shoulders were red, swollen and swollen. She struggled to sit up with her body supported. In the unfamiliar room, a petite maid appeared. She curled up and slept by the fireplace. She knocked her groggy head and finally remembered the thrilling scenes last night, regardless of the fact that she was wearing nothing. She sat up from the bed, slipped the quilt off, and shouted to the door, "Come in! Maggie! Are you there?" Chapter 6:15 Basil's morning. The heavy snow that had been falling all night finally stopped before dawn. The snow piled deep on the streets, and residents crawled out of bed early to clear the snow in front of their homes. The children wore thick winter clothes and faced the snowman in the yard. The morning sun was exceptionally bright, and a heavy snowfall completely covered the ground. A group of sparrows flew out of the bird's nest under the eaves and landed on the branches. "I don't know where to find grass seeds to eat at this time. I just need to clear a small space in the yard and put some grains, breadcrumbs and the like. Food is scattered on the ground, and things like pot lids, door panels, and bamboo baskets are put up casually, and these starving birds can be easily caught." Basil, the owner of the flower shop, opened his eyes. The sunlight coming in from the window was a bit dazzling. Since it is winter, there are almost no flowers to sell in the flower shop, so the flower shop has no income at this time. There are some garlic seedlings in the wooden trough in the shop. This is one of the few sources of income for Basil's winter flower shop. 1. As the prices of magic herbs has skyrocketed in the past 2 years, the prices of all plants related to magic herbs have doubled, making Basil's flower shop even more unsustainable. He is currently considering whether to liquidate the shop, go out, then add some money to buy a magic caravan, drive the carriage out every day to pull people's feet, and the income will be more stable than that of a flower shop. Getting up from the bed, he covered the 2 wives beside him with quilts. During the winter breakfast, the fire in the fireplace had been completely extinguished. The room was not that warm. From time to time, his wife's coughs could be heard in the next room. It happens every winter. It's an old problem. Probably hearing the sound of him clearing snow in the yard. His eldest daughter Amy also walked out of the next room. She was wearing boots and snow pants, and looked like she was preparing to clear the snow together. Basil sighed. His daughter attended the coming-of-age ceremony last year. She will be 18 years old after the new year. It is time to prepare a dowry for her. Well, It is not easy to marry off a daughter in this day and age. In addition to appearance and character, the groom's family must also have a generous dowry. He walked out of the yard with a shovel, and came to the door of his shop. He piled the thick snow at the door of the shop, and on the street on the low wall of street trees and shrubs to form a high snow wall. His flower shop is next to the Dandelion Hotel. The hotel proprietress has told him many times before that she wants to annex his flower shop and build a small building based on the original building of the flower shop. The hotel needs a new building. There is a restaurant that can accommodate at least 50 people dining at the same time. But he has never agreed. Opposite the flower shop is a small square. The surrounding residents like to call this place Under the Tree because there is a towering fig tree in the center of the square. In the summer, old people like to enjoy the cool under this tree. This square is usually always busy, very lively. Basil piled the snow on the road on the low shrub wall around the square. He was lowering his head and clearing the snow on the street. Suddenly he found that there seemed to be something extra on the fig tree in the center of the square. He raised it and looked towards it. Looking under the tree, I saw 4 hunters tied tightly with ropes, hanging like human chrysalises on the towering tree. There was a bunch of blood on one of them's lower body, and there was a thick layer of frost on his face. It looked like he was probably cold enough. He hurriedly ran over and saw that the other 3 people were still breathing weakly, and their eyebrows and beards were covered with frost. He planned to use a shovel to cut the ropes and rescue several people, but he could not do it alone. Basil quickly shouted in the direction of the Dandelion Hotel. There were always people at the hotel, and soon there was movement at the hotel. The hotel manager came to Manai and ran to the square with 2 young men. He was only wearing a leather jacket, and he ran eagerly under the fig tree and looked carefully. After identifying the people hanging on the tree and seeing that they were all guests of the hotel, I was so frightened that my legs weakened and I fell down in the snow. Basil quickly stepped forward, helped me up from the snow, and said to him, "Don't move anything at the scene. Go and call the knights from the guard camp. What are you doing standing still? Go quickly." The hotel manager shouted in a hoarse voice. The 2 young waiters hurriedly ran down the street in the direction of the guard camp. It snowed heavily all night. The streets were congested. A large number of magic caravans broke down on the streets, and many ancient Bolin horses hid in stables to avoid the cold. The knights from the guard camp and the swordsmen from Duke Newman's palace rushed to the front of the Dandelion Hotel in the southern neighborhood of Venice City. The knights from the guard camp rushed to the trees in the square, while dozens of swordsmen from Duke Newman's palace surrounded the Dandelion Hotel. Some civilians, who had gotten up early and wanted to leave the hotel, all went back to their rooms. The swordsman from Duke Newman's palace stopped in front of the hotel door. A female swordsman covered in silver armor jumped off the horse, holding the hilt of her sword. She rushed into the hotel almost before everyone else. The 2 maids looked pale and were carried off their horses by the knight, and followed the swordswoman quickly into the hotel. At this moment, Mrs. Dorothy was sitting on the big bed in the aristocratic area of the hotel, holding a cashmere quilt, and was talking carefully with the maid Leah. The maid Leah looked at Mrs. Dorothy, who was wearing almost nothing on the bed, with a confused look on her face, and answered Mrs. Dorothy's question seriously. But she didn't know many of the questions at all. She didn't understand why she fell asleep last night, and when she woke up, the 2 guests who hired her to watch the fireplace disappeared. Thinking of this, Leah couldn't help but take another look at the pocket of acorns next to the fireplace. She couldn't help but feel a little worried. It would be terrible if the 2 guests really left secretly without paying. These acorns were worth a lot of money. There was a lot of money, and she was completely panicked. She secretly touched the purse around her waist, but there was no money in it. Leah tried to recall the appearance of the 2 guests, but her mind was blank. I can only tell that one of the guests is a construct knight. The other female guest is very beautiful, and almost nothing else is known about the rest. There was a burst of urgent footsteps in the corridor, and a young female swordsman strode into the room. When she saw Mrs. Dorothy sitting on the bed with her arms wrapped around her, she leaned against the door frame and let out a deep breath, patted her chest, and said, "Mrs. Dorothy said, you really scared me to death. Do you know that the security battalion and the Duke's palace guards have been looking for you in Venice City all night, and all the gates in the city are still sealed?" Mrs. Dorothy looked up at the female swordsman, with a faint smile on her face, and with her white lotus-like arms from deep under the quilt, she said to the female swordsman, "I know you will come to save me as soon as possible." "Tallis, my sister?" Tallis forced a smile at Mrs. Dorothy. The 2 hugged each other tightly, and whispered into her ear, "Algernon is dead." Mrs. Dorothy nodded slightly. smiled bitterly, and whispered he had a chance to escape. When the female swordsman Tallis heard what Mrs. Dorothy said, her eyes froze slightly. She didn't have any good impression of the young swordsman with oily hair and powdery face. She didn't expect that he would still have such backbone in a critical moment. She patted him. Mrs. Dorothy's naked back said, "That's good. Otherwise, when Edwin comes back from the battlefield, I really don't know how to explain to him. You may not know how many times I want to take advantage of him. Don't you rush to his place and kill him. He is a qualified swordsman and still has a lot of youth. He should not die here." Mrs. Dorothy finally couldn't stand it anymore and shed a few tears. The female swordsman Tallis once again comforted Mrs. Dorothy and said, "I understand. I will investigate this matter. They want to find you, and they probably are interested in the golden key in your hand. Let's talk about it when we go back. This time we have to show them some color." After saying this, Mrs. Dorothy came down from the bed. Two maids came up, took out Lady Dorothy's clothes, and quickly put them on. They were also Lady Dorothy's personal maids. They stayed at Duke Newman's palace last night and did not follow Mrs. Dorothy to her lover's apartment on North Street. Her other 2 personal maids and 6 bodyguards all died on North Street. In his apartment, the 2 maids were lucky enough to escape. Mrs. Dorothy put on her long dress. One of the 2 maids made her a headdress, and the other tied her waist. She stood elegantly in front of the window of the room and looked outside. She happened to see a large group of people standing in the small square outside the window. Guard Battalion Night. At this time, the hunters hanging on the tree had been let down. Viscount Kincaid stayed up all night. After receiving the news, he rushed to the giant tree square immediately. 3 hunters who were almost frozen were lying on the snow, and 2 knights from the guard camp were checking their physical conditions. Viscount Kincaid looked back at the hotel behind him and heard that the Newman family's personal swordsman found the kidnapped Lady Dorothy in this hotel. He knew that someone was secretly helping this time. Otherwise, it would not be easy to find Mrs. Dorothy in Venice City, a city with a population of millions. With the manpower of the knights from the guard camp and Duke Newman's palace, he felt that he must have overlooked something. So he calmed down and thought about it again. But he still had no clue. At this time, the knights who were checking the 3 robbers all stood up. Several knights were wrapping the 3 hunters in military blankets, and the body of the other one, which was frozen into an ice sculpture, had been packed in a body bag. "How is the situation?" Viscount Kincaid asked. The knight who checked the injury nodded to him and said, "Lord Viscount, they are still alive, but their bodies are frozen, and their limbs will probably have severe frostbite." Viscount Kincaid nodded and said, "Help them get rid of the cold, and then bring them back to the guard camp. Don't let them die. They are all very important prisoners. Also, just go and tell Grand Knight Glenn. I will go to the prison in person. Report this matter to the Grand Knight of Lewin. And you must not let these 3 criminals escape. Don't worry, Viscount Kincaid." The knight captains of the guard camp stood up straight and assured. Chapter 616 Luther Family Chariot. In the morning in Venice City, the air is fresh and the streets are filled with residents clearing snow. 2 streets away from the giant tree square, he saw a group of guard battalion knights galloping past the street. It happened to be in the direction of the giant tree square. Soldak knew that Mrs. Dorothy and the few people had probably been spotted there. A hunter. Cerdak did not wear the magic pattern structure. He wore the standard armor of the knights of the Helensa guard camp, except for some unique markings on the collar and cuffs. The overall armor is of the same standard. Cerdak also wears a noble badge and a guard camp knight badge on his chest. Aphrodite also wears a guard camp knight's light leather. Transformed into a young guard camp knight, wearing a thick guard camp standard cloak, the 2 of them walked on the long street. The guard camp knights on the street only took one look and regarded the 2 of them as someone they did not know. Colleagues. Some knights from the guard camp even greeted Cerdak when they passed by. "You really don't intend to let Mrs. Dorothy owe you a favor?" Aphrodite caught up with Cerdak and asked him. Cerdak walked forward without looking back. This was a civilian area in the south of the city. It was still some way away from the Marquis Luther's mansion. There was no way to call a magic caravan in this kind of road conditions, whether they had horses or not. They could only walk along the street, walk along the cleared trail. He unbuckled the cuffs, lifted up the shirt inside and took a look. There was another scale on his arm, which was connected into one piece on his arm. It looked like a piece of snake skin. He frowned, said, "Forget it. I have to go to the Marquis Luther's mansion in the morning." He pointed to his arm towards Aphrodite and said, "Another scale has grown. if I don't learn dragon language. Maybe I will degenerate into a dragon. A smile appeared on Aphrodite's face, and she said to him, in fact, dragon people are also very good, because they contain a trace of dragon blood. The body will become very strong. You will slowly discover the benefits of dragon blood. Cerdak stopped and asked the succubus worriedly, do you think I will be stupid if I can't lift the dragon's blood curse in the end? The succubus replied without hesitation, of course. If you cannot break the dragon's blood curse in the end, you will lose your mind and become a strong four-legged dragon. At this moment, Soldak didn't want to speak at all. He has been a little troubled recently. 9 scales have grown on his arms, which has caused some negative emotions, or something hidden in the blood has been stimulated. So he has become inexplicably craving for fresh food recently, especially some fish. He didn't know that dragons, like elves, like to eat fish. But he was also secretly glad that he didn't want to eat the red crystal. Otherwise, if his teeth were to eat the red crystal, his mouth would be filled with blood. This is probably some of the current troubles of a dragon man who has not lost his mind. It seems that the speed of learning dragon language is bound to be accelerated, and the relationship with Aesir must be consolidated. Although he is already very familiar with it, the two of them still cannot interact closely. Cerdak feels that he should feed that one every day. Long bought some red crystals and made himself look like a breeder. It shouldn't be like this. He must communicate with Yssel. Only by walking into its life can he truly understand it and figure out how to lift the dragon's blood curse. Looking at it now, if the two parties can achieve normal communication. First of all, Cerdak must learn dragon language first. And then the red dragon Aesir must also learn dragon language, so that the two parties can communicate effectively. Aphrodite was not bold enough to run to Duke Luther's mansion. With this heavy snowfall, he probably would not be able to return to Helensa city in a short time. Cerdak rented 2 rooms in a hotel only 2 streets away from the Marquis Luther's mansion. Aphrodite stayed in this hotel obediently. It was not too far from the Magic Guild. A few streets down, you can clearly see the tall magic tower towering among the buildings. Be careful of magicians here. Many magicians with strong magic perception can feel the faint magic of succubi. Cerdak was actually not optimistic about this hotel that only accommodated nobles. But Aphrodite thought it was pretty good. After walking out of the hotel and walking across 2 streets to the residence of Marquis Luther, Soldak stood at the gate and straightened his clothes before walking towards the concierge. Unexpectedly, the guard at the gate saw Cerdak approaching and quickly pushed open the large hollow iron door and respectfully asked Cerdak to walk in. A middle-aged housekeeper in a formal dress and 2 teams of servants greeted Cerdak on the steps in the courtyard. Seeing Cerdak walking around the flower pond in the front courtyard and walking up the steps, a group of servants hurriedly saluted Cerdak. And then the butler bent over and led Soldak into the restaurant on the 2nd floor of the castle. In a gorgeously decorated 2nd-floor restaurant, Marquis Luther and 2 beautiful ladies were sitting at the dining table, chatting, while enjoying your meal. Seeing Soldak walk in, Marquis Luther said to Soldak very happily, Dak, come and sit next to me. I hope you haven't had breakfast yet, so you can have some with me. The middle-aged butler opened a chair in front of the dining table for Soldak. Cerdak sat obediently on the left side of Marquis Luther. The butler personally visited Cerdak's dinner plates, knives and forks, and a maid tied a napkin around Cerdak's neck. The middle-aged butler was there. The man next to him said softly, Breakfast is grouse and pie, and cream of mushroom soup. I will serve you some of them. If any of them don't suit your taste, please let me know in advance. 2 beautiful ladies looked at Soldak. One of them was Lady Marianne. Her eyes were almost carved out of the same mold as Hathaway's. She looked at him gently. Cerdak smiled, and Cerdak nodded quickly. At this time, the butler had already brought the dishes and put them on Soldak's plate. I heard that you had a fierce fight with the magicians of the Dark Moon Gate, the Black Magic Monastery, and the Pompeici tribe on Mount Paglos? Marquis Luther put down the knife in his hand and picked up the knife. He took a sip of the sweet wine at the table and asked Soldak. Yes, Lord Marquis. It was the militiamen in our desolate land militia camp who discovered the whereabouts of the Dark Moon Gate magicians. Then Grand Knight Glenn led the coalition forces of the guard camp and the magicians from the Magic Union Law Enforcement Group to jointly destroy them. That group of mages and aliens. Cerdak put down the knife in his hand, raised his head and replied. Marquis Luther nodded. He just asked casually and did not ask for details. Then he added, The desolate land of Helensa city is really a barren land. Even if you have a sulfur mine, the benefits it can bring you are still too single. He said to Soldak seriously, If you like to run a mine, you can join me to open up a new plain. My constructed swordsman group is currently exploring the XJ land in the Maka Plain. It currently occupies a fertile basin sandwiched between a river and 2 mountain ranges. Not only is the land fertile, but there are also more than a dozen completely undeveloped mines. You can just pick a few and try to run them. The lady next to Lady Marianne looked at Soldak with envy. Soldak did not expect that Marquis Luther would give him several mines as soon as they met. He did not rush to agree. Instead, he sat upright and faced Marquis Luther and said very solemnly, "Marquis Luther, sir, I am here to ask you to allow me to propose to Miss Hathaway Luther. In the Green Empire, if you want to propose to your favorite lover, the first step is to obtain the consent of the woman's father before you can prepare for the proposal ceremony." Marquis Luther thought that he would promise Cerdak some generous dowry, and then let the two of them meet, at least a few times, before Cerdak would take any further action. Unexpectedly, Cerdak would take further action this time. "Come on!" He actually directly asked him to agree to his proposal to Hathaway. "But then I thought about how outstanding my daughter was, and I immediately felt relieved. I felt proud, happy, and a little sad." In short, Marquis Luther felt a little mixed in his heart. But Soldak was in his heart. Excellent young people are rare in his eyes. Otherwise he would not exchange so many resources and jointly recommend to His Majesty Charles to make Cerdak a noble. Marquis Luther and Lady Marianne looked at each other. Lady Marianne also agreed with this matter and nodded calmly. In fact, Mrs. Marianne recently conducted a detailed investigation on Cerdak. And then she found that Cerdak had almost no shortcomings except that his family was poor. During his military service, he was led by an unknown shield warrior. He was gradually promoted to become an officially canonized knight. After retiring, he joined the Helensa guard camp and performed meritorious deeds during this period. Not only does he not have any bad habits, he also has a good reputation in the local area. A more cordial smile appeared on Marquis Luther's face. He leaned over and patted Soldak on the shoulder, and said happily, "Of course, I have no objection at all. Of course you have to get Hathaway's consent for this matter. No matter what. It can't affect my recognition of you." Then he paused and asked solemnly, "Baron Soldak, are you willing to join my constructed swordsman group?" He asked this, which was regarded as directly allowing Cerdak to enter the direct army of Marquis Luther. Cerdak immediately stood up and said, "I am willing to serve you, sir." Marquis Luther nodded and said, "I will give you a new army organization. A cavalry regiment of 500 people. Of course, if you have any difficulties in advance, you can ask me. If there is, I will definitely seek your help." Cerdak said humbly. Chapter 617 Meeting again. In the Green Empire, nobles were allowed to have private armed forces. But this does not mean that all private armed forces have the establishment of the imperial army. To be precise, the military establishment is regarded as a license for the lord's private armed forces. For example, if a certain area encounters some unstable factors and requires the military to take over, riots and plain wars occur in certain plains, rotation of garrison troops between plains, etc. Under these circumstances, the armed forces with the imperial army's establishment will be gathered first, accept the deployment of the top regional chief executive, and lead the army to maintain regional security. Although plain wars broke out frequently in the Green Empire, the private armed forces were once in a state of decline. Even so, there are still many nobles who want to have the establishment of the imperial army. The army establishment given to Soldak by Marquis Luther is what many lords dream of. Since the private armies of noble lords require the lords to pay expensive military expenses out of their own pockets, why do so many nobles want to form private armed forces and become lords? The reason is simple. There are greater interests in it. This is mainly because while garrisoning the plain, the lords will have priority in acquiring plain resources. If the lords are willing to lead private armies to participate in plain wars, they will obtain the legal right to develop the new plain, not the imperial territory. The 433 land distribution law in the code. The establishment of a private army is a common means of tax avoidance, etc. All in all, even if you have a family background, if you want to promote your title, it is absolutely necessary to form a private armed force. And having an elite army will also give noble lords more say in the House of Representatives. Marquis Luther included Cerdak's personal armed forces in his own legion. For Cerdak, it was a good first step in becoming a noble lord. Marquis Luther believed that Soldak, who was born as a civilian, did not have much family background. As a low-level baron, His wealth could not afford the expensive military expenses of a private army. So he told Soldak that before forming a private army in the military process, we can help no matter what kind of difficulties you have. Nobles were called lords because they owned territories and private armed forces. Prior to this, Soldak was only the captain of the cavalry squadron of the Helensa city guard camp in the deserted land. And the Helensa City Hall commissioned him to form the Deserted Land Militia Battalion. Soldak was a part-time militiaman. Title of battalion commander. Only when he had a private army of his own could he be said to have become a true lord. At present, Soldak's title is somewhat low. His territory is not vast enough, and his only sulfur mine may not be able to support a private army. Marquis Luther put down the knife in his hand and said to Soldak, "If you are worried about military expenses, in the initial stage, you will need to use your meritorious service to exchange for a title. Only by being promoted to Viscount can you gain more territory. Of course, you can also develop several mines in my plain. I also have several undeveloped rich copper and iron mines, which are not far from the town." Soldak immediately said, "I am currently building the territory. I will make good preparations when I return to Wall Village." Lady Marian glanced at Marquis Luther, with a gentle look in her eyes that others could not understand. Probably only Marquis Luther in the restaurant could understand that Mrs. Marian hinted to him again. Young people will have some ideas of their own. Don't always impose your own ideas on others. Rebellion often comes from this. Marquis Luther stopped talking about promotions to titles and mine development. He pondered for a moment, then changed the topic and said, "You can recruit some subordinates at the Advanced War College. I know a few well-known people in Venice City. Dean of the college. You can go to their college and choose at will. But the prerequisite is that you have to convince those students to join your private army. Lord Luther, I don't want those newcomers who just graduated from the academy." Soldak touched his nose and rejected Marquis Luther's proposal. Marquis Luther asked in surprise, "Then what good ideas do you have?" Soldak expressed some of his understanding of the formation of the army. "I want to recruit some veterans who are willing to stay on the battlefield. Many veterans have rich combat experience, but they are forced to return to their hometowns because they were injured on the battlefield. They have little life skills, so a lot of people are living in a very difficult situation. And I want to find veterans like that." Marquis Luther glanced at Soldak again, and then he remembered that this was how Soldak climbed out of the heavy armored infantry battalion step by step. So he had a deeper understanding of these lowest level veterans. And it seems that he still has some prejudices against the new members of the academy, which led him to think like this. Marquis Luther said, "But they have not received formal knight training. I think you can form a cavalry regiment or a swordsman regiment. Next spring will be the graduation season of the Advanced War College. Don't miss this good opportunity. I want to come and tell me when you're done." Soldak nodded and said, "Okay, I will think about it carefully." Marquis Luther then said, "But if you insist on choosing some retired veterans, although I don't agree with this, I can still provide you with some conveniences. I know many lords and veterans who have retired from their armies. There are always some, and I will have someone bring these lists to you another day." Only then did Soldak realize that the problem that was troubling him could be solved by just moving his fingers in front of Marquis Luther. "That's great," Soldak said happily. Marquis Luther signaled that Soldak didn't need to sit up straight every time he spoke and could relax and eat well. He said kindly, "I still have some expectations for you. I hope you can form a new army as soon as possible. Don't miss it. I will be on defense next year, and this will be a rare opportunity to practice." Soldak quickly agreed. "I will seize the time to do this." There was a rush of footsteps at the door of the restaurant, and everyone's eyes fell on the door of the restaurant. Hathaway and Beatrice were seen walking in from the corridor in exquisite long dresses, followed by 4 maids. The two entered the restaurant. Their eyes fell on the mountains of Soldak almost at the same time. The two looked at each other, then slowed down and walked to Marquis Luther, saluting Marquis Luther, Lady Marianne and another lady. Then his eyes fell on Soldak. Soldak also stood up politely at this time and looked at Hathaway with gentle eyes. Hathaway lowered his head shyly. Although it was winter, Hathaway still boldly wore a low-cut long skirt in the castle. The waist was tightened very tightly, so a deep white groove appeared on her squeezed chest, and her delicate collarbone and long neck makes the large area of skin on the chest even more dazzling. Mrs. Marian nodded to Marquis Luther. At this time, Marquis Luther said to Soldak, "Okay, I still have some official business to deal with. Next, I should leave you young people some time." The two ladies took Marquis Luther's arm and left the restaurant. Hathaway raised her white chin slightly. Her slender figure, white neck and delicate collarbones made her look like a beautiful white swan. Her lips were slightly raised, and her green eyes were staring at Soldak. Hathaway put his hands behind his back and stood out his tall chest. Neither of them spoke. They just looked at each other silently in the restaurant, continuously compressing the space between them, until the two were tightly pressed together. Soldak put his hand around Hathaway's slim waist, held the back of her neck with his other hand, and kissed her deeply. It wasn't until the two of them were out of breath that they separated from each other. Beatrice pushed aside Hathaway, who had taken the lead, and looked deeply at Soldak with a pair of bold and passionate eyes. Beatrice's round-faced eyes were light brown. She looks a bit like a gypsy girl with unrestrained and bold thoughts. She always shows 2 teeth when she smiles. Her skin is another kind of dazzling white, and some are as smooth as brocade. She didn't even wait for Soldak to come up to him. She transformed into a gorgeous colorful butterfly, jumped into Soldak's arms, and gave him a passionate kiss. The heat in the restaurant continued to rise until a row of footsteps came from the doorway to the kitchen. The middle-aged housekeeper came up with a row of cooks holding plates in their hands. Beatrice left Soldak's room, withdrawing from the embrace and restraining some physical impulse. Hathaway and Beatrice sat opposite Soldak, and the three of them communicated with their eyes. After a while, Hathaway and Beatrice took a sip of cold liqueur to relax the atmosphere. Soldak finished the grouse breast on his dinner plate, and the middle-aged butler gave him some more pie. These exquisite delicacies were not available in Wall Village. The two ladies didn't seem to have much appetite. They only ate 2 slices of white bread with some jam, drank a little liqueur, and ended their breakfast in a hurry. The three of them were in no hurry to leave the restaurant. The cook standing behind removed the plates, and the butler ordered another honey tea mixed with vanilla and lemon. Holding the warm cup in hand, Hathaway walked to the window of the dining room and opened the heavy curtains. A dazzling ray of sunlight shone into the room, immediately eclipsing the magic wall lamp in the room, and the whole garden was covered with snow. Thick snow piled up in the courtyard, and a large group of gardeners were clearing the snow in the garden. The entire Marquis Luther's mansion was a busy scene. Every steward was performing his or her duties, and leading a group of maids and servants to clean and decorate the garden. There was a group of young people gathered on the training field in the back courtyard. They were probably members of the younger generation of the Luther family. Several noble ladies were actually standing outside the field. They were wearing fur coats and whispering to each other at the edge of the training field. Hathaway turned to Soldak behind him and asked, "Do you want to see the whole castle?" "What I wish for," Soldak replied with a smile. Chapter 6:18 Myself in the mirror. Along the winding staircase of the castle, some sand and gravel have fallen off from the gaps in the walls on both sides. There are some oil paintings hanging on the walls, some of which are portraits, some pastoral scenes, moments on the battlefield, etc. Going up a little further, there are some hanging on the walls. Typical weapons include spears, poleaxes, and crossbows. Walking to the top of the tower, you can still see a row of ironwood longbows and quivers filled with fine steel arrows hanging in the corner of the door. This tower looks like a watchtower. The spiral staircase spans a distance of 20 to 30 meters. The building at the top is round, like a mushroom umbrella. When you walk in, you find that it has been arranged into a huge bedroom. There is not only a large and soft bed inside, but also a heating fireplace, a dressing table, and a separated bathroom. The room has a total of 8 windows, which allow you to see the surroundings of the castle, 6 of which are temporarily closed. Beatrice walked to the dressing table and pushed open the wooden window. Suddenly, a fresh cold wind blew in from the outside. The snow on the top of the window eaves fell down, hit the windowsill, and splashed into the room. Hathaway walked up, looked at the layout of the room, walked to the bed and sat down. She touched the bed with her hands and smiled at Soldak and said, "Beatrice and I have lived here for nearly 2 months. As long as the door below is locked, there is no other way except jumping out of the window and leaving. There is no other way. So we lie here all day long, or sit at the window and look out at the scenery." Soldak walked to the window and looked down. It was about 6 stories high from the ground. Although this height was still a bit dangerous for a swordsman like Hathaway. Soldak pressed his hands, he leaned on the windowsill and looked at the snowy scene outside and said, "Beatrice has been here with you?" "Yes," replied the 2 ladies, and Soldak crowded together at the window and looked outside. The sunshine after the snow was a bit dazzling. "Actually, what I want to say is that it would be nice to live here for a while." Soldak narrowed his eyes, smelled a faint scent of perfume on the 2 ladies, and said with a smile, I mean, if I were locked up here, I would never think of it as imprisonment. Beatrice looked at Soldak with her round eyes, full of obsession. At this time, she would probably not refuse even if Cerdak carried her to the bed. Hathaway's pretty face turned red, and she said to the two of them, "Let's go down and walk around." The three of them first walked around the tower where Hathaway was banned. Beatrice smiled and said that if they had known that the young nobleman Marquis Luther asked Hathaway to meet with Soldak, the two of them would have no matter what I say. I won't be locked up in that tower for 2 months. After walking down the tower, it was still a bit cold outside the castle. The maid who followed quickly brought a fox fur cloak and shawl. Even so, when they walked outside the castle, a cold wind blew in their faces, which also made Hathaway and Beatrice Liz held her breath and took a moment to adapt before walking down the stairs. There is a very exquisite garden in the courtyard behind the castle. Next to the garden is a training ground. There is a row of neat stables built against the wall of the training ground. A heavy snowfall immediately casts a layer of silvery makeup on the withered and depressing scenery in winter. Not far away, Mrs. Mabel and her 3 daughters were walking on the snow in the garden. The 2 young people gathered around them to show their kindness. They seemed to be very happy, talking and laughing all the way. Hathaway decisively turned a corner and walked along the other side of the garden towards the snow-covered pool. There were several stone towers spaced far apart. The tops of the stone towers looked like blooming flowers and looked very much like water dishes. At this time, the tops had been cleaned by the servants, and some grain and grass seeds were sprinkled on them. At this time, many birds were attracted to eat. Worried about disturbing the dining birds, the 3 stopped 50 yards away from the stone tower. "What are you usually busy with in Wall Village?" Hathaway asked Soldak curiously. Cerdak pondered for a moment and said, "Basically, it's about territory construction and the like. I'm improving the living environment in Wall Village, which has been droughty all year round. So I built a reservoir in the upper reaches of the valley. It's very spectacular. Basically, we solved the irrigation problem of all the wheat fields in Wall Village and renovated the houses. The houses there are basically thatched houses. Once there is such a heavy snow in winter, I don't know how many houses will have their roofs collapse, come down. So we have been renovating the house before winter. Sometimes we will stay at the sulfur mine for a while, preparing to redevelop my territory. Can I go take a look?" Hathaway asked expectantly. Cerdak said without hesitation, "Of course. You are welcome." Hathaway and Beatrice gathered together and whispered for a while, seemingly discussing when would be a better time to go to Wall Village. After walking a little further, we came to a row of stables beside the wall. The stables in Marquis Luther's mansion were also very beautifully built, although they were completely made of wood. All the wooden boards of the stables were painted with varnish. It was covered with a thick layer of snow, and 2 grooms squatted at the door of the hay house next to the stable to cut grass and stuff some beans and wheat bran into the alfalfa hay. When the grooms saw Hathaway and Beatrice approaching, they quickly stood up and saluted. "Would you like to see my horse?" Hathaway asked Soldak proudly, like a child who wants to show off a new toy. "Okay," Soldak said cheerfully. The grooms were very discerning and immediately walked into the stables and took out Hathaway's horse, a war horse with green scales all over its body. This kind of high-end war horse is very common on the battlefield. It is usually the mount of the knights. There is also a black scale war horse with purer blood. This green scale horse is Black Scale. The hybrid horse between the horse and the ancient Borai horse not only inherits the explosive power and excellent physical strength of the Black Scale war horse, but also has the excellent endurance of the ancient Borai horse. This green-scaled horse was very handsome. When he saw Hathaway, he immediately came close to her and put his huge horse's head into her arms. The so-called blue scales do not mean that the war horse has a layer of blue scales on its body, but a layer of fine hair with fine scale-like patterns on its body. Cerdak looked at the tattoos on the green-scaled horse and couldn't help but think of the scales growing on his arms. He suddenly felt a sense of oppression and thought about rewarding the skin of his arms with the same tattoos as the green-scaled horse. If there are some scaly patterns, that would be really unlucky. Thinking of Lord Johannes, Soldak cursed secretly in his heart. "This is my horse. Do you want to ride it for a while?" Hathaway put her arm around the horse's head and introduced her beloved horse to Soldak, hoping that they would get a little familiar with it. Just as Cerdak was about to come over, the green-scaled war horse's hair exploded, letting out a long neigh, and stood up towards the Cerdak, almost knocking Hathaway to the ground. The groom behind quickly rushed up and grabbed the reins of the green-scaled horse desperately to subdue it. Hathaway was also startled and didn't understand what happened just now. her beloved horse, who was usually very good-tempered, was almost shocked when he saw Soldak. She glanced at Soldak again. She saw clearly just now that Soldak was standing there without making any movement, and was still smiling at her. The green-scaled war horse paved the ground restlessly, refusing to approach Soldak no matter what. In fact, Soldak really wanted to tell Hathaway, "I also have a similar pet at home, but it is a little bigger, and he probably has some aura on him," which is why the war horse was shocked. Since they couldn't ride a horse, Hathaway and Beatrice took Soldak around the Marquis Luther's mansion before asking the housekeeper to arrange a guest room for Soldak. Hathaway, both he and Beatrice had the habit of taking naps, so they let Soldak rest in the guest room and left 2 maids to serve Soldak. Last night, Soldak basically didn't sleep much. Now suddenly there was a warm and comfortable big bed in front of him. He washed his face a little, then took off his leather armor and lay down on the bed to sleep. Maybe he was too tired, or the bed was too comfortable, and there was no one to disturb him in the guest room. When Soldak woke up and opened the curtains, he realized that it was already dusk outside. He looked for the sunset along the edge of the sky, and half of it gradually faded away, sinking into the sunset. Soldak, wearing a linen shirt, stood at the window. "When I wake up, I feel energetic and relaxed." He stretched and felt a burst of joints all over his body. "The young lady ordered us to add some Ningxian flower leaves to the incense burner, so that you may sleep longer. The young lady asked you to wake up and let us take you to her side." A maid was behind Soldak, said softly. Soldak turned around and nodded to the maid. Of course he knew Ningxinhua. This magical herb is the main ingredient for preparing spiritual potions. It is basically difficult to buy in the magic market nowadays, and a bottle of spiritual potions is even harder to find. Unexpectedly, when he was sleeping, Hathaway actually uses the leaves of the Ningxian flower as incense, which is really a low-key luxury. He walked to the clothes rack and planned to put on the salamander leather armor that was still good enough, when he saw a maid coming over carrying a wooden tray with a stack of neatly stacked light blue dresses. The maid stood in front of Soldak and whispered, "This is the dress that the senior tailor Master Gilini and the needlework girl made for you while you were sleeping. You try it on first. Master Gilini is still waiting outside. If there's anything that doesn't fit, it can be corrected right away." Soldak didn't expect that he only had a good night's sleep, and even the dress was made in a hurry. It seemed that he was completely recognized by Marquis Luther. Putting on the exquisite light blue dress with dark patterns, Soldak's aristocratic temperament suddenly improved a lot. He walked to the mirror and saw the handsome and upright knight in the mirror. For a moment, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Know yourself. Chapter 6:19 At the dance. Affected by the season, many industries have temporarily suspended operations, and many nobles have withdrawn from tedious family affairs and begun to socialize a lot. In winter, Beta City is filled with various dances, concerts, operas, salons, and winter events, hunting and so on. Nobles tend to focus on this time to communicate with each other, deepen their relationships, and even talk about marriage, various forms of cooperative alliances, etc. The biggest topic this year is whether the Bena Legion led by Duke Newman still has any chance. There is no need to continue to stick to Handanar County in the Warsaw Plain. Due to the Warsaw Plain War, Bena Province needs to transport a large amount of supplies to Warsaw every month. Half of the elite troops in Bena Province are tied up in the Warsaw Plain. As a result, some private areas of the local lords in Bena Province were frequently in crisis, due to the frequent private plain wars among the local lords of Bena Province. Duke Ryan lost a large number of supporters in the imperial capital. This made the lords of Bena Province lose their patience in waiting for the victory of the Warsaw Plain. Everyone began to take advantage of various gatherings in winter, and began to discuss plans for next year. The war faction in Bena Province now occupies the absolute right to speak in the House of Representatives. The victory in the war on the Maka Plain has given the lords of Bena Province great confidence. Today's war enthusiasm is unprecedentedly high, but a large number of nobles insist that the most powerful troops in Bena Province should not be left in Warsaw. Even if some resources are lost, the main force should be withdrawn from the Warsaw Plain. Although the Boothman family is a long-established noble family in the Green Empire, what will happen if they offend the royal family? Although Prince James did not appear in public, the South Wind Legion and the Royal Knights privately withdrew all attacks on Booth. The support of the Mann family means that the Busman family will not receive any other support from the Warsaw Plain, except for inviting some private armies of small and medium-sized lords to enter the Warsaw Plain for a long time in the future. There are several balls held every winter at the Marquis Lutheran Palace. as the noble lord of the war faction in Bena province, and a member of the House of Representatives in Bena City. The ball held at the Marquis Luther's mansion was attended by the top nobles in Bena City. After nightfall, many invited nobles took magic rides. The caravan came in all its glory. The courtyard square in front of the castle was filled with gorgeous magic caravans. At this time, there were still many magic caravans driving into the Marquis Luther's mansion. The two butlers were responsible for coordinating the parking of the magic caravans and the dinner issues of the relevant personnel. Guards were stationed around the manor, and only those with an invitation letter from the Marquis Luther's mansion could enter the Marquis mansion. The halls of the castle were brightly lit, and some nobles attending the ball would bring out young people from their families. They would meet young people from other families at the ball, and gradually develop their own social circles. Marquis Luther, Lady Marianne, and Lady Mabel stood in front of the hall to greet the guests. Together with them, Mrs. Mabel's 3 daughters, 3 young ladies dressed in gorgeous clothes, were observing the guests who had arrived. The young nobleman attending the ball had an irrepressible smile in his eyebrows. In the past, it was usually Hathaway who accompanied Marquis Luther to greet guests. Hathaway did not stand at the gate at this dance. Some nobles did not know why and thought that the wayward Miss Hathaway had fallen out of favor with Marquis Luther. Some noble ladies could not stand Hathaway. They were quietly gloating in the hall, waving small folding fans in their hands, talking softly, laughing loudly, trying their best to maintain their ladylike posture. When Hathaway walked down the stairs, the hall was already crowded with guests. Dozens of waiters were carrying all kinds of exquisite food and various kinds of fine wines, shuttling through the hall. As long as there were guests with empty hands, the waiters with trays came one after another for guests to choose their favorite drinks. Soldak did not walk with Hathaway. He and Beatrice came to the hall first. He had just woken up and had missed lunch and afternoon tea. He was currently empty and needed to fill his stomach with something. If he walked with Hathaway, he would probably not have a chance to eat at all. Beatrice brought Soldak out first, and the two of them hid in a corner and ate a large piece of tiramisu and drank some apple juice. In order to prepare for this dance, Marquis Luther specially hired when you arrive in Pena City. The top pastry chef will make it on site. Serdak couldn't remember the last time he tasted this delicious food. Soldak was about to put 2 honey-glazed lamb ribs on the plate when the music in the hall gradually stopped. The chatting guests also stopped talking, and the hall became quiet. Everyone turned their attention to the balcony on the second floor of the hall. Marquis Luther stood in front, and 2 ladies, Marian and Mabel, stood behind Marquis Luther. Marquis Luther leaned on the railing with his hands, and first gave a speech, which was nothing more than thanking all the guests, and then slowly walked downstairs holding the hands of the 2 ladies. The dance officially began, and Marquis Luther performed an opening dance with Lady Marian, just when many young nobles thought that Hathaway might fall out of favor. When the second dance started playing, Marquis Luther led his daughter Hathaway into the dance floor. A group of nobles invited female guests to enter the dance floor, and the music gradually started. The 3 daughters beside Mrs. Mabel pouted and looked at the dance floor with great resentment regarding the favoritism of their father, Marquis Luther. The 3 ladies usually complained a lot, but apart from the usual few complaints, they could not do anything extra. What to strive for? Originally, this dance had a good start. Marquis Luther actually took the 3 sisters to the door to greet the guests. This made the 3 girls feel that their spring might be coming. However, when the dance started, Marquis Luther took them. Hathaway walked onto the dance floor, making their hearts that were ready to move completely violent. Why do you love Hathaway so much? They are not bad sisters. Is it just because Hathaway has blonde hair and blue eyes? Not convinced. Be careful to maintain your ladylike temperament. Mrs. Mabel stood nearby and calmly told her 3 daughters. Now the hall is full of young people rushing to attend the dance. Everyone is showing their best side to try to make a better impression on others. At this time, of course, one cannot show such low-level expressions as envy, jealousy, and hatred. The faces of the 3 young ladies, who were about to cry, immediately broke out into smiles. And their smiles were a little stiff. But when he lowered his head and whispered, he was still talking about Hathaway. Why is it still her? That's right. After so many dances, it's our turn. In what way are we inferior to that cat-eyed bitch? That is, the 3rd daughter. You and I kept talking endlessly. Even Mrs. Mabel was a little bored, and she scolded with a straight face. Shut up! Someone is coming! Pay attention to your temperament. Always smile. Don't always write your worries on your face. Sure enough, scolding worked, and the 3 ladies agreed in silence. Got it. Mother, The three young ladies began to chase the handsome young nobles on the dance floor. But not just any young man could catch their eye. After the song ended, there was applause from all around the dance floor. Soldak walked up to greet Marquis Luther and Hathaway. Marquis Luther smiled and handed his daughter Hathaway's hand to Soldak. It was only then that the surrounding nobles began to notice Soldak, and everyone began to inquire about his origins. Not many young people could be recognized by Marquis Luther, and Marquis Luther personally handed over his favorite daughter. This heroic baron made everyone even more curious. Marquis Luther stood by the dance floor and said a few words of encouragement to Soldak, and was surrounded by a group of other nobles. This kind of party is indispensable for this kind of entertainment. Marquis Luther will be busy all night, and there are even 2 adjutants by his side. Some important promises and agreements will be written down in a notebook, so as not to forget that he is there the next day. What was promised at the ball? Marquis Luther prides himself on being a nobleman who keeps his word. When I saw Soldak walking onto the dance floor with Miss Hathaway's slender waist in his arms, Soldak's information was quickly picked out. Yes, the name Soldak was no stranger to the ears of many nobles present, because they had all signed their names and seals on a joint letter of recommendation addressed to His Majesty Charles. And that letter of recommendation was for the knight named Soldak was promoted to a third-class noble baron in an unusual way. The reason is that he has outstanding merits, and he is also a very rare paladin. He has the ability to perceive sacred magic, which is equivalent to half a magician. Although Marquis Luther compensated these nobles with a lot of resources for this joint recommendation letter, Baron Soldak did rely on them to become a noble. So when the name Soldak spread to everyone knew that this young man was recognized by Marquis Luther. No wonder he was so close to Hathaway. While the nobles were talking about Soldak, a group of noble ladies gathered together to talk about Hathaway. As the favorite daughter of Marquis Luther, she was not so perfect in the eyes of others, especially the circle of upper-class ladies. One of the main reasons is that Hathaway was very rebellious when she was studying at the Bena Advanced Swordsman Academy. Marquis Luther had chosen a fiancé for her, and their engagement had been finalized. It is said that it was a young baron in the city of Helena named Sidney. He was not famous himself, but the marriage contract was brokered by Marquis Luther and his friend Count Mongoss. Marquis Luther also met Sidney. He thought this young man was pretty good, enterprising, and talented in fighting and commanding. However, he lacked experience and needed to be baptized by war. Marquis Luther thought he had a chance to become a lord. So that was how the engagement was made. Almost all the nobles in Bena City knew that Miss Hathaway did not approve of Baron Sidney. This matter had been going on for a long time. Later, I heard that Baron Sidney died on the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain. In fact, the nobles are still very concerned about this matter. Many people believe in the Wheel of Fortune. Some people are born with lucky stars, while others are born with fortune stars. Obviously Miss Hathaway is not so lucky. There are always people who will be Hathaway's fiancé. Talk about dying on the front line. Now, when I see Hathaway and Soldak coming together, I feel a little bit unwilling to accept it. And I always have to say, look, the green grapes on that vine are sour. Chapter 620 Proposal. Soldak danced with Hathaway in his arms, and then danced with Beatrice on the dance floor. Beatrice was much more open than Hathaway. She almost held her hands tightly, holding Soldak in his arms. The two of them danced the dance together without any gaps. Hathaway was sitting in a booth next to the dance floor with a wine glass in her hand. She rejected the invitations of several young nobles with a straight face, but no one could muster the courage to invite her, considering that Soldak did not know the aristocratic circle of the Bena Advanced Swordsman Academy. Hathaway and Beatrice declined the invitations of several friends. Instead of chatting with the young aristocrats, they sat alone, whispering conversations in corners. Several young nobles who graduated from the Bena Advanced Swordsman Academy in the same year as Hathaway have already recognized Soldak. Isn't this the one who beat up a group of them in Handanar City? A knight. When they looked at Soldak, there was still some hostility in their eyes, and the others no longer insisted on inviting Hathaway and the others. In fact, Soldak also has some friends in the upper-class aristocratic circle of Bena City, such as Viscount Kincaid from the security camp of Bena City, and so on. During the war on the Maka Plain, many knights in the guard camp knew Soldak, and they also knew that there was a knight in the Helensa guard camp who was good at using the holy light. This guard battalion knight was not only helpful on the battlefield, but also performed very well in the battle. Helensa guard battalion, which was originally not very outstanding, performed very well in the defense battle of the Maka Plain, and no one any doubt about this. After all, I saved your life, What else do you want? At this time, a group of armored knights, wearing guard battalion badges on their chests, walked up to Soldak holding wine glasses. Serdek also saw Viscount Kincaid among this group of people. Kincaid stood in the crowd and raised his glass of wine towards him. The three construct knights standing in front had already greeted Soldak with a smile. The sturdy construct knight standing in the middle of the three said eagerly, "If it weren't for Marquis Luther's ball, we might not have the chance to do this. See you again soon." At this time, a curly-haired nobleman next to him, who was a little skinny, and had two western rapiers hanging on his waist, squeezed the sturdy knight away, and rushed to say to Serdek, "Knight Serdek, do you still remember me? Really? You were the one who healed my injury at that time." Several young nobles behind him laughed loudly, and one of them joked, "He saves so many people every day. When we carried you over, you were lying on a stretcher, covered with bandages like a mummy." Several female companions in this group of young nobles looked at the curly-haired nobles in surprise. A beautiful blonde punched the sturdy knight hard and asked him in surprise, "Myron was hurt so badly? Why didn't you say anything when you came back?" The sturdy construct knight held the blonde beauty's fist and explained with a gentle look on his face, "Injuries on the battlefield are inevitable. What's there to say? Look at this guy coming back alive and kicking." The curly-haired nobleman walked up to Serdek, put his hand on his shoulder, and said with a gloomy face, "Soldak, you saved me. I am very grateful. I owe you a favor. But for you, I also had some ideas about some practices on the battlefield. There were two seriously injured Wazimra indigenous guard soldiers in front of me. I didn't think they were qualified to receive treatment in front of me. After all, I am a noble and should have priority." "Right." The other young nobles laughed loudly. Some people couldn't help but stand in the crowd and ridicule the curly-haired noble. "Hey! Myron, you're still worried about that thing." "That's right. Myron, aren't you here to express your gratitude?" Serdek saw that they all wore the badges of the guard camp on their chests. It was not difficult to guess that these young nobles were from the guard camp, and they should be a group of very close friends who spoke to each other without any scruples. "Shouldn't chatting between friends just mean talking about what's relevant?" the curly-haired aristocrat named Myron retorted. In the end, the sturdy construct knight patted Serdek on the shoulder and said sincerely, "Baron Serdek, if you encounter trouble in Bena City in the future, you can come to us at the guard camp at any time." Soldak looked at Viscount Kincaid in the crowd, and Viscount Kincaid smiled at him again and raised his glass. Halfway through the dance, Soldak pulled Hathaway and Beatrice out to get some air and left the somewhat noisy hall. There are many colored lanterns hanging in the back garden. The snow here has been cleared away, and the colored lanterns reflect some of the snow walls, which look particularly beautiful at night. Beatrice breathed out a puff of white air. The temperature in the garden was a bit low. In order to facilitate dancing, the two ladies did not wear much. They ran out of the hall wearing only a fur cloak. Atrice hugged one of Serdek's arms tightly, as if it was very warm. Seeing that there was almost no one in the clean garden, Hathaway bravely hugged one of Soldak's arms, and the three of them were almost close to each other and wandered in the garden. This back garden was just behind the castle. The three of them walked into a roofless pavilion. Some magic wall lamps were hung on the surrounding relief stone pillars. Countless soft lights reflected the pavilion beautifully. The pavilion had been swept away without a trace of snow, and there was actually a thick velvet blanket spread in the middle. "Oh my God! Who actually laid such a luxurious blanket here? I think there are a lot more magic wall lamps here tonight than usual. This is the first time I've been here so many times that I feel this place is so beautiful." It was Beatrice who spoke. Soldak walked to the pavilion alone and held out a bouquet of pure white roses from behind the stone pillar. He took a deep breath and strode towards Hathaway. Hathaway turned around suddenly as if feeling something, and saw Soldak kneeling on the ground in front of her, handing out a bouquet of roses in his hand. "If you are willing to marry me, please accept this bouquet of roses." Hathaway covered her mouth. She was obviously not mentally prepared. Although she knew that there would always be such a day, she just didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. Then she turned her head and looked at her best friend with a little hesitation. "There is no second bouquet of roses." Beatrice, who was standing aside, was almost in tears. She covered her eyes with her hands and said with a crying voice, "Hurry up and agree." "Fool!" Hathaway bit her lip, and without any further hesitation, she nodded vigorously to Soldak, took the white rose that Serdek sent, and pulled him up from the ground. Hathaway's eyes were as gentle as water, and she gently replied, "I do." Soldak took a step forward, stretched out his hands, and hugged Hathaway tightly in his arms. The next second, The terrace on the north side of the castle was brightly lit. Marquis Luther, Lady Marianne and members of the Luther family were standing on the terrace. Everyone gave blessings and applause to the two people in the pavilion. And cheers. Lady Marianne leaned into Marquis Luther's arms, and felt that Marquis Luther's whole body was tense. Looking carefully at his face, she realized how bitter his smile was. And until this moment, Hathaway didn't know everything here. It turned out that Soldak had prepared it in advance. And it seemed that Soldak had obtained the consent of Marquis Luther. Hathaway pursed her lips. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't help but wanted to cry. She hugged Soldak tightly, and couldn't do anything, willing to let go. As Hathaway's good sister, Beatrice also stepped forward to hug Hathaway. For her sister Beatrice, Hathaway is still full of debts. From the beginning, Beatrice has never concealed her love for Soldak. On the contrary, she once had a period of confusion, and now she gaining this feeling. Beatrice stood aside and watched. Hathaway hugged Beatrice, and couldn't think of any words of comfort for a moment, probably wanting to give the couple, who had been blessed by everyone, some time alone. The Luther family's relatives and friends witnessed this extremely short proposal ceremony, and at the suggestion of Marquis Luther, they said, "Hula, quickly leave from the terrace on the second floor of the castle." Soldak stood beside Hathaway and Beatrice. Although he knew that the customs of the Green Empire were too different from those in his previous life, he still felt strong contempt for himself in his heart. He bravely put a hand on Beatrice's back and summoned up the courage to say, "Beatrice, tomorrow I will visit Count Goffaro. I hope that my proposal to you will win the favor of the Count." Consent. Hearing Soldak suddenly say this, the round-faced Beatrice raised her head from Hathaway's arms, looked at Soldak with a pair of tear-filled light brown eyes, and broke into tears in the next second. At this moment, Soldak felt quite emotional, a woman's tears. Chapter 621 Hitting a Wall. Complete the proposal ceremony. Soldak even became engaged to Hathaway, and became Hathaway's fiancée. Traditional aristocratic families attach great importance to wedding rituals. Therefore, before the marriage, the relationship between Soldak and Hathaway cannot go any further. This involves the dignity of the Luther family. Late at night, the guests attending the ball have almost left. The servants in the Marquis mansion have begun to extinguish some of the extra-colored lights in the courtyard, extinguishing the lights in the parking lot little by little. There are not many magic caravans left in the courtyard. Marquis Luther, Lady Marianne and Lady Mabel stood at the gate of the castle, and saw off the last guest. Soldak bid farewell to Marquis Luther. Marquis Luther had been busy all night, and still seemed energetic. He patted Soldak on the shoulder, and planned to drag him to the study to drink a few glasses of wine. Mrs. Marianne also enthusiastically persuaded Soldak to stay at the Marquis Palace, and personally arranged a guest room for Soldak. However, Soldak knew his own misfortune. He did not dare to stay overnight at the Marquis mansion, so he could only refuse. In the morning, he and Aphrodite found their temporary hotel. Aphrodite restarted the summoning ceremony in the hotel room. But from morning to now, he has stayed in Bena City for almost 18 consecutive days. Hours are already the limit for Aphrodite's summoning time. If she stays in Marquis Luther's mansion now, a gate to the void may appear in front of her at any time, and she will be forcibly pulled into the gate by the contracted power of the summoning circle. In order to prevent that kind of thing from happening, Soldak could only refuse the warm invitation of Marquis Luther and Lady Marianne, and left Marquis Luther's mansion under the moonlight at night. Soldak's judgment was absolutely correct. As soon as he walked out of the gate of Marquis Luther's mansion, he felt bursts of void power around him, and the summoning circle began to appear under his feet. He did not dare to hesitate, hurriedly hid in the shadow of a high wall on the street, and as the summoning circle emerged from under his feet, a powerful void force sucked him into the void. Just under the shadow of the high wall, Soldak disappeared. A door to the void in the treasure chamber opened instantly, and Soldak felt a powerful repulsive force pushing him out. Soldak returned to the treasure chamber. The red dragon lay its head on the platform of the treasure chamber and slept, probably feeling the power of the void. The red dragon opened its eyes in shock and saw Soldak walking out of it. Its eyes did not look very surprised, but it blinked at Soldak, leaned towards Soldak sleepily, lazily opened its mouth and let out a big yawn. Soldak was well prepared and quickly avoided the front. A strong wind blew the crystal fragments far away. The red dragon rolled his eyelids and stared at Soldak, his eyes full of anticipation. Soldak lowered his head, turned over his sleeves, and saw that the 10th scale had begun to grow on his arm. He immediately stood opposite the red dragon and began to pronounce the correct pronunciation of the 10th rune language Sure. And then he write 2 large V's slightly slanted together in handwriting. The moment Sure was drawn by Serdek. Although the rune only stayed in front of Serdek for less than 3 seconds. An extremely cold ice element was instantly injected into Serdek's body. And Serdek only felt that one of his hands was wrapped in cold light blue ice crystals. The red dragon was startled. His head jerked back. And he looked at Serdek in surprise. Serdek motioned for him to follow suit. And then reluctantly began to learn the language of runes. Sure enough, when the red dragon began to learn dragon language, the 10th scale on Serdek's arm began to fade. The red dragon quickly learned the 10th rune language, and then approached Serdek expectantly, as if waiting for Serdek's praise. Serdek could only stretch out his hand and touch it like an adult white rock rhinoceros. He patted the dragon's head, which was even bigger, and then took out a bundle of red crystals from the magic belt bag. The red dragon opened its mouth wide, allowing Serdek to throw these red crystals into its mouth. The sound of the red dragon chewing red crystals was a bit harsh, and it swallowed those red crystals into its stomach in a few mouthfuls. It stretched out its tongue and licked its lips contentedly. After Mei had a beautiful meal, before Serdek could start teaching it the 11th rune language, the red dragon decisively retracted its head from the relief stone wall and slipped away in a flash. Suddenly, Serdek was the only one left in the treasure chamber. The next morning, Serdek appeared in the hotel room again. The room was warm, and there was a thick layer of frost on the glass windows. The sunlight shines into the room through this layer of frost, making it feel like being in a glass conservatory. Aphrodite was wearing a thin nightgown, lying lazily on the hotel bed, covered with a velvet blanket, and looked like she had just woken up. The succubus was not in a good state of mind and looked a little tired. She squinted her eyes, held her chin, and asked Soldak while lying on the bed, "Where else are we going today?" Soldak adjusted the exquisite leather armor on his body and the badge on his chest in front of the dressing mirror in the room. He took out a skinning knife from his waist and skillfully shaved off the stubble on his chin. He turned around and said, "I am going to visit Count Goffaro today. I promised Beatrice that I would also propose to her. Before that, I must obtain the consent of her father, Count Goffaro, and he needs to personally tell me that you are willing to marry your daughter to me." Aphrodite tugged on the loose V-shaped neckline, with a gloating smile on her face, and said to Serdek, "Oh, then I wish you good luck. I hope you can bring back good news. But from a mystical point of view, you will have a lot of trouble going out today. I also remind you not to play too late." Serdek choked slightly. He didn't expect that Aphrodite had studied mysticism, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He just waved his hand to Aphrodite and said, "I know. I will pay attention to the summoning time. It's good to know." Aphrodite didn't explain much, just complained, "When you can control the magic elements, I will let you learn to summon the magic circle and feel how boring it will be to maintain the magic circle all day long." Soldak leaned over, patted her face with his hand, and comforted her. "I know you worked hard yesterday." Aphrodite rolled her eyes speechlessly and stopped responding to him. Beatrice Goffaro, compared with the surname Luther. Although the surname Goffaro is an old noble in Venice City, there have been no outstanding young people in the Goffaro family in recent years. Its ranking in Beta province is declining year by year. The Goffalo family has some shops in Venice City, which mainly deal in linen and cotton, and also run some high-end Warcraft material stores. Although the shops in Venice City have continued to make profits over the years, due to increasing competition with other shops, the more intense the competition, the more profit these stores receive. Beatrice's father, Count Goffaro, wanted to maintain the dignity of the Goffaro family. In addition to cultivating outstanding young people in the family, he also wanted to attract outstanding young people from outside to join the Goffaro family. Soldak stood at the gate of the Goffaro family manor. He decisively rejected Beatrice's companions this time, and planned to face Count Goffaro alone. According to Beatrice, her father was a stubborn old man with typical traditional ideas. Stubborn and mediocre. Looking at the large iron door with some paint peeling off. There is severe rust in many places on the iron door. Although the rust is not serious enough to affect the overall strength of the door, it has already made the outer door look very old. Connecting the two gates is a door stack made of square stones. On both sides of the door stack is a mottled wall. The gaps between the stones are covered with moss. After the moss withers and turns yellow in winter, it sticks to the wall, making it look very old. The snow outside the wall has not been cleared. The Goffalo family lives in this ancient manor. Soldak took a deep breath, mustered up the courage and strode to the concierge at the gate. took out a visiting card. The letter was handed over to the guard at the door. The guard at the door was a bit old, and his eyesight was not very good. He looked at Soldak with great difficulty. Along with the letter of visit, there was also a silver coin. The old guard didn't notice the silver coins under Serdak's invitation, but his face immediately showed great joy, and he asked Soldak somewhat diligently, "Young man, who are you looking for?" "I want to visit Count Goffaro," Soldak said, standing at the door. "The Count went to attend a rally last night and has not come back yet." The guard said to Soldak, "You can leave your address. If the Count is willing to see you, he will send someone to notify you." Serdak nodded. The lifestyle of nobles is like this. Formal visits need to be agreed upon by both parties. Otherwise they will usually be rejected. Through the gap between the large iron gates, Soldak took a few glances into the manor. Several servants were still sweeping snow in the courtyard. There was a row of stables built on the right wall of the vestibule. A sudden heavy snowfall made him a corner of the stable collapsed. The buildings in the manor are also very old. Overall, this ancient manor needs to be repaired. Soldak was about to leave Goffaro Manor and turned to walk towards the street when a silver magic caravan drove towards him. The family emblem of a lion's head was printed on the car. The magic caravan stopped in front of the gate. A middle-aged nobleman in a gorgeous dress opened the car door and asked Soldak, "Young man, who are you looking for?" When Soldak heard someone calling him, he stopped and said to the middle-aged nobleman with a tired face, "I want to see Count Goffaro." "You're looking for me. Do we know each other?" The middle-aged nobleman squinted his eyes, and his eyes fell on the noble badge on Soldak's chest, and he asked with confusion on his face. Soldak did not expect that the middle-aged nobleman in front of him, who was overindulging in lust, had a skinny face and lacked energy, would actually be Count Goffaro. As expected, he had a Count medal on his chest, and he quickly said, "No, this is me. This is the first time I've taken the liberty of visiting." Marquis Goffaro looked unconcerned and waved to Soldak and said, "Oh, please come up. It's warmer in the carriage." Soldak boarded the silver magic caravan. But the interior of the carriage was not as bright as it looked outside. The soft leather sofa in the carriage had some slight cracks, and other furniture also looked a little old, and the colors were a little depressing. Count Goffaro was sitting in the magic caravan, holding a glass of golden cider in his hand, looking at Soldak as a superior. There was a noble lady sitting next to Count Goffaro. The noble lady had sharp and critical eyes. She looked at Soldak impatiently, wishing that he could just get out of the car. "What do you want from me?" Count Goffaro pondered for a moment, then pursed his lips and asked lightly. The lady pulled up her low-cut dress and covered her exposed shoulders with a fur shawl. Serdak introduced himself to Count Goffaro. "My lord, my name is Serdak, and I am a noble from the city of Helensa." Serdak stated his purpose of coming here in one breath. Count Goffaro sat in the magic caravan, looked at Soldak with a cold expression, and said after a while, "I know you, although you are from Helensa, but I think most of the nobles in Bena City will remember last night." "You?" Serdak felt cold. Judging from Count Goffaro's attitude, it was obvious that he didn't have a good impression of him. Count Goffaro rolled his heavy eyelids, stared at Soldak, and said, "Since you want to take my daughter, you are obviously mentally prepared." Count Goffaro paused for a moment. He drank the golden cider in the cup in one gulp. The empty cup was placed casually on the folding table. He poured himself another glass of wine. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol. He grabbed the wine bottle. His hand kept shaking, and the golden wine kept spilling from the mouth of the cup. His smile was cold, and his expression seemed a little impatient. He said to Soldak, "You want me to promise you? My conditions are very simple. Either you join the Goffaro family and become a member of the Goffaro family. Either you have the same strength as me, and then tell me about this. Obviously you have nothing now, so I can't agree." Although Soldak had been mentally prepared, he still felt a little disappointed when he heard Count Goffaro's refusal without hesitation. "Lord Goffaro, please listen to my explanation." Soldak wanted to fight for it again, but Count Goffaro waved his hands repeatedly to signal Soldak to stop talking. He kept tapping the table with one finger and said to Serdak, "I don't need to listen. What are you trying to explain? I don't need to consider Beatrice's thoughts. Since she was born in a noble family, she has the obligation to contribute to the family. In fact, this is true for every noble family. So don't waste your time with me. I'm a little sleepy and want to go home and rest." "Is this the end of our conversation?" Count Goffaro said with a cold face, staring at Soldak. Chapter 6, 22 Stay. The magic caravan had been parked on the roadside at the entrance of the manor, and Count Goffaro had no intention of inviting Soldak into the manor. Cerdak could only jump off the magic caravan and step on the snow on the street. He held the door of the magic caravan with one hand, faced Count Goffaro inside the carriage, and finally said, "Give me some time. Maybe I can do it." Count Goffaro ignored him at all, reached out to close the door with a cold look, and ordered the coachman to move forward. Seeing Soldak trying to follow, the guards following the carriage did not dare to stop him. He opened the window and said to Soldak on the side of the road, "Triss is already 18 years old. She doesn't want to stop her. I may have been waiting for you." Cerdak took 2 steps forward and chased the magic caravan as he walked and said, "I come here with absolute sincerity this time. No matter what. Please consider it seriously." Despite what Soldak said, Count Goffaro didn't even look back. The carriage drove into the ancient manor, and the manor guards quickly closed the big iron gate. Seeing the big iron door closing tightly in front of his eyes, Soldak sighed. He stood on the side of the road with a disappointed look on his face, watching the silver magic caravan disappear into the vestibule avenue of the dilapidated manor. To be honest, he was a little frustrated and came full of enthusiasm. In the end, all he got in exchange was Count Goffaro's cold eyes and the tightly closed door. The north wind blew away a fine speck of snow on the wall, and the guard at the door tightened his collar. The guard stood in front of the gate and glanced at Cerdak, waved to him, and told him to leave quickly. Soldak came to a high-end restaurant that he had agreed with Hathaway and Beatrice. He reported his name to the waiter at the door of the restaurant, and the waiter took him to the second floor. The restaurant on the second floor was very quiet. There were not many nobles coming to eat at this time. Hathaway and Beatrice were waiting at a window seat on the second floor, talking and laughing while looking at the snowy scene outside the window. Seeing Soldak coming with the waiter, Hathaway and Beatrice stood up at the same time and looked at Soldak expectantly. Hathaway couldn't wait to ask Soldak, "How was your conversation with Count Goffaro?" Soldak sat across from the 2 women, calmly drank the water in the glass, then pointed to Beatrice's dinner plate and said to the waiter, "Give me a piece of this too." The waiter saluted and left. Soldak did not say that this visit to chat with Count Goffaro was a failure. He stared at Beatrice, and his light brown eyes were like a magnificent amber under the reflection of the sun. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he said to Beatrice in a relaxed tone, "Maybe Count Goffaro doesn't know me well yet, and he doesn't think I'd be a good lord. So I didn't get Count Goffaro's approval." Beatrice leaned back in her seat, with a disappointed look in her eyes. Hathaway quickly held her best friend's cold hand tightly, trying to give her some comfort. Cerdak leaned forward, covered the hands of the 2 women, and said sincerely to the bewildered Beatrice, "I think this is my responsibility. After all, I am a remote seafarer. I am a small nobleman in Helensa city, but I am not well known in Venice city. Count Goffaro does not know me well. Maybe I need some time to increase my popularity in Venice city, so that maybe I can change everyone's view of me." He also said somewhat self-deprecatingly to Hathaway and Beatrice, "I am afraid that people who know me now will think that I am an extremely lucky guy. I was able to be appreciated by Marquis Luther and marry his favorite wife." "Daughter." Hathaway glanced at Soldak, and the message in her eyes was clearly, "It's good to know. I recently want to attend some aristocratic gatherings and make some young aristocratic friends to expand my social circle." Soldak told Hathaway, "You mean you plan to live in Venice city for a while?" Hathaway asked excitedly. "I plan to stay and try again, hoping that Count Goffaro will change his mind." Soldak nodded and said, at this moment, he couldn't help but think Aphrodite might go crazy knowing that her return to the city of Helensa would be delayed. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on his face, looking at the delicious steak in front of her. Beatrice couldn't even take a bite. "Don't worry about this anymore. Didn't we agree? In the worst case, we will elope and I will accompany you. Count Goffaro will definitely not come to my house to find you. As long as I am here, he will never take you away," Sevi said. As a good sister, Hathaway didn't worry about this at all. She kept Beatrice by her side, and was not prepared to let her go home again. The relationship between the Goffaro family and the Luther family is currently very delicate. They were both old families in Bena province. Strictly speaking, the Goffaro family may be older than the Luther family. The 2 families have been married every generation for so many years, and have supported each other until the generation of Beatrice's father, Count Goffaro. The Lille family has declined to the point where it has lost its noble status as a marquis. Moreover, Count Goffaro did some wrong things when he was young, and all the favors he had accumulated have been exhausted. Moreover, due to the competition for the plain mine, he and Marquis Luther the relationship was very tense. Therefore, Hathaway concluded that Count Goffaro would not easily go to the Marquis Luther's mansion to ask for someone. Marquis Luther's previous arrangements for Hathaway made Hathaway and Beatrice almost sympathetic to each other. The two had already agreed that they would never surrender to the family, and would flee Venice City in the worst case. Originally, both of them planned to elope. But now Marquis Luther's arrangement is exactly what Hathaway had in mind. She no longer needs to elope to pursue her love. Now only Beatrice is left. And the two of them people are likely to take two completely different paths in the future. Beatrice secretly glanced at Soldak and saw that there was no worry in his eyes. So she felt a little more at ease. We will probably live in Helensa City in the future. Beatrice, who has a cheerful personality, comforted herself in her heart. The magic caravan stopped at the door of the hotel. Soldak pretended not to understand Hathaway's suggestion that he wanted to sit in the hotel room. He opened the door and jumped out of the magic caravan, and then walked with Hathaway and be in the car. Tris waved goodbye and watched the magic caravan merge into the traffic on the street before turning and walking into the hotel. This hotel is located on the edge of the aristocratic district of Venice City, only 2 streets away from the Marquis Luther's mansion. There is a red copper notice board at the door of the hotel, with a line clearly written on it, "Only nobles are welcome." Soldak walked up the steps, and the waiter guarding the door quickly opened the door for Soldak. The hotel didn't look too big from the outside, and the entire building was almost closely connected to the buildings facing the street on the left and right. In fact, it didn't look too big. Each building is completely independent. The interior of the hotel is very luxuriously decorated. The mahogany stairs and wall collision corners are covered with gold and silver patterns. Cerdak climbed up the spiral staircase to the 2nd floor. A young nobleman with fair skin walked down the stairs. He was holding a western rapier at his waist, and was wearing an exquisite dress. At a glance, he could tell that he was an aristocratic man who was used to pampering himself. When he passed by Cerdak, he only glanced at him lightly. The noble prince walked to the booth in the hall, and got together with another young noble waiting in the hall. He saw that the young noble had been staring at Cerdak's back until Cerdak was on the stairs. When the mouth disappeared, he asked curiously, "Harvey, what are you looking at? Is he an acquaintance of yours?" The final sound of his imperial dialect rose in every sentence, and his accent sounded very different from that in Bena province. At this time, the young nobleman named Harvey curled his lips and sighed, with a sour taste in his voice. "A country bumpkin who got lucky." The noble prince's eyes lit up. The moment they opened wide, they looked as strange as a green cat's eye stone. His eyes were full of curiosity about Cerdak, and he quickly said, "Sometimes, we have to admit that luck is also a kind of strength. Hey, Harvey, do you want to go up and get to know him?" Harvey's smile was a little cold, and then he said, "Forget it. I'm not interested." "What? Did you have a problem with him?" Your Excellency looked at Harvey and asked curiously. In the entire Venice City, all the young nobles who want to win Hathaway Luther's heart have problems with him, and I am just the most insignificant one among them. Harvey said mockingly, "I have heard of Marquis Luther's daughter Hathaway." The noble prince narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "After saying that, he habitually licked his lower lips with his scarlet tongue." The young nobleman Harvey seemed unwilling to talk more about this. So he asked the noble prince, "Jack, which family property are you going to visit today? Father asked me to accompany you the whole time." Aphrodite in the room almost collapsed when she woke up, saw Cerdak, and heard that he wanted to stay in Venice City for a longer period of time. "You mean I'm going to stay here for a while?" Aphrodite lifted up the soft, snow-white velvet quilt and stood directly in the middle of the big bed, looking at Soldak in disbelief. The succubus pointed at the street outside the window and protested to Cerdak. "Don't you think the streets of Venice City are full of demon hunters? There are even magicians in those adventure groups and mercenary groups. Ever since what happened after that incident, I don't even dare to go out on the streets these days. I don't want to live anymore. I want to go back to Helensa." After saying that, she jumped out of bed with bare feet, her long straight legs exposed directly under her hip-length nightgown, put on the long cashmere skirt on the hanger, and sat in front of the dressing table, arranging her hair angrily. "Aphrodite, I need your help." Cerdak put his hands on the succubus' shoulders and said sincerely. Aphrodite bit her lip. She waited for Cerdak angrily and said, "You can stay here for another month at most. No more. 1 month should be enough. No matter what the result is, we will return to Wall Village." Cerdak said decisively. Seeing what Cerdak said, Aphrodite asked curiously, but what are you going to do? Cerdak did not hide his next plan from Aphrodite, and said to her, I want to go to the Thieves Guild first to find out information about the Goffaro family. Chapter 623 Crystallization. The last time I came to this street was in the summer, when there were many street girls wearing cool clothes. But now it is a cold and bleak winter, and those street girls who can show off their figures in the street choose to huddle in dark doorways. Some street girls light a pot of fire in the doorway and huddle in a sheltered place to warm themselves up. Only those who look like they would get out of the door only when very leisurely rich people pass by on the street. The street girls wore thick fur cloaks. They walked boldly in front of pedestrians and opened their coats in the cold wind. Those who like it will stay, and those who are disappointed will leave. There are also some people who choose to pay for free. Cerdak wanted to stand up his collar and walk quickly through the street, but there were always people who wanted to try it in front of him. Braving the wind and snow, he arrived in front of the Shire Tavern, opened the thick cotton curtain, strode to the bar, asked the bartender for a glass of ale as usual, and then took out a gold coin and placed it on the bar. Go up and say to the bartender, is the information about the Goffaro family for sale? The bartender rolled his eyes and asked Cerdak. Of course. He lifted the top of the bar and stepped aside to let Cerdak walk into the corridor behind him. In the room behind the bartender was still the plain-looking female thief Sophia. She was wearing a set of tight-fitting leather armor today. She had maintained a good figure due to regular exercise. There was only one table and 2 chairs in the room. Sophia sat on the chair opposite and looked at Cerdak calmly. This construct knight left a deep impression on her. He spent the least money among all the people who asked about the Bradbury family's red dragon treasure. Only he turned around and walked away after hearing ordinary news worth 1 gold coin. Sophia, when I saw Cerdak for the first time, I recognized him at a glance. Do you want to know about the Goffaro family? Sophia turned over a gold coin in her hand and asked. That's right, Cerdak said, sitting opposite her. Sophia said to Cerdak, we only have some basic information about the Goffaro family. Nobles like Goffaro must be ranked at least 200 among the noble families in Venice City. We have no idea about Goffaro. The information the family has is limited. At most it is about business dealings with a few noble families. And the information is very scattered and takes a certain amount of time to integrate. After saying this, she folded her hands on the table and said to Cerdak, if we need to investigate, you can pay some deposit to make an appointment. Or you can tell us which directions we want to focus on, including where all family members are, within the scope of investigation. Cerdak did not expect that information could still be reserved, and asked, can information still be reserved? Sophia nodded and replied, of course. The main business of the Thieves Guild is reservations. There is not always a big business like the Bradbury family. Then I want to investigate the news about Count Goffaro. Both ordinary news and secrets. Cerdak immediately issued the task. Sophia took out a notebook from nowhere, quickly wrote it down, and said, oh, Count Goffaro, you need to pay 10 gold coins and come here in 3 days. Cerdak took out 10 gold coins from his pocket, stacked them neatly, pushed them to Sophia, and agreed readily. Okay. Magic Free Market. This is almost one of the busiest places in Venice City in winter. There are a large number of magicians, demon hunters, adventure group members, and mercenary group members every day. The types of magic products here are very complete, and the prices are not too expensive. The only drawback is that the quality of these magic products is uneven, and you must know the goods to get a bargain. The prosperous trading market and large passenger flow have made small businesses around the magic market prosperous. There was some deviled antelope leg meat on a meat table in the magic meat area. A row of mora fish was hung on the crossbar in front of the meat table. The butcher shop owner was holding a boning knife in his hand. With a swollen belly, the thigh bone of the demon antelope leg was removed, and the lamb leg meat was spread out on the meat table. The bright red lean meat was exposed, and the thick subcutaneous fat was hidden on the back. A magician wearing a magic robe came to the butcher shop's meat case. He looked around but didn't find what he wanted. So he asked the butcher shop owner, Boss, I heard you have salamander meat. The butcher shop owner immediately put down the boning knife in his hand and said respectfully to the magician, It's been sold out a long time ago, so I don't have to worry about selling as many items as I have. The magician nodded with a depressed look, turned around and asked again, That's true. When can the next batch of salamander meat come back? The butcher shop owner wrinkled his face and said with a smile, That's not necessarily true. This thing is not always on time. Master Magician, if you want to buy salamander meat, you can leave an address and wait. When the goods arrive next time, we'll have someone send you a message. The magician thought for a while and felt that this was a good idea. He took out a sheepskin booklet from his body, took out a magic engraving pen, and quickly wrote a line of text on it, pulled it out of the book, and handed it to the butcher shop owner, and then warned very seriously, "Well, next time the salamander meat arrives, you must leave a piece of shoulder and neck meat for me no matter what." The butcher shop owner quickly agreed and said, "The neck meat of this lizard is certainly good, and the leg meat is not bad either." The magician did not listen to the butcher shop owner's nagging and turned around and left the stall. The butcher shop owner was just about to lower his head to shave the meat when he saw a tall figure appearing in front of him. He quickly raised his head, put on a smile, and asked casually, "This guest, what do you need? You are here." The butcher shop owner stared at Soldak with wide eyes. He blinked hard to confirm that he had seen it correctly. He quickly dragged Soldak into the small room behind the butcher's shop and looked out cautiously. After looking at it, he turned around and asked excitedly, "You also brought fresh meat from the salamander this time?" Soldak nodded and said casually, "How did the last batch of salamander meat sell?" The butcher shop owner smiled and said, "It's very popular. It was robbed as soon as I took it out. Speaking of which, the last price was a bit conservative." He looked at Soldak expectantly. Soldak released the magic sealing box from his magic belt bag, lifted the lid of the magic sealing box, and said to the butcher shop owner, "This time the salamander meat is a little special. It may be a little difficult to sell. And this, I want a gold coin for every pound of salamander meat sold for." The butcher shop owner's face, which was full of smiles just a moment ago, was now petrified on the spot. He said with a big mouth, "The price has increased 10 times this time? How can anyone buy it? This is not the fresh meat of an ordinary salamander." Soldak took out a piece of fresh meat of a crystallized salamander and placed it on the meat table. He gently scraped the meat with a dagger, and countless red crystal grains suddenly appeared, splattering everywhere. Those fire element crystals quickly vaporized and disappeared in the air, making the scene very strange. Soldak originally wanted to explain to the butcher shop owner carefully why there were so many crystal grains in these muscle fibers. Unexpectedly, the butcher shop owner saw the scene in front of him and fell down on the floor of the house. He looked up at Soldak with eyes as big as copper bells and asked in a trembling voice, "Is this crystallized meat?" "Yes. These are indeed fresh meat from a crystallized salamander." Soldak suppressed all his explanations and only said this sentence. Chapter 624 Salamander Meat Agent. The butcher shop owner got up from the ground. He bent down and looked outside the house. He found that no one outside noticed this place. And then he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "These fire crystallized meats cannot be sold here." He put the piece of crystallized salamander meat back into the magic sealing box and recovered the lid of the magic sealing box. This was the best way to prevent the fire element attached to the salamander meat from dissipating. The fat on the butcher shop owner's face trembled slightly. He was sitting on a solid wooden pillar, looking very troubled. After a while, he took out a sweat towel from the pocket of his leather apron, wiped it on his bright forehead, and then made a bold decision. He said to Soldak, "With the quality of these crystallized meats, they can definitely be put up for auction." "Okay. Even if it is too late to put it up for auction, many high-end restaurants in Venice City have also been purchased. There are not so many pockets in the free market. The great magician who came to Venice City with the adventure group. The great magician who filled it with magic crystals. It is hard to tell when they see such a good thing that they want to buy but can't afford. And they don't want to give up after seeing it. They will do something irrational. So no one will bring high-end ingredients here to sell them." Soldak didn't expect the butcher shop owner to say such words. "Is this crystallized salamander meat even more valuable?" Soldak asked the shop owner. The shop owner pulled up a chair, asked Soldak to sit down, and said to him, "I heard from others that only level 3 monsters have a chance of producing this kind of elemental crystallized meat. And there are currently fire crystallized meats on the market. Meat is the most popular. It is said that eating these things can change the physique of magicians and improve their physique. This seems to be very important to magicians. However, this food is not something ordinary people can eat. Only those high-level people in the magic tower can eat it. Only magicians are qualified to enjoy this high-grade monster food." "You mean this kind of salamander meat can only be eaten by high-level magicians?" Soldak asked curiously. The shop owner nodded before adding, "It is said that someone once ate this kind of crystallized monster meat. After only a few mouthfuls, his whole body was on fire. That kind of fire will burn from the inside out and cannot be extinguished at all. It only takes a moment to burn a person into charcoal. And in the end, not even the bones are left. He rubbed his forehead with his fingers and said to Soldak in a low voice, "Last time at the auction held at the Baybona Trading House in Bena City, I saw someone taking out the fire crystallized meat for auction. The settlement was all done with magic crystals. And every 5 pounds of meat was 1 share. And the lowest bidding price at that time was 2 magic crystals." He knocked on the magic sealing box, and then said to Soldak, "This thing cannot be placed on the meat table. Otherwise, the fire element in the meat will evaporate soon. So it can only be placed in the magic sealing box. Save it! So I suggest you sell the meat to the auction house." Soldak patted his thick shoulder and realized for the first time that the butcher shop owner was not as Philistine as he thought. He said to the butcher shop owner, "I came here to find you because I want you to sell these salamander meats on my behalf. Do you know which direction the door of the Bena City auction house opens?" When Soldak heard that the crystallized salamander meat was very valuable, he did not turn around and leave. The butcher shop owner's heart came to life again, and he asked tentatively, "Lord Baron, are you really willing to hand over these precious salamander meat to me as an agent?" Soldak nodded with certainty and said, "Of course. I won't stay in Bena City for a long time. You will be the agent for these fresh salamander meats. As long as the price is not too different from the market price. There is nothing wrong with it. I don't want to run around the world looking for buyers for a few boxes of salamander meat. By the way, my name is Soldak. Please call me by my name from now on." "Okay, Lord Soldak. My name is Sander Atchison, and everyone likes to call me Sander." "Sander," the butcher shop owner said to Soldak, "it's not too late. Otherwise, let's go to the auction house now to see if there are any recent auctions of Warcraft materials." With that said, the butcher shop owner walked out of the hut and quickly put the devil antelope meat on the butcher table into a magic sealing box and put away the mora fish hanging on the wooden rack. His actions were not like his body was so clumsy. So he locked the door of the cabin, took off his apron, and spoke to the neighbor before walking out of the magic free market. There were many people in the magic free market. Soldak curiously asked Sander, "If you run out like this, aren't you afraid that someone will steal the goods in your house?" Sander shook his head very confidently and said, "The neighbors are helping to look after it. Just come back before night. We small traders usually take care of each other like this. Sometimes he leaves, and I will help him look after it for a while. Inside the box it's not a valuable item. The common thieves don't have the guts to steal things from the magic free market, and the truly capable thieves don't like them. So they're not very worried about those goods being stolen." The two of them walked out of the magic free market while talking, just before a magic caravan slowly started to drive. The butcher shop owner chased after him with Soldak, reported the destination of the auction house to the coachman, and then asked if he could go with the car. The guests inside shared a magic-covered carriage. The coachman turned around and communicated with the guests in the carriage for a few words, then opened the carriage door and invited Soldak and Sander to get on the carriage. For the first time, Soldak discovered that the magic caravan in Bena City could actually accommodate passengers. The magic caravan arrived at the auction house. The butcher shop owner Sander only gave the coachman half of the fare, and the coachman drove the magic caravan away. Sander stood with a big belly at the gate of the Bena City auction house. The Bena City auction house was built like several circular tents connected together. Soldak and Sandy rushed to the door. At that time, the curtain of a circular tent happened to be opened by 2 attendants. A group of bidders walked out of the auction hall, talking and walking out. They looked in a hurry, as if they were still immersed in the fierce bidding. Sander did not walk directly into the auction hall. Instead, he led Soldak around the circular tent in front and walked directly to the back. He was not very familiar with this place, so he asked 2 waiters from the auction house one after another before walking into the building behind the circular tent, climbing the stone steps outside to the 2nd floor, and finally found his friend in the auction house. Of an appraiser. The appraiser was a middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed beard and decent clothes. There were magnifying glasses and magic crystals on the table, although he was a little surprised when he saw Sander walking in from the outside. He was still very surprised. He asked happily, "Hey, Sander, shouldn't you be squatting in the hut selling meat at this time? Why are you here?" Sander walked up to the middle-aged appraiser and sat down. He grinned and asked in a loud voice, "Benson, of course I have more important things to do here than selling meat. Is there any Warcraft material in your auction house recently?" "Auctions?" Benson glanced at Xander first, then looked at Soldak. He looked outside the room calmly and said, "Of course. This kind of auction will be held every Thursday. What do you want to buy?" "What does this friend you brought want to buy?" After saying this, he quickly leaned forward, approached Xander and whispered, "As promised in advance, I cannot reveal any information related to magic herbs. Nor can I help you buy magic herbs from within. The price of magic herbs is almost crazy, and everyone is staring at those herbs. If you are here for this, I advise you to put away such small thoughts." "Magic herbs? Oh, no, no." Xander waved his hand and said firmly, "I am a butcher, a meat seller in the magic-free market. It is too outrageous for you to think of me like this. Then why are you here?" Benson looked at Xander with confusion and asked. Butcher shop owner Xander spread his hands and said, "I want to participate in the auction. I got a batch of fire-attributed lizard meat. Please help me walk through the auction process and make a price prediction." Benson said doubtfully, "Xander, even if it's salamander meat, you don't need to go to the auction house. Wouldn't it be better to sell it directly at your butcher shop? What I brought here this time is of course not ordinary salamander meat, but some crystallized salamander meat. You should know the market price." "Right." After the butcher shop owner Xander finished speaking, he glanced at Serdek. Serdek placed a magic sealing box on the table and took out a piece of crystallized salamander meat from the box. Benson suddenly stood up. First picked up a crystal grain from the salamander meat with a knife, then raised a magnifying glass and carefully observed the crystal grain, only to see that the crystal grain left the fire. The lizard meat evaporated quickly at the tip of Benson's dagger. Benson's face became serious. He picked up the magic crystal on the table, cut a small slit in the middle of the crystallized salamander meat, picked out a crystal from it, and dipped it into the magic crystal. On the groove, the originally colorless hexahedral test crystal quickly became stained with a layer of red. "This is the first time I have seen crystallized salamander meat." Appraiser Benson raised his head and said to Xander excitedly. He was also worried that if the crystallized salamander meat was left outside for too long, the fire crystals contained in the flesh and blood would evaporate. So he quickly put the salamander meat back into the magic sealing box, then raised his head and said, "This level 3. The Warcraft crystallized salamander is so rare. The fire element in its body is so rich that it can form fire crystal grains. Our auction house has heard such rumors before. An adventure group hunted a crystal grain from a small plane, transformed into a violent earth bear, and became rich overnight. The adventure group used the wealth exchanged from the crystallized earth violent bear to buy at least 2 sets of primary magic pattern structures from us. I dare to say that the crystallized salamander, its value is definitely much higher than that of the earth-type Earth Fury bear." Butcher shop owner Xander had just no expression on his face. Appraiser Benson asked the butcher shop owner Xander, "So how much of this crystallized salamander meat can you produce?" Chapter 625, The First Magic Pattern Colonization Outfit. Before Xander could answer, Soldak directly pulled out a large magic sealing box from his magic belt bag and said, "There are only so many." Benson, the auction house appraiser, took a breath of cold air and said to Soldak, "Our auction house's process is to inspect the items, set the starting price, arrange a specific auction time, participate in the bidding, and based on the bidding proceeds, the auction house will 10% commission including tax." "Benson, what I want is the biggest discount. And this isn't you collecting cabbages at the market." The butcher shop owner was frothing while talking. Appraiser Benson showed a look of embarrassment on his face and said to Xander earnestly, "Of course, I will help you get the best benefits for such a large order. Our auction house is responsible for dealing with the Benna City tax collector. You know that the tax official will charge a tax of 5% of the transaction amount? We also have to bear the publicity fee. I don't think I need to tell you that you should understand that you can afford crystallized salamander meat. Each of those nobles is a big shot in Benna City." Before Appraiser Benson could finish speaking, butcher shop owner Xander interrupted him directly. "Hack you, Benson. Who doesn't know about your auction house and the tax collector? 8% the commission is not even a penny more. How big is the amount of my auction? You should have some 8 figures in your mind." Xander roared out this voice, which immediately made Benson's face turn completely green. He wished he could fly directly to the door and close the door. Butcher shop owner Xander ignored Benson's expression and kept chattering. "Besides, I also need to give us a guarantee. How do I know you won't bring a group of actors over? In a room with hundreds of people, there are only a buyer, and a whole room of people came to accompany the bidder. They could bid at any price. It's not like this has never happened. The last time I had a drink with you, you talked a lot about the auction. Dirty things in the business. Benson rushed directly behind Xander, covered his big mouth, and said anxiously, Shoo! Xander, please keep your voice down. You didn't come here specifically to destroy my job. You have to give it to me. You can't squeeze out all the commission money that belongs to me by leaving a little profit in water. Then set the minimum price according to the lowest price in the last auction. Sandy muttered, Aren't you afraid of losing the shot? Benson raised his eyebrows and stared at Xander and asked loudly. Xander stared back and roared angrily. How dare you tell me that the sale of crystallized salamander meat failed? Even if the sale failed, it's because your auction house didn't promote it. Benson sat back in his seat with a speechless expression, waved his hand feebly, and said, Okay. Stop yelling at me. I'll call my boss to make the final price. Don't do it in front of him later. You are talking nonsense. If I lose this job, I will have to rely on your house for food and accommodation from now on. Don't worry. I won't give you the chance to live in my house for free. Xander chuckled, leaning on the chair with his stout body like a stupid bear. And the chair suddenly made a creaking sound. The two argued for so long in the beginning, but there was little delay in the subsequent pricing process. They directly gave Cerdak a guaranteed price of 2 magic crystals for every 5 pounds of crystallized salamander meat. Then the appraiser Benson signed a magic contract. There's a big red seal stamped on it. Benson's auction house boss seemed to be interested in persuading Cerdak to sell the crystallized salamander's precious leather, but Cerdak declined in the end. Returned to the hotel from the auction house, Cerdak passed through the void gate and returned to the treasure chamber in Pussy Mountain. The red dragon probably only ran out when he was hungry. Cerdak sat on a cast iron chair, holding a magic crystal in his hand. He was not in a hurry to open the magic crystal and learn the language of runes. Instead, he looked at the piles of gold coins in the treasure chamber and began to plan the formation of a private army. In total, an ordinary salamander is worth about 25 magic crystals, which means that as long as the ogre ghoul item hunts 6 salamanders, he can probably get back a set of magic pattern structure. Unexpectedly, the value of such a crystallized salamander has increased at least 15 times. Such a sudden huge sum of money made Cerdak feel that the pressure on his shoulders was much less. Marquis Luther proposed to Cerdak to form a private army, and then follow Marquis Luther's legion to garrison in an unknown dimension to earn merit. Cerdak knew that this was the most open way for nobles in the Green Empire to advance to the title, and the new army he had formed was destined to have little combat effectiveness. But following Marquis Luther's army into the new dimension was obviously riding an invincible chariot, and he could gain some meritorious deeds by almost lying flat on his back. This is completely different from the time when Baron Sidney was also earning meritorious service in the heavy armored infantry regiment of Count Montgauss. Although Marquis Luther stated that he would fully support the initial capital for the establishment of the army, Cerdak felt that he should maintain financial independence in this regard. Although the treasure room is filled with gold coins, if there is no continuous and stable income, even if it is a golden mountain, in the face of gold-devouring behemoths like private armies, sooner or later it will be hollowed out. Now that such a huge sum of money has been recorded, Cerdak's financial pressure has been greatly reduced. In addition, it also made Cerdak clearly realize how valuable the group of salamanders deep in the lava mine are. Ghoul item can no longer eat and drink as much as before. It would be more appropriate to go back to Wall Village and eat yellow sheep. After all, those yellow sheep are only worth a few dollars. 10 scales grew on the arms, which looked like small arm guards and were very hard, probably because of the dragon's blood in his body. Cerdak felt that his strength had increased recently. In addition, the dragon bone necklace on his neck seemed to fit more and more tightly on his neck. Cerdak tried to take off the dragon bone. Suddenly, the runic words he was familiar with appeared in the next second. Completely unable to speak. This is a piece of magic pattern spirit bone from the body of a red dragon, and it has been made into a pendant for a necklace. Cerdak feels that the dragon bone has a powerful magic pattern of life, and it is clearly the upper part of a magic pattern breeding outfit. While waiting for the materials, I was just a little worried that my body's carrying capacity was not enough, so I never tried to use the sacrificial ritual to carry out magic pattern breeding for myself. But speaking of it, a trace of dragon blood was incorporated into his body, and the dragon blood curse was placed on him by the red dragon Johannes, and he signed an equal symbiosis contract. After all, he had a trace of bloodline power, so he wanted to try to implant this dragon bone into his body to become the first magic pattern breeding clothing on his body. Serdek has already had the experience of successfully implanting magic pattern breeding equipment on the half-elf archer Samira and the indigenous warrior Andrew twice. Now he is starting to consider implanting the first magic pattern breeding equipment for himself. It is a refined red dragon throat bone. He placed 4 pottery bowls on the platform of the treasure chamber, ignited the blue flames inside, and then tried to communicate with the 2-faced and 4-armed gods and demons. He saw a statue of the god appear in front of him, with the body of the 2-faced and 4-armed gods and demons, exuding a faint divine light. Serdek stood in front of the statue and took out the crystallized salamander head. Chapter 626 Awakening. Serdek needs to sacrifice a sacrifice to gain the power granted by the face of the god. When the divine power comes, he will colonize the magic skin with the magic pattern of life into his body, and then rely on the powerful recovery power of the divine blessed body to awaken the magic pattern of life, and let the body fuse with the magic pattern leather, so that the magic pattern colonization equipment, it will become a part of the body, thereby gaining the powerful power contained in the magic pattern clothing. This is the entire process of the magic pattern clothing being implanted into the body. However, the magic pattern of life on each piece of magic pattern leather is unique, so the abilities that the magic pattern colonization equipment brings to the colonizers themselves are also different, and the required carrying capacity is also different. Serdek looked at the dragon bone in his hand, and he also thought that it might need a greater carrying capacity. But now that his body is gradually turning into a dragon, Serdek wanted to try to see what the relationship between himself and this dragon bone was. What a fit! He decided to take out the most precious crystallized salamander head and sacrifice it to the devil, praying for stronger blessing power. Short spell. Serdek watched as the crystallized salamander head held in his hands turned into tiny fire element particles, and finally scattered in the treasure chamber. However, the dragon bone necklace on Serdek's chest showed no reaction at all. There was also silence. He looked up at the statue of the gods and demons, and found that the bodies of the gods and demons were slowly turning, and the faces of the gods were facing him, vaguely feeling that his body was longing for that kind of power. He realized that maybe the sacrifice was not enough, so the demon did not give any form of feedback. He suddenly realized that the price he had paid for his attempt was a bit too high. But the head of the crystallized salamander had already been sacrificed, and even a splash of water was not heard when such a precious third-level monster head was thrown out. He felt that since he had come to this step, but he had not tested the fit of the keel with his body, he could not accept this result no matter what. In order to continue the sacrificial ceremony, all the salamander heads stored in the demon sealing box can only be taken out and sacrificed one by one. Seeing the salamander heads turning into dots of starlight, the dragon bone still showed no reaction. At this time, Serdek's head was even bigger, and he was really at a loss. Serdek felt a little sorry for those sacrifices. He didn't know how much hard work he had to do to save these sacrifices. Now, because he was trying to colonize a colonization suit with a magic pattern and spirit bone nature, he almost smashed it in. His eyes were inevitably a little red, and he gritted his teeth and simply took out all the head sacrifices of the 3L dogs at the bottom of the box, and sacrificed them all. Finally, he saw an extremely tiny beam of light pass through the dome of the secret room and fall on the keel of the necklace on Serdek's chest. The keel as big as a knuckle exudes a faint golden light and actually floats in the air like that. At this moment, Serdek even heard the howling mountain wind in the valley, as well as the high-pitched and melodious dragon roars. The majestic power contained in the dragon bone was awakened by a beam of light. It seemed to have life at this moment, like a bird spreading its wings and about to fly. The majestic energy turned into a pair of wings, trying to break away from the shackles of the necklace, flying towards high places. Serdek found the right moment and grabbed the dragon bone in his hand. The power contained in the dragon bone hit his body like a tsunami. A familiar aura was contained in it, making him feel that there seemed to be a chance to colonize it. Therefore, under the protection of divine power, he tried to embed the dragon bone into his own throat. When the dragon bone touched the skin of his neck, in an instant, a majestic spiritual power was like a flood that burst a dam, sweeping towards Serdek's body. The spiritual power instantly poured into his sea of spiritual consciousness, and the violent aura impacted inside unrivaledly. Everything of. In the center of the sea of spiritual consciousness stands a statue of the devil. The upper part of the statue's body is a bright starry sky, while the lower part is a dark purple star that is infinitely absorbing the surrounding energy. Under the impact of violent mental power, the bright starry sky continuously bursting. The dark purple dark star frantically absorbed the incoming spiritual power. The dark purple star expanded, like an inflated balloon. It didn't even last 3 seconds before it shattered in Serdak's sea of spiritual consciousness. Serdak's spiritual world was like a tsunami, and everything was gone in an instant. He stood there, blood flowing from his 7 orifices. At this moment, the powerful body, under the influence of the dragon's blood curse, was absorbing the dragon's energy and blood in the majestic aura. 2 equal and symbiotic magical contracts also took effect at the same time. At this moment, the other 2 huge life forms shared half of Serdak's mental impact. The demon god dropped golden light to protect Serdak's body, and the 2 soul seeds in the deepest part of his spiritual sea of consciousness. Although these 3 powers could not withstand this spiritual impact, they formed an initial protection. The entire sea of spiritual consciousness seemed to be completely washed away by a majestic force. Serdak's eyesight went dark after being baptized by the spirit. He fell down on the platform of the treasure room with a thud. At this moment, the 2 faces of the demon statue suddenly showed 2 completely different expressions. The demon's face showed a sly smile, while the god's face showed pity. The 2 arms wanted to lift him up. Serdak was on the ground, but his other 2 arms grabbed the wrists of the 2 arms in front. At the same time, in a certain plain space, a red dragon that was shuttling between the mountains and green peaks suddenly let out a high-pitched roar, and the 6-pointed star array emerging from under its body suddenly exploded. The red dragon only felt a warm and familiar spiritual power pouring out from under his body, and his heart instantly felt a sharp pain. And that spiritual power was like warm magma wrapping its body. At this moment, it felt like it was in its mother's arms. The red dragon Iser let out a high-pitched dragon roar. It stretched out its dragon wings and wanted to use this power to rush into the highest point of the sky and make an impact on the laws of the world. At this moment, the ignorant Israel suddenly realized many things, including the original power of the world. Those simple rune words roared out in its mouth, and waves of majestic power were constantly born and destroyed. The succubus, who was sleeping on the bed, woke up from her dream. Her heart felt inexplicable pain. She suddenly sat up from the bed, holding her heart in her hands. Wearing only a thin suspender nightgown, Aphrodite's whole body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of black flames. But the flames did not ignite the quilt and white sheets covering her body. Countless seals instantly appeared on Aphrodite's gray skin. Black magic runes. These magic lines were like flames burning her body. Her eyes became as dark as ink and extremely deep. The 2 canines at the corners of his mouth were exposed inadvertently. Aphrodite lifted off the quilt and stood barefoot on the floor of the hotel room. She endured the strong dizziness, bit off a finger, and drew a purple magic circle on the floor. Aphrodite, after trying to summon Serdak, a void door opened in the magic circle, but Serdak's figure never appeared. Aphrodite was on the verge of becoming a demon, and a shadow of a fallen angel with spread wings appeared behind her. The shadow of the fallen angel became extremely solid in an instant. She bent down and touched her chest. The hands that were praying in front of them suddenly went deep into the void gate, grabbing something inside. Unfortunately, after fishing several times, nothing was caught. The shadow of the fallen angel behind Aphrodite was instantly disillusioned. She stood there in shock, with a stream of purple blood spurting out of her mouth. In the treasure chamber, the blue flames of the 4 pottery bowls on the altar have been completely extinguished, and the giant statue of the devil standing on the stone platform has also disappeared without a trace. Serdak was lying on the stone platform, in the sea of almost completely broken spiritual consciousness. 2 spiritual seeds wrapped in divine power came together to form a cocoon of light. Serdak had a long dream. The memories of the 2 personalities were constantly disillusioned and merged in the starry sky. Those memory fragments merged into a long river of time that kept flowing, and all the pictures became extremely vivid. He remembered the poor life of a child in a deserted land with little food and clothing. He remembered the thin figure in the northern wind and snow, waving the long sword and shield in his hand to resist the attack of the snow wolf. He saw a strange world, and he was held in the arms of a gentle woman. He dreamed of carrying a sword and shield on his back, walking through the New Siaki's mountains with a fair-skinned magician, chasing the future in dreams. He dreamed of sitting in a spacious classroom, writing furiously, facing waves of exams, and living a monotonous and boring life. Serdak only felt that countless pictures were intertwined together, as if centuries had passed, until a new sea of spiritual consciousness appeared in that cocoon of light. He slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a huge red dragon head, with a faint breath of fire coming out of his mouth. He stared at Serdak and blinked again and again. Serdak felt a splitting headache, as if his body had been smashed with a giant hammer and put back together again. He lay on the ground and felt his body healing. But he was unable to move under the severe pain. The red dragon used its chin to push a few magical herbs to Serdak's side, trying to get him to eat the flame flowers containing the fire element. Serdak felt that if he really ate those fire flowers, his body would be directly burned to ashes by the strong fire element. He just wanted to lie down for a while longer, as his body was still functioning as a divine body. Next, heal quickly. Serdak looked at the red dragon, endured the severe pain, raised his arm, and waved to it, indicating that his injury was not serious. The red dragon wanted to communicate with Serdak, but couldn't say anything except a few runic words. It lay its head next to Serdak, and it didn't know how long it kept guard, until Serdak could move his hands. The red dragon decided that his injuries were not serious, and then retracted its head from the stone wall and turned around. The head disappeared. Serdak was finally able to take out some dry food from his magic waste bag to fill his growling stomach, and then reluctantly drank some water. He rolled up his sleeves and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there were only 3 dragon scales left on his arms. It seemed that this reckless move was not completely fruitless. Reluctantly getting up from the ground, Serdak stumbled onto a cast iron chair and took out a smooth red crystal from his magic belt bag. Through the blurry reflection on the red crystal, he saw that there was only a thin strip of flesh left at his throat. He touched the healed wound on his neck and found that there was an extra bone on the outside of his throat. The bone wrapped a section of Serdak's throat bone. If he took his hand away, in addition to some magic lines on his neck, and no other changes are visible. He tried to recite the rune language, and this time, he could easily make the sound as his mind turned. After sitting on the cast iron chair for most of the day, until the summoning circle was opened again, Serdak barely supported his body and stepped into the void gate. Serdak fell out of the void portal and onto the hotel room floor. Aphrodite had never seen Serdak in such a miserable state, and was shocked when she saw his face covered in blood. Aphrodite quickly came over, helped him to the bed, soaked the towel in the basin, wiped the blood on his face, and asked Serdak, "What's wrong with you? What happened over there at Pussy Mountain?" Serdak lay on the bed and asked Aphrodite to wipe the blood from his face. He reluctantly grinned and said, "Everything is normal over there. I just wanted to implant a magic pattern implant on myself. I didn't expect an accident." The ground suffered a bit of mental backlash, and it ended up like this accidentally. "I thought you were going to die." Aphrodite checked Serdak's body and found no injuries on his body, but felt that his spirit was very weak. So she said, "But it seems that he is recovering well." Low. Serdak. "I'm listening," Serdak said weakly. Aphrodite leaned into Serdak's ear and said through gritted teeth, "Next time you do such a dangerous thing, you'd better inform me in advance so that I can be mentally prepared." Serdak smiled hard and said, "I will tell you in advance next time." There was plenty of light in the room, and Aphrodite checked his body up and down to make sure there was no injury. Aphrodite stared into Serdak's eyes, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes, and said to him, "You seem to have changed, but you seem to have not changed. I can't describe that feeling." Serdak was lying on the soft big bed and wanted to smile at Aphrodite, but sleepiness came over him and his eyelids became a little heavy. He closed his eyes and breathed evenly. Aphrodite sat on the chair next to the bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know what happened to Serdak over there, she was injured after all. The signal was transmitted at that moment, and I thought he was going to die. Unexpectedly, he was lucky enough to survive. Chapter 627, The Ability of Magic Pattern Breeding Equipment. A bug appeared in the previous article. It should be that 2 souls merged into one. It has been corrected. It affected the plot a bit. Tuck tuck tuck. Someone was standing in the corridor, knocking hard on the wooden door of the hotel room. Aphrodite walked to the bed with bare feet and shook Serdak awake from his deep sleep. His complexion recovered a little, but he was still sluggish and a little groggy. He looked out the window and thought Aphrodite was reminding him that the time for the summoning spell had come again and he needed to return to the treasure chamber. "Hey, someone is looking for you. How about I hide for a while?" Aphrodite whispered in his ear. Before Serdak could answer, Aphrodite picked up the 2 magic pattern structures on the floor with both hands, walked tiptoe to the curtain, and softly recited a spell. The whole person was instantly petrified from bottom to top, turning into a marble statue. The 2 pieces of magic pattern armor in her hands seemed to have been hung on the stone statue, covering most of Aphrodite's upper body. Serdak lay on the bed and stared dumbfounded. Only now did he know that the succubus could not only transform into a human form, but also turned into a stone statue. And maybe even a bronze statue. The knock on the door became a little louder. Serdak supported his body and leaned against the bedside. He glanced at Aphrodite, who was standing at the window speechlessly, and then said, "The door is unlocked. Please come in." The door was pushed open from the outside, and then Beatrice poked her head in, looking at the entire room curiously. Her eyes first looked around the room, and then fell on Serdak, who was lying on the bed. Seeing the somewhat weak Serdak lying on the bed, Beatrice looked slightly startled, and pulled Hathaway into the room. She walked quickly to Serdak and asked him with concern, "Serdak, what's wrong with you?" Hathaway was already squatting on the bedside, stretching out her cold hands and placing them on Serdak's forehead, her eyes full of concern. Serdak smiled reluctantly at her and said, "I probably have a cold. I'm sorry. I've been feeling a little unwell the past 2 days and couldn't make the appointment. Which made you worry?" Hathaway came close to Serdak's eyes and looked at his slightly haggard face. She felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. She frowned and said to him, "Don't say that. You are sick. We didn't even know that we were leaving a person lying in a hotel with no one around to take care of him. I should have run over to see you earlier. The service here at the hotel is really bad. They don't even know that you have been sick and lying in bed these days." Beatrice saw that the water bottles on the table had bottomed out, and one even fell on the table. There were a few apples on the fruit plate, which seemed to be the only food in the room, and I couldn't help but complain. "It's almost done." Serdak tried to defend himself. His spiritual consciousness suffered a devastating blow. He had been feeling depressed for the past 2 days, and his whole body had lost a lot of weight. Although the sea of spiritual consciousness is currently being slowly rebuilt, it will take some time. For Serdak, the biggest problem currently comes from the dragon bone colonized in his throat. Although Serdak's body contains a trace of dragon blood, the strong pressure brought by the dragon bone is almost his body's carrying capacity reached its limit. It feels like you are carrying hundreds of kilograms of weight, and your body is always in a very tired state. He was lying on the bed, breathing heavily. "I think I should stay and take care of you." Hathaway sat on the edge of the bed, grabbed Serdak's hand and said to him, Serdak didn't want her to stay here. If the gate of the void appeared out of thin air later, he really couldn't explain it. So he said, "It doesn't matter. I can take care of myself. Don't forget, I have the holy light power." As an unmarried noble lady, she had to have an impeccable reputation. She didn't insist on it. She just said to Serdak, "Then let my maid stay." Serdak shook his head. "I'm not that delicate. I'm pretty good myself." The middle-aged housekeeper stood at the door and said to Hathaway in the room, "Miss, the time is almost up. Lady Amelia doesn't like being late and waiting." Hathaway ignored the middle-aged housekeeper. Beatrice nudged her and whispered something in Hathaway's ear. Hathaway hesitated for a moment, then put her face against it, hugged Serdak with both hands, and said reluctantly, "Then you lie here and have a good rest. I will come with you later." "Okay." Serdak smiled at her. Beatrice also hugged Serdak, and then Hathaway pulled Beatrice and hurriedly left the hotel. After Hathaway and Beatrice left, the succubus Aphrodite walked over from the bed. She had been peeking beside her. Serdak booked 2 rooms in this hotel. Aphrodite lives in one room, and the other room has been vacant for the past few days. Although he will not stay here at night. At least there must be someone living in the hotel. Look! Aphrodite sat where Hathaway was just now, imitating Hathaway's movements, resting her head on Serdak's chest, laughing non-stop. She said to Serdak, "You have to find a reason to stop her from staying. My summoning spell can't last that long." Serdak wanted to push the succubus away, but his hand accidentally touched the horns on her head. The succubus quickly moved away. She seemed a little uncomfortable with others touching her 2 horns. "I know," Serdak said, "but I'm afraid I have to stay here a little longer tonight. Otherwise you can send me back now and summon me again." In fact, he didn't have any good reason. He could only take it one step at a time. The succubus Aphrodite glared at him fiercely. The dragon bone was a heavy burden on Serdak. He stretched his arms, which were a bit sore in muscles, but he could also feel that as the dragon's blood curse transformed his body, the power condensed from the limbs and bones was exactly the same. Gradually make his body lighter. He lifted the quilt and got out of bed and stood on the floor, still swaying a little when walking. Then the succubus Aphrodite recited a spell, and a 6-pointed star array appeared under Serdak's feet. He stepped through the gate of the void and returned to the treasure chamber. The red dragon stretched its head, from the stone wall into the treasure chamber. It had been waiting for a long time. It felt the space fluctuate and opened its eyes. Cerdak passed through the void gate and walked out of it. He glanced at the red dragon, walked over apologetically, and patted the red dragon's giant face. The red dragon thought that Cerdak would take out a bundle of red crystals and feed it to it as he had done a few times before. And he would feed the big mouth to it early, open and wait there. However, after Cerdak said a word, he actually turned around and picked up the flame flowers whose fire element had weakened slightly from the ground, and then put them into a very strange box. He did not send them to him as usual. Feeding. He turned back. The space fluctuated again. A gate to the void appeared again. Cerdak stepped into the void and disappeared again. The red dragon was lying on the platform with a mouth and looked dumbly at the void gate. This time, Cerdak didn't know when Hathaway and Beatrice would suddenly return to the hotel. So he didn't stay in the treasure room for too long, and lied down to Aphrodite to summon him back to Bena City Hotel. Seeing that Cerdak's condition had recovered a lot, Aphrodite was going to go back to her room to catch up on her sleep. Cerdak was injured this time, and even she was indirectly affected. In the hotel room, Cerdak was sitting on the sofa. He tried to enter a meditative state. It felt like countless sharp steel needles were piercing his head. He had a splitting headache. He quickly stopped meditating. This time, his spiritual consciousness suffered, severely injured. But the good news is that this keel bone has been successfully implanted into the body. Cerdak also discovered that because this keel bone was implanted in his body, almost all of his current carrying capacity was bearing on this keel bone. In addition, the keel bone also placed a certain burden on his body, like carrying a heavy salute all the time. Whether standing or sitting, the body can easily become particularly tired. Not only that, because he had no carrying capacity, he couldn't even wear the Earth Shield magic pattern structure. He reached out and touched his throat. The dragon bone was completely integrated with his body. At this moment, a trace of power was feeding back to his body. Cerdak could feel that wonderful power. All the ignited nodes in the body were destroyed by the powerful spiritual impact. So the sacred breath disappeared. Now Cerdak can't even cast a holy light spell. Then, he suddenly thought that in the rune language he had learned, Eth itself had the effect of increasing the speed of mental recovery. So he calmed down, got rid of all distracting thoughts in his mind, and drew the rune love in his hand. See, he also chanted it in his mouth. A wave of magic appeared in front of him, and his voice actually recited the rune language very naturally. This was completely different from what he felt when he wore the dragon bone necklace. When he wore the necklace and recited the rune language, he could feel the strange power. But that power did not belong to him. Now that the rune language was spoken from his mouth, Cerdak felt a wave of light blue starlight pouring into his body. The magical blue starlight immediately made Cerdak feel refreshed. He leaned against it comfortably. On the sofa. Close your eyes and relax. When it was time for dinner, Hathaway and Beatrice hurried back to the hotel, and they brought back a water magician. Fortunately, the succubus did not hide by the window to peek this time, and went back to the next room to sleep early, so she was not blocked in the room by the two of them. Cerdak could not guarantee whether the water magician would see through the identity of the succubus Aphrodite when he saw her. Hathaway saw Soldak sitting on the sofa listlessly, and still introduced Soldak very formally. Mr. Bernadette, the magician, this is Baron Soldak, from the sea, an officer in the Helensa city guard camp. Cerdak stood up on the sofa and made a knightly salute to the female magician in front of him. Hathaway introduced Soldak. Soldak, this Bernadette magician is a famous water magician in the Magic Union of Bena City. He is also a good friend of Lady Amelia and is influenced by Emily. As requested by Madame Ya, I came here specifically to treat your illness, and she will use very powerful water recovery magic. The magician Bernadette is middle-aged. Her face is very cold, and her dark blue eyes are as deep as a bottomless cold pool. She said calmly, It's just hydrotherapy. Let me see. Several people sat down on the sofa, and Hathaway's maid was responsible for boiling water and making tea. Magician Bernadette looked at Soldak and put her hand on his forehead. Cerdak only felt an extremely weak spiritual power pouring into his body through Bernadette's magician's fingers. Not long after, Magician Bernadette let go of her hand, and then said to Soldak, Your mental power has been traumatized, so you are depressed. It seems that the symptoms are like a cold. Hydrotherapy can only help you. Your mental power can be restored as soon as possible, but this help is almost minimal. At present, the most symptomatic magic potion is the mental power potion. which can quickly restore your mental power. Unfortunately, it is difficult to buy this precious medicine on the market. Magic potion. Unexpectedly, the injury he suffered was immediately seen by the magician Bernadette, and Cerdak nodded vaguely. Psychic potion? Hathaway confirmed to magician Bernadette. Yeah, Bernadette replied. She was sitting on the sofa, holding a fur wand in her hand. With a very brief spell, a light blue magic pattern formation was instantly formed, and Sue Erdak didn't even see the movements of the Bernadette magician. The spell and magic pattern formation were completed instantly, and a clear breath enveloped Cerdak again. Cerdak only felt that for a moment. All the muscles in his body had regained their vitality, and his physical condition was quickly restored. Actually, I already feel much better. I don't need such a precious potion at all. Cerdak knew how precious the spiritual potion was. Magician Bernadette was a little surprised that Cerdak had such good ability to guide magic, and the magic power of the hydrotherapy was almost integrated into his body quickly. Then she conducted a detailed examination of Soldak, and finally found that Soldak had no other symptoms. So she stood up decisively and said to Hathaway and Soldak, "At present, this is all I can help you with. If you need my help, you can come to the Magic Guild to find me." When Bernadette was about to leave, Hathaway and Beatrice quickly stood up to see her off. "Thank you, Magician Bernadette." Hathaway immediately stood up and thanked her. Bernadette Magic nodded to Hathaway and then walked out of the room. As soon as Bernadette walked out of the room, Hathaway couldn't wait to observe Soldak and saw that he was more energetic than in the afternoon. He said happily, "You look much better." Soldak hugged Hathaway lightly, then hugged Beatrice again, and then said, "I told you. Don't worry about me. My illness is not as serious as you thought, and I will be fine soon. Get up." Chapter 628 Value. Night falls. There is still a thick layer of snow on the roofs of Bena City. Looking out the window, the snow is divided by the streets that crisscross the city, forming a clear-cut square. Pedestrians walked quickly on the street in the cold wind. The temperature dropped quickly, and no one wanted to stand on the street chatting. The three of them sat side by side on the sofa, holding hot tea in the caravan, looking out the window at Bena City. No one spoke. They just sat quietly, watching the darkness spread like a tide. No candles were lit, and the light in the room slowly became dim. In the dim light, Hathaway's eyes were very bright. She was listening to Soldak's story about returning from the Maka Plain and buying a group of kobold slaves in the city of Bena. The slave trader Dashi Jin abandoned a whole ship of kobold slaves at the airport terminal in the city of Helensa. In the end, these unwanted kobold slaves could only be transported back to Wall Village, and a sulfur mine was opened in the territory. A large number of kobold slaves were mining there every day. Beatrice rested her head on Soldak's shoulder and said to Cerdak, "I really want to go to Wall Village to take a look at the big dam. Maybe I won't have to come back." Beatrice felt a little depressed. She drank some wine, and her face turned slightly red. "Sorry, I haven't been able to convince your father yet." Soldak lowered his head and looked at this passionate and round-faced beauty. He felt that she probably wanted to escape from the city, just like she and Hathaway, as originally planned. Soldak did not agree with this approach. How could the most important thing in life be done without the blessing of his family? He put his hands on Beatrice's soft waist and hugged her harder. "Did you follow because of me?" Beatrice rolled her big eyes and looked up at his profile. Cerdak hesitated for a moment and did not say anything about colonizing the dragon bones. He just smiled slightly and said, "It has nothing to do with this matter. Even if it is just a little bit, I am willing to do something for you. I am grateful to the goddess of luck for letting me meet you. Beatrice and I don't want to see you sick," Hathaway said coquettishly, sitting on the other side. Cerdak could feel that his body was slowly recovering, and there was only a hint of dark red in the sunset outside the window. He said, "It will get better, but it was severely impacted here. But the good news is that I have not completely become stupid, and I should be able to recover. Being sick this time reminds me of many things from the past." Hathaway turned around, curled up and leaned on the sofa, supported her head with one hand, and said to Soldak, "I remember the first time I met you. You were an infantry captain. Your face is so angry that I want to stand behind you and kick you hard. Ha ha. You can kick it now if you want. It's a rare opportunity." After saying that, he hooked Hathaway's delicate neck with one hand and kissed her on the forehead. Hathaway's green eyes narrowed into a thin line, and she turned into an octopus and entangled Soldak. She leaned over him and whispered softly, "For the sake of your illness, I'll let you go. The room seemed too quiet. The butler and 2 maids were waiting uneasily outside the door. He anxiously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although Baron Soldak's proposal was successful, he was afraid that the young people in the house would stick together and make some extraordinary moves. For the Luther family, which is conservative in thinking, certain rules cannot be easily exceeded. The face of Marquis Luther was involved. When he saw that it was getting dark, he walked up and knocked on the door. He pressed against the wooden door and reminded inside, "Miss, we should go." It was not long before footsteps came from the room. After the wooden door opened, Hathaway and Beatrice walked out of the room. Although their pretty faces were slightly red and their long skirts had many wrinkles, the middle-aged housekeeper still breathed a sigh of relief. This style of long skirt is very complicated to put on. It takes less than half an hour to put on the corset and petticoat alone. They walked out of the room so quickly. Although they definitely weren't just chatting. They didn't do anything too outrageous. Hathaway and Beatrice walked down the stairs of the hotel, their faces already recovered, and followed the middle-aged butler back to the Marquis Luther's mansion in the magic caravan. Xander participated in an auction of magic materials held at the auction house yesterday. He knew that crystallized meat was very expensive, but he did not expect that crystallized salamander meat would be pushed to such a high price by the bidders. When the auctioneer cut open a piece of crystallized salamander meat and scraped the fire element crystals on it with a knife, those fire element crystals burst into flames on the stand, and the entire auction site was boiling. A few rounds of bidding pushed the crystallized salamander meat to a height that other attribute crystallized meat could not reach. Subsequently, 2 boxes of crystallized salamander meat were successfully auctioned off at high prices. In order to have a chance to cooperate in the future, the auction house even offered to lower the commission by 1 point, and paid the bidding money as soon as possible. Gave it to Xander. Butcher shop owner Xander lay on the wooden bed, holding a bag of magic crystals, and didn't sleep well all night. Early on, I got up from bed with dark circles under my eyes, thinking about whether to go to the city hall of Bena City and store this large amount of money there. Although I had to pay a part of the storage fee, it was at least safer there. He got up from the bed, washed his face, pushed open the wooden door of the butcher shop, took down the partition from the window, took out a magic sealing box, placed the magic antelope meat inside on the butcher table, and put the frozen mola fish was hung on the wooden frame. After finishing these things, he sat on the chair at the door of the wooden house to rest. At this time, the door of the wooden house next door was pushed open, and a street girl wrapped in a thick woolen cloak came out. She was wearing leather boots, revealing a section of her snow-white calves in the cold weather. She took big steps and walked out quickly. It was not long in the magic free market. A shirtless strong man walked out of the room. This guy had a thick layer of chest hair on his chest, a beard, and his body was like a strong, big, stupid bear. Xander stared at the strong man, smiled at him and asked, "How do these long legs taste?" The strong man came over and was not polite. He shaved a piece of raw meat from the ice blue deer's leg with a knife and stuffed it into his mouth. He said vaguely, "It's just like that. Why haven't I seen you open in the past 2 days? I'm going to do something else. Besides cutting meat, what else can I do?" Sandy cut another large piece of deer leg and handed it to the neighbor. The strong man was not polite. He took it and cut it into slices with a knife and put it in his mouth. Then he said, "There are always some magicians coming to you in the past 2 days. Probably because of the salamander you got back last time. Meat, please be careful these days." The strong man patted Xander on the shoulder, then stretched his strong arms, grabbed a handful of snow from the eaves, rubbed the snow hard on his hands and face until his skin turned red, and then took a step forward and walked back to the cabin. Xander stood up and sorted out the frozen meat on the meat table, preparing to turn up the small stove in the wooden house, add less boiling water, and fill his stomach with scones. Feeling someone behind him, he turned his head suddenly and saw Soldak standing at the door, holding on to the door frame, his face looking a little pale. Since yesterday, Xander had been looking forward to Soldak appearing soon, and now he was surprised to see his weak appearance. But he knew what he should ask and what he shouldn't ask. So he said, "Sir Soldak, why did you come today? You missed yesterday's auction. Sold all the crystallized salamander meat?" Soldak sat down on the stool next to the door and asked Xander, "It's a pity that you missed yesterday's auction. Those salamander meats are very popular. Oh, here are the auction house's records and commission details for each transaction. Take a look first. These are the salamander meat auctions. All the proceeds." Soldak looked at it carefully for a while. preparing to look for any miscalculations in the account book. He didn't really care about the small amount of money. He just wanted Xander to know that he could understand the sheepskin breakdown list on paper. However, Xander calculated every transaction very clearly, and Soldak could not find any problems for a while. However, the heavy pocket surprised him. According to Serdak's estimation, even if there is a premium for the crystallized salamander meat at the auction house, it will not be more than 20% of the value of the salamander meat itself. In other words, the proceeds from this auction should not exceed 300 magic crystals. But when he took the money bag in his hands, he realized that his estimate was very different from the actual income. Turning to the last page of the account book, Serdak saw the words, 531 magic crystals, written on it. Such a crystallized salamander can actually be exchanged for 3 sets of magic pattern structures. No wonder there are so many adventure groups go deep into the mountains where monsters roam, risking their lives to hunt down those valuable monsters. Soldak thought that when he went to find Xander, he wanted to sell the crystallized salamander meat for 1 gold per pound. If he really sold it like that, he would really lose money to his grandma's family. Serdak counted 30 magic crystals from his pocket and handed them to Xander. Xander held these bright and shiny crystals in his hands. His mouth widened, and he was so excited that he was speechless. Although he's selling Warcraft ingredients in the magic-free market earns me 20 or 30 gold coins per month, and my annual income is about 30 or so magic crystals. However, in one transaction, he earned his previous year's income. Counting the magic crystals in his hand, Shanta was still a little excited. He has never sold ingredients for high-level monsters. One of the reasons is not having so much capital, and the second reason is not being able to find a reliable source. He never thought that such a good thing would be his turn. But now, the facts were before his eyes. Xander suddenly realized that he was lucky. When can we get the next batch of salamander meat? Xander asked excitedly. Serdak thought for a while, and felt that it would not be a big problem to let Gul'item go to the lava cave to cut leeks in a few days. Then he said, You probably don't have to wait too long. I've been in Bena City recently. We can still trade in Bena City. I'm afraid it will be a little troublesome after a while. You may have to take a magic airship to Helensa City to purchase goods. Xander did not expect that Serdak actually came from Helensa. He was not familiar with the Terrapagan area in the northern part of Bena province. He repeated, Is it the city of Helensa? Serdak smiled and nodded. After leaving the magic-free market, Serdak found a restaurant, ate some stew and baked wheat cakes, and then walked to the Char Tavern. The Shire Tavern is usually open in the evening. Soldak arrived a little early. Although the door of the pub was open, the tables, chairs and benches were still piled together inside. 2 waiters were doing cleaning work with handles. Several bar girls were sitting on high stools in front of the bar, looking at each other with exquisite makeup. They were not afraid of the cold either. Even though the temperature inside the pub was very low, they still only wore black stockings and short skirts and kept chatting together. When Soldak walked to the door of the tavern, he was stopped by a waiter. He said apologetically, Sir, I'm sorry that we are not open yet. I'm afraid you have to come later. Serdak looked inside, then smiled at the waiter and said, Can I sit inside for a while? I have nowhere to go at this point. As he spoke, he took out a stack of copper plates from his pocket and put it into the waiter's hand. The waiter grabbed a pile of copper plates and said to Soldak with some embarrassment, This is not in compliance with our regulations. The manager saw it. But you will be scolded. Let him in. The bartender yawned, standing at the bar and cleaning the wine glasses. The waiter then stepped out of the way and bowed his body to invite Soldak into the tavern. The bartender poured a glass of ale for Soldak and placed a plate of nuts on the bar. He asked Soldak to sit down. The group of bartenders looked at Soldak with a smile. One of them was bold and had a big chest. The bartender sat down on the high stool next to Soldak and said to him in a teasing tone, Baron, can you buy me a drink? Soldak nodded and motioned to the bartender to pour her a glass of wine as well. At this time, the ale girl took the opportunity to press most of her upper body against Soldak, blew into his ear and said, Would you like to come sit with me? At this time, the bartender pushed a glass of ale over and reminded the wine girl, Hila, he is Sophia's customer. Find someone else to do business. The bartender curled her lips when the bartender said this, but did not dare to refute. She turned around and left with the glass in hand. Wait a moment. Sophia shouldn't be up yet. Just tell me what you want to drink. The bartender said to Soldak. Soldak raised his glass and ordered the bartender to nod. He was eating salted cat's claw nuts. This kind of nut requires a dagger to cut through the hard shell to get the crispy and sweet kernels inside. It's just a good thing to kill time. Taking a sip of the cold, fragrant ale, his mind seemed to drift back to a summer in his previous life. Chapter 629 News about the Thieves Guild. Sophia yawned, wearing loose black linen trousers, and her upper body was tightly wrapped with a linen bandage on her chest. Then she walked out of the corridor, behind the bartender wearing a pair of slippers. She has a well-proportioned figure and a rather toned upper body, but her face is a little unremarkable. "Why are you here so early?" When Sophia saw Soldak, she said to him, "I just sorted out the news that was sent last night, and it's probably all what you want." The bartender took out a plate of white bread and a piece of ham from the cupboard, sliced it on the wooden board and placed it on the plate. He poured her a glass of milk. Sophia took it naturally and turned around to walk into the back room. The bartender moved out of the way, and Soldak followed Sophia in. Soldak was holding a plate of nuts in his hand, sitting at the table in the single room, and said to Sophia, "I just happened to be passing by, so come and take a look." Sophia put the dinner plate on the table, turned around and walked out. In a short time, she brought back a book bound with parchment paper. She sat opposite Soldak, eating a sandwich and facing Soldak. Kus said, "Now I will start to talk about the current situation of the Goffaro family. As long as you go to the tavern outside and be diligent, you can always collect this information. So this basic information only charges 1 gold coin for the collection fee." After speaking, she placed the booklet in her hand in front of Soldak and opened the first page. It indeed recorded the founding time of the Goffaro family, and the past heads of the Goffaro family in great detail. Sophia introduced. As a traditional force in Bena City and an established noble, his family still has a certain influence among the nobles. Sophia bit into her sandwich and explained to Soldak. However, the credibility of the Goffaro family has almost hit rock bottom. Everyone lacks the most basic trust in the current Earl of Goffaro. In the past few decades, the Goffaro family has been declining. At present, even the original plane, the mining industry, has also suffered frequent blows. The Goffaro family does not have a private army, so it cannot completely solve the troubles in the private plane. These troubles continue to increase, and more than half of the plane industries have been suspended. "You mean that the Goffaro family is currently facing difficulties?" Serdek asked. Sophia's expression was a little exaggerated. She took a sip of water, swallowed the food in her mouth, and then said with some exaggeration, "It's more than just a dilemma. If there is no way to improve the current situation, the Goffalo family will probably leave." Up the Bradbury Road, Sophia opened the back pages of the parchment one after another and said, "Currently, the situation of the Gopher family is even more corrupt than it appears on the surface. Many of the family's recent investments have frequently failed, especially after the outbreak of the Plane War. Investments in many planes have been forced to interrupt. Now Gopher, the debt pressure faced by the Luo family is so great that it has almost reached the point where it has begun to sell off family properties to repay maturing debts." She pondered for a moment, and then added, "There are many members of the Goffaro family. Count Goffaro also raises dozens of rice bugs, who don't usually need to work and live a luxurious life. They are also members of the Goffaro family." "The last bad debt?" Soldak asked Sophia. "Can you evaluate Count Goffaro for me?" Sophia glanced at Soldak, and Serdek then remembered that the consultation was chargeable. So he took out a gold coin from his wallet as usual and handed it to Sophia. Sophia took the gold coin and immediately became energetic, with bright eyes, and said to Soldak, "He is the most useless among the patriarchs of the Goffaro family in the past. But he is also an arrogant and paranoid man. His series of actions after taking office not only failed to reverse the family's predicament, but also accelerated the decline of the Goffaro family. In the end, one outrageous thing was that he did not hesitate to break with Marquis Luther and insisted on snatching a red copper mine. However, the mine only completed preliminary exploration and was forced to give up due to the unstable situation on the plane." Soldak didn't expect Count Goffaro's evaluation to be so bad. Sophia added, "When he inherited the title, he once wanted to form a private army to expand the family's territory. Unfortunately, many of his initiatives ended in failure. Yes, Count Goffaro is such a person. Young at that time, whether investing in mines or developing plain territories, they all ended in failure. Now, he only wants to maintain the glory of the family." Sophia looked at Soldak and said, "I have another piece of news." Soldak quickly took out a gold coin from his backpack and handed it to Sophia. Sophia continued, Count Goffaro has been in frequent contact with a southern lord in recent times. He probably wants to help the Goffaro family overcome the current difficulties through marriage and business cooperation. Southern lord? Serdek finally found the reason why Count Goffaro was hostile to him. The southern lord. Sophia nodded and said, "Yes. The representative of the southern lord has been staying in Bena City for nearly a week. The first heir of the Goffalo family, Baron Harvey Goffalo, is leading the delegation. A representative is inspecting all the properties of the Goffalo family in Bena City and wants to find opportunities for further cooperation." Soldak quickly asked, "Do you know the name of the representative of the southern lords?" Sophia's face had a look of "I knew you would ask" that written all over her face. She said with some pride, "Of course. We not only found out the name of the representative of the southern lords, but also knew some of his background and current address. His name is Jack Kennelly, and he is a second-class baron. Kennelly, the Lee family, is an old family in Blancasa province. It owns vast land and has always been the largest local slave owner. It operates large wheat fields in the south and provides high-quality and cheap wheat flour to the Green Empire. It has nearly 70,000 people in its hands. Plain native slave." "Where does Baron Jack Kennelly live now?" Soldak asked more curiously and took out a gold coin again. As his competitor, he may have received the full support of Count Goffaro. Soldak had a strong impulse to take a look at Baron Jack Kennelly. Sophia did not hide anything and told Soldak directly, "Baron Jack Kennelly lives in the same hotel as you. Moreover, Count Goffaro intends to marry the Kennelly family to consolidate the relationship between the two parties. But it seems that Baron Jack Kennelly does not like the daughters of Count Goffaro." Soldak was speechless. He didn't expect that he and Baron Jack Kennelly lived under the same roof. Seeing that Serdek didn't speak for a long time, Sophia coughed twice and said to Serdek, "Our Thieves Guild still accepts assassination orders, or we can create several rounds of unsuccessful assassination operations." He was scared away, but the price of such an order was a bit expensive. Chapter 630: The Truth in the Eyes of the Guard Camp. The Newman family's castle is located at the northernmost end of the central axis of Bena City. The building covers an area of nearly 40 acres. The entire building complex is like a castle in the city. The entire building complex is in the typical Rococo style. All the buildings are very gorgeous, exquisite, and intricate. Many parts of the cloisters and arches have a marine flavor, and fish scale and SHL patterns can be found in almost all buildings. The Newman family castle can be regarded as the most gorgeous and exquisite building in the entire Bena City, several times more magnificent than the Mage Tower in the East District and the Temple of Liberty in the West District. The Newman family has controlled the province of Bena for nearly 800 years. The biggest problem faced by many noble families is that there are no descendants with good enough blood to accept the family inheritance. The leaders of each generation of families need to have extraordinary abilities to lead the huge family in the future. As history continues to run, there are almost no such old noble families left in the Green Empire. Many old families have already completed their curtain calls on the stage of history. In the lobby on the first floor of the administrative building, the cast iron throne on the main throne is still empty. It should have been the seat of Duke Newman, but this duke is currently leading the Bena army to fight in the Warsaw Plain. The last time I saw Newman, it was only 3 months ago that the duke sat here. Mrs. Dorothy was sitting on a chair in the audience, with 2 maids standing behind her. The swordswoman Tallis Newman stood behind Mrs. Dorothy, and several other people in power in the Newman family, including the castle family members, including the captain of the guard, also took their seats on both sides of the hall. As the sister of Duke Newman, Lady Dorothy now holds the power of the Newman family's business operations. She will determine the direction of the Newman family's business development in the next few years. During the 4 years when she takes over the Newman family's business affairs during the years, Mrs. Dorothy has opened the Newman family's trading firm to several other important provinces in the Green Empire. It has achieved outstanding results and is deeply trusted by Duke Newman. Grand Knight Glenn, the commander of the guard camp, sat opposite Lady Dorothy and told Lady Dorothy the entire incident that night a week ago. The hall was very quiet. Grand Knight Glenn's voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. This matter also started when the demon hunter Kegel Coward reported to the guard camp that he had discovered a black magician hiding in the Maple Leaf Hotel. The man on duty that night was Viscount Kincaid, the second captain of the Knights of the Guard Battalion. Immediately led his men to the Walled House Hotel after hearing about this incident. However, at that time they did not find the black magician Kegel Coward mentioned. In the corridor on the 3rd floor of the aristocratic area of the hotel, I met Baron Soldak from the Helensa guard camp. Everyone must be thinking, why am I mentioning this Baron Soldak? Why don't we get to the topic quickly? Everyone in the hall listened attentively. When they heard Knight Glenn laughing at himself, they all smiled, making the atmosphere a little more relaxed. Only Mrs. Dorothy heard the name Soldak was slightly startled. Knight Glenn captured this moment and asked casually, Miss Dorothy, do you know Baron Soldak? Mrs. Dorothy's face still looked a little haggard. She nodded slightly and replied, I am deeply impressed by this name because it is very special. Because he has no surname, but is a noble. I have been here a few months ago. I met this Baron on the airship from Helensa City to Venice City. He was acquainted with Count of Helensa City. We also played cards together on the magic airship. He left a very impression on me. She is a taciturn knight. After such a long time, and with only one encounter on the magic airship, she could still clearly remember Soldak's name. It must be said that Mrs. Dorothy's memory was outstanding. It turns out that you know Baron Soldak. Which makes sense. Knight Glenn relaxed his brows and said loudly, when other members of the Newman family in the castle hall heard the name Soldak, they began to discuss it among themselves. But no one had heard of this name. Knight Glenn put his fist to his mouth, coughed twice, and then said, Please allow me to finish the whole process of this matter. We can have at least one day to discuss it. The hall immediately became quiet. Grand Knight Glenn continued, Due to the erroneous intelligence of the demon hunter Kegel Coward, the guard camp did not find traces of the Black Magician in the siege hotel. So Viscount Kincaid immediately decided to lead the knights back to the guard camp. They decided to leave through the north gate of the Whaley Hotel, considering whether they could find some clues about the Black Magician on North Street. However, when the knights from the guard camp walked to North Street, they discovered that there was a Black Magician on the other side of North Street. There was a fight in the townhouse, and a chair even flew out of the window and fell into the street. All the nobles in the hall exclaimed, and Grand Knight Glenn seemed to lead them to North Street that night. Knight Glenn glanced around and continued, It was snowing heavily at night, and a group of Tarapa hunters were guarding the roof of the attic in the dark. Our knights rushed up immediately, and before they could give them a warning, after questioning, a street fight began. The group of hunters carried a large number of bows and arrows, and suppressed the knights of the guard camp on the roof. Our knights rushed into the room where the battle took place, for guards and maids were already dead. When we found Algernon Swordsman on the second floor, he was already dead on the spot. Those hunters took Mrs. Dorothy and escaped through the back door, leaving only a line of footprints at the scene, because the heavy snow covered many traces and it was late at night. Our guard camp knights did not catch up with the group of people. However, we also took some remedial measures. Viscount Kincaid immediately applied for martial law at the city gate and surrounded the building with maple leaves. The hotel serves as the central point and spreads out the search and arrests. Mrs. Dorothy knew that the Venice City Guard Camp had summoned almost all the knights to conduct a citywide search that night. Grand Knight Glenn said, The very next morning, the 10th Brigade of the Guard Battalion located in the south of the city got a clue that there were 3 hunters hanging in the Giant Tree Square in the civilian area in the south of the city. Our knights rushed over, and one of the hunters they had frozen to death that night, and the other 2 hunters had only weak heartbeats and severe hypothermia. After inspection by the knights of the guard camp, it was found that these 3 hunters were the culprits who kidnapped Mrs. Dorothy. They have been living on the second floor of the civilian area of the Dandelion Hotel during this time. That night, Mrs. Dorothy was probably taken to the second floor of the hotel by them. She was later rescued and then moved to a room in the aristocratic area with a better environment. In fact, as far as we know, Knight Soldak left the Maple Leaf Hotel with a female companion that night. And more coincidentally, he also checked into the Dandelion Hotel with that female companion that night. Mrs. Dorothy raised her head, looked at Knight Glenn, and said with some surprise, You mean Baron Soldak is related to this kidnapping? Although his name was not left in the Dandelion Hotel's registration book. Our security camp investigators learned from the lobby manager of the Dandelion Hotel that night that the nobleman who stayed that night basically looked like the Baron Soldak we described. In fact, the room you will sleep in that night was booked by Baron Soldak. And he even hired a maid to look after the fireplace. So we have every reason to prove that it was Baron Soldak who saved you. And he was also the one who subdued the hunters and hung them on the giant tree in the square. We tortured the 2 hunters in the mountain, and they didn't know Soldak. Baron. After Grand Knight Glenn told the information collected by the guard camp, Lady Dorothy knew who was helping her behind the scenes, but she immediately asked in confusion, Then why didn't Baron Soldak care to show up? He stood up and walked a few steps in the hall before saying, On this point, Our guard camp has also conducted detailed investigations these days. We have some clues now. But since we have not received confirmation from the parties involved, these are just speculations. This topic also goes back to when the demon hunter Kegel Coward reported the case to the guard camp. He said that he had discovered a black magician. According to our understanding, Knight Surdak also had a female companion. And this female companion is likely to be a black magician. So Surdak is unwilling to appear in public this time. After all, the Green Empire Magic Union is looking for black magicians across the country. Lady Dorothy asked, "Are you saying that Baron Soldak is closely related to the Priory of Dark Arts?" Grand Knight Glenn said, "On the contrary, Surdak should have some grudges with the Black Magic Monastery. As far as we know, Surdak and the Helensa Guard Camp completely eradicated the local black magic in Helensa City, the hidden research institute of the Priory. And when dealing with the Red Dragon treasure incident later, members of the Priory of Black Magic were also involved. We are certain that some of the Priory of Black Magic died at the hands of Baron Surdak's Knight Squad. Is there any other reason?" asked Mrs. Dorothy curiously. Grand Knight Glenn nodded and said, "Yes. The reason for Surdak's unwillingness to show up was confirmed by many senior officers of our guard camp the next night. Surdak was seen at the dance held at Marquis Luther's house. Baron Dark. It was not unusual to attend a ball held by an upper-class noble, so everyone around him was waiting for Knight Glenn to continue. According to the knowledge of the knights who attended the ball at Marquis Luther's mansion at that time, Baron Soldak came to Beta City this time to propose to Marquis Luther's beloved daughter, Miss Hathaway. It is estimated that he would not want to do it anyway. There was an unexpected incident the night before. Moreover, there was a female companion accompanying him at the time. If this matter becomes public, Miss Hathaway's proposal may be affected." Grand Knight Glenn said. Tallis, the swordswoman standing behind Mrs. Dorothy, asked, "So what is the result of your investigation?" The mysterious man who helped Lady Dorothy escape but did not want to reveal his identity was Baron Soldak, Grand Knight Glenn said. When Mrs. Dorothy heard what Knight Glenn said, the gloom that had been on her face for many days was wiped away. She even raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said with great interest, "It's actually him. I didn't expect it was Marquis Luther." People, the death of swordsman Algernon dealt a great blow to Mrs. Dorothy. In recent days, she has been planning a more intense counterattack. But now a large number of the Newman family's main legions are on the battlefield in the Warsaw Plain. Among the Newman family, some people disagreed with Mrs. Dorothy's stirring up trouble within the Bena province at this time. There is a lot of controversy within the family, but this matter cannot be shelved. This involves the Newman family's face, and there is no way to calm Lady Dorothy's anger. God knows what drastic measures this emotional countess will take. Grand Knight Glenn came to Marquis Newman's castle this time mainly to explain the follow-up progress of this matter. Mrs. Dorothy did not express her attitude. She stood up from her chair and walked out of the government hall on the first floor of the castle with two maids. At this time, Surdak was sitting in a magic caravan. The curtains of the caravan were lowered. He looked at the shops across the street along the gaps between the curtains. The most conspicuous position on the plaque outside the door of this shop is the coat of arms of the Goffalo family. Behind the plaque is clearly written Rossi Leather Shop. The door of this leather shop looks very deserted. There are almost no customers in the morning. Who let it? Such depressed shops abound in Beta City. But for the Goffalo family, now that various family businesses have closed down, this leather shop can still maintain normal operations at least for now. However, because leather merchants in other plains have raised the price of raw hides, this leather shop is currently unprofitable. The Goffaro family does not have its own hunting team and relies on purchasing all leather from various adventure groups. Therefore, market fluctuations often have a great impact on the sound of the Goffaro family's leather. The information Sophia sent to Soldak gave a detailed introduction to this leather store. Currently, the Goffaro family intends to let the Southern Lords take a stake in Rossi Leather Store. Baron Harvey, the son of Earl Goffalo, is working with Baron Jack, the representative of the Southern Lords, actively communicated and planned to facilitate this matter in the near future. Soldak felt someone coming out of the business and quickly lowered the curtains. Walking in front was an aristocratic young man with year-length golden hair. He was very thin, but very energetic. Following behind was a slightly fat young nobleman, and the two seemed to be discussing something. Soldak opened the car window a crack and vaguely heard Jack Kennelly, the nobleman opposite, say, "In fact, I need a stable supply of goods. The family's slave concentration camp consumes a large amount of leather every year for work. For production work, leather saddle covers for horses, and other agricultural tools. These leathers used to come from the Pi Plateau. We purchased them through trading houses in the imperial capital. Even if there are middlemen, the price of those one-horned bison skins is quite low. Chapter 631. There are actors everywhere. Jack Kinley stopped in front of the magic caravan, turned his head, and squinted at Baron Harvey Goffaro and said, "But the supply of goods in your leather store is not sufficient. I want to know what should have been placed on the counter. When will these batches of goods be replenished?" His skin is a little too fair, and when his eyes are slightly narrowed, the pupils seem to stand up. It is said that this is because the Southerners have lizard blood mixed in their bodies. Harvey Goffalo obviously knew little about his family's leather business. He turned around and glanced at the store manager behind him. The manager hurriedly stepped forward and whispered in Baron Harvey Goffaro's ear. "The Goffaro family has trading houses in all plains that specialize in purchasing leather. However, plane accidents have occurred frequently recently. As a result, the delivery date of leather has been delayed again and again." The two boarded the magic caravan, which was still parked on the side of the road, not in a hurry to leave. The managers and employees of the Goffaro family leather shop were waiting beside the carriage. Jack Kinley said to Harvey in a relaxed tone, "As for the leather trade, I can pay some deposits in advance, or we can use the payment for the first batch of wheat flour to offset it. The wheat ship from the family is about to arrive in Benna City. This time we will send out 5 batches of wheat flour, which should total a total of 200,000 tons. This food can support an army of 500,000 people for a whole year. The premise is that I need to see the Goffaro family and obey the Nazi army grain supply agreement. Otherwise, such a large amount of wheat would not be sold in time without a huge sales network." Jack leaned against the soft leather sofa in the carriage, picked up a glass of ice wine, and said, "Harvey, since we are friends, I have to remind you of something. Once such a large amount of food cannot be sold. It will be lost in the middle of next summer, when mold sprouts and worms sprout. I'm not looking down on the Goffaro family, but I need you to prove your sales ability to me." Harvey, who was sitting opposite, gritted his teeth and said patiently, "Since the family wants to obtain the Kinley family's wheat flour agency rights in Benna province, it means that we have the ability to sell this batch of wheat flour. There are 20 windmills on the farm, which can peel and grind wheat. We can also apply to the Benna Provincial House of Representatives to reduce trade taxes and interprovincial local agricultural protection taxes, so that we can continue to maintain low selling prices. Grain trade is only when things are profitable. This is also the profit point that our grain business can see." He waved his hand and said confidently, "I will go to the tax department tomorrow to submit the application. This thing will not be difficult to do." Jack took a sip of wine, pushed open the car window, looked at the leather trading shop outside the car window, and said, "Otherwise, we should start the leather trade first. It is not difficult to obtain the agency rights of the Kinley family wheat flour. The letter of intent can be set at any time. It can be signed, but I'm worried that you won't be able to eat such a large piece of cake. On the contrary, the leather trade is more profitable. The Kinley family's purchasing power for leather comes from 2,000 cavalry, 2,000 long archers, and 6,000 heavy men. Armored infantrymen come from hundreds of thousands of native slaves from the plain, and they need a lot of leather, whether it is military leather protective gear or agricultural tools." Harvey frowned, glanced at the empty leather shop outside the window, and sighed. "Currently, the family's leather business is affected by factors such as the Plain War. It will take a few months at the fastest to recover. I don't want to be there." "Just wait here," Jack Kinley said unhurriedly, "unless you can confirm the annual wheat flour trading volume, Baron Harvey. I think you might be able to discuss this matter with Count Goffaro first. As for the wheat flour trade, I can decide. I am currently in charge of the family business affairs. Wheat flour does have a great market prospect in Benna province," Harvey explained to Jack Kinley seriously. Jack Kinley interrupted him. "Harvey, you may not realize how much 200,000 tons of wheat is. That wheat may cause all the warehouses at the Benna airport terminal to burst." While the two were chatting, a steward ran over on horseback from across the street, came to the carriage, hurriedly boarded the carriage, saluted the two nobles, and whispered into Jack Kinley's ear, "Master, there has been an order for wheat from Count Quinton. As long as we deliver the wheat to Epsom City, we will be paid 4 silver coins per ton of wheat." Jack Kinley frowned and said angrily, "Is it possible that this guy doesn't know how high the cost of freight is now? I will write him a letter to explain this matter, unless he can pay for our freight. Otherwise, I would not transport a grain of wheat to Epsom City. He hesitated for a moment, lowered his voice, and said, "Would you like to write a letter home right away? It would be better for you to go back in person and tell your father that the second batch of wheat shipped here will stop first, and then look for 5 more people. The airship has space for next month. And I will fly to Epsom City tomorrow to talk to Quentin Bousman in person." The butler agreed. "Okay, master," and then quickly left the carriage. Although the sound of the conversation between the two was very low, it still reached Harvey's ears. The carriage suddenly became quiet. After a while, Jack Kennelly said to Harvey, "Baron Harvey, I'm afraid that my time as an agent for wheat flour will be put on hold for the time being. I have to rush back to the family to handle some matters." "Jack, are you leaving Venice City?" Harvey was a little panicked. He has been actively preparing for a cooperation project with the Kennelly family recently. But now it seems that Jack Kennelly has a better partner. Ting Busman. The first heir to the Busman family was far beyond what he, the little baron, could compare to. Harvey looked at Jack Kennelly with a frustrated look. Jack Kennelly bowed slightly and said apologetically, "Sorry, Harvey. I have to consider the interests of the Kennelly family in this matter." After saying that, Jack Kennelly stepped out of the carriage and quickly boarded a magic caravan behind him with a few followers. The magic caravan quickly drove away from Rossi's leather shop. Harvey sat in the carriage and thought for a while, then ordered the coachman, "Go back to the manor." The magic caravan quickly drove out of the street and disappeared at the intersection in front. Across the street, Surdak, who was sitting in the magic caravan, did not expect to see such a wonderful scene. Like a scene from a drama. He did not hear the low-pitched conversation between Jack Kennelly and the butler, but he had seen many such scenes in his previous life. And he felt that there was a big problem with this Baron Jack Kennelly, although it was just because of a certain similar plot that he had some bad associations, and there was no concrete evidence yet. He saw that the butler and Jack Kennelly's eyes seemed to be constantly changing while they were talking. In communication, after implanting a dragon bone in his body, although Serdak's spiritual consciousness was completely destroyed, the two souls were unexpectedly completely merged into one. He suddenly had many memories of his previous life, and his spiritual consciousness was he is recovering quickly and his perception is much better than before. His body has been significantly improved due to the integration of some dragon blood. He can even recite those runic words casually, giving the elemental power of certain runic words blessings. He feels that the power contained in these runic words is very similar to some of the power of the Night Seal described in the books. He felt that he should find time to visit some other knights who were in their peak period, but he didn't have many friends in this area at the moment. Soldak knocked on the window, and the coachman turned around from the front and asked him, "My Lord Baron, what are your orders?" "Go to the Shire Tavern," Surdak said. "Okay, Lord Baron." The coachman agreed. After saying that, he raised his whip and drove the carriage into the traffic on the street. Arriving at the Shire Hotel and meeting Sophia, Soldak asked Sophia to investigate the young Baron Jack Kennelly, but Sophia said that she wanted to confirm the identity of a southern lord. The Thieves Guild will take at least a month, and this kind of identity investigation task will require payment regardless of whether useful information is found. Soldak immediately gave Sophia another 15 gold coins, saying that no matter what the outcome was, he wanted the Thieves Guild to conduct a follow-up investigation. In addition to Jack Kennelly, he also hoped that the Thieves Guild would send someone to investigate the butler's whereabouts. Soldak returned to the hotel from the tavern, got off the carriage and walked into the hotel lobby. He happened to see Harvey getting out of the carriage of the magic caravan and hurriedly walked into the hotel. Surdak simply found an unoccupied seat in the rest area of the hotel lobby and sat down. He asked the waiter for a cup of tea and a plate of desserts, and waited patiently to watch the show. To this end, he even took a biography of the ranger from the nearby bookshelf, placed it in front of his desk, and opened a few pages. He was a little absent-minded, and his eyes always glanced at the stairs of the hotel unconsciously. "You still like watching this?" A strange voice came from in front of him. Soldak looked up and realized that it was Mrs. Dorothy standing opposite. He didn't expect the other party to find her so quickly. He originally thought it would take longer. It would be better if he waited until he returned to Helensa City. But now Mrs. Dorothy caught him off guard, and it was obvious that the other party already knew. He stood up quickly, saw Mrs. Dorothy looking at him with a half-smile, and followed Mrs. Dorothy's gaze to the table. The page of the knight's biography on the coffee table happened to be an illustration, and the content on it was a little exciting. It seemed to describe the love story of the knight and a noble lady. Surdak closed the book with some embarrassment. He didn't even have time to take a look at it just now. Mrs. Dorothy raised her thin lips and asked Soldak, "Are you waiting for someone?" "No." Soldak had not yet recovered from his embarrassment. "Do you mind if I sit here for a while?" "Of course. Please take a seat." Mrs. Dorothy sat generously across from Soldak. She even took the biography of the ranger from the coffee table and turned a few pages with interest. It was very warm in the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. Mrs. Dorothy untied the white fox fur shawl, revealing the exquisite low-cut dress underneath. The white skin on her chest was a little dazzling. A maid standing behind her quickly took off the white fox shawl. He took the fur shawl. "Should I say thank you?" Mrs. Dorothy asked Soldak with a smile. "Well, where did you start talking about this?" Soldak could only pretend to be confused. He glanced around. Fortunately, there was no one in this corner of the hall for the time being. "I'm talking about the Dandelion Hotel incident." Mrs. Dorothy only said this and did not continue. Seeing Mrs. Dorothy asking this question, Soldak said calmly, "Now that you know everything, what else do you want to know from me?" Mrs. Dorothy tilted her head and said calmly, "I have a lot of doubts, so I just want to talk to you in person." Soldak spread his hands helplessly and said to Mrs. Dorothy sincerely, "If I say that all this is just a coincidence, would you believe it? What do you think?" Soldak smiled bitterly and said, "But this is what I want to explain to you. I happened to be staying in a room on the 3rd floor of that hotel at the time. I saw those people on the terrace. I'm sorry. I couldn't inform you in advance at that time. Warning," Mrs. Dorothy said indifferently. "Everything is over, and you don't need to apologize. After all, you saved me." She paused, stood up from the sofa, and then said, "So, if there is anything that I can do, please feel free to come to the Newman family's castle to find me." "Okay, ma'am." Soldak quickly stood up and saluted, watching Mrs. Dorothy leave the hotel with 2 maids and 4 attendants. At the top of the stairs in the lobby on the 1st floor of the hotel, several servants came down from the 2nd floor carrying large and small luggage. The one walking at the end was Jack Kennelly. He was wearing a thick leather coat, a furry hat on his head, and a pair of thick leather boots on his feet. He was dressed for a long journey, he said to Harvey, who looked a little depressed next to him. "Harvey, sorry, I have to leave here. I'm going over there to negotiate this important business for the Kennelly family." Harvey Goffro raised his head, grabbed Jack Kennelly's shoulders, and begged, "Jack, you should see the sincerity of our Goffro family. We want to make these wheat sounds. I know your worries. Regardless of whether our Goffalo family can sell the wheat, we will pay the full payment for the wheat. And I can also pay a deposit in advance." Jack stopped in front of the bar, stretched out his hand to stop the attendant from checking out of the room, and asked Harvey seriously, "Harvey, do you really want to conduct this trade?" "Yes, I want to do this and prove my ability to my father," Harvey said very seriously. "As long as you can guarantee that you will not harm the interests of the Kennelly family, I am willing to become a closer business partner with you." Jack Kennelly smiled and stretched out his hand, holding Harvey's hand tightly. Harvey also said with excitement, "You don't have to worry about the sincerity of the Goffro family at all. I will prepare the deposit in time." Chapter 632 Deposit. Harvey happily left the hotel. Jack Kennelly stood in front of the bar in the lobby on the 1st floor of the hotel and stopped for a short while. He chatted casually with the hotel manager. His eyes inadvertently glanced across the lobby and saw Soldak sitting alone on the sofa in the corner. He was slightly startled. There was a faint flash of light in those vertical pupils, although it was undetectable. It fell right into Soldak's eyes. Jack Kennelly turned around, and the smile on his face was no longer cold. He was born with a kind of aristocratic face, and his thin and fair face was stern and proud. When he smiled, the expression on his face was like a spring breeze. Soldak didn't expect that he actually walked directly towards him, stood in front of the sofa where Mrs. Dorothy had just sat, and said politely, "Can I sit here?" Soldak made a pleased gesture and took the ranger biography on the coffee table in his hand, with no intention of chatting with him. "My name is Jack Kennelly, from the province of Blankeza. Who is your excellency?" When Jack Kennelly spoke with a smile, he actually acted very friendly. "Soldak, from Helensa," he said to Jack after closing the ranger biography. Soldak found that for some unknown reason, he could always smell a faint odor coming from Jack's body. It was not an olfactory smell. It was like he could sense Jack's soul. He raised his head and looked directly at Jack. Green eyes. Jack Kennelly smiled faintly. His eyes flashed with an evil light, and he said to Soldak, "Baron Soldak, I heard your name. The first time was in Harvey's song. According to Baron Philo, he may be a little hostile to you. Probably because he is envious of your successful proposal to Hathaway Luther. The second time was at Count Philo's dinner. He wanted to marry his daughter to me. And I'm quite complaining about you. Soldak looked at Jack Kennelly calmly, and did not answer. Baron Jack Kennelly spoke in a strange tone, with a hint of hoarseness in his throat. He continued, in this matter, we are enemies. When I meet you, I should throw you a white glove and make an appointment. Time duel. Though. Soldak directly interrupted Jack Kennelly, found a pair of white gloves from the magic waste bag, handed one to him, and said seriously, that's what I meant. Forehead? The smile on Jack Kennelly's face faltered. When he wasn't smiling, his face was like a false mask. He obviously didn't expect that Cerdak would be so upright and reckless. And he didn't even wait for the words to be finished before conveying the message of the duel. He waved his hands repeatedly and said, No, 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 Baron Soldak. You misunderstood. I meant that we can turn enemies into friends. Cerdak stared at him and asked coldly, Can we still be friends? Jack Kennelly forced a smile and said, Of course. Maybe you can't understand it now, but you will understand it in the future. Maybe when we meet again, you will thank me. After saying that, Jack Kennelly stood up and nodded to Soldak without waiting for anything else, turned around and left the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. No need to spend money to investigate. He is a liar. Aphrodite stood behind the curtain, staring at the backyard of the hotel, and said categorically to Cerdak, Are you sure? Cerdak asked doubtfully. Aphrodite wiped it on her face, and it immediately changed into another look. She smiled and said to Soldak, Of course. He used a relatively advanced disguise technique, and his current appearance should not be his original appearance. How do you know? Soldak asked curiously. Aphrodite put her beautiful face close to her and said to Cerdak in an ambiguous voice, Don't forget that I am a succubus. Look at my face, and there will be no more lies. Cerdak didn't expect that this matter was so simple, and the succubus Aphrodite saw through it at a glance. Aphrodite asked Cerdak, How are you going to deal with him? Cerdak thought about it seriously and said to Aphrodite, They are probably a group of people setting up the trap together. I don't know what kind of group of people are hidden behind them. Andrew, Samira and Greedham, all he is no longer around. And I can't put on the magic pattern structure now. And my combat power has been greatly weakened. So I have to find some helper. Then who are you going to find? Succubus Aphrodite continued to ask. Soldak opened the door without looking back, and said before walking out, Of course they are the knights from the Bena City Guard camp. And I don't know the others. The succubus Aphrodite was a little speechless. The morning sun shone into the hotel room, and Harvey, whose eyes were red, knocked hard on Jack Kennelly's door. Behind him were a group of servants, carrying 3 large boxes, waiting for Harvey. Behind, dang dang dang. The knock on the door was steady and powerful. Not long after, the door was opened from the inside, and a maid stood at the door, looking out curiously. Harvey opened the door, waved to the servants behind him, and led a group of servants into the hotel room. Jack was still lying on the bed and did not wake up. He opened his eyes when he heard footsteps and looked at the door of the room. The attendants carried 3 large boxes into the room, and under Harvey's instruction, they opened all 3 large wooden boxes. There were neat rows of magic crystals in the box. Jack took out a piece of magic crystal from the box and examined it carefully before throwing it back into the box with a proud smile on his face. Harvey said to Jack, I barely slept last night, and finally got the deposit together before dawn. Harvey, I finally know that the Goffaro family is sincere this time, Jack said. As he spoke, he wrote a line of words on a piece of magic parchment with the family emblem Shu Shua Shua, which was a document proving the payment of the deposit. After he and Harvey signed their names on the document, he rolled the document into a tube and handed it to Harvey. Harvey looked at the deposit receipt in his hand with some excitement, put it into his arms very carefully, and then asked Jack, Jack, when will our first batch of wheat be shipped to Bena City? It will take another 2 days, and you will receive news from the airport terminal as soon as the morning after tomorrow. This time, a total of 5 magic airships filled with wheat flour have arrived. What you have to do now is to rent some warehouses and prepare to place the first batch of wheat flour, Jack said, holding Harvey's shoulders. Yes, I have to go to the rental warehouse as soon as possible. We haven't started preparing for this yet. I have to rush out of the city as soon as possible. After saying that, Harvey quickly walked out the door. Why don't you stay and have breakfast and we go together? Jack stood at the door of the room, looking at the servants around him with a smile on his face. But he shouted to Harvey. Harvey didn't look back and said hurriedly, I'm eating on the way. I can just go and do this. After saying this, the person had already reached the stairs. Chapter 633 Asking for Help. Sophia received news from the Thieves Guild that the Kinley family housekeeper did not return to the south on the magic airship, but disappeared after leaving the city. The Thieves Guild did not find any clues outside the city. From this news, it can be confirmed, Baron Jack Kinley and his group should be a group of liars. The fat sheep they were eyeing in Bena City was the Goffaro family, which was gradually coming to an end. They had successfully gained the trust of Baron Harvey Goffaro. Surdak walked out of the hotel and waved to the street. A magic caravan parked on the street drove to the door of the hotel. Entering the carriage, he said to the coachman, Go to the guard battalion headquarters. The snow on the street had been cleared away, and the magic caravan drove briskly on the street. The horses' hooves made a series of crisp sounds on the stone slabs. The wheels rolled over the stone slabs, and they soon left this old street in the aristocratic district. The magic caravan stopped on the street opposite the guard camp. Soldak handed the coachman a silver coin and stepped out of the carriage, looking up at the guard camp headquarters building opposite. The guard camp headquarters building in Bena City is very grand. The main body is made of blue and white stone strips. The huge 5-story building looks like a fortress. There were 2 knights standing in the watchtower in front of the gate. They were wearing the standard armor of the guard camp and had knight swords on their waists. They looked majestic. Surdak walked into the door, wearing the Helensa Guard Battalion Squadron Leader's badge on his chest. The background behind the cross swords and shields on the badge was a mountain city. The background behind the badge of the Bena City Guard Battalion is a microcosm of the entire Bena province. Therefore, people inside the guard camp can use the badge on their chests to tell at a glance where the knights of the guard camp come from. Although the badge of Surdak's guard camp was printed with the seal of Helensa City, the 2 knights still saluted Surdak very respectfully. Walking into the main administrative building of the Bena City Guard camp, Soldak came to the front desk of the hall and asked a young lady in charge of the reception, which captain is currently in charge of the defense of the old noble neighborhood. The female receptionist was very beautiful. She stood at the front desk and hesitated for a moment. Then she glanced at the badge on Soldak's chest. She immediately recognized that the background on the badge was a local guard camp, and the level was only 1. Squadron leader. The female receptionist narrowed her eyes, squeezed out a smile, and said in a long voice, Captain Croft is not here at the headquarters at the moment. He has been very busy with official duties recently. If you have anything, you'd better make an appointment with him in advance. Isn't he here? Soldak thought for a moment. He came to the guard camp this time to look for some helpers. The first thing he thought of was to find some knights from the guard camp within his jurisdiction to help. Since the captain was no longer at the guard camp headquarters, Soldak asked again, What about Jean Kai? Is Captain to here? Who are you looking for? Do you have an official letter? The female receptionist looked at Soldak suspiciously. She seemed a little impatient and planned to make things difficult for this foreign knight. Soldak really doesn't have official letters. In fact, when he came to Bena City, he never thought about coming to the guard battalion headquarters for business. He was thinking about where to get an invitation letter. Now even if he passed through the Void Gate, he could only return to the treasure secret room in the territory. Wanting to explain that he had discovered some suspicious people and needed assistance from the Bena City guard camp. He saw a guard camp knight passing by the hall suddenly stopped, then quickly turned around and looked at Soldak, and asked, Are you the knight of Surdak? It's me. Surdak turned around and said. He looked at the knight, and couldn't remember where he had seen him. Standing in front of him is a young guard camp knight. Judging from the pattern of the badge on his chest, he should be a squadron leader of the Bena Guard Battalion. He is at the same level as Surdak. But the Guard Battalion of Bena City, the squadron leader is naturally half a level higher than the squadron leader of the security battalion in a remote town. The young squadron leader seemed very excited and said to Soldak very enthusiastically, It's really you. I'm Ned Morse. You may not remember me. After all, you rescued me in Vazimra City at that time. There are so many people. What are you doing here at Bena Guard Camp? Can I help you? It turned out to be the knight he had saved in the Maka Plain. Surdak felt that his actions at that time were really helpful. Here, Ned. Morse said this, and some other guard battalion knights in the hall also came up and asked Soldak all kinds of questions. Are you the knight of Surdak? Have you been transferred to our Bena City Guard camp? I heard your name mentioned by my colleagues. I'm very happy to see you. The knights in the Bena City Guard camp seemed very enthusiastic. So Soldak had no choice but to tell Ned. Morse said, I want to see the commander in charge of the Old Noble District. But Captain Croft is not here at the moment. The female receptionist at the front desk was a little dumbfounded at this time. She had never seen any knight from a remote town who could cause such a big sensation standing at the front desk. Not even the captain. Although she was rude at first, she was a very discerning person. At this time, she quickly interjected. Captain Ned. He also said that he wanted to meet Captain Kincaid. If you guys know each other, you can take him with you. Go. Really? I can take you to see my boss. Ned. Morse said immediately. Thank you so much. Soldak said immediately. Ned. Morse led Soldak towards the upper floor of the guard camp, surrounded by several guard camp knights. The female receptionist at the front desk couldn't understand why the knights were acting like a bunch of licking dogs today. So she asked the other guard camp knight standing in front of the bar. Who is he? He actually let Captain Ned Morse personally lead the way. I don't know. I've seen the guard camp knight badge on his chest. He should be from the small town. A knight who was watching the excitement said with a confused look on his face. It's not surprising that you don't know him. After all, you didn't participate in the Maka Plain War. Almost all the knights in the guard camp who participated in the Maka Plain War know him. He is the Surdak Knight. He can use the Holy Spirit on the battlefield. The one who saved people with light magic. A knight squad leader said to the two of them. The female receptionist's eyes widened. She covered her eyes with her hands and said regretfully, It turns out he is Knight Surdak. He didn't name himself, so I didn't recognize him. Surdak didn't know how famous he was at the headquarters of the Bena Guard camp. He followed Ned. Morse walked up to Captain Kincaid's office on the second floor. Viscount Kincaid is writing a new report. He has been writing this report this week, which repeatedly explains the entire process of saving Lady Dorothy, even including his previous meeting with Baron Soldak in the hotel. After a few sentences, he said everything must be written clearly, which made him extremely irritable. But this time it was Grand Knight Glenn who rejected it, and he did not dare to lose his temper. I can only sit in the office and think hard about what is wrong with my report. Does this written report still need to be scrutinized word for word? There was a knock at the door, and he answered, his voice a little dull. Two knights walked in. The one in front was his subordinate Ned, Captain Morse, followed by Knight Surdak. Knight Soldak, why are you here? Viscount Kincaid stood up very politely, invited Soldak to the rest area, and asked the female assistant in the cubicle to make tea. The female assistant had never seen Viscount Kincaid take the initiative to entertain anyone, so she quickly walked out holding the kettle. Soldak sat on the sofa and directly expressed his suspicion that Jack Kinley was part of a liar gang. Well, Viscount Kincaid, I have something to ask for your help. After Kincaid listened carefully to Soldak's statement, although he didn't think there was anything wrong with it, he still ordered the female assistant, who brought a pot of hot tea, inform all squadron leaders of the 2nd Battalion to come to me. Later, Viscount Kincaid asked Soldak very politely, what are you going to do about this matter? Soldak knew the concerns in Viscount Kincaid's heart. He was worried that the identity of Baron Jack Kinley was true. The Kinley family was very famous in the South. Because of this incident, the Kinley family members were offended. It was really not a wise move. So I said, the identity of Baron Jack Kinley cannot be confirmed yet. I want to apply for enough manpower to deploy control at all levels in Bena City and keep an eye on Baron Jack Kinley. Now I can only take the initiative to wait for him to show his feet. If this is a scam, so the wheat that will be shipped to Bena City within 2 days is naturally false. He will definitely find a way to leave Bena City before then. Viscount Kincaid couldn't help but secretly praise him, and said to Soldak, that's it. I'll gather people to keep an eye on him. Ned Morse, go say hello to Captain Croft. Viscount Kincaid said to his subordinates. Yes, Captain. Ned. Captain Morse immediately stood up and said to Viscount Kincaid. The midday sun shone through the car window on Baron Jack Kinley's chin, with a smug smile on his thin lips. Jack Kinley rode in a magic caravan, and the carriage drove towards the South City Gate. His entourage stayed at the hotel. The magic caravan passed through the city gate and rushed towards the airport terminal. The heavy snowfall a few days ago made the outside of the city completely white. There were some wooden houses built on both sides of the road. This was considered a SHL in the civilian area outside Nas City. A large number of homeless people live here, compared to the Brancasa province in the south. It is much harder for the wanderers here. The south of the imperial capital has a mild climate all year round, and the wanderers do not need to withstand the cold. He reached out and closed the car window. He didn't like the cold north wind. After leaving Bina City, he immediately relaxed. He leaned on the soft leather sofa in the carriage and waited for the magic caravan to slowly arrive in a small alley at the airport terminal. A warehouse in this alley was temporarily rented by him. He has the key to the warehouse door. He jumped off the carriage and immediately got into the warehouse. Without any pause, he took off his gorgeous aristocratic clothes, put on boots and breeches and a suit of warm clothes, and left through another door of the warehouse. The fastest way to leave Bina province is to take the magic airship. But Jack Kennelly did not go to the airport terminal at all. He walked into a roadside hotel and took out an ancient horse fostered here from the stable in the backyard of the hotel. Bo came to the horse and even gave the groom a tip of 1 silver coin before riding out of the hotel. He did not go to the airport terminal to take the magic airship, but rode a horse to the west along the main road of the airport terminal, because there had just been a heavy snowfall. There were almost no people on this road that passed through the northern area of the Oji forest. There were only 2 ruts and some horse hoof prints. This road was not easy to walk, and it was also heading towards the center of Bina province. If you walk in the area, just cross the Oji forest, you can enter the Hata plain washed out by the Choba River. There is a small town called Irisar. From that small town, he can take the slave smuggler's magic airship and leave Bina province. As for the Goffaro family, let them have a quarrel with the Kennelly family. As long as they are not caught by those stupid black dogs, no one will know the truth of the matter. With this money, he can purchase a batch of magic pattern constructs, and then sneak back to the Pajadadar plain and recruit a group of construct knights. There will probably be 100 construct knights there who can probably sweep the place, as long as the indigenous tribes there secretly develop and grow in that plain. Even if someone comes to visit them, they probably won't become enemies because of the collapsed Goffaro family. The best part is that the Kennelly family can take the blame. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing proudly. In the empty mountains, the north wind is blowing some snowflakes, like streaks of smoke. The woods here are very sparse, but the big trees are very old. He looked back at the airport terminal that was almost disappearing behind him. Standing on the hillside, he could see the panoramic view of the entire Bina city from a distance. He wanted to say a final farewell to this great city. A true bard will recite a classic poem at the end of each performance. There was a trace of panic in his heart for no reason, and he glanced behind him guiltily. He was on the hillside, so his field of vision was very wide, and there were no cavalry chasing him in the distance. He was a little proud. Probably the idiots in the Goffaro family were still in the dark at this moment. So he sat on the horse, opened his heart, spread his arms, raised his head to embrace the blue sky and white clouds, and prayed silently in his heart. I hope I will never come back again. Hey! What are you doing? Jack Kennelly's eyes widened and he looked up. Then he discovered that there was actually a woman with a mithril mask sitting on the horizontal branch of the big tree above his head. He didn't know how long she had been sitting there. There was a layer of frost and snow on her cloak. The voice was so sweet that Jack Kennelly had the urge to lift the mask off her face. Who are you? Why are you here? Jack Kennelly asked while sneaking towards the crossbow next to the saddle. Chapter 634 Exposed. Ned Morse put on a set of magic pattern structure and walked in from the outside. And his aura suddenly became a little different. Being able to possess a magic pattern structure at such a young age obviously requires the support of the family. There are many young nobles like Ned Morse in the Bina Guard camp. As long as they have some fighting talent and careful teaching, they can. It's actually not that difficult to understand your own potential and break through the bottleneck. Next to Ned, there are 14 knights wearing the same magic patterns. These knights are the backbone of the Bina Guard camp. They hold important positions such as squadron leader or deputy squadron leader in the guard camp. Kincaid, the construct knights called by the Viscount, were all squadron leaders of the 2nd Battalion. These knights were very familiar with Ned Morse. After sitting down at the round table in the conference room, they started chatting and joking with a smile. Surdak was sitting next to the round table. Apparently someone among the constructor knights, who came and recognized his identity, and talked privately with the knights around him. Ned Morse, are you calling everyone here to invite us to the tavern for a drink? A construct knight walked in from the outside in a hurry. Before anyone could enter, the sound came from the door. When he saw that there were many squadron captains from other squadrons sitting in the conference room, he was slightly startled and asked, Why are you all here too? A squadron leader next to him patted him on the shoulder, laughed and said, "Gonza, you are a little late. We are waiting for you. Now that everyone is here, let's get started." Viscount Kincaid walked in from outside the door, sat at the head of the round table, and said to everyone. The female assistant behind her held a parchment map and a sketch of Jack Kennelly, and quickly hung them on the wall behind the conference room. The parchment map showed the area around Venice City and the airport terminal. There are even some small annotations written by Viscount Kincaid with a quill pen on the terrain distribution, and a person's name is written at the end of each line of small words. Viscount Kincaid knocked on the table, and even Gonza shut his mouth, and the conference hall suddenly became quiet. The 15 squadron leaders were all wearing magic pattern structures and sat upright on their chairs. Viscount Kincaid turned around and pointed at the sketch on the wall with a short stick in his hand, and began to introduce the origin of Baron Jack Kennelly to everyone. Then he talked about Jack Kennelly's recent frequent contact with Baron Harvey of the Goffaro family, and suspected that he might be a gang of liars pretending to be the Kennelly family to defraud. A construct knight sitting closest to Viscount Kincaid said, "Scammers like this happen every year. The most difficult thing to check is their identity." Another construct knight also nodded in agreement and said, "Unless everyone gets the stolen goods, sometimes the falsehood will become true if we continue to investigate. In the end, we will be embarrassed. Sometimes we have to endure the pressure from above, be forced to interrupt, and finally be swept away. Gold coins, and even go to the House of Representatives to call us trash. This kind of scam is like a piece of shit. You can't get rid of it. No matter what you do, it will make you smell like shit. Even some nobles if you are deceived. For the sake of your family's reputation, you will secretly send out your family's private army to solve the problem. Some declining families simply consider themselves unlucky. Obviously, in the eyes of the squadron leaders, the Goffaro family is more in line with the second scenario. They have been deceived and have no ability to get their money back, so they can only consider themselves unlucky." Ned Morse glanced at Soldak, and then said, "Those people were deceived because they were blindfolded by gold coins. But now that we have discovered it, we cannot let these scammers roam freely in Venice City. We have to teach them a lesson for cheating without hesitation. At least let them understand that Venice City is not a place where they can come and leave whenever they want." "That's right, Ned Morse." Other squadron leaders agreed. Kincaid glanced at squadron leader Ned Morse approvingly, and then continued his topic. "I need you to send manpower to keep an eye on these crooks, including arranging some manpower surveillance at the hotel, including at various city gates. There are some personnel stationed at exits, airport terminals and other places, and they will arrest them as soon as he shows his weakness." After speaking, he stood up, pointed at Surdak sitting at the end of the round table and said, "This is Baron Surdak. I believe everyone here may know him. This liar is Baron Surdak. I want everyone to actively cooperate and confine Baron Jack Kennelly to Venice City." The squadron leaders sitting in front of the round table immediately stood up and said, "Yes." Everyone sat back and began to discuss the defense areas they were responsible for. Viscount Kincaid had already written the name of the squadron leader on the map of Venice City. Everyone quickly understood their defense areas. Some people felt that there was no need to make it so complicated. Just go to the hotel to arrest people. But many people think it is better to wait and see what happens. At this time, a knight quickly walked up to Ned Morse and secretly whispered a few words into his ear. "So fast?" Ned Morse glanced at Soldak in surprise, and then said to Viscount Kincaid and everyone, "Captain, Baron Jack Kennelly left the hotel alone. Now there are only 2 people in the hotel. There are only a few servants left, and no one knows where Baron Jack Kennelly has gone. Immediately take someone with you to arrest the servants of the Kennelly family in the hotel," Viscount Kincaid said to Captain Ned Morse. Then other squadron leaders said, "The rest of you will go to the gate of Venice City to guard. Gonza, Wit, and Baron Soldak, you will also go to the airport terminal with me. I hope we can still make it in time." Due to the sudden change of circumstances, the meeting ended hastily. Surdak had not received any news from Aphrodite, so he knew that Aphrodite had guessed it again this time. He guessed that Jack Kennelly might not have the patience to wait until dark before leaving, but he did not expect that he actually left all the servants in Venice City and hurriedly left Venice City alone. Worried that Jack Kennelly had escaped secretly, Soldak went to the guard camp to seek help, while Aphrodite kept an eye on the hotel. It is estimated that Aphrodite should be following Jack Kennelly at this time, so he is not too anxious. Before leaving, he made an agreement with Aphrodite. If Baron Jack Kennelly was accompanied by a large number of people, she would summon him in advance. After obtaining the specific location, she would ask him to find a way to lead the knights in the guard camp. Rush over. But if Jack Kinley goes it alone, Aphrodite will follow him quietly, find a suitable place to strike, and summon him alone. Soldak couldn't escape at this time, and could only follow Viscount Kincaid to the airport terminal. Over at the hotel in the city, Captain Ned Morse led a team of guard battalion knights to deal with the group of servants left behind by Jack Kinley. The person who discovered that Jack Kinley was missing was Baron Harvey Goffaro. This guy went to the airport terminal outside the city in the morning and rented 10 of the largest warehouses. He rushed back to the hotel at noon, preparing to have lunch with Baron Jack Kinley, and then talk about the arrival of the first batch of wheat in Venice City, and what preparation work needs to be done. But when Baron Harvey Goffaro rushed back to the hotel excitedly, he happened to see the servants of the Kinley family leaving the hotel in a panic carrying their luggage. It was as if a ladle of ice water poured down from the top of his head, instantly chilling his heart. Even though Harvey was slow to react, he realized that something was wrong. He ignored the obstruction of others and rushed straight into Baron Jack Kinley's room, and then discovered that Jack Kinley was missing. Harvey slammed a set of silver teapots in the hotel onto the carpet in the room. The hotel manager was so frightened that he quickly wrote down that if the silver teapot was broken, he would have to pay the original price. Why would he smash the hotel if someone ran away? The property inside. Those who could open a hotel in an aristocratic area are of course nobles with a background. The hotel manager can't afford to offend Baron Harvey Goffaro. But it doesn't mean that the big boss of this hotel is also afraid of him. Harvey sat slumped in the room. It took him a while to realize that he had to find a way to remedy the situation. This time, in order to support the wheat business, the Goffaro family had already taken the last batch of magic crystals from the vault. When it came out, there were funds from other family members to participate in the shares. When raising money, Harvey patted his chest and promised that there would be no problem. It was just a temporary turnaround. He was just waiting for the first batch of wheat to arrive in Venice City, and he would be able to repay everyone immediately. Of principle. Now Harvey feels that the sky is about to fall. Then he quickly reported the news of being deceived to the guard camp. Serdek followed the knights from the guard camp to the airport terminal outside Venice City. It can be said that these knights from the guard camp are quite efficient when they work seriously. After checking all the magic airships about to leave the airport terminal, no trace of Baron Jack Kinley was found. The knights of the guard camp began to expand the search area at the airport terminal, mainly to investigate the magic caravans entering and leaving the airport terminal. It was really surprising. The knights of the guard camp investigated some clues. Soldak followed the team of knights from the guard camp and followed them on horseback for most of the day. Baron Jack Kinley disappeared out of thin air in the warehouse area of the airport terminal. No one saw where he left. The roads at the airport terminal extend in all directions. Although a heavy snowfall hinders land transportation, it is only a large convoy. Some magic caravans and horse teams still brave the wind and snow to travel between cities. Viscount Kincaid held the horse's reins with one hand, snorted unwillingly, and said to Soldak, "It's still a step too late to let this guy slip out of the city in advance. Everyone has been busy for a long time. Let's take a rest first and find him. Let's eat somewhere and look for clues later." For the guard camp, this happens several times a year. Now that the person has successfully left Venice City, the investigation will continue. But there is no need to be so anxious. Soldak quickly told Viscount Kincaid, "Everyone has worked hard for a long time, and I should treat all the knights to this meal." The airport terminal outside Venice City has gradually become a material transfer station. Therefore, there are not only slums in the airport terminal, but also a large storage warehouse. There are also some hotels and restaurants close to the airport terminal. Airport passengers are provided with food and accommodation. The largest restaurant is located next to the airport terminal. From the second floor of the restaurant, you have the best view. You can just see the tower on the airport terminal. Magic airships are hovering on the platform next to the tower. The scenery is quite beautiful. Spectacular. This is the most upscale restaurant in the airport terminal. Serdek chose the best location on the second floor. When ordering, it was also the top set meal of Warcraft ingredients in the restaurant. Although after seeing the price written on the menu, Serdek was secretly stunned. But he still ordered the top set meal for everyone. These top-level packages of World of Warcraft ingredients are almost all settled in gold coins. When the squadron leaders under Viscount Kincaid saw Soldak's generosity, the last bit of their complaints against him disappeared at the dinner table. Plate after plate of exquisite food was brought from the kitchen by the waiter in the restaurant. But Serdek heard the summoning signal passed by Aphrodite. He quickly stood up from his seat and asked the restaurant waiter where the bathroom was. Chapter 635 Succubus. Jack Kinley picked up a military hard crossbow from the saddle and fired 5 crossbow arrows at Aphrodite on the pine tree branches. With a faint laugh, Aphrodite nimbly hid behind the trunk of the big tree, easily dodging Jack Kinley's 5 consecutive shots. She didn't even cast black magic. She directly drew the summoning spell with her fingers. Formation, followed by reciting a series of mantras. A 6-pointed star array appeared on the snow in front of Jack Kinley. The clear magic lines were like water snakes swimming in the snow. The magic glow shone out from the snow, and countless the lines formed a light array. And then these light arrays quickly absorbed the power of the void in the surrounding space. A gate to the void appeared in front of Jack Kinley out of thin air. Jack Kinley quickly dropped the crossbow in his hand and pulled out an exquisite magic sword from his waist. The magic sword carried of the rich earth aura was aimed at the void gate and stabbed towards it. Cerdak just stepped out of the void gate. If Soldak had reacted just a little slower, he would probably have been stabbed by the magic sword in Jack Kinley's hand. However, tens of thousands of practices of parrying and raising shields had made him more aware of the coming danger. With an almost instinctive reaction, he raised the dwarf chain shield almost at the same time as Baron Jack Kinley thrust his sword. Caw! A flash of sword light flashed, and a long sword engraved with countless magic runes was seen carrying a series of boulders and hitting the shield. The dwarf chain shield in Soldak's hand was almost knocked out of his hand by Jack Kinley, since the dragon bone was implanted in the body. Due to its insufficient carrying capacity, the earth shield magic pattern structure can no longer be worn, and the sea of spiritual consciousness has also suffered devastating damage. Therefore, although it has been integrated into the dragon, however, Serdak's strength at this moment is still not as good as before, and he was almost succeeded in a sneak attack by Jack Kinley. If it were before, Serdak would be able to swing a shield with his backhand without even thinking. But he can't do it now. Jack Kinley was also startled when he saw Soldak walking out of the void gate carrying a dwarf chain shield. Usually only space magicians can freely cross the portal. Soldak was obviously not a magician, but he appeared from a void gate that appeared out of thin air, which really scared Jack Kinley. "Hey, are you okay?" Aphrodite stood on the horizontal branch and asked Soldak with concern. Soldak walked out of the void gate, holding a blood-red crescent in one hand and a shield in the other, frequently blocking Jack Kinley's continuous thrusts. His body had not fully recovered yet, and he obviously felt a little overwhelmed when faced with Jack Kinley's continuous attacks. In particular, the magic long sword engraved with runes in Jack Kinley's hand actually comes with the Falling Stone spell. In addition to blocking his thrusts, Soldak also has to be careful of falling stones falling from his head. "You can't get rid of him yourself. I just invited Viscount Kincaid to dinner over there. If I stay here for too long, people over there will think that I deliberately evaded the bill, and I will be in trouble," Soldak said angrily. Jack Kinley felt infinitely humiliated by Soldak at this moment, as if the two people in front of him didn't take him seriously at all. He slashed out the rune sword fiercely, not intending to give Serdak a break. Opportunity. Serdak held the rune sword in his hand with the blood-red crescent moon. Jack Kinley held a broad-edged sword in his hand, with the earth magic glow flowing on the sword. "I thought you would be interested in chatting with him." Aphrodite jumped down from the tree, her body as light as a leaf. Losing a pair of fleshy wings didn't seem to have much impact on her movements. The rune sword finished charging and released earth magic again. A huge boulder fell from the sky and knocked the dwarf chain shield in Soldak's hand away. Jack Kinley had expected this. He struck with his sword in conjunction with the falling rock. Soldak had no time to block, and the words of the runes blurted out. Heed. Immediately, the dwarf chain shield in his hand repositioned itself and blocked the sword thrust from Jack Kinley. This was the first time that Serdak used rune words in battle. The halo of power spread under his feet, and Soldak knocked Jack Kinley away with a sword, and said dissatisfiedly to Aphrodite, "I have nothing to say to him. Do you want to exchange deception? Or do you want to inquire? How much money was defrauded from the Goffaro family? You?" Jack Kinley was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. When he spoke, the shadow of a petrified giant lizard also appeared behind him. The shadow of the giant lizard instantly became very solid. An ray of light shot out from his eyes. It fell directly on Serdak. Petrochemical. This is Jack Kinley's most hidden life-saving method. His shirt is the shadow of a petrified giant lizard. After consuming the power of Shur at once, the giant lizard shadow can release a petrified sight. Serdak had no time to raise his shield at this time. Just when he felt bad, a void rift appeared in front of him. and the petrified line of sight shot directly into the void rift. At this time, the succubus Aphrodite rushed over, glanced at Serdek, and said with a smile, "If you don't want to talk, forget it. Seeing that you are injured, then let me do it." Seeing Aphrodite's weird black magic, Jack Kinley felt as if someone had punched him hard in the heart. He hurriedly asked, "Who are you?" Unexpectedly, Aphrodite, who was wearing a mithril mask, ignored him and stood beside Serdek, opening her arms and reciting the magic spell. Behind her, a pair of shadows wrapped with black wings appeared, but the shadow fell into endless darkness. Aphrodite finally said clearly, "Night is coming. Embrace the darkness." A black fog instantly swallowed Jack Kinley. Jack Kinley, surrounded by darkness, was like a blind man, waving the runed sword randomly. Soldak was also eager to get rid of Jack Kinley. Without any hesitation, he thrust out the blood-red crescent in his hand and stabbed Jack Kinley's heart with his sword. Blood gushed out. Soldak raised his foot and killed Jack. Kinley kicked him to the ground and chopped off his head with a sword swing. Then he glanced at Aphrodite and said to her, "You can find your own way back to the city. Be careful when you go back. I have to go there to pay the bill first, and the body will be left here for now. There will probably be a guard camp soon. Someone handles it." After saying that, Serdek took out a magic flare from his arms, lit the fuse, and let the magic flare fly into the sky. "Hey, wait, take it." Aphrodite stopped Soldak, who was about to enter the void gate, and quickly took off Jack Kinley's magic belt bag and threw it to him. Soldak took the magic belt, turned around and walked into the void gate. Chapter 636, Jack's Death. A waiter was waiting outside the bathroom door with a silver tray. When he saw Soldak opening the door and walking out, he quickly handed over the prepared towel and led Soldak back to the restaurant. The table was filled with exquisite dishes. As soon as Soldak took his seat, he refused the glass of golden cider brought by the waiter. He just took a glass of sweet fruit wine mixed with honey and took a big sip. The battle just now made him a little thirsty, and his hand holding the wine glass was still trembling slightly. Viscount Kincaid was discussing something with Captain Gonza. When he saw Soldak coming back, he said to him, "Baron Soldak, we are all discussing. I heard that you had participated in the Warsaw Plain War before. The regiment I was in at that time was the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment of our city of Helensa. At that time, I was responsible for garrisoning at a forest farm in the Gandor Mountains." Serdek reached out and picked up the knife and said, "The meat on the dinner plate was fried so tender that blood immediately came out when the knife was cut into it." Soldak stopped and only cut a small piece of meat for himself. The Bena people like to eat medium-rare pan-fried cutlets, but Soldak does not like it. He prefers stewed meat and sauce bones that are cooked softly. Viscount Kincaid may have studied Serdek's resume and knew his past very well. He asked Serdek directly, "I heard that you used to be a soldier in the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment. So how did you become a knight?" Soldak took another sip of sweet wine, swallowed the food in his mouth, and then said, "Well, after becoming the squadron leader of the infantry regiment, I was fortunate enough to become a reserve knight under the recommendation of Commander Montgoss. Later, I returned to Helensa City and completed a short-term study at the Knight Academy. During this period, I also joined the Helensa Guard Battalion and later became an official knight." Viscount Kincaid laughed and continued Soldak's topic. "Then you participated in the Maka Plain War and performed extremely well during this period. Therefore, you were recommended by Marquis Luther to become a noble baron of the Green Empire. Your resume is really impressive. People envy you." Gonza also changed his previous rough style and praised Soldak without hesitation and said, "Yes, it is not easy for ordinary civilians to become knights. There are no people in the entire Green Empire who can be promoted from knights to nobles. Guys, let's work for peace in Bena Province, for a better tomorrow for the Green Empire, for the victory of the Plain War to come as soon as possible. Cheers." A group of constructed knights raised their glasses together in front of the dining table, and the knights at other tables also stood up to respond. Viscount Kincaid took 2 squadron captains to the airport terminal in person. In addition to them, nearly 100 knights from the Guard Battalion also hurried from Bena City this time. Everyone spread out at the airport terminal to search for clues. Unfortunately, the clues were not there. The front of a rental warehouse was broken, and no trace of Jack Kinley was found behind it. Nearly 100 knights from the guard camp gathered in the restaurant at this time. Everyone was having lunch lively. Some knights from the guard camp were sitting near the window on the second floor of the restaurant. They had already started talking about the magic flares in the sky far outside the window. Because it was daytime, only a few guard camp knights near the window saw the light from the magic signal flare. They discussed quietly for a while. And then a knight reported the matter to Viscount Kincaid.
Captain, there seems to be a magic flare over there.
Serdek had been sitting in the corner, cutting meat with a knife in his hand, while silently listening to the discussions of the knights around him.
Gonza, send someone over to check. Be careful not to pursue too deeply, and keep in touch with the larger forces in a timely manner.
Viscount Kincaid ordered his most capable subordinate.
Yes, Captain.
Gonza stood up quickly, then turned around and ordered several of his subordinates.
You guys go check it out and stay hidden. Please note that the current identity of the other party is still unknowable. Before the identity of the other party is clear, be careful not to harm Baron Jack Kennelly. I don't want to face the investigators of the Kennelly family in a few months.
Viscount Kincaid asked. The subordinate warned.
I have sent people to the south to investigate this place. As long as we wait for a reply from the Kennelly family, we have nothing to worry about. Yes, Captain!
Several knights, led by Gonza, quickly walked out of the restaurant. Several war horses neighed on the street, and a group of guard battalion knights rushed out of the airport terminal against the north wind and galloped away in the direction where the magic signal flare was lit. Serdek secretly thought in his heart, hoping that these knights would not discover Aphrodite. Viscount Kincaid saw that Soldak looked heavy-hearted, reached out and patted his shoulder, and said,
Don't worry too much, Baron Soldak. You have done your best. And as long as Jack Kennelly hasn't left at the airport terminal, we can search warehouses one by one and find him.
Soldak wanted to tell Viscount Kincaid, in fact, Baron Jack Kennelly was dead the moment the magic flare was raised. Captain Gonza rushed over, hoping that there was still time to collect the body.
I estimate that Count Goffaro may be in pain for a while this time. Their business has been relatively sluggish in the past few years, and now this has happened again. I hope they can survive this crisis.
Viscount Kincaid told Sue Erdak said so. Just as the last dessert was being taken away from dinner, Captain Gonza hurried back with more than a dozen knights under his command. Just as Soldak expected, they also dragged back the body of Baron Jack Kennelly. But the head and body were separated, and the whole body was frozen hard. Viscount Kincaid stood outside the door of the restaurant. His face was a little ugly. He lowered his head and thought for a long time before asking Captain Gonza,
Have you found anything around? Have the deceased's enemies or found out the identity of the deceased?
There are signs of fighting around. But the fight was very short. The opponents should be two masters. But they didn't fire.
Squadron leader Gonza glanced at Jack Kennelly's body before taking out a gun from his arms. The noble medal representing the identity said,
Captain, he is Baron Jack Kennelly. This guy was killed so quickly.
Viscount Kincaid said in surprise. He squatted next to Jack Kennelly, took out a dagger and cut open the leather armor on Baron Jack Kennelly, and carefully rummaged around his body. The most valuable weapons and magic belt were all missing.
Look for it later. I will take Jack Kennelly's body back to Bena City tomorrow.
Viscount Kincaid said to Captain Gonza.
Yes, Captain.
Gonza replied without hesitation. Chapter 637 Harvey. A heavy snowfall has covered the entire Bena City in silver. Under the moonlit night, Count Goffaro stood on the high tower of the manor and looked at the aristocratic district of Bena City lined with castles. There are exquisite manors here, surrounded by large woodlands. It is even more precious in this city where every inch of land is precious. As one of the oldest aristocratic families in Bena province, the Gofalot family ranks low among the wealthy families. But the style of that aristocratic family is clearly reflected in everything. Whether it is a gorgeous silver carriage, it is still a manor garden with a simple style. The style and taste of the family members are almost all pursuing the luxury that only wealthy nobles have. It's just that this is the Goffaro family 200 years ago. At that time, the Goffaro family owned the top constructed swordsman group in Bena province. The brave and capable Goffaro swordsmen were almost unbeatable on the battlefield in Bena province. Everywhere, they used the most unique broad-edged sword to bring down the glorious era of the Goffaro family. Today, the Goffaro family has lost the protection of the legendary strongman, and the decline of the family covers almost all aspects. In the past 100 years, there have been almost no outstanding leaders in the Goffaro family. In today's generation, Count Goffaro is almost the worst patriarch. Before he succeeded to the throne, Count Goffaro was a very active and outstanding young nobleman in the province of Bena. He put forward many new ideas,
But it was only during the practice that he discovered that his ideas could only be said to be too idealistic. As a result, family reforms, territorial expansion, and business operations all ended in failure. Count Goffreau has always stubbornly believed that he is only one step away from success. As long as the goddess of luck treats him better, these things may succeed. But the reality was very disappointing. Lady Luck never seemed to be on his side. Now, with the overexploitation of resources on some private planes, some planes have run out of energy. So the nobles, who have joined together, have to abandon these planes. The plundering of resources on the plane has always been the main economic pillar supporting the private armies of the noble lords. Since the Goffreau family's constructed swordsman corps withdrew from the Bena Legion, the Goffreau constructed swordsman corps has gradually disappeared from the world. In this nearly 100 years of history, the resources of the plane are shrinking little by little, which is holding back the giant chariot of the Goffreau family. Except for this seemingly vast manor in the city, the assets that the Goffreau family can currently handle are very limited. Almost all the assets have fallen into the hands of family members. Although the Goffreau family seems it's very down and out, but some family members are richer than they imagined. This time Harvey Goffreau wanted to start a wheat milling business. And for this purpose Harvey also invited Baron Jack Kennelly, the spokesman for the Kennelly family's wheat flour business in the south, to raise funds for the business. After paying the deposit in advance, Count Goffreau not only allocated the last amount of money in the family treasury to Harvey, Harvey also borrowed some money from other family members, which was considered to be enough to collect nearly 5,000 magic crystals. Count Goffreau recalled Harvey talking endlessly about the plan to build a business empire at the dinner table, talking about the expected profit scale of wheat flour shipped from the south, and encouraging many family members to participate in the stock. The money was handed over to Jack Kennelly, as if it were a treasure, before it even reached Harvey's hands. In just one afternoon, rumors spread throughout Bena City that a group of swindlers had tricked Baron Harvey Goffreau around. Count Goffreau had aged a lot overnight. He was even a little hunched over, and his originally sharp eyes had become a little gloomy. He stood alone on the high tower blowing the cold wind. The last batch of magic crystals in the family treasury was emptied by his son Harvey, and the savings of other family members were also buried here. He could feel that the crisis the Goffreau family encountered this time was more serious than ever before. In fact, Harvey also consumed the last bit of trust that the members of the Goffreau family had in the family leader. No one even went to Goffreau Manor to pursue those magic crystals from Count Goffreau, because they knew that even if they asked Count Goffreau now, Count Goffreau might not be able to get them. In fact, he really couldn't produce that many magic crystals. At first, Baron Harvey Goffreau hid outside, and did not dare to go home. After Count Goffreau heard the news, although he did not scold him, he just looked at him coldly with a numb face and ignored him. This was obviously more uncomfortable than scolding him. He frantically searched for Jack Kennelly all over the world, and even did not hesitate to use his contacts in Bena City. But unfortunately no good news came back. At first, he thought that Baron Jack Kennelly might be joking with him, and he would show up when he lost patience without even looking for him seriously. Later, he hoped that while Baron Jack Kennelly was absconding with money, he suddenly realized that the magic airships full of wheat were about to arrive in Bena City. He felt that absconding with money in this way was just the most rude exchange of resources. We'll come back and continue this transaction similar to resource exchange. In fact, he was just hoping for a miracle. His horse was tired from running and stood panting in the street, its hooves digging hard at the snow on the ground, refusing to take another step. Harvey held the horse's reins with one hand, raised his whip, and whipped the horse several times. The war horse immediately stood up and almost knocked Baron Harvey off his horse. Baron Harvey put his body around the war horse's neck and pressed his body tightly against the war horse's body. However, the war horse's temper was very violent. Then its body fell heavily and trampled on the ground. The huge reaction force immediately caused Baron Way jumped off his horse, and Harvey lost control of his body. Then he was hit hard by the back of the horse, and fell hard off the horse. He was ashamed and angry, and limped up from the ground. He felt that he was so careless. Not only was he deceived by Jack Kennelly, but he was also bullied by his own horse. He angrily pulled out the long sword from his waist, and stabbed it into the belly and heart from the ribs of the war horse. A fat and strong war horse slumped on the snow with a painful cry, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound. Not long after, the war horse died in the street. Harvey planned to ask friends to borrow some money to tide him over, but he didn't expect to visit several of his usual friends one after another. These ordinary friends all rejected his request for borrowing money, and no one was willing to give up their money. Lend him the remaining money. After visiting 6 friends in succession, Harvey returned to the Goffaro family manor disheartened. As soon as he walked into the manor, he looked up and saw the bleak Count Goffaro standing alone on the tower. Cerdak rode his horse across the moat suspension bridge of Benna City and watched the city gate close again, feeling an indescribable joy. Chapter 638 Harvest. For Benna City, the fact that the Goffalo family was swept away with 5,000 magic crystals was just a small wave. At best, this incident was just a joke in the Benna Magic Weekly. People only talk about it when chatting after dinner. Hello. Did you hear that? Baron Harvey of the Goffaro family was still helping count money when he was deceived. What gives Viscount Kincaid a headache is how to write this investigation report. He can't just write in the report that he led a group of guard battalion knights to the Benna City airport terminal. Everyone saw lights in the distance while eating. A magic signal flare was sent over. And after a casual inspection, Jack Kennelly's body was recovered. He wanted to be more tactful and write some of the key factors more vaguely. The knights of the main prominent guard battalion followed the clues to the Benna airport terminal and discovered the whereabouts of Jack Kennelly near a warehouse. Later, the knights of the guard camp discovered Jack Kennelly in the wild, who had taken away a large sum of magic crystals from the Goffaro family. However, judging from the traces at the scene, Jack Kennelly had been killed, and he was carrying a large sum of magic crystals. The magic crystal also disappeared. The 2 cases he encountered recently were almost all unexpectedly smooth. But after repeated scrutiny, there were some things that were elusive. It was just a feeling, and he couldn't find where the problem was. Viscount Kincaid sat in the magic caravan and did not wake up from his meditation until the magic caravan drove into the gate of Benna City. He glanced out the window. The knights of the guard camp lined up on both sides of the magic caravan and entered Benna City along the moat suspension bridge. Cerdak was among them. However, after entering the city, he jumped off the horse and took the reins in his hands. He handed it over to the squadron leader Gonza next to him. After saying goodbye to squadron leader Gonza, Soldak ran to Viscount Kincaid's carriage and said goodbye to him. Cerdak stood on the roadside and waved to the knights of the guard camp. This group of knights from the Benna guard camp also saluted to show respect when they passed by Cerdak. The guard battalion team continued to move forward until Cerdak could no longer be seen. Viscount Kincaid waved to Captain Gonza and whispered a few words. Viscount Kincaid always had an indescribable feeling about this Soldak from the city of Helensa. As if he saw a tightly closed wooden door. If he didn't reach out and push it, you never know what is behind the door. Or he is like a mirror. But the outside of the mirror and the inside of the mirror are always opposite. This was the first time that Viscount Kincaid had some doubts about what he had seen with his own eyes. Aphrodite rushed back to Benna City in advance. She leaned against the window in the hotel and looked out. After waiting for a while, I finally saw Cerdak mixed in with the crowd on the street. He was wearing a leather jacket, and his steps were still a little heavy when walking. He took the risk of implanting a keel bone in his body. After all, it was too much of a burden on him. It is so big that it not only consumes all his carrying capacity, but also requires him to maintain the state of blessed body at all times. Even so, the keel bone was still a bit overloaded for his body. This not only greatly restricted his combat effectiveness, but also continued to burn his vitality. But Cerdak himself could not feel it. However, as his spiritual consciousness slowly recovers, these shortcomings will be discovered sooner or later. For Cerdak, the most important thing now is to improve his level. If he can successfully break through the shackles of the second rank, then all problems will be solved. Now she can only share a little bit for him. Of course, for a succubus who can live hundreds of years, this life force is nothing at all. Before the carrying capacity is improved, Cerdak can no longer put on the Earth Shield magic pattern structure. Although he has understood some of the mysteries of the rune language, his combat power is much worse than before it was implanted in the dragon bone. He stood at the street corner and looked no different from anyone else. But in the crowd, she could find his location at a glance. But there happened to be such a thread that tied her and Soldak together. Aphrodite's lips curved, and she couldn't help but smile. Cerdak, who was standing at the intersection in front of the hotel, raised his head as if sensing something and looked towards the hotel. Cerdak did not expect that he would gain the most after the death of Jack Kennelly. He touched the second magic belt bag tied around his waist, resisted the urge to open it, and took a look, and walked into the hotel. After returning to the room, he did not immediately open Jack Kennelly's magic pocket. Instead, he sent a signal to Aphrodite and asked her to open the void gate. Cerdak stepped into the void gate and returned.
Treasure chamber. The secret room was empty, and the stone platform was surrounded by piles of gold and coins, mixed with some red crystals. On the stone platform, the sword of Quelsera was embedded in a piece of red crystal. It was very eye-catching in the center of the stone platform. He walked up to the stone platform and sat on the cast iron chair. He placed the sword of Baron Jack Kennelly. The magic fanny pack was taken out of his arms. Serdach stretched his hand in, and mentally sensed the item stored inside through the magic waste bag. 3 exquisite silver-inlaid boxes were clearly placed in the corner. His mind changed, and following his hand, the 3 boxes were moved one by one, appearing at his feet. There was an exquisite gold lock on each box. He didn't find the key in the magic belt bag, so he used the sharp edge of the dwarf chain shield to hit the lock hard, and a small golden lock appeared. The lock snapped, opened the lid of the box, and there are 10 rows of magic crystals neatly arranged inside. Each row contains 10 magic crystals, and one layer has exactly 100 magic crystals. There is a thick layer of velvet underneath the magic crystals. Open the first layer of magic crystals. Crystal. There was still a layer of neatly arranged magic crystals inside. Serdach lifted it all the way to the bottom of the box. There were 20 layers in one box. In total, there were 2,000 magic crystals in this box. Serdach opened the second box, but only half of the magic crystals were filled. After counting, he realized that this box only contained 1,000 magic crystals. Opening the third box, there was another box full of magic crystals. After a rough calculation, the 3 boxes were actually filled with 5,000 magic crystals. According to the transaction price of the primary magic pattern structure on the market, it was about 130 to 150 magic crystals per piece, which means that these magic crystals are enough to purchase 30 sets of primary magic pattern structures. With such a huge sum of money, Serdach had no intention of returning it to Count Goffaro. He just wanted to form his own private army. With this money, Serdach could recruit some men. In addition to 3 boxes filled with magic crystals, the magic belt bag also contains 2 sets of dark-colored magic pattern structures. They look very high-end, but there are very few types of magic pattern structures that Serdach has seen. He doesn't know what the attributes of this set of magic pattern structures are. For the time being, he can hardly wear any magic pattern structures. He can only let these 2 sets of magic pattern structures and his Earth Shield set of magic pattern structures lie quietly in the magic fanny pack. In addition to these, Baron Jack Kennelly's magic waste bag also contains several bundles of life magic scrolls, a bunch of gold keys, and a money bag full of gold coins, a bundle of field tents, several sets of exquisite noble clothes and some food, an armed crossbow, and a pot of crossbow arrows with fine steel arrow clusters. Just when Serdach was looking at these trophies, circles of water ripples suddenly appeared on the stone wall with the war release. Then the head of the red dragon Iser stuck out of the stone wall, and saw Serdach who sat on the chair on the platform, and suddenly let out a cheerful dragon roar. Now Serdach had adapted to this kind of dragon roar, with a hint of coercion. He sat on the chair, and waved to the red dragon Iser. The red dragon Iser has already regarded him as a close partner, and hastily brought its huge dragon head close to it. Its long neck swayed rhythmically, and those bright red fiery scales exuded a delicate luster, although they could not be seen, its body and tail. But Serdach could still imagine its silly wagging tail from its movements. He took out all the red crystals in his pocket, and threw them into Israel's mouth. Serdach thought that he would go to the lava cave to get some more red crystals later. But before that, he had to let him learn a rune language obediently. Only when he was hungry would he be willing to do so. Learning the language of these runes was such a good opportunity for on-site teaching, and Serdach did not want to miss it. Since the dragon bone was implanted, Serdach feels that his ability to learn these rune languages has improved a lot. Before, he had to practice the rough pronunciation of the rune languages at least thousands of times. It's really miserable to have to use your hands to wave the magic patterns of the rune language. But now, learning the rune language no longer seems to be a problem. It's like his brain suddenly opened up. Every time he practices chanting the rune language, he will always have some new insights. But he has never been able to catch those fleeting thoughts. Inspiration. Serdach began to teach the red dragon Iser to chant the pronunciation of rune number 13. Sia. Shale. The red dragon Iser was in a good mood, and he followed Serdach in reading this sentence very cooperatively. Waves of whirlwind circled around the body of the red dragon Iser, and a faint wind element power was injected into it. The body of the red dragon is the original power of the rune language Sia. After teaching the pronunciation of the 13th rune of Iser the red dragon, Serdach suddenly had an idea.
He pointed at himself and said in Green Empire language, Soldak. The red dragon lay obediently next to Serdek, and also said with a confused look,
and *% Yuan.
Its voice seemed to have no human range. The red dragon spoke again, but unfortunately it could not come out. Serdek didn't pay too much attention. He stretched out his hand and patted its hot face twice, indicating that it could go out to play. The red dragon Iser shook his huge dragon head and retracted his head into the stone wall with a swish. After walking out of the treasure room, Serdek walked out along the cracks in the lava mine and found the ogre Gulaitum in the cave. This guy was lying on the edge of a lava pool, sleeping against the rock wall. Did you? There was half an uneaten salamander carcass beside him, and 2 salamander heads hung around his waist. It seemed that he had killed 2 more salamanders recently. The ogre has recently grown in size. He snores like thunder when sleeping, and the skin all over his body has a light red color. One hand is clearly resting on the edge of the lava pool, and he doesn't even feel hot. He turned over and scratched his back with his hands. Before he even opened his eyes, he touched around him, grabbed a salamander's thigh, brought it to his mouth and bit it hard. It can be seen that the ogre's life in the lava mine is very comfortable, but his consumption is a bit excessive. Serdek sat aside, thinking in his mind how to convince the ogre to return to Wall Village to continue eating sheep. This sentence is difficult to say. After all, ogres live here and hunt salamanders to improve their own strength. For an ogre who pursues strength, this is the perfect place to practice.
Dak, you're finally out?
The ogre rubbed his eyes and shouted when he saw Soldak sitting next to him. He turned over and sat up from the ground, holding Serdak's shoulders with a pair of big hands like cattail leaf fans. The ogre was very sensitive to strength. He felt that Serdak's strength seemed to have declined a bit, and his face looked a little tired, and asked hurriedly,
You look very tired. Are you okay? I'm fine now. I did something stupid a few days ago and ended up like this.
Soldak smiled mockingly. The ogre looked at Serdek seriously and saw no problem, so he pulled him to sit down.
By the way, I want to go back to Wall Village to live for a while. It's too hot here, and after eating too many salamanders, my body feels like it's on fire. I think if I continue to eat, my body will probably if it burns. I don't want to burn myself to death. I still have so many delicious foods that I haven't eaten yet,
said the ogre. After saying that, there seemed to be a little apology on his face, but he immediately said,
I will come here regularly to hunt those salamanders that escaped from the lava mine, but they should not escape in the short term. Did you go to their lair?
Serdek asked curiously.
I didn't. I found that some salamanders will be expelled only after the salamander group is saturated. We have hunted some during this period. I guess they will not escape easily,
Ogre Gulaitum said. The 2 of them walked out of the lava mine while chatting. When Serdek returned to the sulfur mine, he found that Andrew happened to be at the mine.
When I was patrolling the deserted land, I stopped by here to take a look. I didn't see you the first 2 times, but I finally met you this time.
Andrew came up and gave Soldak a big hug. Then he whispered to Serdek,
Everyone in the village is a little worried about you, so they always call me to come and take a look.
Serdek calculated that it had been almost a month since he left Wall Village and came to the sulfur mine.
I'm fine here. How is the village?
Soldak pulled Andrew into a shed in the mining camp and asked with concern. Chapter 639 Choice. In the work shed of the sulfur mine, a village supervisor brought a pot of tea to several people. This is tea made from the roots of a tree called the sap tree. This kind of tree is only found in the Paglos Mountains and is almost extinct in the Oak Ridge area. These roots were also obtained by the village overseers from an adventurous group. In exchange, the water boiled from this tree root has a faint sweet taste, and it can moisturize the throat and clear the lungs when drunk. One root can be boiled dozens of times. The kobold slaves are still mining sulfur in the mines, but as the sulfur mines in the lower reaches of the lava river are on the verge of drying up, the kobold slaves have to go further and head upstream of the lava waterfall. Serdek wants to move the sulfur camp closer to the current mine, but a suitable location has not yet been selected. Andrew sat on a volcanic rock, took a large spoonful of tea and drank it. He was very uncomfortable with the environment here. In order to avoid inhaling the volcanic ash flying in the sky, he had to cover his face tightly. Even so, his nostrils and mouth were pitch black at the end of the day, and if he accidentally inhaled the volcanic ash it will fly into the eyes. At this time, you must not rub it with your hands. You can only take out the water bag and rinse it with clean water. After entering the work shed, the dust-proof cloth can filter the volcanic ash outside, So Andrew feels better. He took another sip of water and then said,
Everything is fine in the village. The old village chief said that this year is probably the best year for Wall Village. There is no need to worry about blizzards or whether any winter storage company does not do enough, and they will starve all winter. It was just the last blow. After the desert bandits. Although those desert bandits have been peaceful for a while. Recently some gangs have emerged from the desert and robbed villages in the deserted land. Which is a bit annoying.
Speaking of the desert bandits, Andrew became a little annoyed and complained to Soldek.
They have learned to be smart this time. They will never stay in any village for more than half a day. And they will not take the same route when they return. The whereabouts are always unpredictable. And many militiamen stationed in the villages have died.
The number of militiamen in the militia camp itself is not large. And they are all somewhat disabled veterans. Although they live in poverty, they definitely do not lack the courage to fight. When the desert bandits attacked the village, some militiamen led the villagers to rush forward to resist. They would rather die fighting than be spurned by the villagers. As a result, the militia battalion, which was originally not very large in number, was rapidly reduced in number after entering winter. During this period of time, Andrew has been traveling back and forth between villages. But he still cannot prevent the occurrence of such attacks on villages. Serdek was silent for a while, and then said,
It seems that we still need to strengthen the number of militia battalions and form the basic defense forces of each village.
To form a militia battalion, young and strong villagers need to be recruited from each village. Weapons and armor can be obtained by applying to the Helensa City Hall. And you can also receive a monthly subsidy of money and food subsidies. The Nanai tribe's indigenous warriors are naturally warlike. Although they are naturalized natives of the Maka Plain, their bloody nature is deeply imprinted in their blood. Andrew said to Serdek,
Dak, I'm here to find you this time. I want to go for a walk in the desert and see where those desert bandits are hiding.
Serdek said,
It's too dangerous for you to go deep into the desert alone. Once you are targeted by those desert bandits, as long as the other party launches wolf pack tactics and just chases behind you waiting for opportunities, preventing you from getting adequate rest, it will be too much to bear.
He actually wanted to go into the desert with Andrew after he taught the red dragon Iser the rune language and lifted the dragon's blood curse. After all, for this desolate land, Oak Ridge is adjacent to Helensa to the southwest. The southeastern region is a barren mountainous terrain known as the Death Valley. The northern part of the deserted land is closely connected with the southern foothills of the Paglos Mountains. The east and north is a vast desert. According to the villagers of the deserted land, even the adventure group is unwilling to cross that vast desert, because there is almost nothing there except a few oases and desert bandits. Andrew put his arm around the broad shoulders of Gulaitam, who was sitting almost as tall as he was standing as he filled the iron pot with water. To the ogre, this pot-bellied iron pot is more like a teacup. Andrew said,
So I want to get Gulaitam.
Then he asked the ogre,
I heard that the desert bandits have a large number of camels. Maybe we can get a few of them when we enter the desert. Gulaitam, do you want to try them?
For an ogre, nothing is more important than eating. Especially when he was burning up after eating salamanders. He couldn't wait to eat some other fresh and tender meat. Of course, the yellow sheep in Wall Village were also very good. But he had hardly eaten camels, so he almost didn't eat them. He agreed without hesitation.
Of course. I spent all day catching those salamanders in the lava mines,
which made my whole body burn. Then I went to catch a few camels in the desert. When I thought about it, I thought it was a great idea.
The two hit it off almost immediately. Andrew said to Serdek,
With Gulaitam joining us, I guess there won't be too many people in the desert who can threaten us.
Seeing their eagerness to try, Soldak knew that he could not stop Andrew's freedom of movement. So he said,
In any case, you must be careful not to anger those powerful monsters. By the way, since you are going into the desert, this I'll lend it to you for now. I can't use it at the moment.
As he spoke, he took out the Earth Shield magic pattern suit from his magic belt bag and piled it in front of Andrew. The value of such a one-turn top-level magic pattern structure is almost more than 200 magic crystals. For a small noble family, such a magic pattern structure can be regarded as a family inheritance passed down from generation to generation. It is more valuable than the land in some remote and desolate areas.
You are actually willing to lend me this set of Earth Shield. So you are not afraid of running away wearing this set of magic patterns. I heard that such a set of magic patterns can be exchanged in our city of Wazimra. Come to a valley,
Andrew said, while taking off the guard camp-style armor from his body. He couldn't wait to wear the Earth Shield magic pattern structure on his body. although this set of magic patterns was a bit tight for him. When the mana flowed on the magic patterns, and a trace of power from the structure was injected into his body, Andrew wanted to pick up the butcher and wave it around a few times. Serdek said nonchalantly, "You are much more important than the Earth Shield magic pattern structure." Hearing what Soldak said, Andrew grinned even wider. Serdek took out some scrolls from the magic belt bag. If these scrolls cannot be put into the magic belt bag, they must be packed into wooden boxes to avoid unnecessary trouble caused by extrusion, deformation, and damage. Of course, it is best to dress them up. The container of the magic scroll is a magic sealing box. But this kind of box is a bit heavy and not easy to carry. Putting the scroll into a long and narrow wooden box, Serdek said, "Bring more water gathering and fire gathering scrolls. And bring enough marching rations. Don't ignore Giladim's appetite. Military rations and the like. Let him carry it on his own." Andrew didn't want to bring those water gathering scrolls and said to Soldak, "It's snowing in the desert too. Melt the snow into water and boil it and drink it. We plan to hunt wild camels in the desert, so we don't need marching rations. Carrying too much. Then we have to find those wild camels." Soldak put the wooden box into Andrew's hands. That night, Andrew wore a magic pattern construct and left the sulfur mine with Gulaitum. Every 3 to 5 days, a carriage team from Wall Village will deliver various living supplies and transport sulfur or back to the village. He was not too worried about what would happen in these mines. He filled his backpack with the collected red crystals, and Serdek returned to the lava mine. Recently, the Bena City Guard Camp has done several major things that have won the hearts of the people, which has greatly changed the status of the Guard Camp Knights in the hearts of the people. Among them, the most widely circulated one among the citizens is that Mrs. Dorothy Newman was kidnapped at her lover's home. It is said that the scene was quite erotic. As for whether the hunters and robbers had any sparks with Mrs. Dorothy, the citizens they also have different opinions. However, this time the Knights of the Guard Camp were full of positive energy in this incident. It took almost one night for the Knights of the Guard Camp to capture the hunter-robber and rescue Mrs. Dorothy, who was imprisoned in the Dandelion Hotel. Nowadays, the Dandelion Hotel, located next to the Giant Tree Square, has become a check-in place for many citizens to travel in winter. Now, the unlucky Goffalo family has become a hot topic among the citizens of Bena City. Everyone knows that the Goffalo family has been defrauded of a large sum of money. The young Baron Harvey Goffalo is full of money in Bena City. The world's borrowed money. Just when everyone started to wonder where those crooks had gone, the Bena City Guard Camp issued an announcement stating that the gang of scammers had been wiped out by the Guard Camp. The mastermind, Jack Kennelly, died unexpectedly while escaping from Bena City. At present, some members of the scammer gang have been arrested and others are hiding in Bena City. We hope that citizens will actively cooperate with the report. The citizens of Bena suddenly discovered. I don't know when the Guard Camp Knights started to move so quickly. But the most regrettable thing is that the large amount of magic crystals has not been recovered. After hearing the news, many adventure groups in the city began to take action. It is said that they are looking for clues all over the world, trying to find the huge amount of magic crystals. At the meeting of the House of Representatives in Bena City, Chairman Lance put forward several requirements for Bena Province's commitment to help other provinces under the current situation. And then the weekly routine government affairs approval was passed. That is, the members put the approval as proposed at the meeting. If no one raises objections, it will be passed. If a member raises objections, a show of hands will be held on the spot. At least 2/3 of the people must support it before administrative approval can be passed. Almost all the noble lords with status in the city are members of parliament here. Marquis Luther sat in the corner of the rostrum. As one of the most distinguished nobles in Bena City, he also had a place on the rostrum. He stood up from his seat, picked up an application for government approval, and strode onto the podium in the middle. Suddenly, countless eyes from all around were focused on him. He is a representative of the militant faction in Bena Province, and has the support of many allies. Any move he takes will have a certain impact on the evidence in Bena Province. Everyone, what I want to talk about this time is a proposal for the expansion of the constructed swordsman corps under my command. Marquis Luther glanced around the council hall and said, Under the current situation, plain wars occur frequently in various places. Not only are the Dark Abyss forces invading from various connecting channels, but also various private planes are taking the opportunity to become independent and break away from the Green Empire. They are gradually encroaching on the land that originally belonged to us, which is intolerable to us. I will go to the Belan Plain to change defenses this spring. I am currently making active preparations, so I am just stating this matter. In fact, I have obtained the official authorization from the Duke. My proposal is to expand my regiment with a formal cavalry battalion. I hope everyone can support my expansion proposal.
Marquis Luther stood in front of the podium, put down the written application report in his hand, and looked around. The congressmen around began to talk about it. Some people didn't understand Marquis Luther's approach, so they stood up and asked,
"It's just a cavalry battalion. Marquis Luther, you can just sign an official letter to establish it. Is this still necessary?"
"Do you want to apply for the official number?"
"Yes.
A cavalry battalion is nothing more than that. Isn't this a constructing knights?"
Lawmakers echoed this sentiment, saying it was a bit of a fuss. Marquis Luther coughed twice and said,
"Ahem. I need the official serial number issued by the Bena Province Military Department, so I hope everyone can support it."
Buzz. There was a sudden buzz of discussion in the council hall. There were no secrets among the nobles. Everyone speculated why Marquis Luther would solemnly apply for the official designation of a cavalry battalion. Some nobles who knew Marquis Luther were naturally confused. It's hard to guess why.
"I'm probably paving the way for that guy. I saw the guy at the dance. He's a very nice young man,"
someone said.
"Didn't Luther have a son?"
The nobleman who was unfamiliar with the inside story leaned his head closer and asked doubtfully. A nobleman who was very close to Marquis Luther immediately said, very dissatisfied,
"Hey, we are talking about the fiancé of his most beloved daughter Hathaway."
The noble next to him immediately said,
"I guess this may be part of her daughter Hathaway's dowry."
The nobleman who was very close to Marquis Luther said,
"Of course. It is said that I am going to marry a noble baron. If I want to get the fastest promotion in a short time, of course, I have to participate in the plain war."
President Lance came back to the podium and said to the MPs in the audience,
"Everyone will vote by a show of hands." The nobles raised their hands one after another, and the number soon exceeded 2/3. Seeing this, the hesitant members also raised their hands.
"Proposal approved."
President Lance picked up a small copper hammer and struck hard on the wall clock on the table of the rostrum. Ding! The sound is crisp and pleasant. Seeing the scene in front of him, Count Goffero, who was sitting in the back row, felt a little uncomfortable. He thought of the young man waiting at the door of the manor after the heavy snow that day, hoping that he would agree to propose to Beatrice. At that time, he wanted to marry Beatrice to Baron Jack Kinley. And now, the young man is about to board the Luther family's chariot and go to the Belen Plain. And that damn Jack Kinley was already lying in a cold coffin. Chapter 640 Winter is not cold. Before leaving, Gulitum left most of the salamander meat to Serdek. In addition, there were 2 relatively complete salamander skins, 2 salamander hearts and poison sacks, and salamander meat. It was put into a magic sealing box by Serdek and preserved. The salamander skin was rolled together tightly. Before it was cooked, this thing could be used as a stick to hit people on the head. Leon's salamander heart and poison sac were relatively well preserved. Very good. He has accumulated 21 salamander skins in his hand. Originally, Serdek decided to take the salamander skins to the leather shop to sell them. But now Serdek has changed his mind. Returning to the treasure room, the red dragon Iser has not returned yet. Serdek has figured out its rules and will never come back until he is hungry and wants to eat the red crystal. Stepping into the void gate, Serdek returned to the hotel room. "I took a shower in the hotel and felt that all the volcanic ash was washed away. Then I lay on the soft bed and slept again." The next morning, Serdek put on simple leather armor and left the hotel. Take a magic caravan to the magic free market in Bena City. The butcher shop owner Sander is instructing 3 carpenters to renovate his butcher's shop. Soldek originally suggested that he rent a decent shop, but Sander still thinks that his butcher's shop hut itself is great and simply don't want to leave. He was a stubborn Bena man, and when Serdek saw that it didn't make sense, he had no choice but to let him go. At the magic free market in the morning, there were more stallholders and shop owners than customers, but the business on Sander's side was pretty good. Some wealthy people in decent clothes came to him to buy some World of Warcraft meat, which they said they often eat. This thing can change the physique. Serdek was deeply aware of this. The ogre Gulitum was so angry after eating it that it seemed that the rumors were correct. When Sand saw Serdek coming from the narrow road of the market, he immediately stuck the machete on the wooden board, handed a piece of devil antelope meat to a customer, and wiped his oily hands with his apron. Asked with excitement,
"Master Soldek, why are you here? Did you bring some good goods this time?"
Serdek looked at the wooden house that had been redecorated by Xander. There was a scent of wood oil everywhere.
"Go in and talk,"
he said to Xander. Xander quickly followed in. Surdak saw that there were customers waiting to sell meat outside the stall. So he took out a magic sealing box and opened the lid. It was filled with divided salamander meat. Sander rubbed his nose nervously, reached out, and took out a carving knife and scraped the edge of the salamander meat. When he saw that there were no bright red crystal particles splashing, he took a deep breath and complained to Surdak.
Well, it's a good thing that the fresh salamander meat isn't crystallized meat. Otherwise, I don't think there's any need to keep the butcher shop open.
Surdak handed the salamander meat to Sander and said to him,
Go and greet your guests. I'll leave first. Lord Soldak, these meats haven't been weighed yet.
Sander chased him out of the wooden house.
Aren't those things your business?
Soldak stopped, turned around and asked, then walked away. I'm going to attend a manual ball given by the Earl of Balham. So Soldak had to rush to the Marquis Luther's mansion before noon, have lunch here, and then go to the dance with Hathaway. Originally, Hathaway did not like such social activities among nobles, and she rarely participated in such dances. However, Surdak needed to be well known in the noble circle of Bina City, and the fastest way was to actively participate in such dances. Constantly socializing to get to know the nobles in Bina City. Soldak planned to let more people know him. In that case, maybe Count Goffero's impression of him would change a little. So he asked Hathaway to accept invitations to some dances. This was not the case in Bina City. Someone will invite Surdak. Of course, Hathaway was most happy to see Soldak's request. So she happily agreed. Such a boring winter might become much more interesting if Surdak could always be by her side. Perhaps in order to provide the two young people with more space to be alone. Soldak ate this lunch alone with Hathaway and Beatrice at the Luther Marquis mansion. The restaurant was small and luxurious. And then they took a ride in the luxurious magic caravan of the Marquis Palace. Hathaway and Beatrice, who were dressed up, sat on either side of Soldak. Although it was cold winter, they still chose to wear low-cut evening dresses in the magic caravan. It's not cold at all. Bai Huahua's two large ice muscles were swaying on the left and right sides of Soldak. Soldak couldn't help but keep his eyes on the chests of the two of them, worried about the two white rabbits when they walked. Will it jump out? Beatrice was more relaxed than Hathaway. She tightly hugged one of Soldak's arms. The three of them were not in a hurry to rush to the Earl of Barham's mansion, and just let the magic caravan drive around the beautiful scenery at will. Driving aimlessly in an aristocratic neighborhood with few pedestrians, the three of them sat in a comfortable magic caravan and chatted casually. It felt like time passed very quickly, and the afternoon was about to pass before they even talked about anything. The coachman drove the magic caravan into Emmanuel. In front of the steps of the front courtyard of the Earl of Barham's residence, a maid specially responsible for reception came forward and opened the car door. Emmanuel, the Earl of Barham and his two ladies and three daughters stood in front of the steps to greet the guests. Emmanuel, the Earl of Barham, was slightly startled when he saw Hathaway, but a lady standing nearby whispered something in his ear, which prevented the Earl of Barham from being embarrassed in public. If he really couldn't recognize the invited guests, he would probably if this joke spreads. It will be told by the citizens of Bina City all winter long.
Miss Hathaway, you are getting more and more beautiful.
Emmanuel, a lady next to Earl Barham, first spoke with compliments. Earl Barham showed an amiable smile and said,
I heard that the Marquis is preparing.
A few people exchanged pleasantries, and then a magic caravan came from behind. Hathaway and Beatrice walked into the banquet hall in the manor. In less than 2 minutes, the two beauties realized what is a cold winter. For the sake of beauty, they did not wear fur shawls, so that their round and white shoulders were slightly red from the cold.
Is it cold?
Soldak pulled Hathaway and Beatrice into the warm banquet hall and asked considerately.
It's okay,
Hathaway said with sweet eyes. He saw that the table beside was filled with wine glasses, so he walked over and brought 2 glasses of golden apple cider to the two ladies. A little drink would probably keep him warm.